Nature and significance of political theory. As human beings, we live in society. Society includes many institutions like family, school, religious organization, polity, etc. Every institution serves some specific purpose. It involves some organization and use of authority. Authority implies a relationship of command and obedience where the command is generally regarded to be reasonable. Mild protests, if any, would not upset the authority. Pgh. Nature of political theory. What is political? When an organization is designed to regulate the whole community, it takes the character of polity. Polity, therefore, denotes an organization where rules are marked and decisions are taken for the whole community, and authority is exercised over each member of the community. The term political refers to something related to a polity that is public, as distinguished from private, or something applicable to a limited number of persons. Sheldon S. Volline, in his Politics and Vision, I-960, has beautifully summed up the characteristics of the political as follows. Of all the authoritative institutions in society, the political arrangement has been singled out as uniquely concerned with what is common to the whole community. Certain functions, such as national defense, internal happy face order, dispensing of justice, and economic regulation, have been declared the primary responsibility of political institutions, largely on the grounds that the interests and ends served by these functions were beneficial to all of the members of the community. The state is an essential component of polity, which enjoys a unique position among social institutions. It is so important that Aristotle, ancient Greek philosopher, described man by nature a political animal. Living in a state was so natural for a person that he who lived outside the state, or who did not need a state, was either a beast or an angel. The terms polity, politics, and political are derived from the Greek word polis, which stood for ancient Greek city-state. The Greek city-states were relatively small communities which were separated from each other by geographical barriers like forests, mountains, and seas. Each city-state had evolved a compact social life and culture where all institutions and activities were knit together. These institutions and activities, which were aimed at securing good life for the community, were regarded to be the part of politics. However, in the present-day society, the scope of politics is not regarded to be so comprehensive. Today, we draw a distinction between public and private spheres of human life, and confine the usage of the term politics to the institutions and activities falling in the public domain. Thus, the decisions of cabinet and parliament, election campaigns, and other activities of political parties, people's movements seeking change in law and public policy, etc., belong to politics, but the object of our faith and worship, the content of our education, art and culture, etc., do not properly belong to the sphere of politics until some regulation thereof is required to maintain public order and safety. Scope of political theory. After identifying the nature and scope of the political, we are now ready to understand the nature of political theory. The term theory stands for a systematic knowledge. Thus, political theory refers to a systematic knowledge of political phenomena. What type of knowledge do we require about the political phenomena in the realm of political theory? Broadly speaking, political theory is concerned with three types of statements. 1. Empirical statement, which is based on observation through sense experience alone, that is, the experience gained through sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch of the concrete phenomena. 2. Logical statement, which is based on reasoning, e.g. 2 plus 2 is 4. And 3. Evaluative statement, which is based on value judgment, e.g. men are bomb-free and equal. Political science, as distinguished from political philosophy, relies only on empirical and logical statements. It is argued that correct observation and correct reasoning by different persons would lead to the similar conclusion. Hence, empirical and logical statements are capable of verification. On the other hand, it is alleged that evaluative statements are based on individual or group preferences which differ from individual to individual or group to group. There is no reliable method of determining what is right or wrong, good or bad. One cannot scientifically discover the purpose of the universe or human life. Champions of positivism sought to build political science and other social sciences, e.g. sociology, economics, history, etc., on the foundations of the methodology of natural sciences, e.g. physics, chemistry, biology, etc. Then the exponents of logical positivism argue that evaluative statements have no empirical content or logical structure. They are the expressions of subjective reflection or emotional preference. Likewise, champions of scientific method for the study of politics insist on a value-free or value-neutral asterisk approach. Political philosophy. Political philosophy refers to a branch of learning which is primarily concerned with moral and substantive dimensions of politics. Its central problems include the pursuit of good life, questions pertaining to norms and values, good and evil, virtue and vice, means and ends, right and wrong, and visions of an ideal state and society. Political philosophy inquires into the foundations of political life, grounds of political obligation, and moral worthiness of different political systems. It makes use of philosophical and historical method in determining goals of public life. A major part of political philosophy coincides with moral and social philosophy. Positivism. Positivism refers to the view that relies on scientific method as the only source of true knowledge. It rejects superstition, religion, and metaphysics as pre-scientific forms of thought. It holds that all knowledge is ultimately based on sense experience, the experience gained through sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch. Hence, the method used in the natural sciences, e.g. physics, chemistry, biology, etc., must be adopted for any genuine inquiry in the field of social sciences. Logical positivism. CZ. P.A.7 Fei Logical positivism refers to a school of thought founded by German sociologist Max I. Weber, 1864-1920, and the members of Vienna Goethe, Mons Schlick, Ludwig I. Wittgenstein, A.J. Ayer, etc. in the early decades of the 20th century. It holds that reliable and valid knowledge in any field of inquiry can be obtained only by empirical method, i.e. the observation based on sense experience. The questions concerning values are beyond the scope of scientific knowledge, hence it is not possible to obtain reliable knowledge about them. In any case, political theory cannot be confined to the so-called scientific knowledge. It is equally concerned with determining values which come within the purview of political philosophy. We cannot accept the view that values are based on individual or group preferences. On the contrary, values do have a sound logical structure unless we mistake them for biased statements. Upholders of different values can be invited to have a dialogue, to have an opportunity to understand each other's point of view, to convince each other, and probably to agree on certain universal principles to judge the validity of values. Determination of values is the basis of a sound public policy or decision. If we abdicate this responsibility, it may fall in irresponsible hands, with disastrous consequences. Hence, political theory must comprehend both political science and political philosophy. Dwelling on the nature of political theory, George Catlin, Political Quarterly. Then defining the scope of political philosophy, Catlin explained, "Our concern here is with the kingdom of ends or final values. So soon as a man begins to ask, what is for the national good, or what is the good society, he is asking questions in philosophy, ibid." In short, Catlin proceeds to identify the nature of political theory by pointing to its two important components, political science and political philosophy. As he has suggested, political science deals with the facts of political life, i.e. what is the real situation and which laws govern our actual behavior, while political philosophy is concerned with values, what is right or good for us. Andrew Hacker, Political Theory, Philosophy, Ideology, Science, 1961, also dwells on these two major components of political theory, but he introduces some new factors to elaborate the issue. Hacker writes, "Every political scientist plays a double role. He is part scientist and part philosopher. No theorist can make a lasting contribution to human knowledge unless he works in the realms of both science and philosophy. The scientific part of a theory can only achieve coherence and significance if the writer has a preconceived idea or the goals of political life." Commenting on the role of political science, Hacker observes, "The theorist whose pursuit is political science is interested in describing and explaining the realities of political behavior. He attempts to draw up generalized propositions about the actual relations between states and citizens and about the role of power in society, ibid." About the role of political philosophy, he comments, "The theorist whose interest is in writing political philosophy, on the other hand, is concerned with prescribing the goals which citizens, states, and societies ought to pursue. His aim is to generalize about right conduct in the political life and about the legitimate uses of power, ibid." Adequate knowledge of political science is essential for a sound political philosophy. As Hacker points out, the philosophical parts of a theory must be informed by a profound understanding of the fact of political life. The best political philosophers have always been well aware of the existing realities. They have given intense and systematic study to the needs and capabilities of man and society, ibid. Fuller scope of political theory may be understood with reference to its focus and its method of study. One point of its focus is the study of political concepts and ideas. For this purpose, normative philosophical method is regarded to be suitable. Another point of its focus is the study of political institutions and behavior. For this purpose, descriptive scientific method is regarded quite suitable. It is necessary that each problem of political theory should be studied by the proper method. VLNR. Practice political decisions usually entail a mixture of empirical and moral judgments. In politics, refusing to decide is simply deciding to allow others, via dead for you. Robert Dahl, Modern Political Analysis, 1977. Scientific Method, A#XY7, *1-7, A scientific method refers to the method of study which focuses on the observation of facts through sense experience, that is the experience obtained through eye, touch, inquires into their relationship and the laws governing this relationship. Its purpose is to obtain reliable knowledge about facts and explanation of events. The use of scientific method in the study BBF's politics is an essential feature of political science. Normative method, normative method, refers to the method of study which seeks to determine as to what we ought to do. It is the arena of reflection on our values and ideals. For S concerned with the judgment of good and evil, right and wrong. While carrot agreement on certain principles on these issues are less possible, nobody can claim to have a final word in this behalf. Each party is expected to sound arguments FO substantiate if stand. MWM Philosophical Method. Philosophical method refers to the method of study which seeks to construct basic concepts in order to solve the riddles of the universe and human society. It raises certain basic questions and inquires as to which of the phenomena are capable of observation and which of them are beyond our observation by sense experience. In order to understand the things beyond our observation, we try to build a system of thought based on logic and determine as to what type of knowledge would be reliable and what type of knowledge would not be reliable. The knowledge obtained by normative method is also duly recognized under the philosophical method. A combination of normative and philosophical method in the study of politics gives rise to political philosophy. Nature of political science. In consonance with the requirements of scientific method, political science proceeds by the following steps. A. Observation, which relies on sense experience alone and rules out supernatural or metaphysical causation, because it is beyond our sense experience. B. Generalization, which is based on observation of regularities, leading to establishing the relation and correlation between different factors or variables. This may either be obtained by the inductive method, proceeding from particular to general, i.e. arriving at a general rule after observing similarities in particular cases, or by the deductive method, proceeding from general to particular, i.e. postulating a general rule and then confirming it by observation of particular cases. Generalization must be expressed in the form of a general rule, preferably in quantitative terms, which should be capable of verification by experimentation. C. Explanation, which consists in giving reasons for the general rule, for without such reasoning, any observation of correlation might be a mere coincidence. Explanation alone will make particular events, situations, or tendencies meaningful. And finally, D. Prediction and prescription, so that in the light of known facts and general rules, their possible outcome could be known and measures for achieving such objectives as higher efficiency, stability, satisfaction, etc., could be suggested. Behavioral approach exemplifies the scientific approach to the study of politics. It insists on studying the actual behavior of human beings in a political situation rather than describing salient features of political institutions and their legal position. In the behavioral approach, formal political institutions are dissolved into systems and processes so as to focus attention on the actual behavior of political actors, which alone is capable of scientific study. However, post-behavioral approach insists on making the achievements of political science subservient to human values and ends. Hence, it heralds revival of concern with values without compromising scientific method for the study of facts. In short, post-behavioralism calls for application of political science for overcoming the prevailing crises in various spheres of human life. Nature of political philosophy. It is sometimes alleged that political science deals with the real, while political philosophy deals with the ideal. According to this viewpoint, political science inquires into what men and women actually do in a political situation, while political philosophy tries to determine what they ought to do in keeping with the ultimate good or purpose of human life. But this view does not define the scope of political philosophy adequately. Political philosophy may properly be recognized by its critical function. As D.D. Raphael, Problems of Political Philosophy, 1976, significantly observed, it is true that some of the classical political philosophers have set out ideal forms of society, but this has not been their central concern. Even in Plato, the purpose of depicting an ideal society is to criticize existing society and to promote understanding of general social concepts such as justice. According to Raphael, the fundamental purpose of traditional philosophy has been the critical evaluation of beliefs. Philosophy differs from science in that science seeks explanation while philosophy seeks justification. Ibid. The term justification implies the attempt to give rational grounds either for accepting or rejecting the beliefs which are usually taken for granted. Another closely related function of political philosophy is the clarification of concepts. As Raphael has pointed out, many of these concepts, such as the concept of society, authority, social class, justice, liberty, and democracy, are not only highly general but also vague. Clarification of such concepts involves three related purposes: analysis, synthesis, and improvement of concepts. Analysis of a concept involves specifying its elements, often by way of definition, such as defining sovereignty as supreme legal authority. Synthesis of concepts implies showing the logical relationships between two concepts, such as showing that the concept of a right involves that of an obligation. Improvement of a concept implies recommending a definition or use that will assist clarity or coherence, such as recommending that the concept of sovereignty should be applied only to the legal authority of a state, and not to its coercive power. Conclusion. It may be conceded that political philosophy deals with the needs, objectives, and goals of human life which cannot be scientifically ascertained. But these can always be discussed by the right-thinking people, argued on the basis of available data and reasoning, and some acceptable point may be reached at the current level of our social consciousness. Most of the arguments can be picked up for further scrutiny from the long tradition of political thought. New arguments can be introduced thereto and conclusions drawn from the expanding horizons of our knowledge. Hence, The search for values and a critical review of our position is an ongoing process which justify the continuing pursuit of political philosophy. In fact, political philosophy itself arose from a critic's reflection of political activity which existed long before the advent of political philosophy. It exemplified the Socratic function of speaking truth to power. 1. J. Hacker particularly cautions us to distinguish political theory from ideology. A theory, whether it takes the character of science or philosophy, must be dispassionate and disinterested. When a theorist has no personal interest in any political arrangement, his vision of reality and his image of the good life will not be clouded, nor will his theory be special pleading. The intention of ideology is to justify a particular system of power in society. The ideologue is an interested party. His interest may be to defend things as they are or to criticize the status quo in the hope that a new distribution of power will come into being. Political theory, philosophy, ideology, science. 1961. When theory is clouded by ideology, it is bound to be distorted. Political philosophy aims at a disinterested search for the principles of the good state and the good society. When clouded by ideology, it is reduced to a rationalization for current or future political and social arrangements. For instance, upholders of capitalism regard private property as most conducive to justice and social progress, while upholders of socialism regard social ownership of means of production as the most suitable method of achieving these ends. Similarly, upholders of nationalism place national pride and national interest above any other goal, while supporters of internationalism tend to disregard national boundaries to determine the index of human progress. In a nutshell, all ideologies are biased towards partisan ends. Any such moss obstructs our search for truth. Political science demands a disinterested search for knowledge. Ideology focuses on selected parts of social and political reality and gives its distorted description as well as explanation. On the contrary, scholarly detachment is the keynote of political theory in real sense of the term. Significance of political theory. Political science and political philosophy play complementary roles in the realm of political theory. Significance of political theory may, therefore, be sought in both of these areas. Control of social life. Scientific analysis of political life enables us to understand and solve the problems of our social life. Just as the knowledge of geology helps us in understanding the causes of earthquake and gives us insights for preventing the havoc caused by it, so political science enables us to understand the causes of conflict and violence in society and gives us insights for preventing their outburst. Just as the knowledge of physics enables us to generate electricity from our thermal and water resources, so the knowledge of political science enables us to secure development of society from our human resources. Just as the knowledge of medical science enables us to control and cure various diseases of human body, so political science guides us to find remedies of political instability and various types of social crises. Social criticism and reconstruction. Political philosophy is primarily concerned with right and wrong, good and evil in social life. When we find something wrong in our society and polity, we look for logical grounds for criticizing it and speculate about the creation of a good society. A galaxy of political philosophers like Plato, Aristotle, St. Augustine, Machiavelli, Hobbes, Locke, Rousseau, Hegel, Marx, Mill, and Macpherson have analyzed the prevailing ills in society, and they have given their own schemes of social reconstruction. We cannot accept any of these proposals as the final truth, but they give us ample insights into the possible ills of social life and their remedies. We can draw our own scheme of social reconstruction on the basis of these insights. For example, Plato brilliantly exposed the modus operandi of selfish and cunning politicians in a democracy. Machiavelli vividly described the character of selfish and greedy people. Marx identified the sources of conflict between the owners and non-owners of property, and Macpherson exposed the intricacies of power structure in contemporary society, which obstructs the way to creative freedom of individual. We can draw valuable insights from their thought for finding remedies to the existing ills in the present-day society. Clarification of concepts. Political philosophy helps us a lot in the clarification of concepts used in the analysis of social and political life. In fact, the clarification of concepts in each area of study, whether science or philosophy, is essential for the development of knowledge. This task is particularly difficult in the field of political theory. As Sheldon S. Volline has pointed out, there is the widespread tendency to utilize the same words and notions in describing non-political phenomena that we do in talking about political matters. In contrast to the restricted technical usages of mathematics and the natural sciences, phrases like the authority of the Father, the authority of the Church, or the authority of Parliament are evidence of the parallel usages prevailing in social and political discussions, politics, and vision. I-960. So when we use the terms of common parlance in political discourse, it is very important to determine their technical meaning. Moreover, the terms like authority, social class, liberty, equality, justice, democracy, etc., may be applied by different schools of thought to indicate different ideas. Political philosophy tries to determine their precise meaning, which should be acceptable to the upholders of different ideologies. Agreement on the meaning of the terms of political discourse does not necessarily mean that they come to accept each other's viewpoint, but it certainly paves the way for their dialogue. For example, if a liberal and a socialist accept the same meaning of freedom or equality, they are likely to appreciate each other's viewpoint more readily. As long as precise meanings of the terms of political discourse are not determined, Some people may apply them so cleverly as to conceal a weak point of their argument. Some selfish leaders and demagogues may use these terms to mislead people by creating an emotional appeal and evading reason. And autocrats may apply them to legitimize their oppressive regimes, as Mussolini 1883 to 1945 did in Italy. Again, a precise and widely accepted definition of a term enables each thinker to build his argument on a sound footing. As every innovative mechanic need not invent a wheel to assemble a new machine, so every new thinker need not devise new terminology to present his point of view. Encouragement to mutual respect and toleration. RHE tradition of political theory encourages a dignified debate between upholders of different points of view. Most political philosophers from ancient times till the present day have been dwelling on some common problems and giving us new insights. As Andrew Hacker has significantly observed, political theory is a never-ending conversation among theorists, and while the greatest of the debates are never resolved, the criticisms which the writers make of each other are always most vivid and illuminating. Politics is, after all, the most democratic of sciences. The final judgments concerning political reality and the good life are the responsibility of all who undertake the study of theory. Political theory, philosophy, ideology, science. 1961. When we follow the tradition of political philosophers, it inspires us to understand each other's viewpoint. It gives us an opportunity to identify the strengths and weaknesses of our thought, to convince others and be convinced by others when truth is discovered. In short, political theory generates mutual respect and toleration among us and prompts us to resolve our differences peacefully. Conclusion. Broadly speaking, political theory consists of political science and political philosophy. These two branches of political theory taken together perform three functions which are recognized as the functions of political theory: A. Description, Z. Criticism, and C. Reconstruction. Political science mainly relies on empirical method, that is the knowledge based on our practical experience, which is supposed to be most reliable. Hence it specializes in description. Political philosophy, being concerned with value judgment, specializes in criticism and reconstruction. Advocates of positivism, neo-positivism, logical positivism, and behavioralism wish to confine political theory to the sphere of political science. They argue that evaluative statements are based on individual or group preferences which differ from individual to individual and from group to group. There is no reliable method of determining what is right or wrong, good or evil. One cannot scientifically discover the purpose of the universe or human life. Hence, the questions of value judgment should be dropped from the purview of political theory altogether. However, since the advent of post-behavioralism, 1969, and consequent upon the revival of political philosophy in the 1970s and 1980s, there has been a renewed emphasis on values in the realm of political theory. It is now argued that value judgment serves as an essential guide to sociate policy. Indifference to value judgment will leave society in the dark. The emerging concerns with environmentalism, feminism, human rights, and social justice for the subaltern groups, etc., call for exploring the new horizons of value judgment. If political theory tends to relinquish this important function, it may be grabbed by some less competent agency. As David Held, Political Theory Today, 1991, editor's introduction, has pointed out, taken as a whole, the tasks of political theory are unquestionably demanding. In the absence of their systematic pursuit, there is always the danger that politics will be left to the ignorant and self-interested, or to those simply with a will to power. Thus, all the functions of political theory have now become very important and urgent in the present-day world, where most of our problems are assuming global dimensions, and they are being recognized as the problems of humanity as such. Debate on the decline of political theory. Political theory implies an intellectual effort to attain a systematic knowledge about the goals and methods of politics. In this sense, it has a long tradition spreading over 2.5 millenniums. However, in mid-20th century, the exponents of new political science began to question the continued relevance of the traditional political theory. David Easton, an American political scientist, in his Political System, an inquiry into the state of political science, 1953, asserted that the traditional political theory was based on mere speculation. It was devoid of acute observation of the political reality. In order to lay scientific foundations of the study of politics, it was necessary to rescue it from the study of classics and the history of political ideas. Easton argued that the traditional political theory was the product of the turmoil that characterized the past ages. It particularly flourished in Greece in pre-Plato days, Italy in the 15th century, England in the 16th and 17th centuries, and France in the 18th century, which were the days of widespread social and political upheaval. It had no relevance in contemporary society. Easton also pointed out that there has been no outstanding political philosopher after Marx, 1818 to 83, and J.S. Mill, 1806 to 73. Why live parasitically on a century-old ideas? Easton argued that while economists and sociologists had produced a systematic study of human behavior in their respective spheres of investigation, political scientists had lagged behind. They failed to acquire suitable research tools to account for the rise of fascism or communism and their continuance. Again, during the Second World War, 1939 to 45, economists, sociologists, and psychologists had played an active role in the decision-making process, but political scientists were ignored. Easton, therefore, appealed for building up a behavioral political science closer to other social sciences to take its due place in the decision-making process. He suggested that while traditional political theory was primarily concerned with evolving suitable values for society, modern political science need not make efforts in this direction. He believed that values represent individual or group preferences relative to the social conditions in which these are developed. Contemporary society would evolve its own value system from its own experience, and insight political scientists should only focus on building causal theory to explain political behavior. However, Easton changed his view after 1.5 decades. In his presidential address to the American Political Science Association in 1969, he launched his post-behavioral revolution. In fact, Easton was trying to convert political science from a pure science to applied science. He insisted that scientific investigation should enable the contemporary society to tide over the prevailing crisis. This also involved a renewed concern with values, which were sought to be excluded in the earlier behavioral approach. The debate on the decline of political theory, which appeared in 1950s, was also joined by some other prominent writers. Thus, Alfred Cobbin, in his paper on the decline of political theory, published in Political Science Quarterly, 1953, argued that political theory had lost its significance in capitalist as well as communist systems. Capitalist systems were inspired by the idea of libertarian democracy, whereas there was no political theorist of democracy. Capitalist system was characterized by an overwhelming role of bureaucracy and the creation of a huge military machine. Political theory had practically to play no role in sustaining this system. On the other hand, communist systems were characterized by a new form of party organization and the rule of a small oligarch. Political theory had taken a backseat under these systems. Cobbin pointed out that Hegel and Marx were interested in a small part of the universe. Hegel was primarily concerned with territorial state, and Marx with proletariat class. They wanted to discover what was predestined within their respective frames of reference. Contemporary politics was operating on such a large scale that it could not be analyzed in the light of any partial or narrow theory. Besides, logical positivists who sought to concentrate on facts to the exclusion of values were also responsible for the decline of political theory. However, Cobbin came to the conclusion that all was not yet lost. Political science has to answer questions which the methodology of social sciences, i.e. the methodology akin to that of the natural sciences, may not be able to answer. It must evolve criteria of judgment which will revive the relevance of political philosophy. Then Seymour Martin Lipset, in his Political Man, The Social Basis of Politics, 1960, argued that the values of the contemporary society had already been decided. In the United States, the age-old search for good society had come to an end because they had already achieved it. The prevailing form of democracy in that country was the closest approximation to the good society itself in operation. Thus, Lipset too questioned the continued relevance of political theory in those days. Indeed, the exponents of behavioral approach sought to strengthen scientific basis of the study of politics and to de-link it from political philosophy. But the champions of political philosophy never approved of their stand. Leo Strauss, in his famous paper, What is Political Philosophy?, published in Journal of Politics, 1957, and in An Epilogue to Essays on the Scientific Study of Politics, edited by Herbert J. Storing, 1962, argued that the new science of politics was, in fact, a symptom of the alleged decline of political theory. By adopting positivist approach, it had ignored the challenge of normative issues. Empirical theory of politics asserts equal importance of all social values. It denies that certain tilings are intrinsically high while others are intrinsically low. Thus, it obliterates the distinction between men and brutes as if it destroys the identity of clean water by mixing it with dirty water. Commenting on this debate, Dante Germino, in his Beyond Ideology, The Revival of Political Theory, 1967, argued that in most of the 19th century and early 20th century there were two major causes of the decline of political theory. A. The rise of positivism, which led to the craze for science. And 6. The prevalence of political ideologies culminating in Marxism. But now it was again in ascendancy, particularly in the political thought of Michael Oakeshott, Hannah Arendt, Bertrand de Juvenal, Leo Strauss, and Eric Voegelin. This list was expanded by Germino in a subsequent paper, The Contemporary Relevance of the Classics of Political Philosophy, Handbook of Political Science, ed. by Fred I. Greenstein, Nelson W. Polsby, Volume I, 1975. The new political thinkers added to this list included John Rawls, C.B. McPherson, Christian Bay, Robert Nozick, Herbert Marcuse, Jurgen Habermas, Alastair MacIntyre equals N.D. Michael Walzer. The works of these writers had revived the grand tradition of political philosophy. Germino suggested that in order to understand the new role of political theory, it was imperative to identify it with political philosophy. Political philosophy is a critical study of the principles of right order in human social existence, involving inquiry into right and wrong. It is neither reductionist behavioral science where everything is reduced to sense experience, nor opinionated ideology which accepts some principles to be true without inquiring into their validity. It comprehends both the knowledge of facts and the insight with which that knowledge is comprehended. According to Germino, political philosophy deals with perennial problems confronting man in his social existence. Detachment is not ethical neutrality. A political philosopher cannot remain indifferent to the political struggle of his Tmes, as a behavioralist would claim. In short, Behavioral political science concentrates on facts and remains neutral to values. Political philosophy cannot grow along carrot positivism, which abstains from a critical examination of any social situation. The gulf between traditionalist and behavioralist components of political theory is so wide that they cannot be reunited. Any theory separated from the perennial concerns of political philosophy will prove to be irrelevant. Germino laments that the behavioral political theory has often implicitly or uncritically endorsed the policies and practices of the established order instead of performing the Socratic function of speaking truth to power. He warns that full recovery of critical political theory cannot be achieved within the positivist universe of discourse. P. Herbert Marcuse, 1898 to 1979, has significantly pointed to the risk involved in the demand for scientific study of society and politics. He has argued that when the language of social science attempts to conform to the language of natural science, it tends to lend support to the status quo. In this context, scientific terminology is sought to be defined in terms of such operations and behavior that are capable of observation and measurement. This leaves no scope for a critical vision in the scientific language. For instance, when people's participation is sought to be estimated on the basis of the numbers of voters who turn up at elections, we do not question whether the prevailing electoral system is conducive to the spirit of democracy. When we adopt this method of study, social science no longer remains an instrument of social inquiry. It becomes an instrument of social control. In any case, since 1970s, the dispute between political science and political philosophy has largely subsided. While David Easton had shown a renewed concern with values in his post-behavioral approach, the exponents of political philosophy did not hesitate in testing their assumptions by empirical method. Earlier, Karl Popper, 1902 to 94, an eminent exponent of scientific method, had sought to recommend certain social values. Now John Rawls, 1921 to 2002, adopted empirical method for arriving at his principles of justice. Then C.B. Macpherson, 1911 to 87, attacked the empirical theory of democracy propounded by Joseph Schumpeter, 1883 to 1950, and Robert Dahl, 1915-20U, and advanced his own radical theory of democracy. Herbert Marcuse and Jürgen Habermas, 1929, have shown a strong empirical insight in their critical analysis of the contemporary capitalism. It is now widely held that political science, like other social and natural sciences, enables us to strengthen our means, but we will have to resort to political philosophy to determine our ends. Means and ends are interdependent. Hence, political science and political philosophy play complementary roles in our social life. Concept of ideology. In the realm of political theory, the term ideology is applied in two contexts. A set of ideas which are accepted to be true by a particular group, party, or nation without further examination. And the science of ideas which examines as to how different ideas are formed, how truth is distorted, and how we can overcome distortions to discover true knowledge. Ideology as a set of ideas. DV Clinton tempi Scientific temper refers to an inclination to rely on scientific method for discovering truth and acting on the truth so discovered. It does not subscribe to miracles, magic, or sorcery. It draws conclusions only from scientific evidence and reason, and rules out any role of abstract forces or supernatural causes, movements of heavenly bodies, acts of ghosts or evil spirits, etc. In regulating human life, where science and superstition do not go together. In this context, ideology means a set of those ideas which are accepted to be true by a particular group without further examination. These ideas are invoked in order to justify or denounce a particular way of social, economic, or political organization. In this sense, ideology is a matter of faith. It has no scientific basis. Adherents of an ideology think that its validity need not be subjected to verification. Different groups may adhere to different ideologies. Hence, differences among them are inevitable. Ideology, therefore, gives rise to love-hate relationship, which is not conducive to scientific temper. Examples of some ideologies are liberalism, capitalism, socialism, Marxism, communism, anarchism, fascism, imperialism, nationalism, internationalism, etc. 16. Ideology, politics, and political theory. A group will invoke its ideology to determine the best system of government, the basis of right to rule, and the procedure for the selection of rulers. Broadly speaking, it answers the following questions. Who should rule? How rulers should be selected? According to what principles should a government operate? And what institutions should be maintained or replaced for the realization of those principles? When an ideology is used to defend an existing system or to advocate a limited or a radical change in that system, it becomes a part of politics. A political ideology may lend legitimacy to the ruling class, or it may involve an urge for revolution. It, therefore, signifies the manipulative power of a dominant class or of a social movement. An ideology is action-oriented. It presents a cause before its adherents and induces them to fight for that cause, and to make sacrifices for its realization. For example, nationalism may inspire people to sacrifice their wealth or life for defending the freedom of their nation. But communalism may induce hatred among people towards members of another community and prompt them to destroy life and property of innocent persons. One stream of fundamentalism, based on obscurantism, has given rise to worldwide terrorism. Fundamentalism. Fundamentalism refers to an extremely orthodox view of religion which regards a theoduntant happy face of lich caret, sc tulpshirda. B. Literally true. DYD firmly adheres to its teachings. V. Soxlch accepts the description of supernatural events and divine miracles included in the scripture with full faith. It does not recognize any scientific knowledge that contradicts the contents of the scripture. V. Obscurantism. Obscurantism refers to an approach, policy, or viewpoint which tends to project the world in such a form that ordinary people are unable to attain true knowledge thereof. It believes in concealing the truth and preventing its knowledge to reach the ordinary people who continue to be guided by superstitions. In the sphere of politics, conflicting ideologies may be invoked to defend conflicting norms or ideals. Of these, some ideals may be designed to serve some vested interests, and some ideals may seek to challenge irrational beliefs and conventions, and thus pave the way for progress. For example, ideology of imperialism may be invoked to encourage the exploitation of colonial territories and their people, while environmentalism may be invoked to save humanity from the curse of atmospheric pollution and depletion of valuable natural resources. Z. Coming to political theory, it may be observed that in many cases political theories and political ideologies are described by the same terminology. For instance, the terms liberalism, socialism, communism, etc. are applied to describe certain political ideologies as well as political theories. Do they indicate identical things? Some writers think it is so. At times, a political theory seems to justify and prescribe a course of action as if it were a political ideology. The genesis of a political theory may be sought to be explained in the light of stresses and strains emanating from actual politics. Sometimes, clash of some political theories may be explained in the light of a clash in a political situation. That is why G.H. Sabine, in his preface to the first edition of his A History of Political Theory, 1937, wrote, "This history of political theory is written in the light of the hypothesis that theories of politics are themselves a part of politics. Reflection upon the ends of political action, upon the means of achieving them, upon the possibilities and necessities of political situations, and upon the obligations that political purposes impose is an intrinsic element of the whole political process." However, Sabine's view on this issue cannot be accepted as the final word. We must draw a distinction between the origin and the validity of a theory. While it may be conceded that political theories arise from different political situations, yet the study of political theory also includes a critical evaluation of these theories. This critical evaluation involves segregation of truth embodied in these theories from those elements which are the product of political considerations. Are greater than our example. We denounce Aristotle's defense of slavery and subjugation of women because these were designed to promote the interests of freemen in ancient Greek society. But his explanation of the instability of constitutions, stating that the power and virtue cannot coexist, must be accepted as valid as it embodies an eternal truth. Similarly, Machiavelli's advice to the prince to set aside all moral considerations cannot be accepted, but his insights regarding human behavior can be profitably used in the sphere of diplomacy and statecraft. It is the critical function of political theory that distinguishes it from the set of ideas which are the product of politics. Politics involves the pursuit of partisan ends. Political ideology is closely related to politics because it involves a passionate search for a better society according to the prescribed model. But political theory involves a disinterested search for a better society. Its goals are under constant investigation and critical examination. Andrew Hacker, in his Political Theory, Philosophy, Ideology, Science, 1961, has observed that whether we look at the philosophical side of political theory or its scientific side, it is always dispassionate and disinterested. In other words, the theorist has no fascination toward a particular political arrangement. His image of a good life is not affected by any prejudice. He does not favor or oppose any particular arrangement without examining its rightness. On the contrary, an ideology is designed either to defend the existing system or to condemn it in order to prove the superiority of a different system. If theory is loaded by an ideology, it is bound to be distorted. Political philosophy or political theory calls for a disinterested search for the best system of state and society. Ideology seeks to justify an existing or a future political and social arrangement. Political science calls for impartial observation of political and social reality. Ideology focuses on selected parts of political and social reality and gives its distorted description as well as explanation. On the contrary, absolute impartiality is the keynote of genuine political theory. In the realm of political theory, each political theory should be critically examined. Its strong and weak points must be discerned. It should be compared with other relevant theories and evaluated in that light. It is, therefore, imperative to understand ideology as the science of ideas also. IDOIOC ACIUESCT and C BPID the term ideology was originally devised to describe the science of ideas. In this sense, it seeks to determine how ideas are formed, how they are distorted, and how true ideas could be segregated from false ideas. It was Destutt de Tracy, 1754 to 1836, a French scholar, who first used the word ideology during 1801 to 15 in his writings on the Enlightenment. He defined it as a study of the process of forming ideas, a science of ideas. Tracy observed that ideas are stimulated by the physical environment. Hence empirical learning, Lu, the knowledge obtained through sense experience, sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch, is the only source of knowledge. Supernatural or spiritual phenomena have no role to play in the formation of real ideas. Science is founded on these ideas. People could use science for the improvement of social and political conditions. Although Tracy was the first to use the term ideology in this sense, he was not the first to study the process of formation of ideas. Francis Bacon, 1561 to 1626, an English philosopher before him, had insisted that knowledge should come from a careful and accurate observation and experience. He held that the knowledge deduced from less scientific methods of inquiry was distorted by false impressions or idols. In short, Bacon and Tracy focused on the validity of knowledge obtained by scientific method and cautioned us against distorted forms of knowledge. All colors will agree in the dark. Franz Bacon, 1625. In contemporary literature, the term ideology is applied to the set of ideas which are adopted by a group in order to motivate it for the achievement of predetermined goals. Science of ideas is now described by different terms, like sociology of knowledge, the term introduced by Karl Mannheim, or critical theory, the term popularized by the Frankfurt School. Science of ideas is used to identify the causes of distortion in the prevailing ideologies. A systematic attempt in this direction began with Marx. Later Lukács and Mannheim also made significant contributions to this effort. A sociology of knowledge refers to a systematic attempt to inquire as to how our knowledge is determined, conditioned, or distorted by our social background. The term was introduced by Karl Mannheim in Ideology and Utopia, 1929. Although earlier sociologists had also made a significant beginning in this direction. Theory. Critical theory refers to a stream of philosophical thought which maintains that human society has not yet evolved a rational form of existence, which is still to be achieved. Hence, it cannot be analyzed by the paradigm of natural sciences. All social institutions and behavior should, therefore, be analyzed from the perspective of their deviation from a rational form. This theory was popularized by the Frankfurt School, which was originally set up in 1923. Critical theory is interested in human emancipation and not in the achievement of a narrow ideological goal. Hence, it cannot be equated with an ideology. Ideology, a matter of faith. Characterized by closed mind, interested search for better society. Instrument of politics. I demand subordination to authority. Set of ideas on best system of society and government. Characterized by open mind. A matter of critical examination. Dimensions or ideology. A Y, a V1. For YYFY. I, for science of ideas, on how ideas are formed and distorted. Instrument of political theory. Allows individual to question authority. JV illustration. Consider the following statements. A. God created man in his own image. B. Man created God in his own image. Now, the first statement, which occurs in the Biblical Old Testament, conveys an issue of FDLTH, JT. 1s required to be accepted without questioning, is, without asking for any evidence to prove it. On the other hand, the second statement, which seems to be the reversal of the first statement, conveys our own experience. It is akin to an empirical statement. Its occurrence can be empirically demonstrated. Catch community, particularly each religious community, tends to seek the attributes of man in its image of God and other characters of its mythology. So the first statement corresponds to the concept of ideology as a set of ideas, while the second statement is concerned with the science of ideas. Views of Marx. Karl Marx, 1818 to 83, in German Ideology, 1845 to 46, and a contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, 1859, dwelled on the nature of ideology. According to him, ideology is a manifestation of false consciousness. In his contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, preface, Marx observed, in the social production which men carry on, they enter into definite relations that are indispensable and independent of their will. These relations of production correspond to a definite stage of development of their material powers of production. The sum total of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation on which rise legal and political superstructures, and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. The mode of production in material life determines the general character of the social, political, and spiritual process of life. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but, on the contrary, their social existence determines their consciousness. According to Marx, in the process of social development, material needs of people advance, but their social consciousness lags behind. This distorted consciousness or false consciousness is reflected in their ideology. Dominant class at any stage of social development makes use of ideology to maintain its authority. For example, makers of the French Revolution, 1789, raised the slogan of liberty, equality, fraternity to enlist support of the masses, but they settled for liberty which served their interest, the interest of the new entrepreneurial class of those days. They did not proceed to win freedom for common man, but stopped after winning freedom for a new dominant class to ensure inviolability of property. Marx and Engels, 1820-95, held that ideology is an instrument for protecting the interests of the dominant class. Thus, bourgeoisie, the capitalist class, needs ideology to maintain itself in power. On the contrary, when proletariat, the working class, conies to power after the socialist revolution, it has no vested interest in maintaining itself in power. It strives to pave the way for withering away of the state itself. It does not want to continue as the dominant class, but prepares for transition to the classless society. However, V.I. Lenin, 1870 to 1924, in his What is to be Done? 1902, maintained that ideology is not necessarily a distortion of truth to conceal the prevailing contradictions, but it has become a neutral concept which refers to the political consciousness of different classes, including the proletarian class. He argued that the class struggle will continue for a very long time during the socialist phase. So proletariat also needs an ideology, the ideology of scientific socialism for their guidance, lest they are overpowered by the bourgeois ideology. Scientific socialism. Scientific socialism refers to a theory of socialism based on the scientific laws derived from the historical analysis. Marx, 1818 to 83, and Engels, 1820 to 95, are the chief exponents of this theory. They held that various stages of historical development are the manifestations of the contradictions in material conditions which necessarily lead human society to the goal of socialism. Whereas utopian socialism regards socialism as a moral choice, scientific socialism considers it a historical necessity. Views of Lukács. George Lukács, 1885 to 1971, a Hungarian Marxist, in History and Class Consciousness, 1923, postulated a theory of the dependence of thought on social life, which primarily consisted of class relations of material production. He held that consciousness was always class consciousness. The proletariat, by virtue of its increasing estrangement within the socio-economic sphere, occupied a unique historical position from which it could achieve universal consciousness. On the nature of ideology, Lukács maintained that it refers both to bourgeois and proletarian consciousness, without implying a necessary negative connotation. Marxism itself is the ideological expression of the proletariat. Lukács held that bourgeois ideology is false, not because ideology itself is false consciousness, but because bourgeois class situation is structurally limited. In other words, bourgeoisie, the capitalist class, cannot stand on its own. It must exploit proletariat, the working class, to maintain itself. Bourgeois ideology is deplorable because it dominates and contaminates the psychological consciousness of proletariat. However, Lukács has warned that ideological struggle should not become a substitute for class struggle. Views of Mannheim. Karl Mannheim, 1893 to 1947, a German sociologist, in his famous essay Ideology and Utopia, 1929, rejects Marx's theory of ideology on three grounds. A. Style of thought of any group is only indirectly related to its interests. There is no direct correlation between its consciousness and its economic interests. All thought is shaped by its social background. Hence, Marxism itself is the ideology of a class. And C. Apart from classes, other social groups, like different generations, also have a significant influence upon consciousness. Mannheim introduced the term sociology of knowledge to focus on social determination of knowledge. He sought to generalize Marxist framework as a tool of analysis. He held that the false consciousness may be manifested in two forms: ideology and utopia. Ideology represents the tendency of conservation. It relies on the false consciousness to muster support for the maintenance of status quo. On the other hand, utopia represents the impetus to change. It relies on the false consciousness by projecting unrealizable principles to muster support for the forces of change. A ruling class makes use of ideology. The opposition may project a utopia. Mannheim declared that Marxist vision of a classless society was nothing short of utopia. Hence, it also makes false consciousness its tool. VRW Utopia I Utopia refers to the vision of a perfect social and political system where everyone is happy. Originally, if signified an imaginary island depicted by Sir Thomas More T in his Latin work Utopia, 1516. In social sciences, this term is applied to designate a set of fascinating but unrealizable principles. The relative character of all knowledge, as postulated by Mannheim, makes the knowledge of objective truth extremely difficult. Is there no hope, then, to discover truth? Well, there is a silver lining. Mannheim hinges on the possibility of a free-floating stratum, one of intellectuals between the contending classes to achieve disinterested knowledge. He hopes that some enlightened individuals within the conflicting groups will realize that their perception of truth is partial. It could be complemented by understanding their opponent's view. Such individuals from both sides will come together with an open mind. They will enter into a dialogue and incessantly strive to arrive at the objective truth. Thus, they will open the way to achieve synthetic common knowledge of the prevailing historical situation and a realistic assessment of actual possibilities. In other words, they will be able to grasp a realistic vision between ideology and utopia. Mannheim identifies these intellectuals as social scientists. He recommends that these social scientists, who have proved their ability to grasp the objective truth, should be given authority to rule. Critics argue that Mannheim has created confusion between the origin and validity of knowledge. His extreme relativism contemplates the existence of ideas without upholders. Moreover, Giving absolute power to social scientists is fraught with danger of absolutism. They would behave like SDF-righteous rulers who would refuse to accept any new ideas that may challenge their authority. This tendency must be prevented to pave the way for social progress. Let these social scientists function as critics of power holders instead of wielding power themselves. They would better serve as organizers of agitations and demonstrations, journalists and writers, and as conscience keepers of society. Power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. L. Lord Acton. K.I. Ideology and totalitarianism. When ideology is conceived as an instrument of motivating people for the achievement of predetermined goals, it comes close to totalitarianism. Some writers, therefore, assert that ideology in this sense is found only in totalitarian systems. It has no place in an open society. Totalitarianism. Totalitarianism serves to a system of governance in which the state seeks to regulate and control all aspects of life of its citizens, whether public or private. In other words, it seeks to direct all political, economic, social, cultural, and intellectual activities of people towards fulfilling certain aims which are determined by the state itself. No citizen has the right or opportunity to oppose or criticize the state, or to propose any new aim. F. Open society. Open society refers to a social and political system where there is a free flow of information regarding public affairs and matters of public importance. Public policy in such a system represents a reconciliation of diverse interests of the people. Power holders under this system do not claim that they have found the truth. Hence, it encourages freedom of expression among citizens. It shows readiness to adopt new ideas and permits the citizens to criticize the government. Famous Austrian philosopher Karl Popper, 1902-94, in The Open Society and Its Enemies, 1945, argued that ideology is the characteristic of totalitarianism. It has nothing to do in an open society. He maintained that science and freedom flourish together in a society which is open in the sense that it is willing to accept new ideas. In contrast, a totalitarian society claims that it has already found the truth and strives to implement it ruthlessly. Ideology is the tool which enables the state to mobilize its manpower and other resources for a goal which is declared to embody the absolute truth. It does not allow anyone to oppose or criticize the public policy which is exclusively determined by the ruling group. In Popper's view, Western liberal democratic societies are open. These societies are absolutely free to criticize the existing institutions and structures of power. Minds are like perihudas, they function only when open. Thomas R. Dewar. Then Hannah Arendt, 1906-75. A German Jew philosopher in The Origins of Totalitarianism, 1951, defined totalitarianism as a system of total domination, characterized by ideology and terror. It was made possible in recent Europe by three factors. A. The specific political and social position of the Jews which had given anti-Semitism, the tendency of hatred toward Jews, a new force. B. Imperialism which generated racist movements and worldwide expansion of power. And C. Dissolution of European society into uprooted masses, so lonely and disoriented that they could be mobilized behind ideologies. Thus, Popper and Arendt focused on the role of ideology as a tool of totalitarianism. It is interesting to recall that Marx had evolved the concept of ideology in late 19th century in order to expose the contradictions of capitalism. Concept of totalitarianism was evolved in early 20th century to describe the dictatorial way of working of communist regime of the Soviet Union till the end of Stalin era, 1953, and fascist regime of Italy, under Mussolini, and Germany, under Hitler, till the end of Second World War, 1945. Both communist and fascist regimes made ample use of their respective ideologies for the mobilization of their citizens toward the achievement of their respective goals. Popper largely focused on the communist regime and Arendt on the fascist regime to bring out the close correlation between ideology and totalitarianism. Conclusion. Ideology has been variously condemned as the reflection of false consciousness or as an instrument of totalitarianism. But it is not fair to look at all ideologies in this light. In actual practice, different ideologies as sets of ideas will continue to exist as the vehicles of value systems evolved by different groups. They will be used for motivating people to achieve the goals cherished by their upholders. They may also be used by some groups to convince others regarding their rightful claims. Ideologies do not belong exclusively to dominant classes. Oppressed classes also have their own ideologies. They cannot be set aside as false consciousness. Ideologies could serve as a meeting ground for like-minded people, instead of confining themselves to their tribe, caste, religion, region, etc. They may reflect changing social consciousness on crucial issues. Some ideologies have given rise to strong social movements for the emancipation of various oppressed sections. Some ideologies manifest a deep concern with the future of humanity, interest, bias, or submission to a particular person, group, or dynasty. It signifies a set of coherent ideas, perception of real and ideal from one's own position. It may also be used to make others realize that position. That is how, in the sphere of world politics, developing nations strive to impress upon the advanced nations to adopt humanist attitudes and policies. The current status of ideology in the world was reviewed in mid-1950s and in 1960s. In Western liberal democratic countries, it was declared that the age of ideology had come to an end. These countries looked at ideology as a tool of totalitarianism which had no place in open societies. End of ideology also implied that at the advanced stage of industrial development, a country's social-economic organization is determined by the level of its development and not by its political ideology. In other words, capitalist and communist countries were bound to evolve similar characteristics at the advanced stage of their industrial development, irrespective of their ideological differences. Early indications of this view may be found in the proceedings of a conference on the future of freedom held in Milan, Italy, in 1955. Edward Schill's report on this conference was published in Encounter, 1955, under the title The End of Ideology. The conference urged its participants to forget their minor differences and discover common grounds to face the danger of communism. Daniel Bell observed in the course of his speech, "Today ideologies are exhausted. In the Western world, there is today a rough consensus among intellectuals on political issues. The acceptance of a welfare state, the desirability of decentralized power, a system of mixed economy, and of political pluralism. In that sense, too, the ideological age has ended." This view was confirmed and further elaborated by several Western writers. Ralph Darndorf in Class and Class Conflict in Industrial Society, 1957, argued that the Western societies had entered a new phase of development. They were no longer capitalist societies. They had become post-capitalist societies. The coincidence of economic conflict and political conflict, which was the foundation of Marx's theory, had ceased to exist in the post-capitalist societies. In a capitalist society, the lines of industrial and political conflict were superimposed. The opponents within the industrial sphere, capitalists and workers, met again as bourgeoisie and proletariat in the political arena. In contrast, industry and society have been dissociated in the post-capitalist society. The social relations of the industrial sphere, including industrial conflict, no longer dominate the whole society but remain confined in their patterns and problems to the sphere of industry. In post-capitalist society, industry and industrial conflicts are institutionally isolated. In other words, they remain confined within the borders of their proper realm and do not influence politics and other spheres of social life. Thus, in Darndorf's view, the framework of Marxian ideology was no longer suitable for the analysis of the Western societies. Daniel Bell, in his noted work The End of Ideology, 1960, asserted that post-industrial societies are prone to similar development irrespective of their ideological differences. They have lesser proportion of workers in industry than in services. In other words, at the advanced stage of industrial development in any country, the services sector expands at a faster rate than the manufacturing sector. Besides, it is also characterized by the increasing dominance of technical elites. The change in this direction is not affected by its political ideology. Then Seymour M. Lipset, in Political Man, The Social Basis of Politics, I-960, significantly observed, democracy is not only or even primarily a means through which different groups can attain their ends or seek the good society. It is the good society itself in operation. Lipset observed that in the Western democracies, the differences between the left and the right are no longer profound. The only issues before politics are concerned with marginal increase in wages, marginal rise in prices, and extension of old age pensions, etc. He maintained that the fundamental political problems of the Industrial Revolution have been solved. The workers have achieved industrial and political citizenship. The conservatives have accepted the welfare state. And the democratic left has recognized that an increase in overall state power carries with it more dangers to freedom than solutions for economic problems. The triumph of democracy in the West has made the intellectuals realize that they no longer need ideologies or utopias to motivate them to political action. W. W. Rostow, in The Stages of Economic Growth, A Non-Communist Manifesto, 1960, built a unidimensional model of economic growth which was applicable to all countries irrespective of their political ideologies. He suggested that all societies pass through 5 stages of growth: traditional society, preconditions for takeoff, road to maturity, and the age of high mass consumption. He believed that the process of development going on at that time in Asia, Latin America, Africa, and the Middle East was analogous to the stages of preconditions for takeoff which prevailed in the Western societies in late 18th and 19th centuries. Rostow asserted that the adoption of different political ideologies played no role in determining the course of economic development in different countries. J.K. Galbraith, in The New Industrial State, 1967, identified certain characteristics of advanced industrial societies which correspond to the end of ideology thesis. Galbraith observed that all industrialized societies are destined to similar development. This involves greater centralization, bureaucratization, professionalization, and technocratization. These characteristics were visible in Russian as well as American systems, although they had adopted as divergent ideologies as communism and capitalism respectively. It means that a country's techno-economic structure is shaped by the level of its industrialization and not by its distinctive political ideology. Galbraith claimed that a new ruling class consisting of the bureaucratic and technocratic elite had emerged in all advanced industrial societies. This class belonged neither to the working class nor to the capitalists. In liberal societies, the members of this class occupied high positions in an open meritocratic system. Because of high rate of social mobility, they are not attached to particular capitalists. Power in society is vested in bureaucracy and technocracy, and not in capitalists. Galbraith comes to the conclusion that in the contemporary world, emancipation of humanity should be sought in anti-bureaucratism rather than in anti-capitalism. The End of Ideology Diocese had a message for the new nations of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. It implied that they should focus on their industrial development and should not run after the mirage of communism as a remedy off their ills. With the collapse of communist systems in East European countries in 1989, which was followed by a similar collapse in the then Soviet Union in 1991, this view got a new impetus in die form of the End of History thesis. Francis Fukuyama, in his paper entitled The End of History, published in the National Interest, 1989, argued that the failure of socialism, i.e. communism in the present context, meant an unabashed victory of economic and political liberalism. It marked the endpoint of mankind's ideological evolution and the universalization of Western liberal democracy as the final form of human government. Fukuyama maintained that the liberal democracy contains no basic contradictions and that it is capable of fulfilling the deepest aspirations of mankind. Its victory has heralded an end to the long historical struggle which had obstructed its expansion in the past. This thesis was given wide publicity in the Western press and academic circles as it was suited to their mode of thought. However, Richard Titmuss, C. Wright Mills, C.B. McPherson, and Alastair MacIntyre severely criticized the End of Ideology thesis. Titmuss observed that the champions of the End of Ideology thesis overtook the problems of monopolistic concentration of economic power, social disorganization, and cultural deprivation within the capitalist system. C. Wright Mills dubbed the upholders of End of Ideology thesis the advocates of status quo. In his view, it is an ideology of political complacency which appears to be the only way now available for many social scientists to acquiesce in or to justify the established social structure. So far as human and political ideas are concerned, the End of Ideology thesis stands for the denial of their relevance. C.B. McPherson asserted that the champions of the End of Ideology thesis make a futile attempt to solve the problem of equitable distribution within the market society. Alastair MacIntyre, Against the Self-Images of the Age, 1971, significantly observed that the End of Ideology asterisk theorists failed to entertain one crucial alternative possibility, namely that the End of Ideology, far from marking the end of ideology, was itself a key expression of the ideology of the time and place where it arose. In short, the End of Ideology debate and its latest version are designed to project the supremacy of liberal democratic system in theory as well as practice. In the contemporary climate of increasing urge for liberalization, privatization, and globalization, this idea seems to be riding high. However, it needs a close scrutiny. Collapse of socialism in a large part of the world could be the outcome of human faults in its implementation. Moreover, Western democratic world is by no means an epitome of justice and morality. Human emancipation is a complex venture. There are no ready-made answers to all human problems. In devising their solution, relevant ideas from different ideologies may be drawn and examined. Of these, liberalism, Marxism, socialism, fascism, anarchism, Gundeism, and feminism are particularly important. V. Basic tenets of liberalism. Liberalism is a principle of politics which insists on liberty of individual as the first and foremost goal of public policy. Liberty, in this sense, implies liberation from restraints, particularly from the restraints imposed by an authoritarian state. This principle was evolved in the West in late 17th century in order to liquidate feudal privileges of the landowning class and to create favorable conditions for the new entrepreneurial class. In fact, liberalism is not a fixed mode of thought, but an intellectual movement which seeks to accommodate new ideas in order to face new situations and new challenges. However, its basic tenets may be identified as follows. A. Man is a rational creature. He has immense potential to social progress as well as to his own good. Contribute to. B. There is no basic contradiction between an individual's self-interest and the common interest of society. In fact, the common interest denotes a point of reconciliation between the diverse interests of different individuals. C. Man is endowed with certain natural rights which cannot be transgressed by any authority. D. Civil society and the state are artificial institutions created by individuals to serve the common interest. They are entitled to demand obedience from individuals on the condition of fulfilling this function. E. Liberalism believes in the primacy of procedure over the end product. It means, if procedure for arriving at a decision is right, the decision may be accepted to be right. Liberal view of freedom, equality, justice, and democracy is a search for right procedure in different spheres of social life. Liberalism promotes civil liberties of the individual, including freedom of thought and expression, freedom of association and movement, personal freedom, which rules out search or arrest without a warrant, and strict compliance with legal and judicial procedure. Any restriction on individual freedom should be meant to ensure equal freedom for others. G. Liberalism upholds freedom of contract. No individual can accept any obligation without his own consent and without consideration of mutual benefit. The state would function as an umpire in the enforcement of contracts. However, a contract concluded under pressure, or the one which compromises dignity of the individual shall be void. And finally, liberalism holds that public policy should be the product of free bargaining between groups of individuals formed to pursue their specific interests. In short, liberalism treats market society as the model of social organization where role of the state should be confined to the protection of individuals' life and property, enforcement of contracts, and maintenance of minimum common services which would not be undertaken by private entrepreneurs. In liberal view, the state is a necessary evil. Liberalism treats the state as the means and individual as the end. It rules out absolute authority of the state. Early exponents of liberalism include John Locke, 1632 to 1704, Adam Smith, 1723 to 90, and Jeremy Bentham, 1748 to 1832. All of them were English philosophers. Locke is known as the father of liberalism. Smith is known as the father of economics, and Bentham, the founder of utilitarianism. All of them defended the principle of laissez-faire, which implies least interference of the state in the economic activities of individuals. They are the founders of classical liberalism, which is called negative liberalism because it contemplates negative role of the state in the sphere of mutual interaction of individuals. In late 19th century, Herbert Spencer, 1820 to 1903, an English philosopher, sought to reaffirm negative liberalism through the application of the principles of natural sciences to social organization. This version of liberalism paved the way for establishing capitalism in the economic sphere. Laissez-faire. Laissez-faire is a French term which means leave alone. It implied the policy of non-intervention by the state in economic activities of individuals. This phrase was in common usage in mercantile and industrial circles in 19th century England and other parts of the world, to express a belief in the freedom of industry and economic activity from state interference. Capitalism F.I. Capitalism refers to an economic system of the modern age, largely based on industrial production, where means of social production, land, buildings, mines, forests, machinery, and capital, distribution and exchange are owned by private entrepreneurs. A large number of workers are employed on wages at the market rate, and economic activity is primarily devoted to private profit. Here, workers are free to work anywhere according to their skills and capacities as well as market demand. F.I. Broad streams of liberalism. Early liberal theory developed in two main directions: A. Individualism, and B. Utilitarianism. Individualism conceded primacy of the individual as a rational being. It required that individuals' dignity, independent existence, and judgment should be given full recognition while making public policy and decisions. It means no individual shall be made to suffer in order to benefit any larger unit of society. According to this view, only an individual can have any rights. Family, trade union, corporation, or the state cannot have any rights which could be distinguished from the rights of their individual members. Similarly, no social unit can have any interests which could be distinguished from the interests of its individual members. Individualism supports a social and legal system which is based on voluntary transactions between individuals. This view strongly upholds market society model and holds that even taxation should be confined to the provision and maintenance of common services. John Locke and Adam Smith are the early exponents of individualism. On the other hand, utilitarianism stands for greatest happiness of the greatest number, where interest of the few may be sacrificed in the interest of the collectivity. Happiness is defined as the balance of pleasure over pain derived from various goods and services, acts and policies. Founder of this school of thought, Jeremy Bentham, observed that nature has placed mankind under two sovereign masters, pleasure and pain. Human behavior is guided by an urge to obtain pleasure and avoid pain. Moral principles and state policy should aim at promoting greatest happiness of the greatest number. Bentham made no distinction between qualities of different pleasures. He insisted on maximizing the quantity of pleasure. But John Stuart Mill, 1806 to 73, pointed to qualitative differences between different types of pleasure, and thus recognized the variety of tastes of different individuals. Further, he projected the liberty of individual as the highest value. These modifications in utilitarianism tilted it toward individualism and transformed its basic character. Mill also pleaded for taxation of the rich for the benefit of the poor, and thus paved the way for the welfare state. In the 19th century, T.H. Green, 1836 to 82, another English philosopher, sought to add a moral dimension to liberalism and thereby advanced a full-fledged theory of the welfare state. This tradition was further developed by L.T. Hobhouse, 1864 to 1929, Harold J. Lasky, 1893 to 1950, and R.H. Tawney, 1880 to 1962. All of them were English philosophers. Thus, the theory and practice of the welfare state flourished in the first half of the 20th century England. This theory contemplates positive role of the state in securing a dignified life to individuals. It is, therefore, called positive liberalism. On the political side, liberalism promotes democracy. On the economic side, it promotes capitalism. Democracy is concerned with fulfilling needs and aspirations of ordinary people, but capitalism results in the concentration of economic power in the hands of the few who may use it against the interests of ordinary people. This situation is sought to be rectified by the mechanism of the welfare state. Welfare state. Welfare state refers to a state that safeguards liberty of its citizens and provides for various types of social services for their benefit, e.g., social security, financial assistance in case of loss of job or any other source of income, death of the breadwinner, prolonged illness or physical disability or any other calamity, free education, public health, poor relief, supply of essential goods and services like food grains, milk, fuel, and transport to the needy at subsidized rates. It undertakes the protection of cultural heritage, including monuments, museums, libraries, art galleries, botanical gardens and zoological parks, etc. It also promotes higher education and scientific research, etc., to step up intellectual and cultural development of society. A welfare state largely resorts to taxation of the rich to provide for the common services, as well as for giving relief to the poor and the distressed. Neoliberalism. Neoclassical liberalism or libertarianism stands for contemporary version of classical liberalism, which seeks to restore laissez-faire individualism. It denounces the welfare state, opposes state intervention and control of economic activities. Champions of neoliberalism stand for rolling back the state, which has immensely expanded its sphere of activities. The chief exponents of neoliberalism include F. A. Hayek, 1899 to 1992, an Austrian thinker, Milton Friedman, 1912 to 2006, an American economist, and Robert Nozick, 1938 to 2002, an American philosopher. One cannot help a country to mention its standard of life by assisting people to consume more than they produce. F. A. Hayek, 1976. In the second half of the 20th century, these thinkers realized that the theory of the welfare state was inimical to individual liberty, as it involved the forced transfer of resources from the more competent to the less competent. In order to restore individual liberty, they sought to revive the principle of laissez-faire not only in economic sphere, but also in social and political spheres. In a nutshell, neoliberalism upholds full autonomy and freedom of the individual. It seeks his liberation from all institutions which tend to restrict his vision of the world, including the institutions of religion, family, and customs of social conformity apart from political institutions. Philosophically, it repudiates the deterministic outlook of human life and maintains that human personality, character, thought, and actions cannot be construed as the outcome of his circumstances. In other words, it treats man as the maker of his destiny. It is, therefore, hostile to all social and legal restrictions on individuals' freedom of action. In the political sphere, neoliberalism particularly insists that man's economic activity must be actively liberated from all restrictions to enable him to achieve true progress and prosperity. All neoliberals believe in the primacy of the spontaneous order of human relationships as exemplified by free markets. They deplore any politics, notably socialism, which pretends to have definitive knowledge of human needs. No government can have such knowledge. Human needs manifest themselves through the myriad unpredictable transactions between individuals living in a free or open society. If government tries to regulate these activities, it would amount to curtailing their freedom without fulfilling their genuine needs. It would, therefore, be advisable to transfer such decisions to the market, which will maximize their choice. In the economic sphere, market exemplifies the arena of individual freedom. In the political sphere, market represents a model of genuine democracy, where votes are traded against welfare benefits, and the cost is borne by the most productive members of society. Socialism should aim at promoting greatest happiness of the greatest number. Bentham made no distinction between qualities of different pleasures. He insisted on maximizing the quantity of pleasure. But John Stuart Mill, 1806 to 73, pointed to qualitative differences between different types of pleasure, and thus recognized the variety of tastes of different individuals. Further, he projected the liberty of individual as the highest value. These modifications in utilitarianism tilted it toward individualism and transformed its basic character. Mill also pleaded for taxation of the rich for the benefit of the poor, and thus paved the way for the welfare state. In the 19th century, T.H. Green, 1836 to 82, another English philosopher, sought to add a moral dimension to liberalism and thereby advanced a full-fledged theory of the welfare state. This tradition was further developed by L.T. Hobhouse, 1864 to 1929, Harold J. Lasky, 1893 to 1950, and R.H. Tawney, 1880 to 1962. All of them were English philosophers. Thus, the theory and practice of the welfare state flourished in the first half of the 20th century England. This theory contemplates positive role of the state in securing a dignified life to individuals. It is, therefore, called positive liberalism. On the political side, liberalism promotes democracy. On the economic side, it promotes capitalism. Democracy is concerned with fulfilling needs and aspirations of ordinary people, but capitalism results in the concentration of economic power in the hands of the few who may use it against the interests of ordinary people. This situation is sought to be rectified by the mechanism of the welfare state. Welfare state refers to a state that safeguards liberty of its citizens and provides for various types of social services for their benefit, e.g. social city, financial assistance in case of loss of FOB or any other source of death of breadwinner, prolonged illness or physical disability or any other calamity, education, public health, poor relief, supply of essential goods and services like food grains, milk, fuel, and transport to the needy at subsidized rates. It undertakes the protection of cultural heritage including monuments, museums, libraries, art galleries, Beethoven gardens and zoological parks, etc. It also promotes higher education and scientific research, etc., to step up intellectual and cultural development of society. A welfare state largely resorts to taxation of the rich to provide for the common services, as well as for giving reuse to the poor and the distressed. Neoliberalism. Neoclassical liberalism or libertarianism stands for a contemporary version of classical liberalism which seeks to restore laissez-faire individualism. It denounces the welfare state, opposes state intervention and control of economic activities. Champions of neoliberalism stand for rolling back the state which has immensely expanded its sphere of activities. The chief exponents of neoliberalism include F.A. Hayek, 1899 to 1992, an Austrian thinker, Milton Friedman, 1912 to 2006, an American economist, and Robert Nozick, 1938 to 2002, an American philosopher. One cannot help a country to maintain its standard of life by assisting people to consume more than they produce. F.A. Hayek, 1976. In the second half of the 20th century, these thinkers realized that the theory of the welfare state was inimical to individual liberty, as it involved the forced transfer of resources from the more competent to the less competent. In order to restore individual liberty, they sought to revive the principle of laissez-faire not only in economic sphere, but also in social and political spheres. In a nutshell, neoliberalism upholds full autonomy and freedom of the individual. It seeks his liberation from all institutions which tend to restrict his vision of the world, including the institutions of religion, family, and customs of social conformity apart from political institutions. Philosophically, it repudiates the deterministic outlook of human life and maintains that human personality, character, thought, and actions cannot be construed as the outcome of his circumstances. In other words, it treats man as the maker of his destiny. It is, therefore, hostile to all social and legal restrictions on individuals' freedom of action. In the political sphere, neoliberalism particularly insists that man's economic activity must be actively liberated from all restrictions to enable him to achieve true progress and prosperity. All neoliberals believe in the primacy of the spontaneous order of human relationships as exemplified by free markets. They deplore any politics, notably socialism, which pretends to have definitive knowledge of human needs. No government can have such knowledge. Human needs manifest themselves through the myriad unpredictable transactions between individuals living in a free or open society. If government tries to regulate these activities, it would amount to curtailing their freedom without fulfilling their genuine needs. It would, therefore, be advisable to transfer such decisions to the market which will maximize their choice. In the economic sphere, market exemplifies the arena of individual freedom. In the political sphere, market represents a model of genuine democracy, where votes are traded against welfare benefits, and the cost is borne by the most productive members of society. Socialism. Socialism refers to an economic system of the modern age, largely based on industrial production where means of social production, land, buildings, mines, forests, machinery, and capital, distribution and exchange are placed under ownership and control, and economic activity is primarily devoted to the achokniot of social needs. In the contemporary world, neoliberalism found practical manifestation through three interrelated principles: liberalization, privatization, and globalization. Liberalization refers to the policy of removal or relaxation of government control or restriction on economic activity of the people with a view to maximizing its efficiency. Seeks to reduce the state's liability toward welfare of the individuals and promote incentive-based rewards rather than dependence or on various subsidies. Privatization. Privatization refers to the policy of transferring government ownership and control of any sector of economy to private ownership and control in order to improve the standard of its management and to prevent loss to the public exchequer. 16 Globalization. 7. Policy of globalization holds that economic efficiency can be increased to the maximum if economic activity is allowed to benefit from the resources available at the global scale. It encourages the utilization of and machinery available in one part of world, raw materials in another part, labor in still another part for the process of production and search of markets for the final product all over the world. Its objectives include the minimization of cost of a product, enhancement of its quality, and the maximization of profit from its marketing. 7. Broad streams of liberalism. Liberalization, privatization, globalization. Neoclassical liberalism, individualism, utilitarianism, welfare state libertarianism. Contemporary, neoliberalism, classical, negative liberalism. 7. Positive liberalism. 1. Modern, the system of property is the most important guarantee of freedom, not only for those who own property, but scarcely less for those who do not. F.A. Hayek, 1944. A critical appraisal. Liberalism is, no doubt, a dynamic political philosophy which has responded to the changing needs of time. However, like any other ideology, it has failed to redeem mankind from its predicament. In fact, liberalism has clung to capitalism so firmly that all its new ventures appear to be new devices for sustaining the capitalist system or justifying its existence. Liberalism retains its bourgeois character. Liberalism arose in late 17th century for the protection of the interests of the bourgeoisie, the capitalist class, when political power was wielded by feudal interests. In its early phase, liberalism stood for limiting the power of the state in favor of laissez-faire individualism, minimum government, and minimum regulation. In pleading for this policy, liberalism insisted so much on freedom of the property-owning class that it set aside all human considerations. As R.H. Tawney, in his The Acquisitive Society, 1920, observed, the story of the struggle between humanitarian sentiment, entire theory of property transmitted from the 18th century is familiar. No one has forgotten the opposition offered in the name of the right of property to factory legislation, to housing reform, to interference with the adulteration of goods, even to compulsory sanitation of private houses. Such arguments are no longer advanced. But, at times, the right to property is held sacrosanct even when it is responsible for wide socio-economic disparities, inflicting indignities and injustice on the bulk of mankind. In a later phase, particularly from early 20th century when the bourgeoisie themselves came to power, liberalism tended to widen the functions of the state and to support an ever larger degree of regulation. It cannot be denied that the concept of the welfare state was evolved not out of sympathy for the vulnerable sections of society, the peasants, workers, and ordinary people, but with a view to enlisting the support of these classes in order to maintain the status quo. Thus, in practice, liberalism upholds the capitalist system or mixed economy, which also creates favorable conditions for the bourgeoisie to maintain their hold on economic as well as political power. The policy of incremental change, which implies small and continual concessions to the lower classes, is cleverly devised to contain unrest and to hold the forces of revolution in check. Thus, the welfare state seems to create an illusion of welfare, rather than securing real welfare. Mixed economy. Mixed economy refers to a type of national economy which combines some features of capitalism with those of socialism in order to maintain the scope of individual incentives, along with adequate provision of social welfare. Under a mixed economy, means of social production may be selectively placed in private sector, public sector, and cooperative sector. All sectors are required to function under government guidelines, and all economic activities are sought through state planning. Actual imbalance of group interest. Contemporary liberalism upholds representative democracy on the assumption dial the state represents the interests of all groups within society and that it ensures reconciliation of conflicting interests. This could be true in the case of some societies, but it cannot be demonstrated as a universal phenomenon. In developing nations, it is particularly evident that various groups are not equally conscious of their interests, nor are they equally well organized, nor equally vocal. Usually, these countries are dominated by vested interests. For instance, in India, a handful of business interests are very well organized, active, and vocal, while the tremendously large body of consumers is not adequately organized. Thus, in spite of decisions being taken by representative institutions, in practice, here is an obvious imbalance in the sphere of protection of the interests of various social groups. Contribution of liberalism. One the greatest merit of liberalism lies in initiating the process of replacing nationalism by modum rationalism. In other words, it asserted that socio-economic relations of men in society, which were hitherto based on tradition, should now be based on reason. Since this process was started by the new middle class, the merchants and the industrialists, they were the first to benefit from this change. Feudalism was replaced by capitalism not only in the economic sphere, but corresponding changes were brought about in the political sphere as well. This had some evil effects also. The condition of the working classes deteriorated with the success of capitalism. But once the process of redefining octal relations from the point of view of reason had started, it could not be stopped from reaching its logical conclusion, the rise of socialism. Socialism sought a better deal for the working class on the same principle of reason, which was initially invoked by liberalism. Faith in reason is a dynamic force. Liberalism, therefore, did not hesitate to transform itself as and when it was faced with new challenges. This has led to new insights as regards the principles of freedom, equality, justice, democracy, progress, and other human values. In fact, liberalism is invoked today in two important contexts: A, as a theory of capitalism, and B, as a theory of constitutionalism. So long as liberalism is commended with a view to vindicating the economic relations of the capitalist society, it is bound to suffer from its inner contradictions, which must be resolved by invoking human values. On the other hand, when liberalism is invoked as the foundation of constitutionalism requiring suitable curbs on political power, it embodies lasting political values. It is, therefore, bound to survive on this front. Constitutionalism. Constitutionalism refers to the principle that insists on organization and working of the state according to a constitution, so that no organ or officeholder of the state is allowed to use arbitrary power. A constitution not only provides for a framework of government, but also prescribes powers of various organs of government and the limits of those powers. 6. What is Marxism? Marxism derives its name from that of Karl Marx, 1818 to 83. A famous German economist and social philosopher of the 19th century who is the chief exponent of this theory. It is interesting to recall that this term was unknown in Marx's own lifetime. Friedrich Engels, 1820-95, a close friend and collaborator of Marx, once reported the following comment made by Marx himself: All I know is that I am not a Marxist. Marx probably said so as he did not claim to offer a comprehensive worldview. It is also possible that he did not advance such a claim out of modesty. However, towards the end of the 19th century, G.V. Plekhanov, 1856 to 1918, a Russian Marxist, announced that Marxism is a whole worldview. But despite this name, Marxism should not be regarded as a system of thought exclusively belonging to Marx. Marxism, in fact, comprises a rich tradition of social thought, a living tradition with immense possibilities. Marxism, in its proper sense, first appeared in the middle of the 19th century in response to the oppressive conditions created by the capitalist system. It will be recalled that liberalism arose in late 17th century as a philosophy of human freedom, but by the middle of the 19th century it had become clear that the classical form of liberalism, with its doctrine of laissez-faire and free market economy, had failed to create conditions of human freedom. Liberalism had achieved the goal of establishing capitalism under which a tiny class of capitalists enjoyed special power and privileges at the expense of the large majority of the working class. The legal and political equality sought by the exponents of liberalism had been achieved with tremendous economic inequalities and consequent injustice. Early champions of liberalism had hoped that the elimination of governmental restrictions on business and industry would usher in an era of universal improvement in the material conditions of life. But actual experience showed that unbridled capitalism had produced socially disastrous consequences. The tremendous increase of wealth was cornered by a small section which happened to own the means of social production, while the large majority of the industrial population was consigned to a subhuman living. Successful bankers and market speculators increased their wealth by leaps and bounds, while the slum-dwelling working classes were living under the constant threat of insecurity, malnutrition, discomfort, disease, and death. These developments belied all entire humanitarian hopes of universal economic progress. The first response to these horrible conditions came in the form of an early socialist movement, which opposed the policy of free market competition and drew attention to the deteriorating conditions of the working classes. Early socialists like Saint-Simon, 1760 to 1825, and Louis Blanc, 1811 to 82, in France advocated a more or less centralized economy under state control. Some others sought to project images of model communities governed by the principle of free cooperation instead of free competition as advocated by the capitalist system. Robert Owen, 1771 to 1858, in England, and Charles Fourier, 1772 to 1837, in France produced elaborate plans of setting up such model communities. J. Proudhon, 1809 to 65, in France hoped to set up a nationwide system of decentralized workers' cooperatives which would bargain with one another for the mutual exchange of goods and services. All these thinkers knew clearly what was wrong with the world, but they were not clear as to what to do about it, for they suggested only visionary solutions, far removed from the hard realities of life. In other words, they had arrived at a correct diagnosis of the ills of the capitalist system, but had no clear conception of the remedy. They are, therefore, rightly described as utopian socialists. During the decades beginning with the 1830s and the 1840s, the ideas of the utopian socialists were subjected to severe criticism by a group of brilliant writers committed to fundamental social change, notably by Karl Marx, a German scholar, and Friedrich Engels, a young German businessman residing in England. Marx and Engels sought to replace utopian socialism by scientific socialism for the analysis of social problems and finding their solution. The solution came in the form of an elaborate philosophy which is now recognized as Marxism. Marx and Engels' Communist Manifesto, 1848, came out with an interpretation of the role of the working class in the making of past and future history. It also gave a clarion call to workers of all countries to unite for the purpose of securing their own emancipation and, through that emancipation, the freedom of all mankind. Other leading works on this theme include Marx's A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, 1859, Capital, Volume I, 1861-79, Volume II, 1885, and Volume IL, 1894, Volume 2 and 3 were edited by Engels, and Engels' Anti-Diaring, 1877-78. In short, Marxism may be defined as a set of political and economic principles founded by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels in order to lay scientific foundations of socialism. It seeks to understand the problems of human society through historical analysis and treats history as a process of conflict between antagonistic forces and classes. This conflict arises from the faults in the mode of production in which one class comes to gain ownership and control of the means of social production and compels the other class to work on terms and conditions dictated by itself. This conflict reaches its peak in the age of capitalism when it can be resolved only through a revolutionary overthrow of capitalism, placing all means of social production, land, buildings, mines, forests, machinery, and capital, etc., under social ownership and control, enforcing universal labor and ensuring full development of the forces of production. The original tenets of Marxism, as a scientific system of thought, are identified as classical Marxism. Its chief exponents include, apart from Marx and Engels themselves, V.I. Lenin, 1870-1924, a Russian revolutionary and thinker, Rosa Luxemburg, 1871-1919, a Polish activist and thinker, and Mao Zedong, 1893-1976, a Chinese revolutionary and thinker. The wider implications of Marxism, largely inspired by the humanist thought of the young Marx, are broadly identified as neo-Marxism. In a nutshell, classical Marxism holds that private property divides society into dominant and dependent classes with irreconcilable class interests. It is held together only by the ideological power of the dominant class. Human history moves towards its goal of human freedom through the revolutionary destruction of inherent contradictions in society, culminating in the emergence of a classless society. Neo-Marxism, on the other hand, seeks to analyze the subtle aspects of the phenomenon of dominance and dependence, distortions in the contemporary civilization, and the possible ways to human emancipation. Young Marx, Karl Marx, 1818–83, as the author of his early work is known as Young Marx. This work remained unpublished during his lifetime. It was discovered from the archives of German Social Democrats as late as 1927 and later published as Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts of 1844. It is distinguished from Marx's later work, which is characterized by scientific rigor. Marx's early work contains his humanist thought on communism and focuses on the concepts of alienation and freedom. It exposes the dehumanizing effect of capitalism. Main tenets of Marxism. Main tenets of classical Marxism include A. Dialectical materialism, B. Historical materialism, C. Doctrine of class conflict, and D. Theory of surplus value. Dialectical materialism. Marx borrowed his dialectical method from German philosopher G.W.F. Hegel, 1770–1831, and sought to combine it with his materialism. Hegel had postulated that idea, or consciousness, was the higher essence of the universe, and that all social institutions were the manifestations of the changing forms of idea. Idea evolved into new phomos because of its inherent tension, exemplified by the clash between thesis, partial truth, and antithesis, opposite of thesis, again a partial truth, resulting in synthesis, which is nearer to the truth. As long as synthesis itself contains partial truth, it takes on the role of thesis and undergoes the same process until this process reaches absolute truth, as manifested in the absolute idea, or absolute consciousness. On the contrary, Marx believed that matter, and not the idea, was the essence of the universe, and that social institutions were the manifestation of changing material conditions. Matter underwent the dialectical process because of its inherent tension, until perfect material conditions, exemplified by a rational nude of production, come into existence. Engels, in his Anti-Diering, 1878, installated three laws of material dialectics, or dialectical materialism: A. The transformation of quantity into quality, and vice versa; B. The interpenetration posits; and C. Denegation of negation. These principles signify the process evolving contradictions of material conditions of human life, which paves the eye for social progress. Class conflict is also a manifestation of this process. Historical materialism. While dialectical materialism represents the philosophical basis of Marxism, historical materialism represents its scientific basis. It implies that in any given epoch the economic relations of society, the means whereby men and women undertake production, distribution, and exchange of material goods for the satisfaction of their needs, play an important role in shaping their social, political, intellectual, and ethical relationships. A perfect society will secure all the necessities of life to the satisfaction of all its members, but it would be achieved through a long-drawn process. Initially, internal stresses and strains, dematerial conditions usher in many imperfect forms of society. These conditions tend to attain perfection in the course of historical development. Just as Darwin discovered the law of development of organic nature, so Marx discovered the lay of development of human history. Epitaph at Marx's graveside, 1883. According to the Marxist perspective, the structure of society may be understood in terms of its base, the foundation or the substructure, and superstructure, the external buildup, comma. In this building-like metaphor, base consists of the mode of production while superstructure is represented by its legal and political structure, religion, morals, social practices, literature, art, and culture, etc. Mode of production has two components: forces of production and relations of production. Forces of production cannot remain static. They have an inherent tendency of development in the direction of achieving the perfect society. 7.7. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but, on the contrary, their social being that determines their consciousness. Karl Marx, 1859. Forces of production have two components: means of production, tools and equipment, and labor power, human knowledge and skills. Men and women constantly endeavor to devise better ways of production. Improvement in the means of production is manifested in the development of technology. This is matched by the development of human knowledge and skills as required to operate the new technology. Hence, there is the corresponding development of labor power. On the other hand, relations of production in any given epoch are determined by die pattern of ownership of the means of social production. This gives rise to two contending classes: haves and have-nots. In earlier stages of historical development of the forces of production fails to make any dent in this pattern. In other words, changes in the mode of production bring about changes in the nature of contending classes, but they do not bring about an end of the class conflict. Change in the nature of contending classes is itself brought about by a social revolution. When material productive forces of society come in conflict with the existing relations of production, these relations turn into their fetters. The new social class, which comes to own new means of production, feels constrained by these fetters and overthrows the old dominant class in a revolution. As a result of social revolution, an old social formation is replaced by a new social formation. In this process, old contending classes are replaced by new contending classes, but class conflict continues on a new plane. This has been the case till the rise of capitalism, which will be overthrown by a socialist revolution, leading to the eventual emergence of a classless society. Social formation I. In Marxist thought, social formation refers to a form of organization of society, J, which comes into existence around a specific mode of production. Changes in diets. Ute of production give rise to different social formations which are associated with different historical epochs. Thus, household-based small-scale L production gives rise to slave-owning society. Large-scale AG production gives rise to feudal society, and large-scale machine-based PTID, under private ownership and control, gives rise to capitalist society. Dialectical materialism. Marx borrowed his dialectical method from German philosopher G.W.F. Hegel, 1770 to 1831, and sought to combine it with his materialism. Hegel had postulated that idea, or consciousness, was the essence of the universe, and that all social institutions were the manifestations of the changing forms of idea. Idea evolved into new forms because of its inherent tension, exemplified by the clash between thesis, partial truth, and antithesis, opposite of thesis, again a partial truth, resulting in synthesis, which is nearer to the truth. As long as synthesis itself contains partial truth, it takes on the role of thesis and undergoes the same process until this process reaches absolute truth, as manifested in the absolute idea, or absolute consciousness. On the contrary, Marx believed that matter, and not the idea, was the essence of the universe, and that social institutions were the manifestation of changing material conditions. Matter underwent the dialectical process because of its inherent tension, until perfect material conditions, exemplified by a rational mode of production, come into existence. Engels, in his Anti-Diering, 1878, postulated 3 laws of material dialectics, or dialectical materialism, hashtag, the transformation of quantity into quality, and vice versa. B, the interpenetration of opposites, and C, denegation of negation. These principles signify the process of resolving contradictions of material conditions of human life, which paves the way for social progress. Class conflict is also a manifestation of this process. Historical materialism. While dialectical materialism represents the philosophical basis of Marxism, historical materialism represents its scientific basis. It implies that in any given epoch, the economic relations of society, the means whereby men and women undertake production, distribution, and exchange of material goods for the satisfaction of their needs, play an important role in shaping their social, political, intellectual, and ethical relationships. A perfect society will secure all the necessities of life to the satisfaction of all its members, but it would be achieved through a long-drawn process. Initially, internal stresses and strains in material conditions usher in many imperfect forms of society. These conditions tend to attain perfection in the course of historical development. According to the Marxist perspective, the structure of society may be understood in terms of its base, tire foundation or the substructure, and superstructure, the external buildup. In this building-like metaphor, base consists of the mode of production while superstructure is represented by its legal and political structure, religion, morals, social practices, literature, art and culture, etc. Mode of production has 2 components: forces of production and relations of production. Forces of production cannot remain static. They have an inherent tendency of development in the direction of achieving the perfect society. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but, on the contrary, their social being that determines their consciousness. Karl Marx, 1859. Forces of production have 2 components: means of production, tools and equipment, and labor power, human knowledge and skills. Men and women constantly endeavor to devise better ways of production. Improvement in the means of production is manifested in the development of technology. This is matched by the development of human knowledge and skills as required to operate the new technology. Hence, there is the corresponding development of labor power. On the other hand, relations of production in any given epoch are determined by the pattern of ownership of the means of social production. This gives rise to 2 contending classes, haves and have-nots. In earlier stages of historical development of the forces of production fails to make any dent in this pattern. In other words, changes in the mode of production bring about changes in the nature of contending classes, but they do not bring about an end of the class conflict. Change in the nature of contending classes is itself brought about by a social revolution. When material productive forces of society come in conflict with the existing relations of production, these relations turn into their fetters. The new social class, which comes to own new means of production, feels constrained by these fetters and overthrows the old dominant class in a revolution. As a result of social revolution, an old social formation is replaced by a new social formation. In this process, old contending classes are replaced by new contending classes, but class conflict continues on a new plane. This has been the case till the rise of capitalism, which will be overthrown by a socialist revolution, leading to the eventual emergence of a classless society. Social formation. In Marxist thought, social formation refers to a form of organization of society which comes into existence around a specific mode of production. Changes in the mode of production give rise to different social formations which are associated with different historical epochs. Thus, household-based small-scale production gives rise to slave-owning society. Large-scale agriculture production gives rise to feudal society, and large-scale machine-based project under private ownership and control gives rise to capitalist society. JB are Marxian view of the stages of historical development. Historical prevailing mode caused by social contending epoch of production formation. Classes. Ancient household-based emergence of slave-owning master and slave times Smoliskoy production, private property society medieval large-scale agriculture. Rise of feudal lord and serf 4J times base production feudalism society modern large-scale machine. Rise of capitalist capitalist and times-based production capitalism society worker. Future. 1. Do. Socialist workers in power. Revolution society and the former capitalists. Undef. Liquidation of. A subjugation. Future Do. Communist no contending. Remnants of society. Classes. As it wilf capitalism 1b a dassless society. Doctrine of class conflict. Class conflict or CL. Struggle is an integral part of historical materialism. The opening sentence of Communist Manifesto 1848, reads, "The history of all hitherto society is the history of class struggles." Here, history means all written history. When Communist Manifesto was originally written, the prehistory giving account of primitive tribal communities with common ownership of means of production was not known. When it became known, it was described as primitive communism. Communist Manifesto deals with the period beginning with the division of society into antagonistic classes since the emergence of private property. Primitive communism Primitive communism refers to RF6L communism, classless society with common ownership of means of production, found in primitive societies. At this stage, the instruments of labor were of most primitive kind. The club, the stone axe, the flint knife, the stone-tipped spear, followed later by the bow and arrow. Man's muscular strength was the only motive force employed to operate these elementary tools. These tools were held in common ownership by the members of the primitive community which engaged itself in common labor, e.g. common hunting, common fishing, and the fruits of this common labor were also shared in common. There was no concept of private property, hence no exploitation of man by man. With the development of forces of production, one mode of production is replaced by another, but class conflict between the new social classes reappears under the new social formation. Thus, ancient slave-owning society was characterized by class conflict between master and slave. Medieval feudal society by class conflict between lord and serf. The modern bourgeois society that has sprouted from the ruins of feudal society has not done away with class antagonisms. It has but established new classes, new conditions of oppression, new forms of struggle in place of the old ones. Lord and serf. These were the two contending classes in medieval feudal society. Lord meant the landlord who was the owner of land. Serf meant the peasant who did not own land but cultivated it and received a small, fixed share of the produce as a return for his toil. Serf was not a full-fledged slave. He could have his family and its belongings, but he could not leave his duty without permission of his lord. Exploitation of serfs was the distinctive feature of feudal society. Bourgeoisie and proletariat. These are the two contending classes in modern capitalist society. Engels note, to the English edition of Communist Manifesto, 1888, reads, "By bourgeoisie is meant the class of modern capitalists, owners of the means of social production, and employers of wage labor. By proletariat, the class of modern wage laborers who, having no means of production of their own, are reduced to selling their labor power in order to live." Class conflict in modern capitalist society has appeared in more crystallized form. So Communist Manifesto declares, "Our epoch, the epoch of bourgeoisie, possesses, however, this distinctive feature. It has simplified the class antagonisms. Society as a whole is more and more splitting up into two great hostile camps, into two great classes directly facing each other, bourgeoisie and proletariat." Marx and Engels hoped that Tin's conflict had entered a decisive phase. They had full faith in the revolutionary potential of the proletariat, i.e. their ability to overthrow capitalism and establish a socialist society with social ownership of means of social production. So they observed, of all the classes that stand face to face with the bourgeoisie today, the proletariat alone is a really revolutionary class. The other classes decay and finally disappear in the face of modern industry. The proletariat is its special and essential product. The proletarian revolution would be different from all previous revolutions of history. All previous historical movements were movements of minorities, or in the interest of minorities. The proletarian movement is the self-conscious, independent movement of the immense majority, in the interest of the immense majority. According to Marx and Engels, this revolution would bring about the final emancipation of mankind, because there is no class below the proletariat which could be subjected to exploitation when the proletariat comes to power. It would place all means of social production under social ownership, make work compulsory for everyone, and develop the forces of production to their full potential. This will pave the way for the emergence of classless society, which will mark the end of class conflict. Theory of surplus value. While doctrine of class conflict represents sociological basis of Marxism, theory of surplus value represents its economic basis. It embodies the Marxist critique of capitalism. It is meant to demonstrate how the capitalist mode of production involves the exploitation of working class. According to Marx, labor is the sole creator of value. Of the four factors of production, viz., land, labor, capital, and organization, three factors, land, capital, and organization, are sterile because they are capable of reproducing only what is put in them. Labor is the only element which produces value in society. In other words, the value of a commodity is the product of labor. The quantity of labor employed in its making should be calculated right from the production of the raw material, processing the raw material, acquiring the sources of energy for its processing, and constructing the required machinery and building for its production. The quantity of labor required in its production is also determined by the average conditions of social production and the average skill of the labor employed. The actual amount of labor employed in the production of a commodity is called its natural price. It differs from its price in the market, or market price, which fluctuates with the changing conditions of demand and supply. In a free market society, fostered by capitalism, the worker is forced to sell his labor at the market price. When more and more job seekers come to the marketplace, the market price of their labor, i.e. their wage rate, declines. Their employer, the capitalist, exploits their full potential to work, but pays them only subsistence wages for their own and their family's sustenance. Thus, the value produced by the worker may be split into two parts. One part is paid to worker towards his wages. The other part is pocketed by the capitalist as his profits. The second part is described by Marx as surplus value. Rent and interest are paid from the surplus value. In other words, surplus value denotes the value of the labor done by the worker for which he is not paid at all. It forms part of the capitalist's profit, rent, and interest on the sterile elements of production, organization, land, and capital. It is, therefore, a glaring example of the worker's exploitation under capitalism. In neo-Marxism, contemporary debates on Marxism focus on the relative importance of its basic tenets and identification of some forms of domination and conflict emerging in the present-day society. It is no longer believed that the superstructure is wholly dependent on the base. Recognition of a sort of autonomy of the superstructure and interdependence between base and superstructure has led to extensive analysis of various aspects of superstructure. The ongoing controversies in the arena of Marxist thought largely owe their origin to the work of the Frankfurt School. It was originally set up in 1923 as the Institute of Social Research in the University of Frankfurt, exiled from Germany in 1933, consequent upon the rise of Hitler, and relocated in the United States shortly thereafter. Then, after the downfall of Hitler, it was re-established at Frankfurt in the early 1950s. Scholars of this institute were hostile to capitalism. They were also disillusioned with Soviet socialism. They sought to evolve an alternative path for social development in accordance with the essence of Marxism as understood by them. The ideas evolved by the Frankfurt School are compendiously described as critical theory, although they do not fit into a single framework. Through an examination of these systems, they hope to enhance awareness of the roots of domination, undermine ideologies, and help to compel changes in consciousness and action. A Dictionary of Marxist Thought, edited by Tom Bottomore. 1983, the exponents of critical theory advanced new interpretations of Marxism in several directions and various spheres of learning, including those of philosophy, economics, political science, sociology, anthropology, social psychology, psychoanalysis, music and fine arts, etc. The leading figures of the Frankfurt School: Theodor Adorno, 1903-69, Max Horkheimer, 1895-1973, Herbert Marcuse, 1898-1979, and Jürgen Habermas, 1929, among others, advanced a cultural critique of bourgeois society, particularly in terms of technological domination, rather than capitalist domination. Broadly speaking, contemporary Marxist thought, better known as neo-Marxism, has developed in two directions: humanist and scientific. The humanist strain of neo-Marxism draws particularly on the work of the young Marx and constitutes the mainstream of critical theory. Its dominant themes are the problems of alienation and ways to human emancipation. Thus, Herbert Marcuse brilliantly portrayed the conditions of alienation in bourgeois society, which have reduced the human being to one-dimensional man. He pointed out that capitalism had cunningly anesthetized the discontent of the oppressed by manipulating the means of communication so as to stimulate trivial, material desires which are easily satisfied. Marcuse argued that human beings should first be made aware of their condition of unfreedom, whereafter they will easily find their way to freedom. On the other hand, the scientific strain of neo-Marxism is primarily concerned with its scientific and explanatory character. It is particularly interested in structures as well as relative importance of cultural, ideological, and social factors. Thus, Louis Althusser, 1918-90, a French communist and philosopher, challenged the humanist themes of Marxist thinking in the early 1960s and asserted the importance of analyzing the deep structures of human societies, especially their modes of production. Conclusion: it is significant that the collapse of socialism in Eastern Europe by the end of 1980s and its collapse in the former Soviet Union by 1991 followed by the introduction of off-market economies and multi-party political systems, necessitated new thinking on the adequacy of classical Marxism on which these regimes were based. Moreover, in the People's Republic of China and other countries which still claim to retain their communist systems, necessary changes are being made towards liberalization in keeping with their national needs and aspirations. Now there is no scope of rigidity in maintaining communist systems as it was done during the regimes of Stalin, 1879 to 1953, in Russia, and Mao Zedong, 1893 to 1976, in China. Experience has shown that instead of withering away of the state in socialist countries, there has been a collapse of socialist state and consequent return towards liberalism. Champions of classical Marxism try to explain away this situation by alleging that these countries were not really socialist at all. This is, however, an oversimplification of the issue. It is now becoming increasingly clear that the problem of fighting out the forces of domination and exploitation is no longer confined to the struggle of working class against capitalist class, as originally envisaged in late 19th century. The upholders of dependency theory have been arguing that in late 20th century, the focus of struggle has shifted to the fight of the developing nations against the forces of colonialism and neocolonialism. Other neo-Marxists have amply demonstrated that domination and exploitation in human society assume many complex forms. The framework of Marxism must be modified suitably to tackle all these problems in the contemporary context. Dependency theory. B8-4. Dependency theory refers to the theory that the continued impoverishment of the underdeveloped countries is not generated by their internal conditions like either lack of drive, entrepreneurial spirit, creativity, or problem-solving ability. In fact, it is the consequence of their colonial exploitation in the past and their linkage with the global capitalism in the present, which prevent them from independent development. To overcome this problem, they must adopt Western technology, but exert their independence in the field of international relations. Land international trade. DFCCFE. F. Image J-0 EGIFI FIC 6 CK Marxian economist are the chief IJ exponents of dependency theory. C. FIFIE. Colonialism. Colonialism refers to DHE practice under which a nation-state, after consolidating its national power, extends its domination over territories of other countries for exploiting their natural and human resources. The colonial power establishes its own administration in the subject country and takes all resources thereof under its own control. LLD-**X neocolonialism, Fed v7-L. Neocolonialism refers to the practice under which an advanced nation does not maintain its political domination in a foreign territory, but taking advantage of its superior position in the organization of trade and industry, uses the resources of a developing nation as a source of cheap labor and raw materials as well as a big market of its own products. It is a subtle NEF 61 economic exploitation of developing notions by the developed NatFed. The term socialism is variously understood and defined by various thinkers and schools of thought. C.M. Lode, in his Introduction to Modern Political Theory, 1924, significantly observed, socialism proves to be a different creed in the hands of its exponents, varying with the temperaments of its advocates and the nature of abuses which have prompted their advocacy. Socialism, in short, is like a hat that has lost its shape because everybody wears it. A large number of works on socialism have evaded the problem of defining it, however. A working definition of socialism is necessary in order to understand its various applications. The Oxford English Dictionary defines socialism as a theory or policy that aims at or advocates the ownership or contract of the means of production, capital, land, property, etc., by the community as a whole and their administration in the interests of all. This definition, though not very comprehensive, indicates the chief method and goal of socialism. A more elaborate definition of socialism is found in Joseph A. Schumpeter's Capitalism, Socialism and Democracy, 1942, where it is defined as that organization of society in which the means of production are controlled, and the decisions on how and what to produce and on who is to get what are made by public authority instead of by privately owned and privately managed firms. Many other definitions and descriptions of socialism more or less embrace these and similar ideas. How can socialism be established in society? It is interesting to note that the varieties of socialism differ from each other because of their different answers to this important question. The distinction between them will help us understand the true character of socialism. In popular parlance, the term socialism is usually applied to indicate evolutionary socialism, that is the kind of socialism achieved by evolutionary process or by degrees, not by wholesale transformation of society in a single stroke. Evolutionary socialism may be distinguished from revolutionary socialism, which seeks to establish socialism in its totality by overthrowing the capitalist system in a single stroke. In other words, revolutionary socialism seeks to transform the social system thoroughly instead of accepting small concessions for the underprivileged sections. In fact, evolutionary socialism admits an attitude of compromise between capitalism and socialism, so that the capitalist system is allowed to continue with some changes here and there in the socialist direction. It, therefore, belongs to the liberal tradition. On the other hand, revolutionary socialism makes a direct attack on the prevailing contradictions of the social order. It, therefore, belongs to the Marxist tradition. While evolutionary socialism may also be described as liberal socialism, revolutionary socialism may be called Marxian socialism. Evolutionary socialism relies on the democratic method, parliamentary reform, and even economic planning on the plea that the interests of the underprivileged sections, especially the working classes, might be represented and taken care of by their representatives and leadership. It is, therefore, coterminous with democratic socialism. Revolutionary socialism, on the other hand, insists on organizing the working classes for fighting against capitalism so as to overthrow the capitalist order and establish complete socialization of the instruments of production and distribution by revolution. It is important to note that evolutionary socialism aims at securing the rights of the working classes, especially their economic rights, as a part of the supposed common interest of the community. In other words, it seeks to accommodate or reconcile the interests of the working classes with those of other classes. Thus, it subscribes to the theory of harmony or equilibrium as the governing principle of social relationships, corresponding to the position taken by modem liberalism. On the other hand, revolutionary socialism repudiates the theory of equilibrium or reconciliation between different interests in society. It seeks to reverse the position of the dominant and dependent classes of capitalist society, and ultimately to destroy the conditions of domination itself so as to secure a classless society. Most of the exponents of evolutionary socialism were associated with Fabian socialism. Democratic socialism. While Marxism seeks to bring about socialism through revolutionary method, democratic socialism prefers evolutionary or democratic method. Adherents of democratic socialism pay equal importance to democracy and socialism in order to secure social justice. They believe that the goals of democracy and socialism are not separable from each other. Both stand for amelioration of the condition of ordinary HW. The term socialism is variously understood and defined by various think-in and schools of thought. C.M. Joad, in his Introduction to Modern Political Theory, 1924, significantly observed, socialism proves to be a different creed in the hands of its exponent carrot, varying with the temperaments of its advocates and the nature of abuses which have prompted their advocacy. Socialism, in short, is like a hat that has lost its shape because everybody wears it. A large number of works on socialism have evaded the problem of defining it, however. A working definition of socialism is necessary in order to understand its various applications. The Oxford English Dictionary defines socialism as a theory or policy that aims at or advocates the ownership or control of the means of production, capital, land, property, etc., by the community as a whole and their administration in the interests of all. This definition, though not very comprehensive, indicates the chief method and goal of socialism. A more elaborate definition of socialism is found in Joseph A. Schumpeter's Capitalism, Socialism and Democracy, 1942, where it is defined as that organization of society in which the means of production are controlled, and the decisions on how and what to produce and on who is to get what are made by public authority instead of by privately owned and privately managed firms. Many other definitions and descriptions of socialism more or less embrace these and similar ideas. In short, socialism stands for an economic system under which the major instruments of social production, that is the instruments by which production is carried out for consumption by the larger society, are placed under the ownership and control of public authority in order to ensure that they are properly utilized to secure the public interest. It is based on the view that liberty and equality granted to citizens in the political sphere will remain in empty form unless they are accompanied by a reorganization of the economic life of society, so as to convert them into substantive rights for citizens. How can socialism be established in society? It is interesting to note that the varieties of socialism differ from each other because of their different answers to this important question. The distinction between them will help us understand the true character of socialism. In popular parlance, the term socialism is usually applied to indicate evolutionary socialism, that is the kind of socialism achieved by evolutionary process or by degrees, not by wholesale transformation of society in a single stroke. Evolutionary socialism may be distinguished from revolutionary socialism, which seeks to establish socialism in its totality by overthrowing the capitalist system in a single stroke. In other words, revolutionary socialism seeks to transform the social system thoroughly instead of accepting small concessions for the underprivileged sections. In fact, evolutionary socialism admits an attitude of compromise between capitalism and socialism, so that the capitalist system is allowed to continue with some changes here and there in the socialist direction. It, therefore, belongs to the liberal tradition. On the other hand, revolutionary socialism makes a direct attack on the prevailing contradictions of the social order. It, therefore, belongs to the Marxist tradition. While evolutionary socialism may also be described as liberal socialism, revolutionary socialism may be called Marxian socialism. Evolutionary socialism relies on the democratic method, parliamentary reform, and even economic planning on die plea that the interests of the underprivileged sections, especially die working classes, might be represented and taken care of by their representatives and leadership. It is, therefore, coterminous with democratic socialism. Revolutionary socialism, on the other hand, insists oil organizing the working classes for fighting against capitalism so as to overthrow the capitalist order and establish complete socialization of the instruments of production and distribution by revolution. It is important to note that evolutionary socialism aims at securing the rights of the working classes, especially their economic rights, as a part of the supposed common interest of the community. In other words, it seeks to accommodate or reconcile the interests of the working classes with those of other classes. Thus, it subscribes to the theory of harmony or equilibrium as the governing principle of social relationships, corresponding to the position taken by modem liberalism. On the other hand, revolutionary socialism repudiates the theory of equilibrium or reconciliation between different interests in society. It seeks to reverse the position of the dominant and dependent classes of capitalist society, and ultimately to destroy the conditions of domination itself so as to secure a classless society. Most of the exponents of evolutionary socialism were associated with Fabian socialism. Democratic socialism. While Marxism seeks to bring about socialism through revolutionary method, democratic socialism prefers evolutionary or democratic method. Adherents of democratic socialism pay equal importance to democracy and socialism in order to secure social justice. They believe that the goals of democracy and socialism are not separable from each other. Both stand for ameliora of the condition of ordinary achieving the socialist goal. It seeks to modify orthodox socialism in some important details. Partial socialization of production and distribution. Democratic socialists hold that socialism does not require wholesale socialization of the means of social production and distribution. Instead, if some essential means of social production and distribution are placed under state ownership through the democratic process so as to ensure the supply of essential goods and services for the bulk of the population, this would be a substantial achievement in the direction of socialism. Satisfaction of moral as well as material needs. It should also take care of their moral, intellectual, and emotional needs so as to ensure a fuller development of the personality of each individual. Hence, the state should take care not only of food, clothing, and shelter for the masses, but also for their education, entertainment, art and culture, etc. Freedom of thought and expression. According to democratic socialists, an atmosphere of freedom is essential for the development of personality. Even if a society has abolished private property, put an end to economic exploitation, and manage to satisfy the material needs of all individuals, such conditions will not be conducive to the fuller development of personality without ensuring the freedom of thought and expression, freedom of religion and worship, freedom of movement, and other similar democratic freedoms. No form of dictatorship. Democratic socialism is opposed to all forms of dictatorship, even if it is a dictatorship of the proletariat, as expounded by the Marxian theory of socialism. Dictatorship of any kind leads to the suppression of personality. Hence, it is not conducive to human happiness. Free competition for power. Democratic socialism treats democratic structures, free competition for power among political parties, freedom of pressure groups, parliamentary institutions with an effective role for the opposition, etc., as essential instruments for achieving the ends of socialism. Among modem thinkers, Harold J. Lasky, 1893 to 1950, has made important contribution to the theory and practice of democratic socialism. Lasky has, in fact, sought to combine the ends of socialism with the democratic method of liberalism. In many of his famous works, particularly in his Liberty in the Modem State, 1930, State in Theory and Practice, 1935, and A Grammar of Politics, 1938, Lasky has made a brilliant attempt to combine the concept of liberal freedom with the goal of socialist justice. Then, E.F.M. Durbin, in his The Politics of Democratic Socialism, 1940, has competently elaborated the tenets of democratic socialism. Many countries of the world today are following the path of democratic socialism. Among these, the Scandinavian countries, Sweden, Norway, and Denmark, are the most notable. India also claims to follow the path of democratic socialism. Comment. Democratic socialism seeks to provide for democratic rights and civil liberties along with social economic rights of citizens. A difficult combination indeed. If this could be achieved, it would serve as an ideal scheme for social justice. But democracy is a matter of procedure. It does not prescribe the goals of state policy. Adoption of the goals of social justice in a democratic state largely depends on two factors: prevalence of a strong and discerning public opinion in favor of the goals of socialism, so that those committed to these goals win majority in elections, and they have a strong political will to implement their program. And 5. A strong resource base for the state which enables to provide for elaborate public services and social security without resorting to coercion and undue taxation. If leadership of a nation is able to motivate the people to work hard to raise production and mobilize resources, democratic socialism will have a good chance. This needs cultivation of a sense of duty, work culture, and patriotism among citizens in general, a difficult task indeed. On the other hand, if leadership resorts to heavy taxation of the relatively well-placed sections, who have improved their standards of living by dint of their talents, efforts, enterprise, and frugality, it might mar the incentives and thereby impoverish the resource base of the nation. This will erode the prospects of maintaining democratic socialism itself. Fabian socialism. Some 35 years after the Communist Manifesto, 1848, was issued, Fabian socialism made its appearance in England. This was the first systematic doctrine of democratic socialism, or evolutionary socialism in contrast to Marxian doctrine of revolutionary socialism. Fabian socialists sought to modify Marxian concepts in several ways. A. They based their economics on the Ricardian law of rent rather than on the labor theory of value. Social change, but set before themselves the task of permeating the middle class with the socialist message. And finally, Ricardian law of rent, or i.e., Ricardian law of rent, refers to a law of economics enunciated by David Ricardo, 772, 1823, a British economist. It held that with the growth of industrialization, demand for food grains rises, and rent on land goes up. So landlords immensely benefit from the growth of capitalism. Fabian socialism or Fabianism was first developed in England by the Fabian Society, founded in 1884, from which it derived its name. The term Fabian was adopted after the name of a great Roman general, Quintus Fabius, 275-203 BC, whose tactics in the fight against Hannibal served as a guide for the society. Thus its motto read, "For I right moment you must wait," as Fabius did, most patiently, when warring against Hannibal, though many censured his delays. But when the time comes, you must strike hard, as Fabius did, or your waiting will be in vain and fruitless. It will be recalled that Marxian socialism, developed in the late 40s of the 19th century, had envisaged revolution as an essential medium of change from capitalism to socialism. However, Fabian socialism regarded the transition from capitalism to socialism as a gradual process. It looked forward to the socialization of industry by the peaceful use of economic and political agencies already in hand. Marxian socialism had relied on the strength of the working class to bring about the transition from capitalism to socialism. Fabian socialism sought to make use of the services of the middle class for developing the technique of bringing about a new social order. It considered arousing the social conscience of the community in favor of the socialist ideal as a significant achievement. Fabianism, in fact, arose in the wake of the establishment of democracy in Great Britain, especially during the years 1865 to 1885. During this period, the working classes had not only obtained the franchise, right to vote, and the legalization of trade unions, but their influence on legislation and the wage contract was visibly on the increase. By such a state, there was no need of a revolution to create a new political mechanism, for it was already in existence and needed only to be used for the social transformation. Democratic state, an instrument of systematic social reform. Sidney Webb, 1859 to 1947, the leading Fabian socialist, maintained that the mission of the socialist was to acquire knowledge by means of specialized research into the various manifestations of economic and social life, to acquaint themselves with the machinery of legislation and administration, and to place their knowledge and experience at the disposal of all political agencies. With the new approach, Fabianism was able to attract some very brilliant men of England who became its exponents. Among them George Bernard Shaw, 1856 to 1950, Sidney Webb, 1859 to 1947, Beatrice Webb, 1858 to 1943, Sidney Olivier, 1859 to 1943, Graham Wallace, 1858 to 1932, and G.D.H. Cole, 1889 to 1959, are the most illustrious figures. Aims and objects of Fabianism. The exponents of Fabian socialism, which included many eminent writers, produced a sizable literature wherein they spelled out their aims and objects. Among these, some are quite outstanding. Emancipation of land and industrial capital. In pursuance of its socialist mission, the Fabian Society sought reorganization of society by the emancipation of land and industrial capital from individual and class ownership, investing them in the community for the general benefit, so that the natural and acquired assets of the community could be equitably shared by all. This, in effect, meant working for the extinction of private property and land, so that individual appropriation in the form of rent and other benefits accruing from private ownership of land could be stopped. In the past, the monopoly of the means of industrial production, industrial inventions, and transformation of surplus income had mainly enriched the proprietary class, while the worker had remained dependent upon that class for the means to earn a living. Fabianism sought to emancipate the worker through the transfer of the management of industrial capital to the community as a whole. Equality of opportunity. The Fabian Society was convinced that the emancipation of land and industrial capital from individual and class ownership would create conditions under which rent and interest would be added to the reward of labor. The idle class, living on the labor of others, would necessarily disappear, and political equality of opportunity would be maintained by the spontaneous action of economic forces with much less interference in personal liberty than the existing system entailed. The Fabian Society aimed at spreading socialist ideas, especially regarding the relation between individual and society in its economic, ethical, and political aspects, including the establishment of equal citizenship for men and women. For this purpose, the Fabian socialists sought to use the democratic method of a slow and gradual turning of the popular mind to the new principles of social reorganization. Sidney Webb, writing on the historical basis of socialism in the Fabian Essays, 1889, edited by George Bernard Shaw, observed that important organic changes can only be democratic, and thus acceptable to a majority of the people. 2. Gradual, and thus causing no dislocation, however rapid might be the rate of progress. 3. Not regarded as immoral by the mass of the people, and thus not subjectively demoralizing them. And 4. In England, at any rate, constitutional, and peaceful. Webb came out with a new interpretation of democracy in conformity with the socialist point of view. He asserted that democracy consisted in the control by the people themselves, not only of their own political organization, but, through that also, of the main instruments of wealth production. The gradual substitution of organized cooperation for the anarchy of competitive struggle and the consequent recovery of the enormous share which the possessors of the instruments of industry are able to take from the produce. Thus, the Fabian socialists were convinced that the spread of socialist ideas would automatically transform democracy into socialism. Universal education X. Idnie Olivier, writing on the moral basis of socialism in the Fabian essays, insisted on the provision of universal education as an essential means of emancipation of the working class. He pointed out that the educational system as an essential instrument of fostering social morality. The idea of the school implied leisure to learn. This meant the release of children from all non-educational labor until mind and physique have had a fair start and training. Education of adults needed a still wider arrangement. The schools of the adult are the journal and the library, social intercourse, fresh air, clean and beautiful cities, the joy of the fields, the museum, the art gallery, the lecture hall, the drama, and the opera. And only when these schools are free and accessible to all will the reproach of proletarian coarseness be done away with. German social democracy. German social democracy, as developed by Ferdinand Lassalle, 1825-64, was another important version of evolutionary socialism. Lassalle accepted the Marxian doctrine of economic interpretation of history, so far as it implied that the rise of the working class and the consequent decline of capitalism was inevitable in the future society. However, Lassalle evolved a different view regarding the nature and role of the state. Instead of a violent overthrow of the capitalist state, Lassalle suggested that the working class should organize itself into a political party with a view to securing universal, equal, and direct suffrage so as to make its power legally effective. Thus, Lassalle envisaged a constitutional and peaceful transition from the capitalist state to a workers' state. In this way, Lassalle sought to redefine the immediate goal of the workers' movement as securing a majority in the democratic legislative organs of the state. Revisionism. Another important school of evolutionary socialism that emerged in Germany itself was the revisionist school led by Eduard Bernstein, 1850-1932. It also sought to revise some of the basic tenets of Marxian theory, particularly on the following lines. The class struggle had become less intense because the conditions of the working class had improved rather than deteriorated. B. The middle class had, in fact, expanded rather than shrunk. And C. Large areas of industry had remained in small-scale production rather than concentrated in large-scale industries. Bernstein observed that contemporary social developments did not vindicate Marx's position. He argued, peasants do not sink, middle class does not disappear, crises do not grow even larger, misery and serfdom do not increase. Evolutionary socialism. 1898, Marx had predicted a sharp division between the classes and the greater and greater impoverishment of the working class. These two factors would create a mounting tension in capitalism to such a degree that the system would eventually collapse. Since these predictions were the cornerstones of Marx's revolutionary theory and these did not prove to be true, Bernstein proceeded to reject the case for revolution as well as the scientific basis of the scientific socialism. Bernstein, therefore, insisted that socialism should be treated more as a movement than an ultimate goal. Karl Kautsky, 1854-1939, continued to defend Marxian theories which remained the official doctrine of communist parties of Europe, but revisionist tactics became part of the socialist struggle. Bernstein rejected Marx's materialist interpretation of history, which implies the inevitability of class conflict as the road to socialism. Instead of class struggle and class rule, Bernstein preferred democracy, a genuine partnership of all adult citizens in a limited government as their joint enterprise. Liberal democracy was, to his mind, the very substance of socialism. Liberal democracy, v. Liberal democracy referred to the system of governance based on the principles I of liberalism and democracy. Liberalism seeks to evolve such rules and procedures I that would secure liberty of individual, while democracy implies the formation of government with the consent of the ordinary people. Accordingly, liberal democracy is largely identified by the following characteristics. A. Representative government based on majority rule with due recognition of minority rights. B. More than one political parties freely competing for politico power. C. Periodic elections based on universal adult franchise. D. Political offices not confined to any privileged class. E. Accountability of government to the electorate. F. Protection of civil liberties of citizens, such as freedom of thought and expression, movement, association, and assembly. He, including freedom to criticize the government. And G. Independence of judiciary from executive and legislative control. S. Syndicalism. The socialist movement developed in France and Latin countries in the form of syndicalism. In fact, syndicalism originated as a trend in the French labor movement, which considers labor unions and their federations as cells of the future socialist order. It insists on the complete independence of labor unions from political parties. In short, A. Syndicalism accepted the class struggle theory of Marx. B. It preached abolition of the political state. C. It urged industrial action as the only effective means of bringing about a revolutionary change in society and treated the general strike as a means of securing workers' control over industry, and D. It visualized a social order in which all power would be given to the producer. Trade and industrial unions would serve as entire economic framework of society. Syndicalism achieved great ideological success in France in the period between 1899 and 1937. Initially, the movement insisted on the exclusive right of workers to control industry. But after the First World War, 1914 to 18, it expanded its scope and conceded the equal right of consumers in this sphere of control. Syndicalism stood for socialization without state. Its opposition to the state took two major forms. A. The state should have no right in the control of industry. And B. Independent economic organizations should be used to restrict and counterbalance the power of the state. Guild socialism. In the first quarter of the 20th century, there was another socialist movement in England, known as guild socialism. In fact, guild socialism originated as a trend in the British labor movement, which enjoyed great ideological success in the period from 1916 to 1926. It tried to combine the good points of socialism with those of the ancient guild system. In short, A. It upheld the Martian emphasis on class struggle. 6. It stood for the abolition of the wage system and demanded representation of the workers in industrial control. C. It sought to modify syndicalism by introducing the importance of the consumer side by side with the worker. And CL. It sought to abolish the old state, which was an instrument of exploitation. However, it insisted that a new organization must be evolved to take charge of the many civic activities necessary to the life of the community. Guild socialism was strongly opposed not only to communism, but also to all forms of collectivistic socialism. It was inspired by that branch of French syndicalism which sought to restrict and counterbalance the power of the political state by independent economic organizations of workers and consumers. However, British guild socialism drifted away from French syndicalism because of its affinity with the British liberal tradition as manifested in the pluralistic view of society. Guild system. Guild system refers to a system of organization of work which prevailed in pre-industrial communities. A guild, in this sense, refers to an association of craftsmen and artisans that was formed to provide for mutual support, to pass a leaven on knowledge to new entrants in the trade, to control craft standards, and to govern new entries into the trade. The guilds enjoyed special prestige and power. Membership of a guild was regarded to be a source of privilege. A critical appraisal. Zero evolutionary socialism, in some form or the other, is practiced in a large number of countries today. In some countries, especially in the Scandinavian countries, it has brought widespread security and prosperity. In others, such as India, it has secured a marginal improvement in the general standards of living without making an effective dent in the vast socio-economic disparities. It has, therefore, been criticized on various grounds. No coherent doctrine. Evolutionary socialism is criticized because it has no coherent doctrine. There are so many varieties of evolutionary socialism: Fabian socialism, revisionism, syndicalism, guild socialism, parliamentary or democratic socialism, etc., that it is difficult to identify its essential contents. Different forms of evolutionary socialism accept and reject some or the other tenets of Marxian socialism without evolving suitable alternative strategies. It is, therefore, devoid of any general, unified view, consistent philosophy or program. Different schools of evolutionary socialism seek to substitute class cooperation for class conflict, democracy for the dictatorship of the proletariat, and an evolutionary method for the revolutionary method. But they fail to demonstrate how these substitutes can function effectively to attain the socialist goals. Not based in the working class, some forms of evolutionary socialism, such as syndicalism and guild socialism, are, of course, based in the working class. But other forms are not so based. For instance, Fabian socialism was exclusively based in the intellectuals of the middle class, with hardly any links with the working class. In effect, it was reduced to an intellectual luxury. It aimed at permeating all classes, but failed to arouse the working class, which is the main sufferer under the capitalist system, and which is bound to be the chief beneficiary of the socialist transformation. In fact, Fabian socialism insisted on redistribution of national wealth for the social good, that is, for the benefit of all sections of society, rather than for a particular section like the workers. In essence, this was nearer the principle of liberalism rather than that of socialism, which seeks to tilt the balance in favor of the weaker, exploited, underprivileged, and oppressed sections. Legitimization of the bourgeois state. Evolutionary socialism seeks to accommodate socialist goals in the operation of the capitalist system. Since capitalism has accepted liberal democracy as its political framework, characterized by universal franchise, periodic elections, and free competition for power, it is felt that the people's urge for economic equality cannot be evaded for long by granting them formal equality in the political sphere. It is alleged that the adoption of socialist goals reassures the people and serves as a safety valve for the capitalist system. In other words, evolutionary socialism is the device to maintain market society system with certain modifications. However, it may be conceded that no society can function efficiently without adequate incentives. Even pure socialist systems felt the need of introducing a modicum of market principles to maintain efficiency. This mixture of market principles with socialism was called market socialism. This policy was adopted in Yugoslavia after the early 1950s, in Hungary after 1968, in China, Poland, Bulgaria, and the former Soviet Union in 1980s. But that, too, could not solve the problem of scarcity. This led to bureaucratic corruption and eventual collapse of socialist systems. In the present age of disillusionment with revolutionary socialism, evolutionary socialism or democratic socialism is the only hope to promote social justice. Social justice. Social justice refers to a social policy which seeks to prevent concentration of valuable resources of the community or mankind, wealth, prestige, and power, in the hands of the chosen few, and to create a social order which will enable the deprived and underprivileged sections to gain a respectable share thereof by virtue of their ability, effort, and need. Conclusion. In spite of some shortcomings, evolutionary socialism is an effective instrument for mitigating the rigors of capitalism. It is definitely better than the crude form of capitalism, a free market economy with unrestrained competition. Evolutionary socialism provides an opportunity to the common people to resist and reduce the harshness of the capitalist class within capitalist society itself. It fails to transform capitalism precisely for want of adequate, organized, and consistent public pressure. The capitalist class manages to create an illusion of common welfare by granting small concessions and reliefs to the exploited and hard-pressed sections. Social contradictions continue to thrive in such a situation. Once the exploited sections become conscious of these contradictions and make up their mind to fight them out, the ground is prepared for transformation of the capitalist system. Even Marxian socialism postulates the emergence of class consciousness and a strong organization of the exploited class for bringing about revolution. If necessary consciousness and organization are present among the exploited sections, it should not be difficult for them to transform the capitalist system even through the ballot box. A combination of democracy and socialism is now regarded as not only possible, but logical and even inevitable. In the ultimate analysis, if democracy is real enough, its success will be reflected in the fulfillment of the aspirations of ordinary people, which are not very different from the socialist goals. It is now being increasingly realized that in highly industrialized modem states, armed revolutions have very little scope of being victorious. The constitutional method of securing the goals of socialism is, therefore, not entirely redundant, provided the exploited classes are on the alert, well-organized, vocal, and seriously engaged in building up strong public pressure against the capitalist class. A Fiepers, individuality, in Dutchland. If SDY it LLL. Ridley or innumerable individual. Fram Enanamk WWHS WWMD Jawaharlal Nehru, 1939. Not based in the working class, some forms of evolutionary socialism, such as syndicalism and guild socialism, are, of course, based in the working class. But other forms are not so based. For instance, Fabian socialism was exclusively based in the intellectuals of the middle class, with hardly any links with the working class. In effect, it was reduced to an intellectual luxury. It aimed at permeating all classes, but failed to arouse the working class, which is the main sufferer under the capitalist system, and which is bound to be the chief beneficiary of the socialist transformation. In fact, Fabian socialism insisted on redistribution of national wealth for the social good, that is, for the benefit of all sections of society, rather than for a particular section like the workers. In essence, this was nearer the principle of liberalism rather than that of socialism, which seeks to tilt the balance in favor of the weaker, exploited, underprivileged, and oppressed sections. Legitimization of the bourgeois state. Evolutionary socialism seeks to accommodate socialist goals in the operation of the capitalist system. Since capitalism has accepted liberal democracy as its political framework, characterized by universal franchise, periodic elections, and free competition for power, it is felt that the people's urge for economic equality cannot be evaded for long by granting them formal equality in the political sphere. It is alleged that the adoption of socialist goals reassures the people and serves as a safety valve for the capitalist system. In other words, evolutionary socialism is the device to maintain market society system with certain modifications. However, it may be conceded that no society can function efficiently without adequate incentives. Even pure socialist systems felt the need of introducing a modicum of market principles to maintain efficiency. This mixture of market principles with socialism was called market socialism. This policy was adopted in Yugoslavia after the early 1950s, in Hungary after 1968, in China, Poland, Bulgaria, and the former Soviet Union in 1980s. But that, too, could not solve the problem of scarcity. This led to bureaucratic corruption and eventual collapse of socialist systems. In the present age of disillusionment with revolutionary socialism, evolutionary socialism or democratic socialism is the only hope to promote social justice. Social justice. Social justice refers to a social policy which seeks to prevent concentration of valuable resources of the community or mankind, wealth, prestige, and power, in the hands of the chosen few, and to create a social order which will enable the deprived and underprivileged sections to gain a respectable share thereof by virtue of their ability, effort, and need. Conclusion. In spite of some shortcomings, evolutionary socialism is an effective instrument for mitigating the rigors of capitalism. It is definitely better than the crude form of capitalism, a free market economy with unrestrained competition. Evolutionary socialism provides an opportunity to the common people to resist and reduce the harshness of the capitalist class within capitalist society itself. It fails to transform capitalism precisely for want of adequate, organized, and consistent public pressure. The capitalist class manages to create an illusion of common welfare by granting small concessions and reliefs to the exploited and hard-pressed sections. Social contradictions continue to thrive in such a situation. Once the exploited sections become conscious of these contradictions and make up their mind to fight them out, the ground is prepared for transformation of the capitalist system. Even Marxian socialism postulates the emergence of class consciousness and a strong organization of the exploited class for bringing about revolution. If necessary consciousness and organization are present among the exploited sections, it should not be difficult for them to transform the capitalist system even through the ballot box. A combination of democracy and socialism is now regarded as not only possible, but logical and even inevitable. In the ultimate analysis, if democracy is real enough, its success will be reflected in the fulfillment of the aspirations of ordinary people, which are not very different from the socialist goals. It is now being increasingly realized that in highly industrialized modem states, armed revolutions have very little scope of being victorious. The constitutional method of securing the goals of socialism is, therefore, not entirely redundant, provided the exploited classes are on the alert, well-organized, vocal, and seriously engaged in building up strong public pressure against the capitalist class. I hope that socialism does not kill or suppress individuality. Indeed, I am attracted to it because it will release innumerable individuals from economic and cultural bondage. T.V.J. F.R.J.W.O. Jawaharlal. What is fascism? Fascism stands for a doctrine, ideology, or a set of principles underlying the movement founded in Italy by Benito Mussolini, 1883 to 1945, and his followers in 1919. For this purpose, he combined his fasci of workers, that is the small groups organized to bring about revolutionary changes in the political structure of Italy, into the fascist. The word fasci, from which the term fascism is derived, denotes the bundle of rods bound with a red cord round an axe helve which was borne before the Roman consuls by the lictors, the magisterial attendants, as the symbol of public power. The word fascisti stood for the movement, as well as the party founded to achieve the goals of fascism. In fact, Italian fascism came to have some well-defined goals as conceived and declared by its leader, Mussolini himself. It also evolved or embraced certain principles, a variety of unrelated principles woven into an incoherent whole, designed to meet political exigencies. That is why fascism never developed into a coherent political philosophy. It only developed into a movement which achieved temporary success in Italy. It was partly adopted by Adolf Hitler, 1889 to 1945, and the Nazis in Knani, Franco, 1892 to 1975, and the Phalangists in Spain, and had a marginal following in Britain, France, and other European countries. Some writers try to find its parallels in Asia, particularly in Japan, and in some Latin American countries, particularly in Argentina. Of the three major streams of political thought, liberalism, Marxism, and idealism, fascism is openly opposed to liberalism and Marxism. It is wedded to the idealist theory, but only to its distorted form. Fascism embraced some theoretical principles only to win the political support of some groups, especially to mobilize a large number of frustrated elements in society. Since these heterogeneous groups had no common interest, no common ideal, and no common values, fascism could never evolve a consistent political theory. It never became a part of the mainstream of political theory. The new students of political theory look to fascism not for guidance in sorting out theoretical issues, but for understanding political pathology. That is to understand how an adventurous leader like Mussolini or a fanatic leader like Hitler can play upon and exploit the sentiments of different categories of people under abnormal circumstances, and mobilize them for achieving certain goals which they would not approve of under normal mental and social conditions. Sociologists and social psychologists have found rich material for study in the abnormal conditions of society, which gave rise to the emergence of fascism. In politics, fascism is identified with a sick mental attitude which sets aside fascism reason as well as sound moral and social principles for the fulfillment of ambitions of narrow groups. Fascist tendencies pose a danger to peace and freedom in the world. The word fascist is a term of abuse in the present-day vocabulary. It is the opposite of materialism, which comprises the basic principle of Marxism. J1GWF. Account of the idealist interpretation of human history. He regarded all social institutions as the expression of development of idea or consciousness, which J culminates in the emergence of nation-state. Hegel called for complete subordination of man to the authority of the state for the realization of his freedom. Fascism made use of a distorted version of this theory to muster support for its program. Development of fascism. The development of fascism chiefly took place during the period between the two world wars, 1919 to 39, in Italy and Germany. It also had some parallel in Japan, so that the three countries, Germany, Italy, and Japan, eventually formed the Berlin-Rome, Tokyo axis, who were the chief enemies of the Allied powers in the Second World War, 1939 to 45. In fact, the Second World War was fought to defeat fascism. Fascism was strongly opposed to democracy, if not to capitalism, as well as to communism. That is why the capitalists and the communists joined together to defeat it. William Ebenstein, in his Today's Isms, 1980, observed, stripped to its essentials, fascism is the totalitarian organization of government and society by a single-party dictatorship, intensely nationalist, racist, militarist, and imperialist. In Europe, Italy was the first to go fascist in 1922, and Germany followed in 1933. In Asia, Japan became fascist in the 1930s, gradually evolving totalitarian institutions out of its own native heritage. Its chief variants, Italian fascism and German National Socialism, Nazism, arose under somewhat different circumstances, but they had many parallels in theory and practice. As R. M. McIlver, The Web of Government, 1965, has elucidated, both succeeded in enlisting diverse groups and classes to a program of expansionist aggression, finding common ground in the respective treatment meted out to them in the Treaty of Versailles, though one was chafing in defeat and the other discontented with the rewards of victory. In both instances, a disoriented small bourgeois group, in a time of social upheaval and economic trouble, found a leader who was master of the mass appeal. The preceding war had inculcated habits of blind obedience to the command of the superior, but the authority behind the command had been discredited. Men were groping for a new myth of authority. They were susceptible to the gospel of new demagogues. It is significant that both Italy and Germany had lagged behind other countries of Europe, e.g. France and Great Britain, in their way to national unification. Their geographical position had prevented them from attaining the status of world powers. Their societies were still in transition. The power was passing from a reactionary aristocracy to the emerging bourgeoisie, the capitalist class, but a strong working class was simultaneously rising and raising its claim to power. Both countries cherished a deep pride in their past cultural distinctions and felt bitterness over less great countries rising to the status of world powers, ignoring their claims. After the First World War, 1914-18, many Italians strongly felt that they had been cheated in the matter of distribution of the spoils of victory, while the Germans were indignant over the backbreaking war reparations imposed on them by their victors. In short, both Italy and Germany were in the grip of crisis and abnormal circumstances which were responsible for their similar development. As McIlver has argued, it is an old story that under conditions of grave stress, with the breaking of tradition, the people, and especially the young, lose the finer cohesion that gives play to the personality of each and are more easily reduced to the mass, the populace, the mob. Then comes the leader, whether he be a fanatic or an ambitious adventurer, and by his devices and his eloquence advances the process, at length making the mass the instrument of his purposes. Ibid. Theory of reaction. The doctrine of fascism arose as a theory of reaction to democracy, socialism, and communism. While democracy and communism represented progressive forces of the modern age, fascism sought to promote a movement or a tendency in the reverse direction, in support of the former outmoded, repressive, social and political conditions and policy. According to Dictionary of Political Science, E.C.L. Joseph Dunner, 1965, fascism rejects equality and substitutes the principle of hierarchy culminating in a supreme leader or dictator whose will is law. Fascism repudiates individualism and asserts that all values derive from the state, against which the individual possesses no rights. True liberty, consequently, is found only in subjection to state authority. The fascist state requires complete conformity, rigid discipline, and unquestioning obedience. Force is legitimate which conduces to these ends. As against the liberal democratic cult of reason, fascism relies on faith and emotion as the motive force of human actions. Instead of regarding individual as an end and the state as a means, fascism exalts the state as an end and reduces individual to the means. It establishes monopoly of the nation-state in all internal and external matters. It does not tolerate any human association or organization within the state to compete with the state for the loyalty of the individual. Thus, it rejects the pluralistic cult of liberal democracy. In the international sphere, it does not support international organization for settlement of disputes and relies upon military solutions. Fascism repudiates the progressive doctrine of human equality as the basis of their rational organization into nations or other associations. On the contrary, it seeks unity through homogeneity. In Germany, this attitude was embodied in racist doctrines and the program of liquidation of non-Aryan elements. THB fascist disdain for democracy is reflected in its policy of concentration of political power in the hands of the dictator and a single political party. This is amply revealed in Mussolini's pattern of leadership. As R. M. McIlver, in his The Web of Government, 1965, has aptly illustrated. In one thing he showed consistency throughout his career, his contempt for democracy. Exulting over the decaying corpse of the goddess of liberty, he proceeded to tear down, piece by piece, the parliamentary structure. He nullified and then abolished all political parties except Die Party. He changed his office of premier into that of head of the government. He made the party the organ of the state, with a hierarchical system of controls from local party boss to the Grand Council of Fascism. His regime became a personal government of the most extreme type. The members of the party were sworn to boundless obedience to his orders. Fascism created a peculiar authoritarian system which strived to engender mass enthusiasm for its regime and policies. In the event, Mussolini emerged as an extremely popular leader enjoying immense authority in the state. As McIlver has elaborated, he had his personal army, the Black Shirt Militia, bound exclusively to his service. The new political structure of fascist dictatorship was built inside the pre-existing system, until all that remained of the old order was a hollow facade. The king still reigned, the Senate still met, but one man, backed by his disciplined cohorts, commanded Italy, ibid. In short, fascism set aside constitutional democracy in order to enhance the prestige and power of the dictator, and to establish the hegemony of commanding unconditional obedience from the people. Fascism began as a movement demanding revolutionary changes in the social and political structure of Italy, but it soon developed into a force against revolution itself, especially against the revolutionary force of communism. Fascism may also be regarded as counter-revolutionary because it sought to promote concentration of economic control in fewer hands, as also to stop diffusion of political power. In other words, it stripped capitalism of its democratic character, which could have had some sobering effect on it. While the masses in a capitalist society could use their political power, thanks to the development of democracy, to secure increasing material well-being, fascism ruled out such possibility. Under fascism, the masses are left with no rights or safeguards against their oppression by the ruling clique. In the liberal phase of capitalism, the capitalists are somewhat prepared to pay the price of people's support in the form of some concessions. When it enters the fascist phase, the capitalists are no longer required to pay half price. Profit-making motive of the capitalists is no longer restrained by people's demands or expectations. The result is lower wages for the workers, inferior general conditions of industry, lowering of taxation upon capital and contraction of social services. Harold J. Lasky, in his State in Theory and Practice, 1935, observes that so long as the marriage of capitalism and democracy continued, capitalism continued to extend concessions to the masses, giving them a sense of satisfaction. But when it sought to withdraw those concessions, it had recourse to fascism. Fascism came to rescue capitalism from this dilemma. By the abrogation of democracy, in one form or another, it has entrusted unlimited political power to those who own and control the means of production. All political parties which deny its purposes have been suppressed. The free trade unions have gone, and with them, the right to strike. Wages have been reduced either unilaterally by the employers, or with the approval of the state. The right to free criticism has been suppressed, and the power of the electorate to change its government has been withdrawn. Fascist states also sought to curb individual liberty by obstructing the supply of true news. They brought the press, the wireless, the publishing trade, the cinema and theater directly under government control. The neutrality of the civil service was openly abandoned, and even the judiciary was subordinated to the service of fascist ideals. The fascist states built their authority by relying on the loyalty of the armed forces, as also by arming the forces of their own partisans. The whole state apparatus was used to advance the interests of capitalism at the expense of the worker. As Lasky has illustrated, Mussolini has explained that the individual fulfills himself in the fulfillment of the state end. Once we examine the actual character of that end in fascist communities, it becomes clear that it implies the sacrifice of the ordinary worker to the capitalist need to make profit, ibid, into a democratic welfare state or service state. It tends to maintain the exploitative character of the capitalist pattern of production in the name of national interest, national unity, discipline, industrial peace, and higher production, and to save a decadent capitalist system from the revolutionary threat of the oppressed classes. Fascism also seeks to dilute the revolutionary content of communism by an improvised anti-Marxist theory. It tries to replace materialism by a mystical political idealism. It rejects the theory of class conflict in favor of the organic unity of the nation-state that claims to represent a unified national interest. It even repudiates the economic motive behind human actions which could give rise to class struggle. As Mussolini himself observed in his famous article in Encyclopedia Italiana, 1932, fascism, now and always, believes in holiness and in heroism. That is to say, in actions influenced by no economic motive, direct or indirect. And if the economic conception of history be denied, according to which theory men are no more than puppets, carried to and fro by the waves of chance, while the real directing forces are quite out of their control, it follows that the existence of an unchangeable and unchanging class war is also denied, the natural progeny of the economic conception of history. And above all, fascism denies that class war can be the preponderant force in the transformation of society. Fascism thus tends to project an image of a unified nation with an indivisible interest, to repudiate the theory of class conflict. It even refuses to rely on reason for arriving at truth. Instead, it eulogizes the creative power of the myth to muster the support of all classes in society. As Mussolini said in a speech at Naples in 1922, "We have created our myth. The myth is a faith. It is passion. It is not necessary that it shall be a reality. It is a reality by the fact that it is a goad, a hope, a faith, that it is courage. Our myth is the nation. Our myth is the greatness of the nation." Hitler similarly created the myth office and developed his racist doctrine as a counterpart of the fascist image of the nation. He dwelled on the miraculous power of propaganda, especially of false propaganda, in his notorious work Mein Kampf, My Struggle, 1925-26. Thus, fascism openly sets aside truth and reason for the advancement of its sinister designs and containment of revolutionary forces. Socio-economic basis. Some writers, such as W.M. McGovern, From Luther to Hitler, 1941, and R.M. McIlver, The Web of Government, 1965, regard fascism as a movement of the lower middle class. However, when examined closely, this interpretation does not seem to be correct. It may be admitted that fascism particularly appealed to small businessmen, such as individual shopkeepers, who felt their livelihood threatened on the one hand by the rising working class with its revolutionary socialism, and on the other by the monster of monopoly capitalism. But fascism itself did not emanate from any movement launched by the lower middle class. The fascist militia were recruited from a subclass of the tradeless dregs of the working class without class loyalty or self-respect. In fact, fascism sought to muster support from diverse sections of society through false promises, appeals, and tactics. To discover the real socio-economic basis of fascism, it is essential to determine which class it sought to serve. As Lasky, in his State in Theory and Practice, 1935, has amply demonstrated, fascism sought to serve the interests of the capitalist class at the expense of the masses, especially the working class. It created the myth of the nation to secure concentration of economic and political control in the hands of the chosen few, and to demand unquestioning obedience and devotion from the masses to the authority so created. As Lasky concludes, stripped of all its rhetorical trappings, Italian fascism appears quite simply as an insistence upon compulsory obedience to a state whose purpose is to protect existing class relations, ibid. Instead of serving the interest of the whole nation, fascism only sought to exploit the prevailing social tensions and bring home the need of absolute authority and unquestioning obedience. William Ebenstein has tried to show that the conditions of capitalism do not by themselves give rise to fascism, but it arises only where democracy is particularly weak. Industrialists are not, as a class, any more fascist-minded than other social groups. In countries with strong liberal and democratic traditions, for example, industrialists have neither more nor less faith than other people in the democratic process. But where democracy has been weak, as it was in Germany, Italy, and Japan, it took only a few wealthy industrialists and landowners to supply fascist movements with ample funds. Today's isms. 1980. Ebenstein observes that even the conditions of economic depression need not necessarily lead to the rise of fascism, but the fear and frustration arising out of economic depression can lead to it. In times of depression, fear and frustration undermine faith in the democratic process, and where the faith in rational methods weakens, fascism is the potential gainer. The small businessman blames big business for his troubles. Big business puts the blame on the unreasonableness of the labor unions. Labor feels that the only way out is to soak the rich. The farmers feel that they are not getting enough for farm products, and that the prices they pay for manufactured goods are too high. And, worst of all, there is the large mass of unemployed people, ibid. Ebenstein further argues that even the economic suffering caused by unemployment can be mitigated by adequate relief, but the feeling of being useless, unwanted, and outside the productive ranks of society paves the way for the rise of fascism. It is among these spiritually homeless that fascism makes serious inroads during a depression. By putting an unemployed person into a uniform, a fascist movement makes him feel that he belongs, and by telling him that he is a member of a superior race or nation, such a movement restores some of his self-respect, ibid. The basic point made by Ebenstein to vindicate capitalism is, however, not fundamentally different from Lasky's view. The point is that so long as capitalism can accommodate the democratic aspirations of the people, it is not likely to degenerate into fascism. Ebenstein is highly optimistic of this potential in capitalism. But Lasky further holds that if the marriage between capitalism and democracy is brought to its logical conclusion, it will lead to the transformation of capitalism itself. On the contrary, an unrestrained capitalism would degenerate into fascism by crushing the democratic aspirations of the people. Liberal and Marxist critiques of fascism. Fascism is by no means a systematic doctrine. It is a queer mixture of incongruous elements. In Lasky's words, fascism, when closely examined, proves to be nothing more than an ill-assorted ragbag in which all kinds of remnants from the most diverse philosophies seek, as best they may, to find a place. The State in Theory and Practice. 1935. Fascism sought to mix up different theoretical elements, only to evolve an instrument of mass appeal and mass mobilization for the attainment of some political goals projected by an elite who happened to control political as well as economic power. Mussolini himself, in an article written in 1924, admitted, "We fascists have had the courage to discard all traditional political theories, and we are aristocrats and democrats, revolutionaries and reactionaries, proletarians and anti-proletarians, pacifists and anti-pacifists. It is sufficient to have a single fixed point, the nation. The rest is obvious." In its attempt to attain practical goals, fascism sought to repudiate both liberalism and Marxism in their essentials. It rejected constitutional government and other vital attributes of liberal democracy. It equally rejected Marxism. It has, therefore, been criticized by liberals as well as Marxists. Liberal critique. Several liberal writers have criticized fascism, particularly because of its totalitarian character and its rejection of democratic methods, human rights, etc. It is important to note that while liberalism is primarily a philosophy of capitalism, fascism also sought to promote capitalism rather out of the way. Liberal writers have taken different positions on this issue. Some of them do not refer to any significant relation between fascism and capitalism. As William Ebenstein has argued, the Marxist interpretation of fascism in terms of class, identifying fascism with capitalism in decay, is not borne out by the facts. Fascism cuts across all social groups. Wealthy industrialists and landowners support it for one reason, the lower middle classes for another, and some blue-collar workers for another still. Today's isms. 1980. Still others feel that fascism sought to distort the liberal and benevolent character of capitalism by dissociating it from democratic traditions and diverting it from the path of the welfare state. The main liberal objection against fascism is that it sought to destroy individual liberty by subordinating individual to the absolute authority of the state, and by reducing individual to a means to serve the end of the state. In the second place, fascism sought to accentuate the irrational element in human nature, while liberalism pleads for man's freedom, treating him primarily as a rational being. Thirdly, fascism repudiates the liberal faith in the natural and social equality of men through its cult of hero worship, superiority of the elite, and racist doctrines. In the fourth place, fascism hits at the pluralistic nature of society by establishing the monopoly of a single political party and eliminating free and open competition for political power. And finally, fascism demolishes constitutional government, which is the sole guarantee of human freedom and progress, as well as the cardinal principle of liberal democracy. Marxist critique. Marxists deprecate fascism as an attempt to protect capitalism in its decadent phase. By creating the myth of a nation, fascism sought to suppress class conflict on the one hand, and to thwart any international movement towards communism on the other. Antonio Gramsci, 1891 to 1937, an Italian Marxist who was victimized and tortured by the fascist regime of Mussolini, maintained that the ideological propaganda of the fascists sought to preserve capitalist hegemony and structures of domination, which made it acceptable to the ignorant masses. Leon Trotsky, 1879 to 1940, and others argued that the mass basis of fascism was provided by a desperate, rootless middle class. Some critics argue that the widespread fear of uncertainty in a time of crisis served as the breeding ground of authoritarianism in the fascist countries. Authoritarianism. Authoritarianism refers to a political outlook that requires everybody and everything to conform to an established order. It sees no need to obtain explicit or tacit consent of those affected by a decision. It does not permit ordinary people to express their independent opinions, demands, or preferences, and rules out accountability of power holders to public opinion or popular vote. Conclusion. Some liberal writers, prompted by their equal disdain for fascism and communism, have sought to club the two as totalitarian dictatorships. For instance, are M. McIlver, The Web of Government, 1965, and Alan Ball, Modern Politics and Government, 1988, have adopted this classification. This is not only unfair but misleading. Fascism tends to suppress the masses to secure the interests of a tiny class in all spheres: social, economic, political. On the contrary, communism, even when it uses coercion, seeks to distribute benefits to secure the maximum satisfaction of the masses. G. A. Almond and G. B. Powell, in their noted work Comparative Politics, A Developmental Approach, 1966, have aptly made this distinction. Totalitarian systems suppress demands coming from their societies and are unresponsive to demands coming from the international environment. At the same time, they regulate and coerce behavior in their societies and seek to draw maximum resources from their populations. Communist totalitarianism differs from fascist totalitarianism in having a strong distributive capability as well. Fascism, besides its retrograde class character, symbolizes a sick mental and political attitude. It fosters anti-human and anti-progressive forces. It seeks to curb liberty and equality and to distort justice. In short, it is a philosophy of the lunatic fringe, champions of terror and violence who advocate superiority of one race, sect, region, religion, language, or culture, relegating the rest of mankind to slavery. Unfortunately, fascist tendencies are not dead the world over. Enemies of mankind still thrive in some parts of the world and pose a potential threat to the security of those who do not belong to them, not to speak of those who do not follow them. Fascism supplied a moral justification for violence. It exploited patriotism to tie limit. It subtly rationalized minority rule. It offered the masses a new religion with a new god to worship. C. Maxey, Political Philosophies, 1961, 2. 9. Anarchism. What is anarchism? Anarchism stands for a mode of thought which holds that society can and should be organized without the coercive authority of the state. Although some indications of this mode of thought could be traced to ancient times, William Godwin, 1756 to 1836, a British political theorist, was the first thinker who argued unequivocally for a stateless society. His Inquiry Concerning Political Justice, 1793, is regarded to be the first systematic defense of anarchism. However, it was P.J. Proudhon, 1809 to 65, a French philosopher, who was the first to call himself an anarchist. As an ideology, anarchism had its greatest influence in late 19th and early 20th centuries, when several revolutionary movements in Western countries favored this mode of thought. Anarchist thinkers have one common aim: abolition of the state. But they widely differ as to how the state should be abolished and what type of organization should be evolved to replace it. So they by no means form a homogeneous group. They include a wide variety of thinkers ranging from the defenders of extreme form of socialism to the champions of extreme form of individualism. All anarchists agree on the need to dispense with compulsory forms of authority, culminating in authority of the state. However, most anarchists recognize the rational form of authority, particularly the authority of experts, e.g. scientists and doctors in their respective fields, as also the moral authority of collective decisions taken in a genuinely democratic manner. They are mostly averse to hierarchical forms of authority, e.g. churches, armies, bosses of capitalist enterprises, and impersonal aristocracies. Of the several schools of anarchist thought, the following are particularly important: philosophical anarchism, socialist anarchism, revolutionary anarchism, anarcho-syndicalism, Pacific anarchism, and libertarian anarchism. Philosophical anarchism. Philosophical anarchism rejects the idea of legitimate authority in the sense that no individual, whether state official or not, has the right to command the obedience of another. Individual autonomy, as conceived morally, requires individuals to act according to their own judgments. Because of its focus on individual, this school of thought is also called individualist anarchism. It was originally founded by Godwin himself in his essay Inquiry Concerning Political Justice, 1793, then Max Stimmer, 1806-56, a German philosopher, in The Ego and His Own, 1845, argued that every individual is the unique one who truly owns himself. He recognizes no duties to others and does what is right for himself, within the limit of his might. In contemporary thought, Godwin's line of argument was endorsed by R.P. Wolf in Defense of Anarchism, 1970. Accordingly, philosophical anarchism has little scope to encourage cooperation among individuals or to evolve their formal organization. Its upholders are generally suspicious of authority, yet they recognize the rational authority of experts within their fields of competence and the moral authority of basic social norms, such as contracts should be kept. If politics is defined as the art of persuading others when they do not agree, then philosophical anarchists may also recognize even political authority, but not the coercive authority of the state. So, if members of a commune or workers' cooperative actually participate in decision-making, their decisions may be deemed morally binding. Socialist anarchism insists on freedom of individual, defined as the capacity to satisfy his needs. It regards social and economic equality as a necessary condition to secure maximum freedom of all. In its view, social and economic equality is incompatible with capitalist private property and the state. It, therefore, rejects both. P.J. Proudhon, 1809-65, a French philosopher, is regarded the chief exponent of socialist anarchism. He postulated mutual aid as the appropriate method of achieving its goal. It is, therefore, also called mutualism. Proudhon argued that liberty or freedom is the mother, not the daughter, of order. All political parties are a variety of despotism. Power of the state and power of capital are coterminous. So the proletariat cannot emancipate itself by acquiring and using state power. On this ground, Proudhon criticized Marx's idea of establishing dictatorship of the proletariat as a way to human emancipation. Instead of violent method of overthrowing capitalism, Proudhon recommended the peaceful method of direct action and the practice of mutualism for evolving all new social order. He proposed that society should be organized as a network of autonomous local communities and producers' associations linked by the federal principle. Each person might possess his means of production, tools and equipment, land, etc., either singly or collectively, but should only be rewarded for his labor. This system will eliminate the elements of profit and rent and ensure a high degree of equality. Dictatorship of the proletariat. According to Marxism, dictatorship of the proletariat refers to a form of organization of the state that comes into existence when organized working class overthrows capitalism and assumes full control of political power. It is characterized by the socialization of the major means of production, de novo planning of material production so as to serve social needs, provide for an effective right to work, education, health and housing for the masses, and further development of science and technology, so as to multiply material production to achieve greater social satisfaction. Exchange of goods and services between different voluntary associations will be based on the principle that each party will seek only an equivalent for what it offered to the other. This will be supplemented by the establishment of a mutual credit bank, which would lend to producers at a minimal rate of interest, covering only its cost of administration. Proudhon firmly believed that this system of mutual aid would promote social solidarity. Proudhon's experiments on these lines proved to be a failure in actual practice, but his French disciples played an influential role in the early years of the First International, founded by the London Working Men's Association in 1864. 1842 to 1921, a Russian thinker. In Mutual Aid, A Factor of Evolution, 1890-96, Kropotkin argued that the principle of the struggle for existence and survival of the fittest, as enunciated by Charles Darwin, 1809-82, in the field of biological evolution, does not apply to the sphere of social relations. On the contrary, sociability is, under all circumstances, the greatest advantage in the struggle for life, and therefore the natural condition of all evolutionary beings. If human beings are not corrupted by the state and law, they would develop bonds of instinctive solidarity which would make government unnecessary. Kropotkin favored a system of communism, where everything belongs to everyone and distribution is made according to needs. Kropotkin's version of socialist anarchism is called communist anarchism. Revolutionary anarchism. Revolutionary anarchism is still another version of socialist anarchism. Mikhail Bakunin, 1814-76, a Russian revolutionary, is regarded the chief exponent of revolutionary anarchism. It is called revolutionary because of its reliance on the revolutionary method of achieving the goal of anarchism. Since it believes in collectivization of the means of social production, it is also called collectivism. Bakunin stood for the strategy of encouraging popular insurrections. It was envisaged that during the course of these insurrections, capitalist and landed property would be expropriated and collectivized, and the state would be abolished. It would be replaced by autonomous, but federally linked, communes. Bakunin projected the vision of a socialist society which would be organized from below upwards, not from above downwards. To foster the spirit of revolt among the oppressed, revolutionary anarchists adopted the tactic of propaganda by the deed. This would start with local insurrections, and then include acts of assassination and terrorism. They sought to establish a collectivist system in which each group of organized workers would be managing their own means of production. The distribution of the proceeds would be made according to collective decision. It was generally assumed that rewards would be proportional to labor, at least for the foreseeable future. Revolutionary anarchists opposed the authoritarian element in Marxist communism. Commune. Commune refers to an organized group of people or families who work together, live together, and share the fruits of their common labor for common use. Anarcho-syndicalism. Anarcho-syndicalism or syndicalist anarchism is another version of revolutionary anarchism. Georges-Eugène Sorel, 1847-1922, a French philosopher, was its chief exponent. It was based on the idea to turn trade unions into revolutionary instruments of class struggle. Instead of communes, as envisaged by communist anarchism, anarcho-syndicalism sought to make trade unions the basic units of a new society. In his important work Reflections on Violence, 1908, Sorel argued that law and institutions of every enduring society contain a form of structural violence. Capitalist system is itself an epitome of violence. Unjust violence should be fought with just type of violence. Sorel commended the method of general strike as the fit instrument for the workers to fight against capitalism. He recommended the use of myth to mobilize masses into action. The power of general strike could be exaggerated to elevate it to the level of a myth, which should be used to mobilize workers for mass action. Since Sorel relied on organized groups to overthrow capitalist state and provide for its alternative, he is not regarded a full-fledged anarchist. Myth stands for an idea or a story that refers to some wonderful or miraculous qualities of something. It is believed to be true by its upholders, although there is no evidence to prove it. The concept of myth as a political tool was developed by Georges-Eugène Sorel, 1847-1922, French philosopher. Sorel suggested the use of myth to stimulate mass action, particularly the resort to general strike, by workers to make them realize their unique collective strength. Sorel argued that validity of the myth was unimportant as long as it resulted in the desired action. Pacific anarchism. In contrast to revolutionary anarchism, Pacific anarchism stands for abolition of the state in a peaceful manner. It advocates anarchism on moral grounds. Its chief exponent, Leo Tolstoy, 1828-1910, the Russian novelist, was inspired by the law of love, expressed in the Sermon on the Mount, delivered by Christ himself. This made him denounce the state as organized violence and to call on people to disobey its immoral commands. Tolstoy argued that the state tried to fight one evil with another evil, i.e. with the help of police and military force. Private property enables the few to lead a luxurious life by exploiting others' labor. Both of them should be abolished for the regeneration of humanity. Mahatma Gandhi, 1869-1948, the Indian philosopher, was inspired by these ideas in developing his philosophy of nonviolence. In any case, Tolstoy did not advance any concrete program for the abolition of the state. Libertarian anarchism. Libertarian anarchism represents the contemporary version of individualist anarchism. Its beginnings may be traced to Herbert Spencer, 1820-1903, a development of market society to a stage where the state is dissolved and society becomes self-regulated. Its contemporary exponents include F.A. Hayek, 1899-1992, an Austrian economist, and Robert Nozick, 1938-2002, an American philosopher. Libertarianism stands for the revival of laissez-faire individualism, which believes in minimum interference of the state in economic activities of people. F.A. Hayek, in Law, Legislation, and Liberty, Volume 1, Rules and Order, 1973, observed that social order exists independently of the state, an order spontaneously generated, a product of human sociability. This natural order does not need supplementing by an order imposed from above. Then Nozick in his Anarchy, State, and Utopia, 1974, argued that the state has no legitimate powers beyond the functions of protection, justice, and defense. It is not authorized to engage in redistributive transfers among its citizens who were originally its clients. In Nozick's view, legal rights are the product of voluntary exchanges. An ideal state would be one which completely stays away from regulating voluntary exchanges between individuals. It would approximate to anarchy. For Nozick, anarchy refers to the status of a self-regulated society where government is not required to exercise its regulatory function. In short, Libertarians stand for restricting the role of the state to minimum possible level. They do not recommend to abolish the state altogether. The contemporary exponents of rational choice theory also advance similar arguments. M. Taylor, in his essay Community, Anarchy and Liberty, 1982, argued that social order is a public good. It cannot be divided and nobody can be excluded from its benefits. Yet people under the conditions of anarchy will cooperate voluntarily to create it. For libertarian anarchists, the state is not merely a necessary evil, it is a positive evil. They advocate the idea of natural society, a self-regulated, pluralistic society in which power and authority are radically decentralized. Are broad streams of anarchism. The stream, chief exponents. Philosophical anarchism. William Godwin, 1756 to 1836. British political philosopher. Max Stimmer, 1806 to 56. German philosopher Z. Socialist anarchism. P.J. Proudhon, 1809 to 65. French philosopher. Peter Kropotkin, 1842 to 1921. Russian philosopher. Communist anarchism. Revolutionary anarchism. Mikhail Bakunin, 1814 to 76. Russian revolutionary and philosopher X. Pacific anarchism. Leo Tolstoy, 1828 to 1910. Russian writer and philosopher. Anarcho-syndicalism. Georges-Eugène Sorel, 1847 to 1922. French philosopher. Libertarian anarchism. Herbert Spencer, 1820 to 1903. British philosopher. E.F.A. Hayek, 1899 to 1992. Austrian economist. Anarchism is based on a fascinating idea. However, it takes a too optimistic view of human nature. If human nature were so benign as envisaged by anarchists, and society could become self-regulated without interference of the state, the ills afflicting human society under the state would not have arisen at all, which the anarchists want to remedy. Moreover, in the contemporary world, which is severely afflicted by the problems of worldwide terrorism, crime, and environmental pollution, the need of regulation has become all the more evident and pressing. It is now felt that authority of the state is inadequate to deal with these gigantic problems. There is an urgent need to strengthen the machinery of global governance in order to regulate the present-day world, which would supplement authority of the state. Anarchist vision is terribly inadequate to deal with this situation. However, various schools of anarchism draw our attention to the tyranny of economic and political power, which makes the life of people so miserable. Its significance lies in devising suitable means to curb that power, that will restore justice in society and pave the way for human emancipation. Gandhiism derives its name from that of Mahatma Gandhi, M.K. Gandhi, 1869 to 1948. Indian social and moral philosopher. His social and political thought is compendiously described as Gandhiism. He did not write any treatise on his philosophy. His thought is scattered in a large number of notes and pamphlets, as well as his autobiography, My Experiments with Truth, 1929. He even denied the existence of Gandhiism. But as the time rolled on, it revealed the immense possibilities of application of Gandhian principles to various social, economic, and political situations, and their relevance is steadily increasing. It proved that Gandhian way of thinking has not only its distinct identity, it is a full-fledged worldview. That is precisely the basis of Gandhiism. Politics and ethics. As a moral philosopher, Gandhi treated ethics as the guiding star of all human behavior, including politics. Gandhi's ethics was based in moral teachings of all religions. Although he paid special attention to time-honored Hindu religion, Sanatana Dharma, he expressed his firm faith in the spiritualization of politics. This meant that if politics was to be a blessing and not a curse to mankind, it should be informed by the highest ethical and spiritual principles. In other words, politics should be guided by high moral standards, and not by expediency. Gandhi believed in purity of means as well as ends. Only right means should be adopted for the pursuit of right ends. He strongly refuted the idea that end justifies the means, or that, if a noble end is achieved by adopting ignoble means, their use would be excused. As Gandhi himself observed, they say means are after all means. I would say means are after all everything. As the means so the end. Realization of the goal is in exact proportion to that of the means. This is a proposition that admits of no exception. Selections from Gandhi by Ninal Kumar Bose, 1948. Gandhi was convinced that if we take care of our means, end will take care of itself. Means and ends may be compared to the seed and the tree respectively. The nature of tree is determined by the nature of seed. Only the right type of seed will grow into the right type of tree. As you sow, so shall you reap. He that soweth vice shall not reap virtue. Again, means and end may be compared to the action, karma, and its consequence, phala. Man has full control over his action, not over its consequences. That is the famous teaching of Bhagavad Gita, Hindu's sacred book. Means and ends are the two sides of a coin. They cannot be separated. Immoral means cannot be used to achieve moral ends. If used, they will vitiate the end itself. Wrong way can never lead to a right destination. The authority founded on fear and coercion cannot inspire love and respect among people. Gandhi adopted the path of satyagraha, reliance on the force of truth, for achieving the goal of Swaraj, independence from the foreign rule, because this path was as sacred as its destination. Satyagraha involved the practice of ahimsa, nonviolence, which embodied the right course of action. So Gandhi declared, "For me, ahimsa comes before Swaraj." For Gandhi, the terms spiritual, religious, and moral or ethical conveyed the same idea. They taught man to abstain from vice and follow the path of virtue. In Gandhi's view, the essence of all religions was identical. God of Hindus was not different from God of Muslims or God of Christians. All religions taught piety and charity towards fellow beings. No religion was superior or inferior to any other religion. Religious tolerance was the keynote of social harmony. Gandhi's notion of religion was aptly expressed in his own words. By religion, I do not mean formal religion or customary religion, but that religion which underlies all religions, which brings us face to face with our Maker. The Mind of Mahatma Gandhi, compiled by R.K. Prabhu and U.R. Rao, 1945. For Gandhi, adherence to religion was the part of his pursuit of truth. This very pursuit induced him to participate in politics. He believed that politics bereft of religion was nothing short of a death trap, which kills the soul. So my devotion to truth has drawn me into the field of politics. And I can say without the slightest hesitation, and yet in all humility, that those who say that religion has nothing to do with politics do not know what religion means. In short, politics and ethics were inseparable in Gandhian system of thought. Truth and nonviolence. Devotion to truth is the essence of Gandhism. But how to discover truth? It is as difficult as finding God himself. In Gandhi's view, God and truth are inseparable. Devotion to God can be carried out through devotion to his creation, particularly through the service to the downtrodden. As Gandhi wrote in Harijan, 1939, one recognizes no God except the God that is to be found in the hearts of the dumb millions. They do not recognize his presence. I do, and I worship the God that is truth or truth which is God, through service of these millions. Nonviolence is also the part of pursuit of truth. Nonviolence or non-injury, ahimsa, literally means abstention from violence in one's behavior towards other living beings. This represents only the negative side of nonviolence. On positive side, it implies love of all. We should extend our love not only to those who love us, but also to those who hate us. In Gandhi's own words, it is nonviolence only when we love those that hate us. I know how difficult it is to follow this grand law of love, but are not all great and good things difficult to do? Love of the hater is the most difficult of all. But by the grace of God, even this most difficult thing becomes easy to accomplish if we want to do it. Selections from Gandhi, by Nirmal Kumar Boskupi, 1948. In Gandhi's view, even the intention to harm somebody or wishing him ill is a form of violence which should be eschewed. Hatred or malice to anyone is also violence. Acquiring material things beyond one's immediate need is also a form of violence, because thereby we deprive others of their share. Even the acts of spreading atmospheric pollution and damaging public health amount to our violence. Thus, the principle of nonviolence embraces all rules of good citizenship and human decency when it comes to confrontation with injustice. Nonviolence does not imply showing weakness. Nonviolence is not the resort of the weak. It is the power of the strong. Of course, his moral power. This power comes from the firm adherence to truth. When one fights for a just cause and shows firm faith and bend. In short, nonviolence is the art of gaining victory over physical force by spiritual force. Nonviolence is the method of self-purification. Practitioner of nonviolence gains ample power to defeat the forces of untruth. Gandhi's technique of struggle against the mighty British Empire was pound throughout based on the principle of nonviolence, ahimsa. His method of silage disobedience and satyagraha, reliance on the force of truth, were strongly based on nonviolence. His doctrines of trusteeship and the vision of a classless society are also the manifestation of his adherence to truth and nonviolence. Doctrine of Trust FHB. Broadly speaking, Gandhi believed in simple living, at the level of production as well as consumption. He gave primacy to simple technology over heavy industries. Simple technology had the capacity of mass employment, whereas advanced technology would create vast unemployment, particularly in a country like India, and would promote consumerism with all its ill effects. Gandhi preferred production by the masses over mass production by heavy machinery. However, he realized that it was not feasible to switch over to the new system abruptly. Wider use of simple technology could be kept in mind in the course of future expansion. The existing system of large-scale production may be allowed to continue with necessary changes in the attitude of the owners of means of production. As Gandhi wrote in Amrita Bazar Patrika, 1934, what is needed is not the extinction of landlords and capitalists, but a transformation of the existing relationship between them and the masses into something healthier and purer. For the transformation of this relationship, Gandhi enunciated his doctrine of trusteeship. It urges landlords and capitalists not to consider themselves as the sole proprietors of their possessions, but only as trustees of a gift bestowed upon them by God for the service of humanity. Gandhi realized that the existing system had become oppressive because of the moral decline. If the organizers of agriculture and industry could be persuaded to act as public servants, they would win wide public respect instead of the existing hatred. The tendency of class conflict would be replaced by the spirit of class cooperation. Gandhi relied on the power of truth and nonviolence, ahimsa, to accomplish change of heart of the rich and resourceful members of society. Critics point out that the vision of change of heart of the rich is a fascinating idea, but it is hardly realizable in actual practice. Vision of a classless society. Gandhi's faith in human equality made him a strong votary of a classless society. He realized that the division of labor among different individuals was inevitable. However, class division of society was not directly related to division of labor. It was the product of a mindset in which one type of labor, i.e., physical labor, was regarded as inferior to another type of labor, i.e., mental labor or mere leisure. Gandhi sought to create a sense of equality among people by making bread labor compulsory for all. The gospel of bread labor expected everybody to do physical labor towards production, at least to compensate for the bread that he consumes. Bread is symbolic of various items of one's physical consumption. When everybody does physical labor, apart from the performance of other functions suited to his aptitude and qualifications, nobody will look down upon physical labor. This will create a sense of dignity of labor throughout society, which will promote a sense of equality among people transcending the prevailing division of labor. This attitude would even create a sense of equality between the rich and the poor. Gandhi stood against discrimination among human beings on the grounds of gender and faith. In other words, he championed equality between men and women as also between the adherents of different religions. In short, he wished to create a classless society by transforming the attitude of people towards the sources of discrimination in society. He insisted on moral regeneration of society, for which adherence to truth and nonviolence was indispensable. Gandhism and Marxism. Both Gandhi and Marx were deeply concerned with the plight of the downtrodden. Both stood for a classless and stateless society. It is sometimes felt that their philosophies were akin to each other, but on deeper analysis, it is revealed that their differences were more pronounced than their similarities. Gandhi was a spiritualist. Marx was a materialist. Gandhi treated religion as a moralizing force. Marx dubbed religion the opium of the people. Gandhi favored simple technology. Marx relied on advanced technology as a liberating force. Gandhi attributed the division of society into classes to a mental outlook based on the contempt for physical labor. Marx held the existence of private property responsible for this division. Gandhi believed in class cooperation. Marx regarded class conflict as the instrument of social transformation. Gandhi enunciated the doctrine of trusteeship for resolving the conflict between the rich and the poor. Marx exhorted the proletariat to overthrow capitalism. R1J. Moral individualism. Moral individualism refers to a philosophical principle which regards individual as an end in itself, endowed with dignity. Accordingly, no human being can be treated as a means to serve an end which lies beyond his conscious existence. No worldly thing can be treated as more valuable than a human being, and no human being can accept an obligation except at his own free will. Gandhi saw the state as a soulless machine for the coercion of individuals. Marx saw it as the instrument of class domination. Gandhi hoped that when nonviolence is adopted as universal principle, society will become self-regulated and state would become redundant. Marx anticipated that after socialist revolution and the fullest development of the forces of production, the state will wither away. Gandhi's vision of the future society consists of self-disciplined individuals having minimum needs with a sense of moral responsibility towards social needs. Marx's vision of the future consists of a self-regulated society ruled by the principle, from each according to his ability to each according to his need. Feminism stands for the concern with the status and role of women in society in relation to men. It holds that women have suffered and are still suffering injustice because of their sex. Hence, it seeks effective measures for the redressal of that injustice. In short, it implies a voice of protest against the inferior status accorded to women in society, which is the product of the institution of patriarchy and not based on reason. C. 3 Trier I1. It literally means rule of the father dash. Originally, this term was used to describe a social system based on the authority of male head of the household. Now it is applied to denote male domination in general, including its occurrence in labor market as well as domestic division of labor. JL. Early feminism emerged in the wake of Enlightenment, which sought to enlarge the scope of rights of man, so as to include equal rights of women therein. In Britain, free-thinking women like Mary Wollstonecraft, 1759-97, and Harriet Taylor, 1807-59, made a fervent appeal for equal rights of women. Later, John Stuart Mill, 1806-73, in his essay on the subjection of women, 1869, argued that women were by no means less talented than men and hence deserved equal right with men. In the contemporary world, the issue concerning the status of women may be understood by drawing a distinction between sex and gender. Enlightenment. Enlightenment refers to an intellectual movement of 18th century France, Germany, and Great Britain. It was a period when people's religious and political life was set free from obscure and orthodox beliefs and new light was shed on the conduct of human affairs. This led to the growth of a new outlook, informed by reason and committed to the authority of scientific research and discovery. Old superstitions were discarded, old fears were dispelled, and a new faith in the knowledge obtained by scientific method was developed. 4. Sex and gender. At the outset, it is necessary to understand the distinction between sex and gender in the sociological context. When we use the term sex, Its scope is limited to biological differences such as reproductive function and secondary characteristics such as body hair and breast development. But the term gender refers to cultural ideas that construct images and expectations of both females and males. Nature has divided human race between men and women, but their status and role in society are determined by our culture. When we speak of women as fair sex or weaker sex, or when we invoke the etiquette of ladies first, our attention is not confined to the biological fact, but we have already entered the realm of culture. In social sciences and literary criticism, the term gender is used to indicate the differences in social status of men and women, particularly to refer to the fact that women are placed in a lower status in relation to their intrinsic worth. Feminist thought focuses on gender perspective that calls for cultural transformation of society. It implies the right mirroring of status of women in relation to men in social and political life. Culture usually refers to certain distinctive features of different communities. However, some typical attitudes towards gender can be found throughout the civilized world. These attitudes tend to divide male and female personality traits and behavioral tendencies into two opposite patterns. These patterns may be described as masculinity and femininity, respectively. Masculinity, for example, typically includes aggressiveness, logical outlook, control of emotional expression, and attitude of dominance, while femininity is associated with peacefulness, intuitiveness, emotional expressiveness, and submissiveness. Some variations in these characteristics are possible in different social contexts. For example, a wife may be relatively submissive to her husband, but as a mother she may not be so towards her children. Moreover, the degree of submissiveness of a woman may vary from one case to another. In any case, relative dominance of men and relative submissiveness of women represent almost universal cultural traits, which are not directly based on their biological differences. Broadly speaking, these are the products of the social organization based on patriarchy and its institutions, the division of labor in the family, and the competitive and exploitative character of the economic system. From this perspective, the concepts of masculinity and femininity serve as instruments of social control that reinforce male dominance. So if a woman tends to behave in an authoritarian manner, particularly towards men, her behavior is termed to be indecent. In short, the expectations attached to differential roles of men and women serve as the foundation of gender inequality in society. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1712-78, a French philosopher, in his essay A Discourse on the Origin of Inequality, 1755, had distinguished between natural inequality and conventional inequality. Natural inequality describes the inequality of age, health, beauty, physical and intellectual capacities of different people, which were created by nature. These inequalities are largely unalterable. On the other hand, conventional inequalities represent disparities of wealth, prestige, and power among different individuals. These inequalities are the product of social arrangements. We can undertake a critical examination of these inequalities from the point of view of justice, and can reduce them by altering our social arrangements. In other words, conventional inequalities are alterable. In the present context, the division of society into two sexes, male and female, represents natural inequality, while gender inequalities are the product of convention and culture. These inequalities can be questioned and removed wherever they are found objectionable. So the issues relating to sex and gender may briefly be shown by the following chart. Issues relating to sex and gender. The issue, point of division, basis of division, symptom of division, character of division, division of society into men and women, sex, gender, product of nature, product of culture, natural inequality, conventional inequality, unalterable, alterable. J. Recent thinking on the subject has led to a voice of protest against gender-based discrimination, accompanied by the commitment to improve the position of women in society. It seeks restoration of justice for women who remain deprived of equal status and opportunities vis-a-vis men since earliest times. Their condition in the present-day society is reflected in the following report. Women constitute half the world's population, perform nearly 2/3 of its work hours, receive 1/10 of the world's income, and own less than 1/100th of the world's property. United Nations Report, 1980. The condition remains more or less unchanged today. It has now been proved beyond doubt that biological differences between man and woman do not justify inferior status of women. On the contrary, cultural factors have contributed to accentuate even the biological differences between men and women. The rapid improvement in women's athletic records in recent decades is an indication that social norms had shaped biology and restricted women's physical development. Feminist anthropologists have pointed out that in some ethnic groups, physical differentiation between men and women is not as prominent as in others. The present status of women is chiefly the product of social arrangements. Women often spend most of their time in domestic work and in rearing children. Most women do not get an opportunity to develop their own personality. They are made to believe that the proper sphere of their activity is within their household, and that they need not take interest in public life. From the beginning, girls are taught to pay more attention to personal relations, not to personal success. Boys are taught to be firm, assertive, and aggressive. Girls are taught to be obedient, shy, and submissive. Boys are encouraged to become doctors, engineers, and lawyers. Girls are encouraged to become school teachers, nurses, or secretaries. The experience gained by women in their own professional life does not help them to take up a political career. In the light of the growing social consciousness against various forms of injustice in society, the position with regard to the status of women needs to be reviewed, challenged and changed. Indeed, feminist theory and movement urged that women's situation and the inequalities between men and women should be treated as central political issues. All streams of feminist thought focus on the causes and remedies of women's inequality, subordination, or oppression. Injustice against women has existed since earliest times. Why has it come to the forefront only in recent times? It may be recalled that at the early stages of social organization, biological differences between men and women necessitated certain division of labor between them. Men who were physically strong and stable chose to go out for hunting and other hazardous jobs. Women who were constrained to undertake childbearing and rearing chose to remain at home and perform household jobs. The system was based on mutual care and adjustment, and did not involve any significant level of resentment. With the development of technology, sweeping changes took place in other pans of social organization, but the prevailing division of labor between men and women remained more or less unchanged. With the evolution of various forms of power, man as head of the family, of the clan, and of the tribe acquired more and more power, but woman largely continued to hold the subordinate position. Woman was given some concessions and exemptions from strenuous and hazardous tasks as she was regarded the weaker sex. As she was sexually, and also perhaps emotionally, vulnerable, she was not allowed to mix with strangers. Shyness was eulogized as a woman's ornament. She was encouraged to decorate herself, and her beauty was admired in poetry, music, paintings, and other works of art. In civilized society, she was recognized as the fair sex, endowed with special dignity. Manners like ladies first were evolved to confirm that dignity. Helping a damsel in distress was admired as an act of chivalry among men. However, in spite of so much importance accorded to woman in social life, she was systematically deprived of her share in power. She was given security, but not an opportunity to learn certain things that would make her as competent as man, and thereby vindicate her claim to equality. In particular, she was deprived of the right to ownership of property, right to vote, and opportunities of education and higher learning, even though these deprivations had no logical connection with her biological status as a woman. Early voices demanding rights of women particularly focused on these issues. When Mary Wollstonecraft, 1759-97, published her essay Vindication of the Rights of Woman, 1792, woman was not only restrained from voting, but was deemed unfit for education, was debarred from many occupations, and had no legal right to own property. She had no real right to divorce even if her husband abused her. Wollstonecraft forcefully challenged the prevailing belief in female inferiority and demanded equal rights for women. She argued that women, like men, are rational individuals and should have equal rights. She established the principles on which campaigns for women's right to education, employment, property, and the vote were later built up. John Stuart Mill, 1806-73, in The Subjection of Women, 1869, sought to demonstrate that women were in no way inferior to men in their talents, and pleaded to give them full legal and political rights. In the 19th century, feminist theory largely focused on removing educational and professional barriers from women's life. The reforming spirit behind these campaigns was often quite militant, which culminated in early 20th century struggles for women's suffrage. More recent demands of this movement in the Western world focused on women's employment rights, equal pay for equal work, and equality in social benefits, taxation, and so on. In the contemporary world, further advancement in technology, diversification of business, industry, administration, arts and professions, etc., and the increasing demand of new skills, talents, and professional competence have given women the opportunity of proving their abilities. They have also been encouraged to acquire higher qualifications and training and to seek respectable careers. It is now realized that women are fit to perform most of the jobs that men do, and for which they were not considered fit earlier. Equal rights for women are no longer questioned in enlightened circles. Broad streams of feminism. Feminist theory has evolved into various schools of thought. Of these three are particularly important: A. Liberal feminism, Z. Radical feminism, and C. Socialist feminism. Liberal feminism represents the earliest trend in feminist thought. It seeks amelioration in the condition of women in pursuance of the policy of liberalism. It advocates suitable reforms in the liberal institutions already existing in Western countries. It opposes any revolutionary change. Mary Wollstonecraft, the early exponent of liberal feminism, sought to establish fundamental equality between men and women within the existing framework of liberal democracy. She argued that both man and woman are essentially rational creatures, but women were deprived of education as well as opportunity to participate in public life. Under the circumstances, woman was cast in the image of an emotional and playful creature rather than a rational creature. Then John Stuart Mill, another exponent of liberal feminism, sought to demonstrate that women were in no way inferior to men in their talents, and pleaded to give them full legal and political rights. Mill argued that society as a whole was losing out if it did not make good use of the rational qualities of women as well as men. He maintained that a more equal relationship between man and woman as marriage partners would ameliorate the qualities of life for both men and women. He advocated reform of the property laws so that women retained rights to their property after marriage. Among the contemporary exponents of liberal feminism, Betty Friedan, 1921-2006, American writer and activist, is most notable. In her most famous work, The Feminine Mystique, 1963, She argued for measures to ensure substantive equality for women in the sphere of work as well as in politics and private life. In the second stage, 1983, she underlined the continued significance of home, family, and children for women. Friedan resembles Mary Wollstonecraft and Mill insofar as she does not want to overturn contemporary liberal society. She asserts that the liberal creed of autonomy and self-determination of the individual should be applied to women as well as men. She advocates widespread access to crèche and similar facilities to enable women to combine effectively their professional careers and family responsibilities. Friedan is regarded as an inspirational figure for second-wave liberal feminists. Another important contemporary exponent of liberal feminism is Carol Pateman, 1940. She is widely known for her synthesis of conceptual problems in liberal democratic theory with the theory of the patriarchal basis of sexual politics. In her famous essay, The Sexual Contract, 1988, she particularly attacked the misconception that the liberal theory of the social contract had overthrown the concept of patriarchal rule. In a nutshell, liberal feminism accepts the liberal assumptions about the value to be accorded to individuality and freedom, but campaigns to achieve their equal realization for women as well as men. This is the most popular stream of feminist movement, but it is not considered to be very influential. Radical feminism. Radical feminism focuses on the all-pervading male domination in society and calls for overturning of gender oppression. Although it arose in mid-20th century, its early hints are found in early 20th century, particularly in the writings of Virginia Woolf, 1882 to 1941, English novelist and essayist. In her famous essay A Room of One's Own, 1929, Woolf dwelled on how men socially and psychically dominate women. She argued that women are simultaneously victims of themselves as well as of men by acting as mirrors to men. Then Simone de Beauvoir, 1908-86, French novelist and author of The Second Sex, 1949, sought to challenge Sigmund Freud's, 1856-1939, famous dictum Anatomy is Destiny, off woman, when she asserted, "A woman is not born but made." She argued that the dependent, derivative status of woman as the other of man was the product of her upbringing in society. She exhorted women to strive to transform their status and lifestyle across all social and cultural reference points. Another prominent exponent of radical feminism, Shulamith Firestone, 1945 to 2012, in her celebrated work The Dialectic of Sex, 1970, argued that women's subordination could not be understood as a symptom or an aspect of some deeper or more comprehensive system of domination, such as racism or class-based division of society. Historically, women constituted the first oppressed group. Their subordination could not be eliminated by the changes such as the elimination of prejudice or even the abolition of class society. Firestone claimed that the basis of women's subordination was ultimately biological. In other words, human reproductive biology was responsible for considering women the weaker sex. Moreover, the survival of women and children required that infants should depend on lactating women, and women, in turn, should depend on men. Happily, the material conditions for ending this hitherto inevitable dependence had finally been achieved in the 20th century with the advent of reliable contraception, baby foods, and test tube babies. These technological developments provided women the means of freeing themselves from the tyranny of their reproductive biology and diffusing the childbearing and child-rearing role to society as a whole, men as well as women. Then Kate Millett, 1934 to 2017, in Sexual Politics, 1971, argued that the relationship between the sexes was based on power and further sustained by an ideology. IL was similar to the relationship between classes and races. Hence, it should be treated as a political relationship. Basing her analysis of women's subordination on Max Weber's 1864 to 1920 theory of domination, Millett argued that men have exercised domination over women in two forms, through social authority and economic force. Time had now come to smash these implements of man's domination. Shulamith Firestone and Kate Millett are regarded to be the two pillars of radical feminism, who exercised enormous influence on developing the women's liberation movement in 1970s. XRL. Sosatitsi Fekfiism recognizes twofold division of capitalist society into A. Men sad wknia ID which san dominate, and B. Capitalists and workers in which DCCR and NSDH bolds that here capitalists as well as men are the beneficiaries. Establishment of socialism is, therefore, the necessary. It's through off women's emlassiparian. Initially, Charles Fourier, 1772 to 1837, French social critic and socialist Tyrosopper, archers the case for socialist feminism at the beginning of the 19th CSMXRY. He stood for a version of socialism that would be based on equality between men and women. He envisaged a form of social organization in which men and women would enter into group marriages and live in small communities where all men and women would be treated as equal partners. The children BOM Octophages marriages would be brought up together by their common parents. Ricker Scroomtham boys and girls would get identical treatment. Friedrich Engels, 1820 to 95, co-founder of Marxism as a close associate C.R. Curry Forks, ISIS, 83, provided a classic account of the origin of gender inequality. HRS The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, 1884. Friganes argued Tisri *ISE Kryren Sof Sexual Mequal Hime, betrays to the Kstasishment CF Commercial Descent, Rid is the practice of tracing kinship through the fee of Risner 20 son L2 re then 20 Granlon, etc. It arose with the advent of private Zet Cercery, SDX ekviisa Erskerdich, property, remains with male ascensons. A Gieferek v. Iruwuldahorh both. Rival Sporsi Dri Rirenesk Ser, Rick CS soon. Evolution of feminism RRs, OC7G, not TSTSDS towards suffrage movements of Sate 19th 1, RC. Ekti Twemi centuries. Kiss exponents argued that men and women, *ST pound equal as, eards their tefectal and emotional capacities and needs, SA to nannies enjoyed by as should be equally extended to women. In their J. Rita dash, coerists were not redouble io those of their husbands. Second Wo Feriosra refers to the resurgence of activist femilsra in late 1 Mefledge. Asksy, Kriksdarty in 1960s and 1970s. HS exponents attacked on RC, sex towards women, particularly sexual violence. They rejected a ekbase re SBS such as sexual submissiveness and participahin in beauty, barracks, i.e. sword the dispersion of women from the enforced domstrity 1, LTLLC or a sable, and G female SC sterity and sisterhood. Dash caritas equals een or ursus that women should see themselves as agents, and not as warns talk the exizarag soda, system, focus on the incidence of teters OG, equals cessor one site wexrid denfy their real role. The exponents of past, J.E. towards T argue riot sex caret C and YDXX. D be considered a liberating force. Al, are sensuous sex subi serrated. T in rare view, their T dollar no guess. Between seskai ekik and Y arc kark spatico fey beauty practices and gender dress. Knes through any ficus CN tfir materii, xi and YWHH. Men, Sheila Robatham, 1943, the contemporary representative of this school, advocated a participatory, decentralized approach to social change that contemplates linking of the struggles of all oppressed groups. In her best-known historical writings, Women, Resistance and Revolution, 1972, and Hidden from History, 1973, Robatham tried to reclaim the past for women as a source of knowledge and strength that could contribute to their present struggle. She continued this approach in The Past is Before Us, 1989. As a Marxist, she maintained that the struggle for women's liberation is essentially bound with the struggle against capitalism. She has shown from historical evidence that class exploitation and women's oppression are closely linked phenomena. She argued that the success in these spheres can be achieved only through combining these struggles. Empowerment of women. A general awareness of the exploitation of women on various fronts like social, cultural, political, and economic fronts has led to strong protests manifested in women's liberation movement, which emerged in the United States since the early 1970s. Soon this movement also spread to Europe and other parts of the world. The movement focused on equal rights and status for women in a male-dominated society. Some prominent organizations associated with this movement were National Organization for Women, NOW, Boston's Bread and Roses, Berkeley Women's Liberation Group, Women's Radical Action Project, Women's Equity Action League, WHEEL, National Women's Political Caucus, NWPC, etc. Broadly speaking, women's liberation movement demanded a truly equal treatment of men and women. It required that many of society's myths, values, and beliefs concerning status and role of women in society should be fundamentally reassessed and changed. These changes must embrace the patterns of work and family life, social behavior, decision-making, politics, religion, and education. Even the more personal and private domain of sexuality needed to be redefined. These demands led to a widespread debate on diverse issues concerning women. These include daycare facilities for children, development of a non-SE Zist vocabulary, e.g. the term chairman, should be replaced by chairperson, and setting suitable norms for the representation of women in the mass media, including advertising. These debates have not only led to the enactment of new laws in some countries, but also to the worldwide acceptance of new norms protecting the dignity of women. In India, some important legislation concerning the protection of women includes the Immoral Traffic Prevention Act, 1956, Dowry Prohibition Act, 1961, Indecent Representation of Women Prohibition Act, 1986, and the Commission of Sorry Prevention Act, 1987. Female foeticide UA's SUF, to be prevented by the enactment of the Prenatal Diagnostic Techniques, Regulation and Prevention of Misuse Act, 1994. The recent legislation counseling empowerment of women includes Hindu Succession Amendment Act, 2005, which gives equal right to daughters in joint family property and protection of women from Domestic Violence Act, 2005. Feminists also assert that until the condition of equal participation of women in public life is fulfilled, the concept of citizenship cannot be brought to its logical conclusion. In India, a beginning in this direction has been made by making reservation a third of the seats in panchayats for women. This will encourage women to join politics at grassroots level. By and by their representation at this level can be increased to 1/2, and provision can also be made for their adequate representation in legislative assemblies and parliament. The opening up of vast opportunities of higher education for women would also prove to be instrumental to their larger representation in administration and high-profile professions. In this way, the idea of equal citizenship can be fully realized from the feminist point of view. Feminists argue that even after getting full citizenship in law, women continue to suffer from subjection in their social life. From 1960s and 1970s, the status of women in society and polities has become the center of attention. Earlier, it was usually thought that after establishing legal equality of men and women were not left with any issue of complaint. After the extension of right to vote to women, there were ** studies on voting behavior. It was found that women's participation in voting was lower in comparison to men. To explain this situation, it was argued that women were largely interested in private and domestic affairs. They were less interested in politics and public affairs, and probably they had no time to attend to these matters. However, when the size of the family began to shrink and more women took up jobs, the above explanation regarding women's sphere of interest was no longer held to be valid. The situation in the United States House of Representatives was not very different, but the situation in the Scandinavian countries was not that bad. In Sweden and Denmark, women's membership of legislatures amounted to 26%. In Norway, this figure was 34%. In recent years, these figures have slightly gone up. In the sphere of international politics, the representation of women is still meager. In November 1990, 34 heads of government of European countries gathered to sign the historic Charter of Paris for the new Europe. The gathering marked the end of the Cold War. In newspaper headlines, it was described as the end of an era. But feminists ask, which era had come to an end? In any case, it was not an end of the patriarchal era. In the group photo of these 34 heads of government, only 2 women could be spotted after a thorough search. These were Gro Brundtland, Prime Minister of Norway, and Margaret Thatcher, Prime Minister of Britain. 2 days after this conference, Mrs. Thatcher also resigned, and a man replaced her as Prime Minister. In this situation, what is the consequence of granting full political rights to women if their representation in public life remains so negligible? Happily, however, by the end of 2005, Germany had elected its first woman chancellor. By the beginning of 2006, Chile and Liberia had elected their women presidents. Then in 2007, India and Argentina had the distinction of having women presidents. In the countries outside Europe and America, women representation is very insignificant at the level of political authority, although some women have been successful in attaining top positions. Sri Lanka, Israel, India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh have the record of having women prime ministers or heads of government. But on the whole, the number of women holding high offices is very small. Some women have excellent record of performance in various important positions, like those in legislatures, cabinets, bureaucracy, diplomacy, journalism, legal profession, fine arts, academics, and scientific research, etc. This record is enough proof of the potential of women's power, but it is no proof of the opportunities open to women as their share in these positions continues to be very meager. Conclusion. Currently, there are 2 broad views concerning equal rights for women. One view is that there is no difference between men and women as regards their capabilities, hence they should be governed by the same laws. And B. Another view is that women are essentially different from men. Biologically, culturally, and socially, they should be given equal opportunities to develop and apply their distinctive capabilities along with equal rights. Thus, women could be exempted from hazardous tasks, like underground mining and working in night shifts. Similarly, women should be entitled to maternity leave and related benefits, arrangements for maintenance and custody of children after divorce, etc. Besides, in order to compensate women for their underrepresentation in important positions, reservations for women should be made in the seats for higher learning, appointments, seats in legislatures, etc. They should also be given tax concessions in order to encourage them to work for additional income. This view seems to be more reasonable and is widely endorsed. Worldwide concern for gender justice was expressed in Human Development Report, 1995, issued by the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP. It sought to include the Gender-Related Development Index, GDI, for a group of 130 countries, out of a total of 174 countries included in the report. Further, it also included the estimation of the Gender Empowerment Measure, GM, or the extent to which women participate in a country's economic and political life. According to this report, Sweden, Finland, Norway, and Denmark came out on top with the highest GDI and GM scores, indicating the virtual absence of any gender bias in their development process. The most gender-biased societies, with scores under 0.3, compared to a maximum possible value of 1.00, are mostly African or Islamic nations. India ranks 99 in terms of GDI of the 130 countries included in the report. The present report defines gender equality as follows. Moving towards gender equality is not a technocratic goal. It is a political process. It requires a new way of thinking, in which the stereotyping of women and men gives way to a new philosophy that regards all people, irrespective of gender, as essential agents of change. Significantly, the report does not find any correlation between gender bias and a country's economic development. A poor economy like Cuba, which ranks 72 on Human Development Index of the 174 countries, ranks 47 on the GDI and 16 on the GM of the 130 countries. Commending China and Cuba for their support of women, the present report observes, countries applying socialist models use social and political mobilization to achieve rapid and equal progress in education and health for women and men, and to engineer social transformations to expand opportunities for women. It is interesting to note that there is no essential correlation between GDI and GM in many cases. This means that they have given adequate attention to healthcare and education of women, but no adequate share in the exercise of power. This is illustrated by the case of economic tigers of East Asia, where in spite of substantial improvement in the level of development of women, they have been denied a tangible share in economic and political power in an essentially male-dominated society. In a nutshell, feminist perspective on justice calls for securing the overall development of women, including improvement of their health and education, as well as giving them adequate share in economic and political power. Among the rude people, the women are generally degraded. Among civilized, exalted, A.E. U4. J. James Mill, 1773 to 1836. 3. Nature of politics. The term politics is applied to a particular social phenomenon as well as to a systematic study of that phenomenon. When Aristotle, ancient Greek philosopher, adopted politics as the title of his famous work, he used the term to indicate a distinct branch of study. Some modern writers have frequently used the term politics in this sense. For example, Henry Sidgwick, The Elements of Politics, 1891, Harold J. Lasky, A Grammar of Politics, 1925, and An Introduction to Politics, 1931. G.E.G. Catlin, Systematic Politics, 1965, J.R. Lucas, The Principles of Politics, 1967, and Seymour Lipset, Politics and the Social Sciences, 1969, have treated politics as a particular subject of study. Similarly, when we speak of comparative politics or international politics as branches of study, we refer to politics in the sense of a discipline. In some universities, politics and political science are used as interchangeable nomenclatures for their academic departments. For instance, the University of Mumbai has a Department of Civics and Politics, while the University of Delhi maintains a Department of Political Science. A similar variation can be seen in the Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics and the London School of Economics and Political Science. In short, the term politics is often used synonymously with political science. Politics as a process. Whether we use the term politics or political science, our subject of study is always concerned with a particular type of human activity, also described as politics. What is the nature of that activity? At the outset, a reference may be made to the layman's image of politics. Alan Ball, in his Modern Politics and Government, 1988, has indicated two problems arising from the general impressions about political activity. In the 93 first place, it is often assumed that politics is only concerned with the public sector, with parliaments, elections, cabinets, and has little relevance to other spheres of human activity. Secondly, there is the danger of confusing politics solely with the politics, that it is somehow concerned with having a political opinion, or that it at least implies a distaste with the intrigues and tricks of party politicians seeking power. In other words, a layman thinks of politics in terms of public meetings, processions, slogans, demonstrations, demands, strikes, tear gas, lathi charge, as well as elections accompanied by false promises and false reports on their fulfillment. Such vague assumptions are the reason why politics often gets dubbed the last resort of scoundrels. Ernest Benn has sarcastically described politics as the art of looking for trouble, finding it where it exists or not, diagnosing it wrongly, and applying the wrong remedy. That is why politics is sometimes condemned as a dirty game, why students are advised to keep away from politics, and why judges and other intellectuals are expected to keep themselves above politics. For a systematic study of politics, it is essential to dispel such confusion and to lift politics from the arena of vague impressions to the level of scientific precision. The word politics itself is derived from the Greek word polis, which denoted ancient Greek city-state. The activities of citizens and their role as members and operators of the state were termed by ancient Greek thinkers as politics. Thus, from the very beginning, politics came to be associated with the state. In fact, traditional writers have considered political science as the science of the state, and have devoted themselves, a. to a study of the institutions of the state, and 6. to developing ideas concerning the nature of a perfect state. However, modern writers have increasingly recognized that politics does not operate strictly within the framework of an institutional setup, but permeates the entire social fabric. Accordingly, politics is now treated as a social process rather than an aggregate of the formal institutions of the state. How does this process operate? The political situation. Politics as a process operates in a particular situation which may be termed as a political situation. According to Alan Ball, Modern Politics and Government, 1988, political activity involves disagreements and the reconciliation of those disagreements. In other words, the essence of the political situation is conflict. Stephen L. Wasby, Political Science, The Discipline and Its Dimensions, An Introduction, 1972, similarly observed, where there is politics, it is said, there is controversy. Where there are issues, there is politics. Where no controversy exists, where no issues are being debated, politics does not exist. J.D.B. Miller, The Nature of Politics, 1962, had pointed to the use of government in the process of conflict resolution in a political situation. Political activity arises out of disagreement, and it is concerned with the use of government to resolve conflict in the direction of change or in the prevention of change. Politics, to be distinguished as a recognizable activity, demands some initial disagreement between parties or persons in the presence of government as a means of resolving the disagreement in some direction. In a nutshell, the political process postulates the existence of disagreement or conflict and efforts for the resolution of that conflict through the authority of government. Thus, every situation involving a conflict and efforts for its resolution cannot be called a political situation. An example of a political situation given by Alan Ball does not appear to be a fit case. He says, two children in a nursery with one toy which they both want at the same time present a political situation. The two children could resort to violence, with the stronger claiming the toy, or the mother could appear and use her stronger position to arbitrate between the quarreling children. This example suffers from two defects. In the first place, it refers to a private conflict between two children which does not qualify for being a political situation. Similarly, a dispute between husband and wife on the family budget does not present a political situation. Only that conflict can be considered the proper subject of politics which arises at a public level, i.e. in which two or more major groups are involved in any social setting, whether local, regional, national, or international, or at the economic, cultural, linguistic, religious, or ethnic plane. In other words, a political conflict is always concerned with public issues, not with private issues. It demands a universal solution, not a solitary one. In common parlance, we talk of the politics of church, university, or a factory. But as long as this so-called politics is confined to a single organization with little effect on public life, it cannot be considered the proper subject of study in political science. In the second place, Alan Ball's example contemplates resort to violence as one of the possible methods of conflict resolution. But, properly speaking, resort to violence or war does not qualify for a political solution. No doubt, some political disputes do culminate in war, but war is a symptom of the failure of a political solution. On the contrary, a political solution emanates from negotiation, persuasion, arbitration, compromise, pressure, counting of votes, or any similar tactic short of war. In any case, the solution is supposed to be acceptable to the parties involved in the dispute. How is this made possible? The political solution of a conflict is made acceptable to the parties concerned because of its authoritative character. According to David Easton, The Political System, in Inquiry Info, The State of Political Science, 1953, politics is concerned NDTH the authoritative allocation of values for a society. This short but compact definition involves three terms which must be understood clearly. These are values, allocation, and authoritative. By values, he means the things considered valuable, whether they be spiritual or material. By allocation, he means distribution of these things to various individuals or groups. This is accomplished through policy, which consists of a web of decisions. Decision refers to the selection among alternatives. Policy implies arriving at a decision as well as its implementation. A policy is authoritative when the people to whom it is intended to apply or who are affected by it consider that they must or ought to obey it. In other words, authority does not signify the use of brute force. It denotes the capacity to secure more or less willing compliance from its subjects for a particular decision or course of action. 1. The need for social policy stems from the very character of a society. 1. A David Easton, The Political System, 1953, A. J.D.I. In this way, politics as the authoritative allocation of values represents a universal social phenomenon. In the words of David Easton himself, every society provides some mechanisms, however rudimentary they may be, for authoritatively resolving differences about higher ends that are to be pursued, that is, for deciding who is to get what there is of desirable things. An authoritative allocation of some values is unavoidable. Thus, Easton's observations add a new dimension to our earlier formulation regarding the nature of politics. It brings in the element of authoritativeness to the process of conflict resolution. Jeffrey K. Roberts, A Dictionary of Political Analysis, 1971, has given an elaborate definition of politics which brings out its important characteristics. At the outset, he has made it clear that the term politics refers to both an activity and to the study of that activity. Then he proceeds, as an activity, politics is the process in a social system by which the goals of that system are selected, ordered in terms of priority both temporally and concerning resource allocation, and implemented. Taking a liberal view of politics, Roberts holds that the political process involves both cooperation and the resolution of conflict by means of the exercise of political authority, and if necessary, coercion. Elucidating the scope of politics, Roberts observes that it usually involves higher activities of groups of various kinds, including sometimes groups of a specifically political type, such as political parties. As regards its peculiar character, the political process is distinguished from other social processes by its concern with the public goals of the society. Whereas economics may be concerned with public or private allocation of resources, politics is exclusively concerned with the public allocation of resources in pursuance of public goals. Easton's view of politics as authoritative allocation of values. Values equals things considered valuable, whether spiritual or material, allocation equals distribution of these things to various individuals or groups, authoritative. A situation when the people affected by an order think that it is worth obeying. General characteristics of politics. It is significant that the extent of involvement of individuals and various groups in politics depends upon the level of tier politicization. The term politicization may be applied either to issues, e.g. politicization of caste, or to human beings. In the latter case, it implies the drawing of individuals or groups into political activity, particularly giving them a role in the making of public decisions. Thus, an absolute monarchy, where all public decisions are taken by the monarch and his close associates, exemplifies the low level of politicization. In contrast, ancient Greek city-states represented the high level of politicization by drawing all freemen into political activity. Yet it was by no means universal, since it excluded the very large majority of slaves and aliens. Again, under a military dictatorship, politicization is confined to the military junta. It is only under a democracy that politicization is intended to be universal. However, when an emergency is declared, politicization is restricted to the ruling groups as long as the declaration of emergency is in operation. Accordingly, the salient features of politics as a social process may be identified as follows. Politics involves conflict or dispute regarding allocation of values. A political situation necessarily involves a conflict or dispute regarding allocation of rare and valuable resources in society. If something is valuable but available in abundance, there will be no dispute for its allocation. If something is both valuable and rare but the people are just complacent or ascetic, there is hardly any possibility of conflict over its allocation. Conflict occurs when something is valuable, rare, and desired by many, thus giving rise to a political situation. It is the clash of interests or conflicting claims or expectations of rewards that give rise to politics. Some of the examples of prevalent values of society involved in the political process are power, enlightenment, wealth, well-being, health, skill, affection, rectitude, and deference. In concrete terms, conflicting claims may be advanced by various groups for the allocation of bus service, schools, hospitals, public parks, markets, offices, business and employment opportunities, etc. In their favor, politics is concerned with public goals and decisions. Conflicts for resource allocation do not give rise to a political situation. Politics is exclusively concerned with the conflicts involving public goals and public issues requiring public decisions for their resolution. For instance, a conflict between worker and employer, between customer and trader, between tenant and landlord, between the passengers on the same bus, or between the users of the same road or of different roads meeting at a crossroad becomes a public issue when it is concerned with broad categories of people and calls for a solution at the public level. A conflict between husband and wife on some petty domestic affair does not present a political situation. But if it takes the form of a question of respective claims of men and women in the context of their mutual relationships demanding solution at the public level, it becomes a political question and a fit subject of politics. As Michael Curtis, Comparative Government and Politics, 1978, has rightly observed, the student of politics is normally concerned with inquiry into matters of public concern, with the behavior and acts that may concern a society as a totality or which may ultimately be resolved by the exercise of legitimate coercion. Politics requires authoritative decisions. The resolution of a political conflict is meaningful only when it is treated as binding by those who are affected by the decision embodying the resolution. According to David Easton, a policy may be accepted as authoritative on several grounds: moral, traditional, or customary, or purely from fear of consequences, the political system. 1953. In other words, authority involves legitimacy or power, or both. For instance, when some seats in a public bus are reserved for ladies only, or when certain posts in bureaucracy or seats in legislatures are reserved for the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, this allocation is treated as legitimate due to the prevailing belief that the weaker sections are entitled to special protection. The rich pay higher taxes, particularly income tax and wealth tax, for maintaining government hospitals, schools, and public transport at cheaper rates, which are largely meant for the benefit of the poor. The rich cannot refuse to pay this tax on the plea that it is not utilized for their benefit, since it involves authoritative allocation. On the other hand, the poor are made to pay large sums in the form of, say, sales tax or excise on each commodity of their use, sharing the burden for the maintenance of police, defense, etc., which are chiefly meant for the protection of the property of the rich. The poor, too, cannot refuse to pay this tax since it involves authoritative allocation. Then there is a machinery to implement the authoritative decisions, which symbolizes application of force or threat of physical force or coercion for the enforcement of a particular value allocation. An authority is always backed by law, executive orders, custom, and a strong public opinion in its favor on the one hand, and by police, magistrates, and prisons on the other. However, no authoritative allocation can be treated as eternal or unalterable. It holds the field until a new arrangement is established as authoritative. Authority, power plus legitimacy. Power, ability to use force to make others obey one's commands. Legitimacy, the quality of being considered lawful, i.e. right or correct, according to the prevalent standards of morality, Common F. Good or social justice. Politics involves interest groups. A political situation arises from a clash of interests of several large groups of society. These groups must be conscious of their particular interests and be more or less organized for pursuing those interests. The conflicting claims and demands for the authoritative allocation of values emanate from these interest groups, which require policy decisions. Political parties appear on the scene with a view to formulating large policy proposals incorporating the interests of their support groups according to their respective ideologies. Interest groups. Liberal democracy. Interest groups refer to the groups of people who organize themselves for pursuing their specific, collective interest. They try to serve their interests through obtaining the support of public opinion by publicizing JLFBIT viewpoint widely and pleading to government to mold its policy to suit their interest. Examples of interest groups are at trade unions, lawyers' associations, and chambers of commerce and industry. AI. While each interest group is concerned with pursuing the specific interest of its members, political parties normally seek to serve larger interest of the community by projecting a point of reconciliation between diverse interests of the various sections of society. Politics is an instrument of conflict resolution. The end product of the political process is supposed to be the resolution of the conflict from which the process had started. On this point, there is a divergence between liberal and Marxist viewpoints. The liberal view of politics holds that politics is an instrument of reconciliation of the various conflicting interests in society. On the other hand, Marxist view of politics asserts that the interests of the two major social classes, the haves and have-nots, the property holders and the propertyless, are irreconcilable, and that so long as society remains divided into classes, there is no possibility of conflict resolution. A classless society, according to the Marxists, symbolizes not only the end of the conflict but the end of politics itself. Different views of politics. Politics has been defined as a process through which an authoritative allocation of values is made in society. Now, this is not an independent or a closed process, but takes place within the larger arena of the social process. By process, we mean the sets of interactions among the components of a system. So where there is a process, there is a system. The political process constitutes a pedicitical system, but the political system itself is a subsystem of the larger social system. That is why the political process has been described as a dimension of social process. Since process implies interaction among the components of a system, and the political process itself is a component of the social system, there are interactions between politics and other components of the social system, such as economy and culture. The products of these interactions are political economy and political culture, respectively. If politics is a dimension of the social process which arises from conflicting demands and interests of various sections of society, what is the nature of that conflict and what is the outcome of this process? In order to answer this question, different positions can be taken. Of these, liberal, Marxist, and communitarian views are particularly important. Liberal view of politics is based on liberalism, which coincides with the tradition oft-taught beginning with John Locke, 1632 to 1704. English philosopher. This view concedes the existence of conflict between various interests within the society, but holds that this conflict is not very deep. Different groups are willing to and capable of evolving such arrangements wherein their conflicts would be resolved. Marxist view, on the other hand, is based on Marxism, which owes its origin to the ideas developed by Karl Marx, 1818 to 83, Friedrich Engels, 1820 to 95, both German philosophers, and their followers. This view attributes all social conflict to the existence of two antagonistic classes, haves and have-nots, those who own the means of social production and those who live by their labor, and holds that their interests are irreconcilable. This conflict can be resolved only by switching over to a classless society, that is, by socializing all major means of production and introducing universal labor. Apart from these two divergent views of politics, a third view of politics has also become popular in the recent decades, although its origins may be traced to an earlier stream of political thought. This is called communitarian view of politics. It holds that there is no real conflict in the society. The impression of conflict arises from misunderstanding of our real interest, the common good, which comprehends everybody's real interest. This view redefines politics as the pursuit of the common good, rather than as an attempt at resolution of some pre-existing conflict. Communitarianism arose from the criticism of liberalism as a means to human happiness. It holds that the modem man enjoys better conditions of living, but his economic security has failed to make him happy for want of emotional security. He feels lonely in a huge crowd around him. He lives in society without the sense of belonging to it. Communitarianism seeks to restore the broken bond between individual and society. It makes the individual realize that he owes his existence and personality to society. Different individuals are not isolated units, but they constitute the threads of the social fabric. They can serve their interest by serving the common interest, not by seeking their self-interest individually. While liberalism insists on the rights of the individual, communitarianism focuses on his duties and obligations. Early indications of this view may be traced to Aristotle, ancient Greek philosopher, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1712 to 78, G.W.F. Hegel, 1770 to 1831, and T.H. Green, 1836 to 82. Its contemporary exponents include Alastair MacIntyre, 1929, Charles Taylor, 1931, and Michael Sandel, 1953, etc. The liberal view. Politics as state or group activity. The liberal view of politics upholds the pluralistic view of society. According to this view, different individuals pursue their interests as members of different groups. There are a large number of groups in society, more or less organized, which seek to serve the interest of their members against the conflicting interests of competing groups. In other words, each of these groups is not only conscious of its particular interests, but actively pursues them with a view to securing the authoritative allocation of values in its favor. For instance, a workers' union seeks to serve the interests of the workers, which may clash with the interests of the employers. But employers have their own organizations seeking their interest. Similarly, producers and consumers, landlords and tenants, suppliers and customers, etc., seek to serve their respective interests through their organized groups. In this sense, politics has been described as a group activity. Since the authoritative allocation against the demands and claims of various groups is made by the state, the liberal theory also regards politics as a state activity. In other words, demands and supports, such as obedience to laws and regulations, payment of taxes, etc., emanate from various interest groups, while policies and decisions are delivered by the state. Thus, politics, according to this view, is a group activity as well as a state activity, as a process of conciliating interests. According to Die liberal standpoint, different groups have conflicting interests, yet we can identify the common interest, which will reconcile the diverse interests of the competing groups. Politics is essentially an instrument of conflict resolution. In other words, whenever there is an apparent clash of interest between several groups, some way can always be found to ensure the reconciliation of their conflicting interests. For instance, you can always form a rule or evolve a policy which will satisfy die parties to a dispute, such as the employer and the worker, the producer and the consumer, the supplier and the customer, the landlord and the tenant, or those traveling by different vehicles meeting at a crossroad. In short, politics enables the organized power of society to evolve a legitimate and just solution of their problems and controversies. Any conflict, disagreement, or dispute arising in society is capable of resolution by conciliation and legitimate coercion. Thus, politics is an instrument of securing order and justice in society, as a means of promoting the common good. Since there is a common interest behind the conflicting interests of various groups, and politics is an effort to discover and pursue that common interest, it is naturally a means of promoting the common good. The common good, according to liberal theory, accommodates the interests of all parties involved in the conflict. Thus, the entire process of politics is regarded as an instrument of progress. Awareness of the conflicting interests amongst various groups and their interaction leads to an awareness of the common interest. Thus, at one point, the contending groups are prepared to accept the solution which is conducive to the common good. This means that not only a compromise between contending parties is possible, but that you can also evolve a policy that will ensure better conditions for workers and higher profits for employers. A reasonable price which will satisfy both the producer and the consumer, the supplier and the customer, a queue system which will facilitate the distribution of ration commodities, or the red and green signal system, which will provide order and safety to the users of crossroads. This concern for the common good has led us to the concept of the modem welfare state. The Marxist view, primacy of economic interests. According to the Marxist point of view, political institutions and activities are shaped by the prevailing economic system, especially the mode of production. All social relations, including political relations, are determined by the prevailing economic relations in society. Conflicting economic interests are, therefore, the motive force behind all politics. While Tyer liberal theory envisages innumerable political situations and clash of interests on multifarious issues, e.g. economic, linguistic, cultural, religious, ethnic, etc., the Marxist theory regards the clash of economic interests as the fundamental issue of social conflict. In its view, other issues are superficial and their resolution, if any, cannot end the conflict. In other words, if the economic issue is solved, all other issues will automatically disappear. Conversely, if the economic issue is evaded, settlement of all other issues will be a futile exercise. Politics as an instrument of class domination. According to the Marxist theory, conflict and politics arise in society because its system of production is not organized on a rational basis. A rational system of production implies a. highest advancement of technology so as to get maximum production, b. social ownership of the means of production and distribution, and c. implementation of universal labor so as to maximize material production for the fulfillment of social needs. Only a rational system of production is conducive to genuine cooperative effort. But under capitalism and in earlier stages, production is not organized on a rational basis. A small minority manages to command ownership of the major means of production and forces the rest of the population to live on hard labor. The emergence of private property has divided society into two classes, the haves and the have-nots, the masters and the servants, the exploiters and the exploited, whose interests are irreconcilable. Politics and the state are the product of this division of society. They continue to serve the interests of the dominant class. As Friedrich Engels, The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, 1884, has elaborated, because the state arose from the need to hold class antagonisms in check. It is, as a rule, the state of the most powerful, economically dominant class, which through the medium of the state, becomes also the politically dominant class, and thus acquires new means of holding down and exploiting the oppressed class. Thus, the state of antiquity was above all the state of the slave owners for the purpose of holding down the slaves, as the feudal state was the organ of the nobility for holding down the peasant serfs and bondsmen, and the modem representative state is an instrument of exploitation of the wage labor by capital. Class interests are irreconcilable. The division of society into antagonistic classes gives rise to class conflict or class struggle. All politics ensues from this class struggle, as Marx and Engels, in their Communist Manifesto, 1848, have observed. The history of all hitherto existing society is entire history of class struggles, freeman and slave, patrician and plebeian, lord and serf, guildmaster and journeyman. In a word, oppressor and oppressed stood in constant opposition to one another, carried on an uninterrupted, now hidden, now open fight, a fight that each time ended either in a revolutionary reconstitution of society at large, or in the common ruin of the contending classes. This class conflict is irreconcilable by its very nature. Politics cannot resolve this conflict. On the contrary, politics is used by the dominant class to suppress the conflict. This gives the impression of a voluntary compromise, but in reality it is a compromise imposed by the dominant class on the dependent class. It even creates an illusion of consent by propagating the ideology of the ruling class. Ideology, J.Y. In Marxist theory, ideology refers to the set of ideas, beliefs, and arguments which are used to lend legitimacy to the rule of the dominant class. It projects and promotes a value system under which even the exploitation of the dependent class seems justified. So long as society remains divided into classes, state and politics will continue to be used as the tools of the dominant class for the suppression of the dependent class. This process will continue even after the socialist revolution, but in the reverse gear. In other words, while capitalism is characterized by the exploitation of the workers by the capitalists, socialism, popularly dubbed communism, is characterized by the suppression of the dispossessed capitalists by the workers, proletariat, in order to forestall a counter-revolution and to pave the way for the blossoming of communism, a classless society. With the elimination of the classes, class conflict will disappear and state and politics would no longer be required. The state will wither away. Thus, according to Marxism, the antagonistic interests of the classes cannot be reconciled by the process of politics. The end of class conflict marks an end of politics itself. The communitarian view. Politics is the arena of mutual cooperation, not of conflict. According to the communitarian view, the essence of human nature lies in the spirit of cooperation, not of conflict. Hence, mutual aid or cooperation is the foundation of political organization. Aristotle had argued that the relation between individual and the state was similar to that between an organ and the organism. The state was an indispensable instrument of good life for all human beings. Hence, different individuals must cooperate with each other in order to secure good life for everyone. Modem communitarians postulate a similar role of the individual in a larger social and political organization. Communitarians tend to argue that an individual develops his identity, talents, and pursuits in life only from his place in the community. Community represents a set of social relationships based on sharing common characteristics, common values, and common interests. In order to flourish in life, an individual requires person to define and seek his own good within the political structure. Communitarians direct him to discover and pursue his good as an integral part of the good of the community. This can be accomplished only through cooperation, not through competition. Politics is instrumental to the pursuit of the common good. The idea of the common good is the keynote of communitarianism. Its notion of the common good is different from that of liberalism. Liberalism holds that if each individual is allowed to pursue his self-interest, common interest would be served automatically as a consequence. On the contrary, communitarianism does not believe that different individuals could have genuinely different interests. It does not recognize even their right to pursue self-interest apart from the interest of the community itself. Liberalism holds that an individual is not indebted to society for his existence and his potentialities. Hence, he is absolutely free to pursue his self-appointed goals. In contrast, communitarianism believes that the individual owes his existence and his potentialities to society. Hence, he has no right to apply these potentialities in the so-called self-interest, disregarding the interest of society. His commitment to society is an essential feature of his personality. Alasdair MacIntyre, After Virtue, 1981, argues that the individuals can develop and promote virtue only through cooperative human activity. It is designed to achieve such standards of excellence which human beings are capable to achieve. If the state allows socially disconnected individuals to pursue their so-called self-appointed goals, the result would be social disintegration and moral disaster. In fact, the process of such disintegration has already started in some modern liberal states, as evident in the prevalence of crime and violence, the breakdown of the family, and the widespread drug abuse. Charles Taylor, Philosophical Papers, 1985, attacks the liberals' atomistic conception of human beings, which ignores the fact that a human being must be situated in a society in order to develop his personality. Similarly, Michael Sandel, Liberalism and the Limits of Justice, 1982, criticizes the liberals' conception of disjointed nature of the people. Sandel views human nature as embedded in a particular time, place, and culture. He insists on creating a deeper commonality, informed by shared self-understanding as well as affection. In a nutshell, the communitarian view treats politics as a human activity concerned with the identification and pursuit of their common interest. Conclusion. The chief difference between the liberal and the Marxist points of view regarding the nature of politics lies in their different notions about the nature and source of the conflict from which politics emanates. The prospects of conflict resolution, 1977, has significantly observed. In the liberal view of politics, conflict exists in terms of problems which need to be solved. The hidden assumption is that conflict does not, or need not, mean very deep, that it can be managed by the exercise of reason and goodwill and a readiness to compromise and agree. The Marxist approach to conflict is very different. It is not a matter of problems to be solved, but of a state of domination and subjection to be ended by a total transformation of the conditions which give rise to it. Apparently, the liberal approach seems to be based on reason and devoted to justice. But the difficulty with this approach is that it fails to distinguish between compromise and cooperation. Compromise can be effected without creating the conditions of freedom. Real cooperation among members of different groups or classes can be generated only after elimination of the conditions of dominance and dependence in their social, cultural, as well as economic life. Liberal writers use compromise and cooperation synonymously, which obscures the whole issue. According to liberal theory, conflict is not only capable of resolution, but plays a positive role in the progress of society. As Ralph Miliband has further elaborated, in liberal view, the conflict is not only civilized, but also civilizing. It is not only a means of resolving problems in a peaceful way, but also of providing new ideas, ensuring progress, achieving ever greater harmony, and so on. Conflict is functional, a stabilizing rather than a disrupting force. On the other hand, Marxist theory regards conflict as dysfunctional. It is symptomatic of a rift within society which tends to perpetuate the practice of exploitation until its character is transformed by a socialist revolution. The so-called resolution of conflict by liberal methods is in reality a poor consolation. The antagonisms are irreconcilable, and the notion of genuine harmony is a deception or a delusion, at least in relation to class societies. Ibid. According to this viewpoint, genuine harmony in society can be achieved only when the real source of a conflict, the division of society into antagonistic classes, is eliminated, i.e., when a classless society comes into existence. The experience of the socialist revolutions in the 20th century, especially those of the former USSR, 1917, and the People's Republic of China, 1949, and working of their systems, has, however, demonstrated that the dream of a classless society is extremely difficult to realize. Moreover, the conditions of dominance and dependence exist in society at many subtle levels, and they operate in many subtle ways at the national and international levels. Justice can only be achieved when these conditions are closely scrutinized and straightened, and not by arriving at vague compromises. Finally, the communitarian view seeks no basic conflict between the interests of different members of society. Accordingly, a uniform, common interest is the natural characteristic of each community. It need not be established artificially in any society. It is only to be discovered and identified. When the people are able to see their common interest, they naturally tend to cooperate in its pursuit. None of these views of politics may be treated as universally acceptable. Liberal view is suited to a society which is not afflicted by wide disparities of wealth, prestige, and power. Marxist view may be applied to a society sharply divided into dominant and dependent classes, where dependent class is not left with any alternative for peaceful solution after problems. And communitarian view would be suitable for a society whose members are largely satisfied with their status and are prepared to cooperate to improve their lot. If a society is characterized by wide disparities of power and differences of opinion, it would be futile to look into its problems from the communitarian point of view. J.V. Different views of politics. The issue, Libe-al view, Marxist view, communitarian view. Nature of politics, means of reconcy. Means of suppression, means of pursuit of v or liation of conflicting of class conflict. Z, the common good. A. Interests. 7. Status of the disconnected members of mutually connected individuals. F dash. Independent units, conflicting classes. Units. Structure of society. Set of independent, set of antagonistic, set of intellectually individuals, classes. F. And emotionally united smart beings. Notion of the calm stage of equilibrium, not discernible uniform good, that mon good between conflicting. In O, class divided comprehends the 7 FA. Z A. Interests. F. Society where class good of each member. A dash. Zif. FF interests dominate of society. Nature of conflict, not very deep. FY very deep conflict, no real conflict, which can be between classes which within a community. A dash asterisk resolved easily, cannot be resolved. Way to progress, conflict resolution, revolution, social solidarity, basic principle, liberty, equality, fraternity, suited to a society, not afflicted, sharply divided, into whose members are by wide disparities dominant and largely satisfied, and of wealth and power dependent classes prepared to cooperate. Exponents: Locke, Bentham, Marx, Engels, Rousseau, Green, Mill, Lasky, Lenin, Gramsci, McIntyre, Sandel, Robert Dahl Mao Charles Taylor Social solidarity. Social solidarity refers to a condition in which members of a society identify themselves with that society and feel bound to support it. All sections of society display a strong faith in the basic values of society and devotion to its basic interests. They are inclined to combine their resources and energies for the fulfillment of its goals and objectives, even if they are required to sacrifice their self-interest. Social solidarity lends strength and stability to a society. Liberty refers to a condition in which an individual does not face unreasonable restraints while making full use of his abilities in fulfilling his self-appointed goals. Equality. J. In liberal theory, equality refers to absence of discrimination. In Marxist context, equality implies a condition in which individuals are not divided into dominant and dependent classes due to private ownership of the major means one of production. All members of society enjoy similar status as workers. 11. It is our character that supports the promise of our future, far more than particular government programs or policies. William J. Bennett, 1989. I. Fraternity. Fraternity refers to a sentiment that informs the members of a community who share a common culture, common values, an awareness of the common good, and engage in the common effort to achieve a social goal. 7. What is morally wrong cannot be politically right. Donald Soper, 1966. 4. Approaches to the study of politics. Science is nothing but trained and organized common sense. A-R-I*N. Huxley. Distinction between method and approach. In the sphere of social sciences, the terms method and approach are applied rather loosely, and sometimes even interchangeably. To be precise, as far as possible, in their usage, distinction may be drawn between the two. Method is a more general term which refers to a particular way of doing something. In a systematic study, method may be defined as the procedure of inquiry by which reliable knowledge could be obtained and reliable conclusions could be drawn. Examples of methods are scientific method, inductive method, deductive method, comparative method, etc. On the other hand, approach is a wider term which comprehends not only the method, i.e. how to inquire, but also the focus of our study, i.e. what to inquire, in order to understand the given phenomenon. Vernon van Dijk, Political Science, A Philosophical Analysis, 1960, has aptly defined the scope of approach. An approach consists of criteria of selection, criteria employed in selecting the problems or questions to consider and in selecting the data to bring to bear. It consists of standards governing the inclusion and exclusion of questions and data. Commenting on the distinction between approach and method, Dijk has further pointed out, in brief, approaches consist of criteria for selecting problems and relevant data, whereas methods are procedures for getting and utilizing data. 109. Social solidarity. Social solidarity refers to a condition in which members of society identify themselves with that society and feel bound to support it. All sections of society display a strong faith in the basic values of society and devotion to its basic interests. They are inclined to combine their resources and energies for the fulfillment of its goals and objectives, even if they are required to sacrifice their self-interest. Social solidarity lends strength and stability to a society. Liberty. Liberty refers to a condition in which an individual does not face unreasonable restraints while making full use of his abilities in fulfilling his self-appointed goals. Equality. In liberal theory, equality refers to absence of discrimination. In Marxist context, equality implies a condition in which individuals are not divided into dominant and dependent classes due to private ownership of the major means of production. All members of society enjoy similar status as workers. Fraternity. What is morally wrong cannot be politically right. E.J. Donald Soper, 1966. Fraternity refers to a sentiment that informs the members of a community who share a common culture, common values, an awareness of the common good, and engage in the common effort to achieve a social goal. It is our character that supports the promise of our future, far more than particular government programs or policies. William J. Bennett, 1989. Approaches to the study of politics. Distinction between method and approach. In the sphere of social sciences, the terms method and approach are applied rather loosely, and sometimes even interchangeably. To be precise, as far as possible, in their usage, distinction may be drawn between the two. Method is a more general term which refers to a particular way of doing something. In a systematic study, method may be defined as the procedure of inquiry by which reliable knowledge could be obtained and reliable conclusions could be drawn. Examples of methods are scientific method, inductive method, deductive method, comparative method, etc. On the other hand, approach is a wider term which comprehends not only the method, how to inquire, but also the focus of our study, i.e. what to inquire, in order to understand the given phenomenon. Vernon van Dijk, Political Science, A Philosophical Analysis, 1960, has aptly defined the scope of approach. An approach consists of criteria of selection, criteria employed in selecting the problems or questions to consider and in selecting the data to bring to bear. It consists of standards governing the inclusion and exclusion of questions and data. Commenting on the distinction between approach and method, Dijk has further pointed out, in brief, approaches consist of criteria for selecting problems and relevant data, whereas methods are procedures for getting and utilizing data. 1v9. Distinction between method and approach. It may, however, be observed that an approach is usually wedded to a particular method while a method is not always wedded to a particular approach. That is why an approach suggests the relevant method also. Thus, behavioral approach is wedded to scientific method because behavior of several actors in a political situation is capable of scientific study, while the normative approach is wedded to philosophical method because norms and values can only be determined philosophically, not through scientific method. Then, philosophical approach and historical approach suggest the use of philosophical method and historical method respectively, although they also point to their respective focus of study. Again, empirical approach to the study of politics leads us to political analysis and several models of political analysis, e.g. systems analysis, structural functional analysis, and decision-making analysis, in fact point to several methods adopted under this approach. Although these are loosely referred to as political system approach, structural functional approach, and decision-making approach, respectively, traditional versus contemporary approaches. The study of politics has a very long tradition. Several approaches have been adopted for this purpose. Broadly speaking, the approaches which remained largely in vogue till the end of the Second World War, 1939 to 45, are described as traditional approaches, while those which were developed thereafter are known to be contemporary approaches. As Alan Ball, Modern Politics and Government, 1988, has rightly suggested, the use of the label traditional is neither a criticism nor a refutation of the obvious fact that they still play an important role in modern political studies. In other words, the traditional approaches to the study of politics have not become all outdated, but they are no longer favored by the champions of the contemporary approaches. It is not possible to furnish any comprehensive lists of the traditional or contemporary approaches. Truly speaking, they do not represent watertight compartments, although some of their distinctive features might be identified. A few decades ago, it was argued that the contemporary approaches focus on facts, while traditional approaches focus on values. This view is no longer upheld. Hence, the distinction between empirical and normative approaches cannot be treated as coterminous with the distinction between traditional and contemporary approaches. However, it is true that the traditional study of politics was dominated by the study of philosophy, history, law, and institutions. Hence, philosophical, historical, legal, and institutional approaches are usually identified as traditional approaches. On the other hand, contemporary approaches are faced with the problem of the identity of the discipline. They particularly focus on phenomenon of politics as a process as manifested in the behavior of different actors in a political situation which is sought to be studied by scientific method. Hence, behavioral approach is a typically contemporary approach. Then politics as a process is sought to be analyzed by using different models of political analysis. All these models fall within the purview of the contemporary approach. Moreover, contemporary political science seeks to enrich itself by utilizing the relevant findings of other social sciences, which leads us to the interdisciplinary approach. Hence, interdisciplinary approach is also a contemporary approach. Empirical and normative approaches. Although contemporary political science gives prominence to empirical approach and traditional study of politics was dominated by normative approach, it cannot be assumed that the distinction between empirical and normative approaches coincides with the distinction between contemporary and traditional approaches. In fact, some features of empirical as well as normative approaches are found both in the traditional and contemporary approaches. For instance, when we turn to traditional political theory, we find that Aristotle's analysis of the causes of revolution or rebellion, Montesquieu's theory of separation of powers, and Marx's analysis of the exploitation of entire working classes are rich in empirical content. Then, in contemporary political theory, Karl Popper's advocacy of incremental change, F.A. Hayek's defense of libertarianism, C.B. McPherson's concept of creative freedom, and Rawls's theory of justice are very rich in their normative content. What is the distinction between empirical and normative approaches? Broadly speaking, the empirical approach seeks to discover and describe facts, whereas the normative approach seeks to determine and prescribe values. The empirical approach primarily relies on the observation through sense experience, i.e. sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch. It aims at making an empirical statement which is concerned with is, whereas the normative approach aims at making a normative statement which is concerned with what ought to be or should be. However, these forms of expression cannot be followed literally as the criterion of distinction between the two approaches. The crucial point is that an empirical statement is concerned with a situation which can be observed by our sense experience, which can be verified by repeated observation, and whose accuracy can be tested. On the other hand, a normative statement tends to express preference for a particular type of order as dictated by a sense of duty or universal need, or by commitment to a moral principle or ideal. While strong arguments may be advanced in support of a normative statement, it is not capable of being discovered, described, or verified by our sense experience. For example, what's this justice? This question may be answered in several ways, such as justice is treating equals equally and unequals unequally, or justice is giving equal freedom and equal opportunity to all provided that any departure from equal distribution will prove beneficial to the least advantaged, etc. Now, all such answers purporting to define what is justice express a variety of value preferences. None of them is based on empirical observation or is capable of empirical verification. So in spite of using the as form, they are by no means empirical statements. Then there could be a statement requiring something to be done for the fulfillment of a definite purpose or condition. For instance, we may say, everybody ought to vote in election in order to make democracy work, fulfillment of a purpose, or if democracy is to work, everybody ought to, or should, or must vote in election. Now these types of statements are certainly empirical statements in spite of using the ought to form, because their contents can be empirically verified or falsified. To be sure, a normative statement requires something to be done in order to serve an intrinsic value, which is an end in itself, e.g. the truth, the good, the beautiful. On the other hand, an empirical statement requiring something to be done is intended to serve an instrumental value, which is a means to some higher end, e.g. do regular exercise to improve your health, or grow more trees to reduce environmental pollution. In short, it is the content of a statement, not its form, which makes it empirical or normative. Instrumental values PT. When something is desired, aimed at, or commended purely for its own sake, rather than as a means to anything else, ke as an end in itself, e.g. the truth, the good, the beautiful, it represents an intrinsic value. On the other hand, when something is commended because it serves as a means to another end, e.g. natural resources, energy, and planning, it represents an instrumental value. Critics of the normative approach argue that the empirical approach is objective whereas the normative approach is subjective. T.D. Weldon, in his Vocabulary of Politics, 1953, maintained that a political philosophy is like a matter of taste. One can only state one's taste and go away. There is no point in arguing. This is a biased view. While there may exist several schools oft-taught upholding different interpretations of, say, freedom, equality, and justice, a dialogue between these schools can always be opened. Those holding different viewpoints can always come together to evolve or arrive at certain basic principles of reasoning by which they can prove or disprove different points. It is not like a matter of individual taste which can be stated, but which cannot be defended. The terminology adopted by empirical and normative approaches for approval or disapproval of any proposition creates confusion at times. The categories true or false, right or wrong may have different meanings in the contexts of, say, mathematical and moral questions. It is sometimes assumed that empirical approach refers to true or false, right or wrong, as absolute categories while normative approach treats them as conditional. However, it is now widely accepted that even scientific principles are largely tentative. Nobody can claim to have found the final truth in the realm of matter, not to speak of the realm of mind. Scientific principles in the sphere of nature, as well as society, can be treated as valid until they are falsified by some new discovery. In politics, particularly, we cannot afford to abstain from acting until a very high level of scientific validity is achieved. As Robert Dahl has rightly pointed out, in politics, refusing to decide is simply deciding to allow others to decide for you. Modern Political Analysis. 1991. Finally, the empirical approach remains largely descriptive while the normative approach is mainly prescriptive. Empirical approach seeks to discover laws that are unalterable, e.g. law of gravitational force. Hence, they are beyond man's control. One can discover and describe them. Normative approach is concerned with laws and conditions largely created or adopted by human society, which are alterable, e.g. laws governing property and public order. One can examine how far they are morally right or wrong, and then prescribe the right course. Incidentally, in the normative approach, prescription may be preceded by description. For instance, Plato and Aristotle had given description of their experience before prescribing their respective solutions. On the other hand, in the empirical approach, description may be followed by prescription or suitable recommendations for the achievement of some obvious goals, such as economy and efficiency, or some specified goals, such as health and stability. Moreover, empirical approach can render immense help in examining the grounds of a normative argument. For example, Aristotle prescribed harsher punishment to a slave than to a freeman for the same crime, on the ground that a slave is less sensitive to punishment. Empirical approach has now established beyond doubt that men are not more or less sensitive to punishment because of their status as freemen or slaves. This is a sufficient reason to reject Aristotle's prescription in this behalf. Champions of empirical approach have been very vocal in criticizing the non-native approach on the ground that there is no scientifically valid or reliable method of determining what is morally right or wrong. The supporters of normative approach do not condemn the empirical approach as such, but they criticize its indifference towards values, particularly its ignorance of discrimination between higher and lower values. As Leo Strauss has emphatically stated, by teaching the equality of values, by denying that there are things which are intrinsically high and others which are intrinsically low, as well as by denying that there is an essential difference between men and brutes, it unwittingly contributes to the victory of the gutter. Essays on the Scientific Study of Politics, edited by Herbert Storing, 1962. The state of estrangement between empirical and normative approaches, wherever it exists, will prove disastrous. There is an urgent need to build a bridge between the two approaches which will be beneficial not only for their respective upholders, but also for the human civilization itself. Empirical approach, normative approach, speculation and logic, debatable, right and wrong, chief concern, focus of inquiry, designed to, nature of inquiry, based on, result of inquiry, criteria of validity, happy face, roop, wid, false, facts, it is so, values, it ought to be so, real, ideal, j, discover, it determine, scientific and descriptive, critical and prescriptive, sense, experience and logic. Distinction between empirical and normative approaches. C. The issue, traditional approaches, philosophical, Historical, legal, and institutional approaches to the study of politics may be taken to represent the mainstream traditional approaches. Philosophical approach. In the first place, the philosophical approach is concerned with the clarification of concepts used in a particular discipline. As Vernon van Dijk, Political Science, a Philosophical Analysis, 1960, has significantly observed, a philosophical analysis is an effort to clarify thought about the nature of the subject and about ends and means in studying it. Put more generally, a person who takes a philosophical approach to a subject aims to enhance linguistic clarity and to reduce linguistic confusion. He assumes that the language used in descriptions reflects conceptions of reality, and he wants to make conceptions of reality as clear, consistent, coherent, and helpful as possible. Secondly, the philosophical approach aims at evolving standards of right and wrong for the purpose of a critical evaluation of the existing institutions, laws, and policies. As Dijk has elaborated, it may denote efforts to arrive at truth through the use of reason. The truth sought may be normative, descriptive, or prescriptive. The object of philosophic inquiry in this sense is to establish standards of the good, the right, and the just, and to appraise or prescribe political institutions and practices in the light of these standards. Ibid. Most of the classical political theory represents philosophical approach. Its themes are generally concerned with moral reasoning which cannot be subjected to scientific test, although the empirical aspect of such reasoning can always be questioned. Moreover, the moral aspect of such reasoning can also be questioned from the viewpoint of our modum consciousness. For instance, Kant's concept of human dignity, which rules out any type of slavery, is closer to modum consciousness than Aristotle's defense of slavery. Then so many political thinkers upheld certain notions of human nature, which can now be examined in the light of the findings of the contemporary psychology and social sciences. Hence, the philosophical approach does not simply rely on the political thought of the past. It is a subject of current and continuous debate. Most of the classical thinkers, proceeding from a hypothesis about human nature, dwelled on two main themes: art of government and grounds of political obligation. Aristotle postulated, man is by nature a political animal, and then elaborated his views on these two subjects. Machiavelli mainly dwelled on the art of government, on the assumption of the very selfish and ungrateful nature of man. Thereafter, art of government ceased to be a part of mainstream political theory. Hobbes mainly focused on the grounds of political obligation. His absolutist view of political obligation was carried on by Rousseau and Hegel on different grounds. Locke was probably the first thinker to repudiate this absolutist view and to postulate rights of the individual against the state. That is why Locke is regarded as the pioneer of individualism, which later developed into liberalism. Kant, proceeding from different premises, evolved the concept of human dignity. J.S. Mill sought to explore the limits of political obligation by defining the conditions of state intervention. Th. Green developed his theory of rights on moral grounds and sought to limit the authority of the state. Lasky similarly tried to build an elaborate system of individual rights. John Rawls revived Kant's notion of rational negotiators to build his theory of justice. On the other hand, Marx sought to demolish political obligation by identifying man's position in a social class and projected the working class as an agent of revolution. Neo-Marxists have been looking for alternative instruments as well as alternative strategies of revolution. Political obligation. Political obligation refers to the set of conditions which determine when and why individual is obliged to obey law and the commands of political authority. This may be accompanied by such me of taxes, participation in voting, jury service, and considered to be necessary for the maintenance of political institutions. In a nutshell, political philosophy mainly dwelled on the logic behind grounds and limits of political obligation. Concepts of individual rights and revolution are the byproducts of this debate. Conceptions of freedom, equality, and justice are extensions of the theories of rights. The concept of democracy denotes an effort to translate the concept of individual rights into concrete political institutions. Again, concepts of authoritarianism, totalitarianism, and fascism, etc., largely represent the negative side of this effort. JX, X, F% Fascisri happy face fe. Fascism refers to an anti-democratic theory advanced by Benito Mussolini, 1883 to 1945, the Italian dictator, which eulogized nation-state as the supreme moral authority. It exhorted people to set aside all rules, conventions, and legal limitations, and religiously follow the dictates of their leader, in pursuit of national glorifications. Of the contemporary champions of the philosophical approach to the study of politics, Leo Strauss, 1899 to 1973, American philosopher, is the most outstanding. According to Strauss, political science and political philosophy are coterminous. They denote an attempt to obtain true knowledge of political things as well as the standards of the right and the good. Political philosophy is a product of our quest for good life and good society. Values as well as facts are indispensable part of political philosophy, which enable us to undertake a critical and coherent analysis of political institutions and activities. Without such analysis, assumptions regarding the political tilings take the character of opinions. Political philosophy seeks to replace opinion by knowledge, as originally postulated by Socrates. Strauss has severely criticized the contemporary behavioral approach, which insists on a value-free analysis and thus destroys the essence of true knowledge of politics. Historical approach. RHE term, historical approach to politics may be used in two senses. Firstly, it may denote the process of arriving at the laws governing politics through an analysis of historical events, that is, events of the past, as exemplified by the theories propounded by Hegel and Marx. Karl Popper, 1902-94, Austrian philosopher, has described this approach as historicism. It implies that historical processes are determined by their inherent necessity, which are beyond the control of human ingenuity. Popper has criticized historicism because it insists on discovering what is inevitable, and then advocates totalitarian methods for its realization, as Hegel and Marx have done for the realization of their respective visions of future society. In the second place, historical approach stands for an attempt at understanding politics through a historical account of political thought of the past, as exemplified by George H. Sabine's A History of Political Theory, 1937. According to Sabine, the subject matter of political science coincides with the major themes of discussion in the writings of the well-known political philosophers Plato, Aristotle, Hobbes, Locke, Rousseau, Bentham, Mill, Green, Marx, and others. Leading examples of the questions raised by these philosophers are: what ideals are sought to be realized through the state? What is the meaning of freedom and equality? What are the grounds and limits of political obligation, etc.? Sabine points out that each political theory is advanced in response to some specific situation. It is necessary to recapitulate the circumstances under which a particular theory was produced for understanding its relevance to the present situation. Moreover, any political theory is not only a product of history, it also served as an instrument of molding history by its ideological force. However, all great political theories are valid for all times. Critics of the historical approach point out that it is not possible to understand the ideas of the past ages in terms of the contemporary ideas and concepts. Moreover, ideas of the past are hardly any guide for resolving the crises of the present-day world, which were beyond comprehension of the past linkers. David Easton, The Political System, 1953, warned against living parasitically on ideas a century old and failing to develop a new political synthesis. This challenge to historical approach, of course, encouraged the development of the behavioral approach. However, the recent revival of interest in values has led to a renewed interest in the rich heritage of political thought for evolving guiding principles for our own age. For instance, John Rawls, 1921-2002, has built his celebrated theory of justice by drawing on the methodology of Locke and Kant and by rejecting the utilitarian philosophy of Bentham and Mill. Herbert Marcuse, 1898-1979, has built his neo-Marxist theory of freedom by reverting to Hegel's concept of civil society. Again, C.B. Macpherson, 1911-87, has built his theory of democracy by reverting to Aristotle and J.S. Mill while rejecting Bentham's utilitarianism and the contemporary elitism of Schumpeter and Dahl. Legal approach. Legal approach stands for an attempt to understand politics in terms of law. It focuses its attention on the legal and constitutional framework in which different organs of government have to function, inquires into their respective legal position, their powers, and the procedure which makes their actions legally valid. Role and powers of the Supreme Court of India and High Courts, full legal implications of the federal setup, position of fundamental rights and directive principles of state policy, etc. Similarly, legal approach to international politics will largely tend to analyze it in terms of the requirements of international law. The legal approach may prove inadequate in understanding the complex political forces, processes, and behavior which might operate outside the legal formal framework, yet it is not entirely insignificant. As Vernon van Dijk has rightly observed, nor is a legal approach to be disparaged. After all, both the procedures and the substance of political action at every level are often controlled by law. In the field of both domestic and international politics, law frequently prescribes the action to be taken in given contingencies. It also forbids action or fixes the limits of permissible action. Political science. A philosophical analysis. 1960. Moreover, every political process to become effective and stable must culminate in legal provisions, whether it is an independence movement in a colonized country, or an agitation for civil rights or certain concessions for any section of society. Besides, the study of constitutional law and international law, etc., in spite of its limited use in understanding politics, continues to play a pivotal role in the social and political life of almost every country. Institutional approach. Institutional approach is closely related to legal approach, yet it is different significantly. This approach does not solely bank on other disciplines, philosophy, history, or law, for understanding politics. Amongst the traditional approaches, I alone gives independent identity to the systematic study of politics. Traditionally, politics has been defined as the study of the state and government. Government itself is an institution, and its various organs, such as parliament, legislature, cabinet, executive, and Supreme Court, judiciary, etc., may also be recognized as institutions. Political parties, which exist independently, are also institutions in their own right. There are lots of other institutions in society, such as family, school, church, or club. A student of politics will be interested only in those institutions which have a direct bearing on politics. What is an institution? In short, an institution is a set of offices and agencies arranged in a hierarchy, where each office or agency has certain functions and powers. Each office or agency is manned by persons with definite status and role. Other persons also expect them to perform this role. The activities of an institution are not confined to its office holders. For instance, ordinary voters who participate in the process of setting up a legislature through election are not themselves office holders therein. As Vernon van Dijk has aptly summed up, an institution is any persistent system of activities and expectations, or any stable pattern of group behavior. Political Science. A Philosophical Analysis. 1960. Accordingly, upholders of the institutional approach proceed to study the organization and functioning of government, its various organs, political parties, and other institutions affecting politics. Classification of governments, starting from Aristotle, monarchy, tyranny, aristocracy, oligarchy, polity, and democracy, to modem classification, democracy and dictatorship, parliamentary and presidential, unitary and federal, etc. Identification of levels of government, federal, state, and local, as well as branches of government, executive, legislative, judicial, composition and powers of each of these and their interrelationships, largely in legal terms, etc., are the chief concerns of this approach. It aims at giving an elaborate description of facts. Hence, it exemplifies a shift from normative to empirical approach, and from a historical to a contemporary concern within the sphere of traditional approaches. However, it relies heavily on description rather than explanation. Hence, it fails to qualify as a contemporary approach. Other drawbacks of the institutional approach are: A. With its preoccupation with the institutions, it neglected the individual. Hence, during the ascendancy of this approach, the study of voting behavior and political attitudes of the individual was left to sociologists. Z. In the absence of overarching institutions governing international politics, it practically neglected the study of international politics. It confined its attention to international relations and description of the United Nations and its associated agencies, and left the study of international politics to historians and students of international law. C. Being concerned with the established institutions alone, it neglected the role of violence or threat of violence, political movements and agitations, war and revolutions, etc. And finally, D. It neglected the role of various informal groups and processes in shaping politics. However, it should not be forgotten that institutions form a very important part of politics. Any discussion of politics without reference to the corresponding institutions will lead us nowhere. Moreover, in the present-day turmoil, particularly in the developing countries, constitution making and institution building is the order of the day. Institutional approach is inadequate in itself, but any other approach will also be incomplete without paying due attention to institutions. 3. Contemporary approaches. Broadly speaking, contemporary approaches to the study of politics signify a departure from traditional approaches in two respects. A. They attempt to establish a separate identity of political science by focusing on the real character of politics. And 5. They try to understand politics in totality, transcending its formal aspects and looking for those aspects of social life which influence and are influenced by it. Contemporary approaches are legion, and all of them may not fulfill these conditions. The following may be regarded as the most important. A. Behavioral approach. 6. Post-behavioral approach. And A. Some important models of political analysis. Behavioral approach. Behavioralism, or the behavioral approach to the analysis and explanation of political phenomena, is particularly associated with the work of American political scientists after the Second World War, 1939-45. But its origins may be traced back to the works of Graham Wallace, Human Nature and Politics, and Arthur Bentley, The Process of Government, both published as early as 1908. Both Wallace and Bentley were inclined to lay greater emphasis on the informal processes of politics and less on political institutions in isolation. Wallace sought to introduce a new realism in political studies in the light of the new findings of contemporary psychology, while classical economists, the champions of the laissez-faire doctrine, had treated man as a rational creature following his self-interest. The new psychology had revealed that man was not a rational creature in this sense, and that his political actions were not totally guided by reason and self-interest. Human nature was too complex to be explained by simplistic utilitarian propositions. Wallace, therefore, insisted on exploring facts and evidence for understanding human nature and its manifestations in human behavior. His chief message was that the political process could be understood only by analyzing as to how people actually behaved in a political situation, not merely by speculating on how they should or would behave. Bentley, on the other hand, a pioneer of group approach to politics, primarily sought not to describe political activity, but to provide for new tools of investigation. He was so much fascinated by the study of informal groups that he tended almost completely to ignore the formal political institutions. Greatly inspired by sociology, he proceeded to undertake a study of the roles of pressure groups, political parties, elections, and public opinion in the political process. Charles E. Merriam, 1874-1953, was another pioneer of the behavioral approach. He is also famous as the founder of the Chicago School, which made substantial contribution to the behavioral movement. In his article, The Present State of the Study of Politics, published in American Political Science Review, 1921, and in his book New Aspects of Politics, 1925, Merriam criticized contemporary political science for its lack of scientific rigor. He deprecated the work of historians as they had ignored the role of psychological, sociological, and economic factors in human affairs. He argued that students of politics should make full use of recent advances in social sciences in order to develop interdisciplinary and scientific character of political science. He called for renewed scientific endeavor and emphasized the need for a policy science by using quantitative techniques already developed in the fields of psychology and sociology. In his presidential address to the American Political Science Association, 1925, Merriam exhorted political scientists to look at political behavior as one of the essential objects of inquiry. Apart from being an exponent of the scientific method for the study of politics, Merriam was also an ardent champion of democracy. In fact, he vigorously sought to put science into the service of democratic principles. William B. Monroe, Physics and Politics, an old analogy revisited, PSIR. Then G. He treated power as essence of politics and argued that analysis of power should not be inclined in favor of any particular value system. This view of politics as the science of power, as well as a case for treating politics as a policy science, was later developed thoroughly by Harold D. Laswell, 1902-78. David B. Truman published his paper, The Impact on Political Science of the Revolution in the Behavioral Sciences, in 1955. Robert Dahl's paper, The Behavioral Approach in Political Science, Epitaph for a Monument to a Successful Protest, appeared in the American Political Science Review in 1961. Then Everin M. Kirkpatrick published his paper, The Impact of the Behavioral Approach on Traditional Political Science, in 1962, and David Easton contributed his paper, The Current Meaning of Behavioralism in Political Science, in 1967. Heinz Euler's article on political behavior in the International Encyclopedia of the Social Sciences, published in 1968, was also an important contribution to the series. In a nutshell, behavioralism stood for a shift of focus in the study of politics, from the formalism and normative orientations of tire legalistic and philosophic schools to political behavior, that is, the behavior of actual actors in the political field, such as power holders, power seekers, as well as voters. Behavioralism as such came to be understood as something wider than the study of political behavior, yet political behavior was its main focus. It would, therefore, be profitable to define political behavior at the outset. According to Jeffrey K. Roberts, A Dictionary of Political Analysis, 1971, political behavior, as an area of study within political science, is concerned with those aspects of human behavior that take place within political contexts, that is, within a state or other political community, for political purposes or with political motivation. Its focus is the individual person, as voter, leader, revolutionary, party member, opinion leader, etc., rather than the group or the political system, but it necessarily takes account of the influences of the group on the individual's behavior, the constraints of the system on the individual's opportunities for action, and the effects of the political culture on his attitudes and political habits. Accordingly, the political scientists who undertook the study of political behavior sought to account for the psychological and sociological influences on behavior of the individual in a political situation. This involved the study of political processes and factors such as political socialization, political ideologies, political culture, political participation, political communication, leadership, decision-making, and even political violence. An understanding of most of these processes involved interdisciplinary and cross-disciplinary research. In any case, behavioralism as a movement in political science did not remain confined to the study of individual-based political behavior, but developed into a set of orientations, procedures, and methods of analysis. In practice, it embraced all that lends scientific character to modern political science. Political socialization, EDLED. Political socialization refers to the process whereby an individual learns the political norms and beliefs transmitted by the society from one generation to the next. Agencies of political socialization include family, peer groups, school, church, associations of various kinds, political parties and social movements, etc. Political ideology. Political ideology refers to a set of ideas and arguments used by any political organization to defend an existing or proposed system of distribution of power in society. These ideas are accepted to be true by their upholders without inquiring into the logical grounds of their validity. Political culture. Political culture refers to those aspects of the culture of a community, including its values, norms, and beliefs, which lend legitimacy to its political institutions and ruling classes, and determine status of the individual vis-a-vis these institutions and classes. Political participation. Political participation refers to the process whereby individuals seek to take active part in the formation, articulation, and implementation of public policies and decisions. In a wider sense, it includes the activities of politicians, public officials, as well as ordinary citizens taking part in voting, party campaigning, and community work. Various methods of protest against public decisions, indecision, or inactivity are also regarded as the ways of political participation. Political communication. Political communication refers to the process whereby various groups of individuals communicate their demands, supports, and protests to the political system, and government communicates necessary information, reports, and decisions to the public. Media of mass communication, newspapers, radio, television, etc., as well as public processions, shouting slogans, distributing leaflets and pamphlets, writing and sticking of posters on walls, submission of memoranda to high officials, etc., are the common instruments of political communication. Political violence. Political violence includes rebellion, rioting, looting, sabotage, terrorism, and physical conflicts between antagonistic groups within a state. It may include communal violence or violence between different racial, religious, regional, or linguistic groups fighting for a larger share in public resources and power. Political violence is more likely to erupt in those countries where disparities of wealth and power seem to correspond to racial, religious, regional, or linguistic distribution of population in society. According to David Easton, the intellectual foundations of behavioralism consist of 8 major tenets. Irregularities. It implies that there are discoverable uniformities in political behavior which can be expressed in theory-like statements so as to provide for explanation and prediction of political phenomena. A verification. It requires that the validity of such theory-like statements must be testable, in principle, by reference to relevant behavior. A techniques. It means that the means for acquiring and interpreting data should be examined self-consciously, refined, and validated for the purpose of observing, recording, and analyzing behavior. A quantification. It is necessary because precision in the recording of data and statement of findings requires measurement which should be expressed in terms of actual quantities to facilitate proper analysis, or values. The behavioralists drew a clear distinction between ethical evaluation and empirical explanation, which were concerned with values and facts respectively. They insisted that objective scientific inquiry has to be value-free or value-neutral. Systematization. It stands for establishing close interrelationship between theory and research, because research untutored by theory may prove trivial while theory unsupportable by data may turn out to be futile. Apuna science. It holds that the understanding and explanation of political behavior is essential to utilize knowledge in the solution of urgent practical problems of society. Integration. It signifies integration of political science with other social sciences in order to evolve a comprehensive view of human affairs, to strengthen its validity and the generality of its own results. Any political inquiry conducted according to these guidelines would be most conducive to generating reliable theory and scientific explanations. The behavioral movement had such a profound effect on political science that these tests became the rule of political inquiry. Behavioralism came to accord primacy to higher degree of reliability vis-a-vis higher degree of generality. It, therefore, focused on questions that could be answered reliably on the basis of the methods available. As Vernon van Dijk has aptly illustrated, the student who takes a behavioral approach is not likely to ask broad and vague questions like what caused the decline and fall of the Roman Empire, nor is he likely to focus on ideologies or constitutions or laws, or upon the organizational structure of institutions, political science. A philosophical analysis. I-960. In short, behavioralism focused on micro-level situations rather than attempting macro-level generalizations. Post-behavioral revolution. By the mid-1960s, behavioralism gained a dominant position in the methodology of political science. However, its critics like Leo Strauss, What is Political Philosophy? Journal of Politics, 1957, had started arguing that the rise of behavioralism was symptomatic of a crisis in political theory because of its failure to come to grips with normative issues. Sheldon Volline, Political Theory as a Vocation, American Political Science Review, 1969, declared that the preoccupation of political science with method signified an abdication of true vocation of political theory. Within the sphere of philosophy of science, the publics. 4. Of Thomas Kuhn's The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, 1962, had promoted the view that significance of scientific method lies in its capacity of problem-solving and crisis management, not in methodological sophistication. By the end of 1960s, even the exponents of behavioralism realized that its strict adherence to pure science was responsible for its failure to attend to the pressing social and political issues of the period. In 1969, David Easton himself, in his presidential address to the American Political Science Association, announced a new revolution in political science, a post-behavioral revolution, that represented a shift of focus from strict methodological issues to a greater concern with public responsibilities of the discipline and with political problems. Relevance and action were the twin slogans of post-behavioralism. It represented no complete departure from behavioral SM, rather it stood for consolidating its gains and applying them for problem-solving and crisis management. Easton emphatically drew the attention of contemporary political scientists to the impending threat of the nuclear bomb, inner conflicts within the U.S. which might lead to civil war or dictatorship, an undeclared war in Vietnam which was perturbing moral consciousness the world over. He lamented that the behavioral political scientists were taking refuge in their ivory tower, seeking to perfect their methodology, as if they were not at all concerned with the outside world. Emphasizing the intellectual's historical role in protecting the humane values of civilization, Easton warned that if they failed to play this role, they would be reduced to mere technicians or mechanics for tinkering with society. Reminding them of their responsibility to reshape society, Easton concluded that scientists could adopt a rational interest in value construction and application without denying the validity of their science. Accordingly, post-behavioralism seeks to reintroduce a concern for values and goals of social policy without relinquishing other tenets of the behavioral approach. In other words, whereas the behavioral approach had insisted on making political science a pure science, the post-behavioral approach sought to convert it into an applied science. In the contemporary social science, The behavioral approach has shown increasing concern with solving the prevailing problems of society. In this way, it has largely absorbed the post-behavioral orientation within its scope. Distinction between behavioral and post-behavioral approaches. The FOJU, behavioral approach, I, post-behavioral approach. Nature of inquiry, search for pure knowledge. C. And theory, search for applied knowledge and practice. A purpose of inquiry, knowledge for knowledge. Sake, not interested in action. Relevance of knowledge to satisfy social needs and action for problem solving. Focus QF study J. Pound J. 177 by 7. A micro-level analysis. Focus on small units. A process of decision-making. Macro-level analysis. Focus on the role of big units. Content of the decision. Attitude towards values. Value-neutral, interested in the choice of values. Attitude towards social. Interested in status quo. Not interested in social change. AY 77. Interested in social change for solving social problems. HIV. Models of political analysis. Political analysis is the product of the empirical scientific orientation in the study of politics. In the classical tradition, Aristotle's classification of governments and Machiavelli's cost-benefit analysis of different techniques of leadership may be cited as earlier and rudimentary attempts at political analysis. However, political analysis in the real sense has flourished only in modern times, particularly with the adoption of scientific method in the study of politics. What is political analysis? Political analysis involves several steps. We start with determining the nature of politics. David Easton's concept of politics as authoritative allocation of values will serve as a suitable example. Politics is now everywhere recognized as a process. A process involves a set of interactions among its components. To proceed in the direction of political analysis, we must identify these components. This will guide us as to the relevant data which should be chosen for a proper understanding of politics. But how are these data interrelated? This will depend on our conception of the pattern of interaction of the components of the political process. So the next step is to arrange our data according to their interrelationship as conceived by us so as to yield an explanation. Now these two steps, i.e. determining the relevant data and evolving their suitable arrangement for yielding an explanation, constitute a model of political analysis. Since such model is evolved at a conceptual level, it is possible to build several models of political analysis, depending upon our points of inquiry. Ideally, all explanations of a given situation derived through different models of political analysis should coincide, but this does not always happen. Contemporary political science has evolved a large number of models of political analysis. Of these, the following are more important which could be chosen for a detailed description. Systems analysis, structural functional analysis, communications theory, and decision-making analysis. These models are associated with the liberal view of politics. Finally, Marxist analysis may be added to this list, though it may lead to very different results. Systems analysis. This is the pioneering model of political analysis. It conceives politics in terms of a political system. What is a system? As Robert Dahl has elucidated, any collection of elements that interact in some way with one another can be considered a system. A galaxy, a football team, a legislature, a political party. Modem political analysis. 1991. For the purpose of analysis, elements of a system should be looked at in an abstract way rather than as concrete things. Hence, elements of a political system should not be seen as a group of individuals constituting a government or its organs, but as abstract elements interacting with each other in the sphere of politics. The concept of political system in this sense was introduced by David Easton, An Approach to the Analysis of Political Systems, World Politics, 1957. Who is regarded the pioneer of systems analysis. The model of political system was fully developed by Easton in his A Systems Analysis of Political Life, 1965. In short, Easton defined politics as the authoritative allocation of values which broadly constitutes the political process. This does not take place in a closed circuit. Its ends are connected with the social process. It is in this sense that the political system has been described as an open system. In other words, allocation of values is made because there are corresponding demands from the society or environment. It becomes authoritative because it gets supports from the environment. In David Easton's terminology, the political system receives inputs from the environment in the form of demands and supports. It produces outputs in the form of policies and decisions. The outputs flow back into the environment through a feedback mechanism, giving rise to fresh demands, etc. Easton's model of political system: environment, inputs, demands, supports; political system, outputs, decisions, policies, feedback, environment. Based on David Easton, A Systems Analysis of Political Life, 1965. Easton has characterized demands as the raw materials out of which finished products called decisions are manufactured. He has described supports as the energy in the form of actions or orientations, enabling the political system to convert the demands into authoritative decisions and policies. Demands may arise from any source: the people, politicians, administrators, opinion leaders, and so on, depending on the nature of the regime. The extent of support is bound to vary, depending on the expectations of the people from their political system. Variability of support is bound to affect the destinies of the political authorities, often called governments, the regime, democratic, authoritarian, and the like, and the political community. Outputs are produced by the political system through special processes that ensure their acceptance as binding by most members of the society most of the time. Easton has also given an elaborate classification of demands, supports, and outputs which illustrates their nature thoroughly. Demands are subclassified into 4 types. 1. Demands for allocation of goods and services, such as wages and working conditions, educational opportunities, recreational facilities, roads and transportation, etc. 2. Demands for the regulation of behavior, such as provision of public safety, controls over markets and rules pertaining to marriage, health, and sanitation. 3. Demands for participation in the political system, such as the right to vote, to hold office, to petition the government bodies and officials, and to form political associations. And 4. Demands for communication and information, such as the affirmation of norms, the information regarding policy intent, and display of the majesty and power of the political system in times of foreign threats, as well as on ceremonial occasions. Supports are also subclassified into 4 types. 1. Material supports, such as the payment of taxes and other levies, and rendering service in public interest, such as social work or military service. 2. Obedience to law, rules, and regulations. 3. Participatory supports, such as voting, political discussion, and other forms of political activity. And 4. Paying attention to governmental communication, and display of deference or respect to public authority, symbols, and ceremonials. The outputs, which may be clubbed together as policies and decisions, a policy itself is a web of decisions, are again subclassified into 4 categories. 1. Extractions, which may take the form of tribute, taxes, or personal services. 2. Regulations of behavior, which may cover a wide range of human activities. 3. Allocation or distribution of goods and services, opportunities, honors, statuses, and the like. And 4. Symbolic outputs, including affirmation of values, display of political symbols, and communication of policy intent. Feedback is essentially a communication process which produces action in response to information about the state of the political system, or some part thereof, or its environment, to structures within the system in such a way that the future action of those structures is modified in consequence. The results of such modification may, in turn, produce further modifications, and so on. The feedback channel helps the political system in approaching its goals. It apprises the political system of the position of its goal, its own distance from the goal, and the changes in this distance brought about by its own performance, in response to information coming from the feedback process. Under the normal circumstances, demands would serve as guide to the political system for determining its policies and goals, and supports will enable it to achieve its goals. It may be hoped that if the political system is capable of processing the demand inputs effectively, support inputs are bound to come forth from its environment. Feedback mechanism is expected to adjust outputs to inputs. However, maintaining a state of equilibrium in the political system is by no means a simple affair. Conversion of demands and supports into outputs in the shape of policies and decisions has to be regulated by a complex mechanism. Of the many demands made on the political system, some may be lost in transit without reaching the output stage. If there are too many demands, or too much insistence on particular type of demand, stress will arise and the channels will be overloaded. If so, various regulatory mechanisms will have to be applied to cope with the stress. In the first place, the structural mechanisms, such as pressure groups and political parties, will assume the role of gatekeepers who will allow only legitimate demands to enter the political system. Secondly, cultural mechanisms will ensure that only right type of demands, which enjoy social approval, will be encouraged. Thirdly, communication channels can be increased to ensure a smooth flow of excessive demands into the system. Fourthly, demands may be controlled in the conversion process itself by the legislative, executive, and administrative organs of government who are responsible for processing all demands. Should the stress reach a critical stage and continue at that level for quite some time, changes in the authorities or even in the regime, such as through a revolution, might become inevitable. Failure to control the situation may even bring about eventual destruction of the system itself. It is important to note that Easton was the first to conceptualize political system as an information processing system. His framework of systems analysis was found very useful for the comparative analysis of diverse political units, such as modernized as well as developing polities. It has also been extensively used for an analysis of the international political system. Easton's model of political system has served as a starting point for Gabriel Aumann's model of structural functional analysis, as also for Carl Deutsch's model of communications theory. However, it has been criticized for its inability in understanding the structure and function of political power, as well as in analyzing mass political behavior, such as voting behavior. In any case, it represents a substantial advance in the direction of constructing a theoretical framework from within the discipline of political science. Structural functional analysis. Like systems analysis, structural functional analysis is based on the concept of political system. This model of political analysis has been more widely used in the sphere of comparative polities because it provides for standard categories for analyzing different types of political systems. It originated in the sphere of social anthropology in the writings of Radcliffe Brown and B. Malinowski. Then it was developed in the field of sociology by Talcott Parsons, Robert Merton, and Marion Levy. Finally, Gabriel Aumand and his associates developed it into a tool of political analysis. Gabriel Aumand and J.S. Coleman, The Politics of the Developing Areas, 1960, identified 4 characteristics of the political system. A. All political systems have political structures. B. The same fractions are performed in all political systems with different frequencies and by different kinds of structures. C. All political structures are multifunctional. And D. All political systems are mixed systems in the cultural sense, i.e. they are based in a culture which is always a mixture of the modem and the traditional. This approach was further developed by Gabriel Almond and G.B. Powell in Comparative Politics, a Developmental Approach, 1966. Almond and his associates argued that all political systems, regardless of their type, must perform a specific set of tasks if they are to remain in existence as systems in working order or in equilibrium, i.e. as ongoing systems. These are the functional requirements of the system. With this assumption, they sought to modify David Easton's model of the political system, suggesting that inputs and outputs recognized by Easton can best be understood as functions or functional requisites of a political system. They sought to redefine these inputs and outputs with a deeper understanding of the political process and proceeded to identify various structures corresponding to these functions in order to evolve a structural functional framework. They conceded that in various political systems, these functions may be performed by different kinds of political structures, and, sometimes, even by structures which are not overtly recognized as being primarily political. Accordingly, Almond and his associates discerned 4 input functions and 3 output functions. Input functions are 1. Political socialization and recruitment, 2. Interest articulation, 3. Interest aggregation, and 4. Political communication. Output functions are 1. Rulemaking, 2. Rule application, and 3. Rule adjudication. Of these, output functions correspond to conventional governmental functions, which are performed by formal governmental organs, viz. Legislature, rulemaking, executive, rule application, and judiciary, rule adjudication. Almond has paid special attention to input functions which are performed by non-governmental structures or institutions. Although all structures are multifunctional, yet some structures are especially suited for specific functions. Political socialization is the process whereby an individual acquires attitudes and orientations towards political phenomena. It also implies the process whereby society transmits political norms and beliefs from one generation to the next. Recruitment stands for the process whereby political groups enlist members for various important roles in the political process, either in addition to the existing members or as replacement for the acting members. Since political socialization prepares the individuals to assume various important roles in the social structure, it is instrumental to recruitment also. Family, school, neighborhood, and other primary groups are most suited to perform this function. Interest articulation implies the processes whereby opinions, attitudes, beliefs, preferences, etc., are converted into coherent demands on the political system. This function may be performed by various structures, but interest groups are most suited to perform this function. Interest aggregation is the process whereby various divergent interests are collated and translated into concrete demands of a very large section of society, preferably appealing to all sections of society, policy proposals and programs of action, etc. Political parties are most suited to perform this function. Finally, political communication is the process whereby components of a political system, such as individuals, groups, and institutions, transmit and receive information regarding the functioning of the political system. Mass media, or the organizations controlling the media of mass communication, are most suited to perform this function. Model of structural functional analysis. Environment environment function structure. X political so, family, peer rulemaking legislature OI-cialization group, political and recruit, school, U, inmate church, etc. P interest for Yule, apply. Executive T articulation groups caption PU. Interest AG, political system rule adjudi. Cation judiciary U. T aggregation parties political mass media TS communication, $environment. The structural functional framework of political analysis has been particularly found useful for comparative politics. A developed political system is characterized by differentiation of structures for the performance of specific functions. In less developed political systems, functions of interest articulation, interest aggregation, and political communication might be performed by some structures which have not taken a definite shape, but in a developed system growth of interest groups, political parties and mass media would be clearly discernible. Almond and Powell have identified 2 chief characteristics of development of political system, that is, political development. These are A. Structural differentiation, and B. Secularization of culture. As they have elucidated, a principal aspect of the development or transformation of the political system is role differentiation, or structural differentiation. By differentiation, we refer to the processes whereby roles change and become more specialized or more autonomous, or whereby new types of roles are established or new structures and subsystems emerge or are created. Comparative politics. A developmental approach. 1966. The underlying propensities of a political system, representing its psychological dimension, are compendiously described as political culture. Secularization of culture is concerned with this aspect of political system. These two criteria would enable us to measure the level of development of any given political system. Structural functional analysis has been criticized on various grounds. Firstly, it is alleged that this form of analysis is primarily concerned with a system's survival. Hence, it is ideologically inclined towards conservatism. Secondly, it is not suited to the analysis of power relations in society. Finally, it projects Western-type liberal democratic system as a standard for institution building in developing societies, rather than encouraging them to build their institutions according to their own genius and specific requirements. In any case, structural functional analysis signifies a significant advance in the sphere of political analysis. Communications theory. Communications theory represents another model of political analysis derived from the concept of political system. Karl Deutsch, The Nerves of Government, Models of Political Communication and Control, 1963, is the chief exponent of this approach. Deutsch sought to apply the concepts and methods of modem information technology, as well as physiology of nervous system to an analysis of the political system. He particularly introduced the techniques of cybernetics to the sphere of political analysis. Cybernetics refers to the study of the operation of control and communication systems. It deals both with biological JI systems and man-made machinery. Deutsch declared that his work was concerned less with the bones or muscles of the body politic than with its nerves, its channels of communication and decision. Communications theory regards the function of communication as the center of all political activity. An analysis of communications flowing from and flowing into political system would, therefore, be very helpful in the description, classification, analysis, and explanation of the important aspects of political life. Deutsch argued that it might be profitable to look upon government somewhat less as a problem of power and somewhat more as a problem of steering, i.e., directing the course of its activity, which is the main function of communication. He, therefore, regards political system as a network of communication channels. It is largely a self-regulating or self-controlling system which evolves its own processes and mechanisms for the acquisition, collection, transmission, selection, and the storage of information. As Morton R. Davies and Vaughan A. Lewis have aptly elucidated, the members of the political system come to acquire mechanisms for the transmission of messages and for the coordination and control of the channels of communication. The cohesion of a political system can be analyzed in terms of the degree to which these coordination and control mechanisms continue to function properly, to adapt themselves, in the context of the goals which they set, to the information which they receive from various sources, and even to modify the goals which they have set themselves. Models of Political Systems, 1971. The problem of communication may be studied in three contexts. A. Communication within the political system. 6. Communication between the political system and its environment. And C. Communication between two or more political systems. Its analysis involves the study of several components, including A. The structures meant for sending and receiving messages. The channels used for the purpose of communication, along with their capacities and rates of utilization, expressed in terms of their load and load capacity, rate of flow, amount of lag and gain, i.e. delay or promptness in responding to the information that is received. C. The processes of storage of information. D. Feedback mechanisms. E. The codes and languages applied for the purpose of communication. And the contents of the messages transmitted, etc. Communication is by no means a smooth process. We must be very careful in detecting distortions. As James C. Charlesworth has pointed out, the exponents of the communicational approach to political science emphasize the importance of distinguishing between what goes out from the source and what is exactly received at the other end. Which shall we examine? What a governmental agency says it says, or what the recipient says he hears. Contemporary Political Analysis, 1967. If the distortions could be corrected appropriately, lots of problems can be prevented or minimized. As Charlesworth has further observed, in order to correct the distortion, we must study the determinants of distortion. Hence, communications is a legitimate methodological segment of political science. This study is unfortunately not well developed, nor is it standardized or unified. If it were, we should have fewer industrial strikes, slum riots, university sit-ins, and crackpot picket lines. IBIT. In political science, this approach is particularly useful for an analysis of the processes of bargaining, conflict resolution, decision-making, evaluation of policies, estimating the impact of publicity and propaganda, as well as for understanding the dynamics of international relations. However, this approach is hardly useful in the analysis of power structure of society, ideologies, allocation of resources, or in explaining the phenomena of violence and revolution, etc. Communications theory can, therefore, be commended for application only in a limited sphere of political science. Decision-making analysis. Decision-making analysis denotes an attempt to understand polities as a process of arriving at decisions. It will be recalled that David Easton's original model of political system treats decisions and actions as outputs of the political system. In this sense, this approach is closely related to the concept of political system. Decision-making is a wider phenomenon. Exercise of any form of authority involves decision-making, whether it is in the sphere of business, university administration, or family. In political science, however, we are concerned with those areas of decision-making which affect politics. In other words, here we are concerned with the process of arriving at public decisions. However, the scope of decision-making in political sphere itself is very wide. As Vernon van Dijk has illustrated, every actor is a decision-maker. Those acting for political parties decide which candidate to nominate. Voters decide whether to vote and for whom. Legislators decide which proposals to advance or support. Executives decide what legislation to seek, whether to sign or veto acts of the legislative body, precisely which steps to take in executing or administering the law, and what policies to pursue where action is left to their discretion. Political science. A philosophical analysis. 1960. In short, decision-making analysis is concerned with analysis of political systems, processes, and behavior in terms of their decision-making mechanism (MD) its functioning. It broadly involves the following. A. Identification of the issues on which decisions are made. 5. The structures involved in decision-making. E. The actors involved in decision-making. This may involve study of personality, if necessary. D. The alternative courses of action or options that were considered before making a choice. E. The factors influencing the choice of the decision-makers, i.e. their range of preferences vis-a-vis the utilities attached to each of the alternatives, any external factors, pressures, or constraints which influence their decision. And G. The outcome of the decision, including its political costs. Under normal circumstances, it is assumed that the decision-makers are capable of rational calculation, i.e. cost-benefit analysis, and that they are fully conscious of their goals so that they select the most efficient or feasible means of attaining these goals. However, if there is any departure from this course, g. If a decision is a product of routinized behavior or irrational attitude on the part of some actors, social psychological reasons thereof must be investigated and recorded. Decision-making analysis does not conform to a single pattern. It may follow one of the several prevalent models. Some important models include the models dealing with the identification of variables obstacles involved in the decision-making processes, as used in the works of Richard Cinder and Harold Laswell. The models based on analogies between economic and political decision-making involving notions of maximizing advantage from the decision, as used in the works of Anthony Downs, J.M. Buchanan, and G. Tulloch. And C. The game theory, which involves quantification of the results of decision strategies in certain types of competitive situation, i.e. a situation of conflict or bargaining in which it is assumed that each player will seek his maximum advantage under conditions of rationality. Decision-making analysis essentially follows interdisciplinary approach by drawing substantially on psychology, sociology, administrative theory, and organization theory. It also seeks to relate its findings to the work of other social scientists in the field of decision-making in non-political situations, with a view to evolving a general theory of decision-making. However, such general theory is not yet adequately developed. Some exponents of decision-making analysis do not confine themselves to an analysis of particular decisions and proceed to undertake studies of socio-economic background of decision-makers, e.g. legislators, administrators, ministers, and even of voters. Some scholars tend to go into their styles of decision-making also. Some of them focus on the role of communications in decision-making. Decision-making analysis can be applied to a wide range of situations involving local, regional, national as well as international politics. There too, it may cover the study of a large variety of actors, e.g. voters, elites, functionaries of political parties, legislators, judges, government officials, as well as officials of international organizations. It may adopt different models of analysis according to the needs of each situation. 6. Marxian analysis deals with a wide range of social phenomena, their past, present, and future. Politics figures therein only incidentally. It may, therefore, be called political analysis by proxy. Alex Kalinick has significantly observed, Marxism denies that politics is a persisting feature of every form of society. Furthermore, it claims that politics, where it does exist, cannot be studied in isolation from the rest of society. Finally, Marxism, insofar as it is a practical program as well as a body of theoretical analysis, seeks the abolition of politics. These claims are obviously incompatible with the notion of an autonomous discipline of politics. Marxism and Politics and What is Politics? The Activity and Its Study, edited by Adrian Leftwich, 1984. According to Marxist point of view, politics is not a fundamental activity of human beings, and political system is not an autonomous structure as held by liberal models of political analysis. Politics is only a part of superstructure. Marxian analysis starts with a distinction between base, or substructure, and superstructure. This building-like metaphor is used to postulate that the economic structure of society, which represents the base, is responsible for creating and transforming its social structure, including its legal and political structure, religion and morals, etc., which represents the superstructure. Marx expressed this idea in his preface to a contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, 1859, as follows. In the social production of their life, men enter into definite relations that are indispensable and independent of their will, relations of production which correspond to a definite stage of development of their material productive forces. The sum total of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation on which rises a legal and political superstructure, and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. The mode of production of material life conditions the social, political, and intellectual life process in general. This means that the political system, as a part of superstructure, is not autonomous, that it used not grow out of itself, but emerges on the foundation of the economic structure of society. The economic structure, or the mode of production itself, changes with the development of forces of production, i.e. the means of production and labor power. This would bring about corresponding changes in the political system and other aspects of superstructure. Since the political system is neither independent nor autonomous, no useful purpose will be served by undertaking analysis of political system per se. Marxism, particularly classical Marxism, therefore, insists on an analysis of the economic structure of society, historical stages of its development, and the corresponding class structure prevailing at each of these stages, which is affected in the relations of production, in order to understand the character of the political system. At each stage of historical development, society is divided into two antagonistic classes. The owners of private property, or the natural means of production, rise to the position of dominant class, whereas those living solely on their labor on the terms dictated by the former constitute dependent class. As long as the major means of production continue to be privately owned, the division of society into dominant and dependent classes cannot be eliminated, nor their class conflict can ever be resolved. Politics must always be traced back to its hidden basis in the class struggle. Since politics arises from class struggle, it is historically a transient phenomenon. Different types of states merely reflect the different forms of class domination. As Marx and Engels observed, political power, properly so called, is merely the organized power of one class for oppressing another. Communist Manifesto, 1848. Politics is the process through which antagonistic classes struggle to obtain, retain, or influence state power. Thus, under capitalism, politics of the capitalist class involves their strategy for exploitation of the working class, while politics of the working class implies their effort for organizing themselves to overthrow the capitalist system. In a nutshell, Marxism speaks of 5 stages of historical development, including one prehistorical stage. Marxian analysis of historical stages. Historical stage: mode of production, class structure, primitive communism, slave system, feudal system, capitalist system, socialist system, hunting, fishing, food gathering, etc. Animal husbandry, domestic agriculture and crafts, large-scale agriculture, large-scale industry. Classes not yet emerged. Masters and slaves, landlords and serfs, capitalists and workers, workers in power, and the former capitalists under subjection. It hopes that once genuine socialist system is established, and there is no distortion in its working, common ownership of major means of production will eventually lead to abolition of classes. State and political power will become redundant, and politics itself will disappear. Society will then enter the phase of communism. It will become a classless and stateless society where authority will be exercised without resort to power, and administration will be carried on without the state machinery. Marx, Engels, and Lenin argued that political systems should be compared and contrasted with reference to their respective class structures. We should not be misled by their superficial similarities or differences. Illustrating his point from his contemporary experience, Marx pointed out that the laws and state system in North America and Prussia were based on similar system of property ownership. So these should be placed in the same category, although apparently North America was a republic and Prussia was a monarchy. Under this approach, there is practically no scope of independent political analysis. However, neo-Marxists have realized that superstructure is by no means a weak structure, entirely dependent on the base. In capitalist systems, superstructure could be so strong that it may serve to strengthen the base itself. Hence, it needs independent analysis. Antonio Gramsci, 1891–1937, an Italian Marxist and forerunner of neo-Marxism, concedes relative autonomy of the superstructure. He has particularly evolved a Marxian model of analysis of capitalist society. Gramsci identified 2 components of its structures of domination: A. Structures of legitimation, and B. Structures of coercion. The structures of legitimation are provided by the civil society, which is closer to the base, the economic mode of production. It largely includes the family, school, church, and other primary groups like neighborhood and peer groups, which familiarize the citizens with the rules of behavior and teach them to show natural respect to the authority of the ruling classes. These structures lend legitimacy to the rule of the capitalist class, so that even injustice involved in this rule would give the impression of justice. They enable the ruling class to establish its hegemony. People are led to believe as if they are being ruled with their consent. On the other hand, the structures of coercion are provided by the governmental organization. Gramsci observed that the capitalist society largely depends on the efficiency of its structures of legitimation for its stability. It is only when the civil society fails to prevent dissent that the political society is required to resort to its structures of coercion, including police, courts, and prisons. Gramsci's model of analysis of capitalist society. Capitalist society. Structures of domination. 17-inch A.V. I. Structures of legitimate. I. Civil society, family, school, church, and other primary groups. 1 based on consent. Hegemony. 7. According to Antonio Gramsci, 1891–1937, Italian Marxist, hegemony refers to a web of beliefs and institutional, as well as social relations which serve as instruments of domination in society. In the capitalist society, family, school, church, and other primary groups, e.g. neighborhood and peer groups, play a leading role in creating consent which keeps the system going. Use of force is resorted to only when the instruments of consent fall to work. L. Structures of coercion. Governmental organization. All organs of exercising power over citizens, including police, courts, and prisons, based on force. Ralph Miliband, The State in Capitalist Society. The Analysis of the Western System of Power, 1969, has largely used this framework which exemplifies an attempt towards Marxian political analysis. Later, Louis Althusser, French neo-Marxist, for Marx, 1965, argued that the base and superstructure are so closely intertwined that it is not logical to consider one of them, viz. The base is the prime mover of all social change. In some cases, revolution may begin from any part of the superstructure, e.g. politics, law, religion, culture, art, and literature, etc., which would spread to the whole social structure, although the economic factor would ultimately play the most effective role in this process. Broadly speaking, we can identify three major models of Marxian analysis in contemporary political theory: classical model, cultural hegemonic model, and structuralist model. They represent different notions about the relation between base and superstructure and the corresponding strategies of revolution, as shown in the following chart. Models of Marxian analysis. The issue H. Classical K model, cultural hegemonic model, structuralist model. Exponents 1. A. V. Marx, Engels, Lenin, Gramsci, Palantas, Mao Zedong, Louis Althusser. Relation between base and superstructure. Superstructure is wholly dependent on base. Superstructure is relatively autonomous. Base and superstructure are interdependent. Strategy of revolution. Start revolution in the base. Superstructure would be automatically transformed. Start revolution in the base. Continue the process in the superstructure also. Start revolution either in the base or any part of the superstructure, e.g., law, literature, folklore, art forms, religious precepts, etc. It would percolate to the whole set of base superstructure. Complex 5. Interdisciplinary perspective on political science. The term discipline refers to a branch of learning, a field or subject of study. Titus, history, political science, economics, linguistics, anthropology, physics, chemistry, mathematics, botany, etc., are known different disciplines. Systematic studies of the institutions and functioning of human society, man's behavior in society, and the interpersonal relationships individuals as members of society are called social sciences. Thus, political science, economics, sociology, social psychology, cultural anthropology, etc. Social sciences. Some of the disciplines embrace some features of the physical or natural sciences as well as social sciences. For instance, physical geography, physical anthropology, and clinical psychology belong to the physical sciences, while human geography, social or cultural anthropology, and social psychology obviously fall in the domain of social sciences. The interdisciplinary approach. When we rely on more than one discipline for the study of a given problem, or when there is a tendency to draw on or contribute to more than one discipline, our approach is called interdisciplinary. This approach can obviously be followed in the case of disciplines dealing with some common problems, or with different aspects of the same or similar phenomena. The social sciences constitute one such group where interdisciplinary approach would be found most suitable for the study of their common problems. The interdisciplinary approach helps us to evolve a broader perspective and thus enables us to understand problems more thoroughly and more fruitfully. The study of politics as a social process provides ample scope for it. 140. Interdisciplinary approach. This implies making use of the findings, theories, and models of other social sciences in understanding the political phenomenon. Verification of the theories and findings of political science from the data and theories of other social sciences. And C. Developing a broader perspective about political life with a view to making contribution to other social sciences. It should, however, be kept in mind that expanding the scope of our study should be purposeful and well-conceived. In other words, while entering the sphere of the other social sciences, we should not deviate from our main focus. In the present context, any reference to the problems of economics, sociology, psychology, or anthropology should be made with the definite purpose of understanding the problems of politics, not at random. For instance, if we start the study of labor management relations or the psychology of crowd behavior in a given situation, we should undertake such studies only to analyze their impact on politics, not to understand those problems for their own sake. Genesis of the interdisciplinary approach. The interdisciplinary approach denotes a recent trend in political science. This may, of course, be traced in a rudimentary form in the traditional study of politics. For instance, Plato, ancient Greek philosopher, in his search for rulers for an ideal state made it a point that the structure of the family and the nature of education would deeply affect the character and activities of those holding political office. Aristotle, another ancient Greek philosopher, demonstrated a causal relation between the distribution of wealth and status in communities and the type of political regime they had. In mid-18th century, Charles de Montesquieu, 1689 to 1755, a French philosopher, inquired into social psychological foundations of different forms of government. However, these earlier studies were not marked by a deeper analysis of the forces shaping the course of events. Marx, 1818 to 83, and Engels, 1820 to 95, German philosophers, were probably the first to develop a new approach in social sciences in mid-19th century, which could be called a systematic interdisciplinary approach. They located the primary source of political behavior in socio-economic factors, viz., the level of technological development, mode of material production, and the prevailing class structure. Then liberal thinkers were also inclined to inquire into the interlinkage between social, cultural, economic, and political processes. Modern liberal political scientists have persistently been trying to demonstrate that the study of the political process necessitates an understanding of various social factors. Characteristics of the interdisciplinary approach. When we undertake the study of politics as a social process and define the political system as an open system, or a system of interactions, the interdisciplinary approach becomes imperative. In other words, when we assume that the political system receives inputs from the social system or environment and produces outputs which re-enter the environment through the feedback channel, it becomes necessary to widen the scope of our study so as to understand those aspects of the social process which affect the process of politics and are affected by it. Product of empirical orientation. The empirical method stands for reliance on factual information, observation, or direct sense experience. The experience based on sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch, as opposed to pure speculation. Empirical orientation in the study of politics is a relatively recent phenomenon. Otherwise, politics is one of the oldest disciplines of the Western world. Aristotle called it the master science to demonstrate its crucial role in the ordering of various relationships within human society. The traditional study of politics was, however, characterized by its close link with philosophy. Other social sciences, such as anthropology, sociology, economics, and psychology spun off from their parent discipline philosophy towards the end of the 19th century in the wake of empirical orientation in their respective spheres. Political science, in this respect, was a relatively late starter. However, the empirical orientation in political science was accompanied by an understanding of the close link between political science and other social sciences. Traditional political science was founded on ethics or moral philosophy. Its chief problem was to determine the norms of public life and to evolve institutions according to those norms. It largely relied on the normative approach, which may be distinguished from the empirical approach. The empirical approach is concerned with facts. It is descriptive. It deals with the real. On the other hand, the normative approach is concerned with values. It is prescriptive. It deals with the ideal. In other words, the empirical approach is concerned with what is there. The normative approach is concerned with what ought to be done. The chief requisites of the empirical approach may be described as follows. A. It deals with observable facts and data. B. It aims at explanation, that is, it seeks to establish a correlation between different variables, to explore the cause and effect relationship, and to arrive at possible generalizations. And finally, C. It rends to make predictions. That is, when certain data and the precise relationship between different variables are known, the result could be predicted and verified. The empirical orientation in political science led to the realization that the real world of politics could not be understood through images of an ideal state, nor merely in terms of formal institutions which may not conform to their declared object. In actual practice, it set a new trend of understanding politics as a process which takes place within the larger framework of the social system. Since the empirical method was first developed in other social sciences, such as economics, sociology, anthropology, psychology, etc., political science was attracted towards other social sciences not only to learn their methodology, but also to find out how far their data, theories, and models could help in understanding the political phenomenon. Focus on political behavior and systems analysis. The empirical orientation in political science was responsible for the shift in emphasis from political institutions to political behavior and political system. Firstly, it was realized that politics could be better understood in terms of the behavior of the participants, namely the electorate, legislators, bureaucrats, executive and judicial authorities, and so on. In other words, political analysis involved not a mere description of ideas and institutions, but an analysis of the behavior of the people, the individuals, groups of various types, whether they belonged to particular structures of the government or were outside it, the elite, etc. This necessitated reliance on an interdisciplinary approach. As Heinz Eulo, in his article on political behavior in the International Encyclopedia of the Social Sciences, 1968, has elaborated. As man's political behavior is only one aspect of his total behavior as a social being, political behavior analysis must be interdisciplinary. It cannot neglect the wider context in which political action occurs. It is bound, therefore, to consider the possible effects of social, cultural, and personal factors on political behavior. In the second place, the introduction of systems analysis in political science has also given an impetus to the interdisciplinary approach. Here an attempt is made to understand politics as a process in terms of the political system. Political system is essentially regarded as a subsystem within the ambit of the larger social system. In other words, the political system does not operate independently or in isolation. The formal organs of the government, the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary, do not produce their decisions on their own initiative or at their own will, but in response to the demands emanating from the social system, and these decisions in turn have their impact on the social system. When this framework of analysis is adopted, it becomes necessary to understand the economic, cultural, psychological, and sociological aspects of the social organization in order to appreciate the full import of the political process. Use of data of other social sciences. The interdisciplinary approach treats society as a totality whose various aspects are closely interrelated. Political science undertakes the study of the political aspect of society for which higher data provided by other social sciences prove relevant and useful in various ways. For instance, you may require data on the rate of economic growth, distribution of national income, patterns of ownership of material wealth, educational levels and percentage of literacy of the population, religious and cultural attitudes of the people, their family structures, professional distribution, rural-urban ratio, etc., in order to ascertain whether a particular form of government, such as democracy, will be sustained by a given community or not. The political scientists' interest in political socialization and political culture has inspired them to draw heavily from the data of psychology and sociology. Their interest in political development has increased their reliance on the data provided by sociology and economics. Their interest in political communication has brought them nearer to social psychology. As Seymour Martin Lipp said in his Introduction to Politics and the Social Sciences, 1969, has illustrated, the political scientist interested in political development has learned that he cannot treat his topic without looking for the conditions of social mobilization. Men cannot become citizens in a political sense without changes in their values and personality orientations. Politics will be different in caste and non-caste societies. It will vary among systems which have different concepts of kinship ties, and the nature of class and status relationships in various traditional societies will affect the possibilities for acceptance of a legal rational political order. Use of theories and models of other social sciences. It was then applied to the analysis of political institutions, leadership, and group behavior, as also for giving new interpretations of democracy. Similarly, the Marxian framework of base and superstructure, which postulates that legal and political structures, religion, morals, ideas, and institutions in any society are shaped by the prevailing mode of material production, was first evolved in the field of economics and sociology, and then adopted as a tool of political analysis. Some contemporary approaches to the study of politics in fact originated in other social sciences. David Easton's concept of the political system is derived from the concept of the social system originally developed in the field of sociology. The structural functional approach was originally developed in the field of cultural anthropology by Malinowski and Radcliffe Brown, then adopted in sociology by Talcott Parsons, and subsequently introduced in political science by Almond and Powell. Similarly, Harold Lasswell's model of the problem-solving approach was derived from psychology. Understanding of politics as a process of bargaining is based on the theories of competition, e.g. perfect competition and monopolistic competition, originally evolved in the field of economics. Schumpeter and Anthony Downs have sought to analyze democratic politics using the economist's model of the open market. Thus, the use of theories and models of other social sciences in the realm of political science has substantially contributed to its development. 2. Interface between political science and other relevant disciplines. In the present context, it would be interesting to illustrate the relevance of interdisciplinary approach in the study of politics with reference to its interface with other important disciplines. Interface with history. The effective interface between history and the study of politics may be seen in two important areas. A. History is used as a rich storehouse of data for an understanding and interpretation of political phenomena, a comparative study of political situations and verification of hypotheses about politics. And B. When history gives us not only an account of events but also cause and effect relationships, or rather, laws of historical development, such as Marx's materialist interpretation of history, this knowledge can be used for understanding the course of politics in a given situation. Some traditional writers have placed history and political science in a very close relationship. Thus, John Seeley, 1834-95, observes, "History without political science has no fruit. Political science without history has no root." Edward Augustus Freeman, 1823-92, has gone to the extent of saying, "History is past politics, politics is present history." Today, such statements appear to be an oversimplification of a complex issue. In fact, the expanding horizons of political science have given it an independent status and identity. It uses historical material only selectively, although frequently. Present events often have their roots in the past which cannot be ignored. For instance, any study of the Indian political system must start with its historical antecedents, and the study of international politics must be based on the historical background. Similarly, many historical accounts need to be reconstructed to bring out the significance of various events in the light of political theory, such as the role of various classes including the elites, levels of politicization, and the impact of changes on the economic life of society. It is significant that unlike its traditional form, political science today is deeply concerned with the socio-economic foundations of political phenomena. Happily, there is a corresponding change in the outlook of modern historians with the increasing realization of the importance of socio-economic factors behind historical events and developments. In other words, the modern approach to history as well as political science is not confined to the great deeds of kings and princes, their battles, victories, expansion and consolidation of empires, defeats, disintegration, and downfall. Due importance is now being paid to the condition and role of the masses in the making of history, as well as the shaping of politics. This simultaneous change of outlook has strengthened the age-old relationship between history and political science. In short, political science cannot claim to evolve a foolproof theory unless it is substantiated and verified by historical data, both in terms of rule and exception. If political theory is derived from mere speculation, visionary perspective, or limited observation, it is bound to lack scientific precision and thus crumble. Interface with geography. Geography refers to a branch of learning that studies the composition of Earth's surface, its various forms, such as land, waterways, oceans, mountains, mines, forests, deserts, etc., as well as their climatic and environment conditions. While physical features of these areas are studied under physical geography, the economic, social, and political structures of the populated parts of the Earth are largely studied under human geography. Some political thinkers have particularly dwelled on the impact of geographical conditions on the political life of human communities. Aristotle, ancient Greek philosopher, argued that in his contemporary world, Greeks alone were endowed with the competence to evolve the institution of citizenship because of their typical geographical situation. There was little scope of this competence in the very cold regions of Persia and the north, where people could hardly manage the means of their survival. On the other hand, the people of hot regions were indolent who would accept despotic rule in order to escape from hard work. In other words, politics and citizenship could flourish only in temperate regions of the world. There was no scope of engaging ideologies for the peoples of very cold or hot regions. Then in early modern times, Charles de Montesquieu, 1689 to 1755, French philosopher, sought to develop a sociological theory of government and law. He observed that their structure and operation were dependent on the physical conditions of the people, such as climate and soil. In more recent times, Henry Thomas Buckle, 1821 to 62, English historian, in his Unfinished History of Civilization, 1861, contended that climate, soil, food, and heat aspects of nature are the primary causes of intellectual progress. The first may determine the accumulation and distribution of wealth, and the last one determines the accumulation and distribution of thought. Interface between the studies of geography and politics has led to the evolution of two subdisciplines. The students of geography have evolved a new branch of learning, the political geography, where different regions of the world, countries, islands, waterways, forests, mountains, deserts, etc., are identified in terms of nations occupying or exercising their sovereignty over those regions. On the other hand, the students of politics have evolved another branch of learning, the geopolitics, which inquires into the impact of geography of each country over its politics. While the influence of geography and politics on each other may be conceded, it would not be advisable to subscribe to geographical determinism in the study of politics, or to the primacy of politics in the area of geographical studies. Geopolitics refers to a branch of learning which inquires into the impact of geography, including the economic geography and demography of a country. Its politics, particularly its foreign policy, it also inquires into the need of additional natural resources and additional space for its rising population and the prospects of extending its territory towards sea, mountain, or other natural borders. All these factors help to understand the history, present situation, and future trends of politics of different nations. Thinkers concede supreme importance of geography in a country's foreign policy. They argue that different nations may raise as many questions about their history as they like, but they can neither change nor question the facts concerning their geography. Geographical determinism. Geographical determinism refers to the view that people's physical features, their behavior, temperament, character, and culture are shaped by the geographical setting and climate conditions of the area where they are born and brought up. 7. Like all deterministic theories, this theory cannot be accepted because of its overemphasis on a single cause and belittlement of other important factors that shape human character and culture. Interface with economics. Economics is primarily concerned with analyzing the factors which affect human behavior in the process of material production, distribution, and exchange. It inquires into the factors which affect decisions about investment or use of economically relevant resources, primarily capital, labor, and goods. A closer analysis, however, reveals that these decisions are greatly affected by non-economic factors, such as cultural values, personality, political needs, and considerations of status. Economics, in fact, started its early career in the 18th century as political economy, which stood for the study and practice of the management of government and the nation. In late 19th century, it sought its independence from political theory and became increasingly occupied with price and market behavior, under the influence of the laissez-faire doctrine. But the exponent of the following decades revealed that an unrestrained economic system led socially disastrous consequences. Wide economic disparities, incur exploitation of underprivileged sections, and consequent relationship between history and political science. In short, political science cannot claim to evolve a foolproof theory unless it is substantiated and verified by historical data, both in terms of rule and exception. If political theory is derived from mere speculation, visionary perspective, or limited observation, it is bound to lack scientific precision and thus crumble. Interface with geography. Geography refers to a branch of learning that studies the composition of Earth's surface, its various forms, such as land, waterways, oceans, mountains, mines, forests, deserts, etc., as well as their climatic and environment conditions. While physical features of these areas are studied under physical geography, the economic, social, and political structures of the populated parts of the Earth are largely studied under human geography. Some political thinkers have particularly dwelled on the impact of geographical conditions on the political life of human communities. Aristotle, ancient Greek philosopher, argued that in his contemporary world, Greeks alone were endowed with the competence to evolve the institution of citizenship because of their typical geographical situation. There was little scope of this competence in the very cold regions of Persia and the north where people could hardly manage the means of their survival. On the other hand, the people of hot regions were indolent who would accept despotic rule in order to escape from hard work. In other words, politics and citizenship could flourish only in temperate regions of the world. There was no scope of engaging in politics for the peoples of very cold or hot regions. Then in early modern times, Charles de Montesquieu, 1689 to 1755, French philosopher, sought to develop a sociological theory of government and law. He observed that their structure and operation were dependent on the physical conditions of the people, such as climate and soil. In more recent times, Henry Thomas Buckle, 1821 to 62, English historian, in his Unfinished History of Civilization, 1861, contended that climate, soil, food, and dye aspects of nature are the primary causes of intellectual progress. The first theory determined the accumulation and distribution of wealth, and the last one determines the accumulation and distribution of thought. Interface between the studies of geography and politics has led to the evolution of two subdisciplines. The students of geography have evolved a new branch of learning, the political geography, where different regions of the world, countries, islands, waterways, forests, mountains, deserts, etc., are identified in terms of nations occupying or exercising their sovereignty over those regions. On the other hand, the students of politics have evolved another branch of learning, the geopolitics, which inquires into the impact of geography of each country over its politics. While the influence of geography and politics on each other may be conceded, it would not be advisable to subscribe to geographical determinism in the study of politics, or to the primacy of politics, i.e. the area of geographical studies. Geopolitics. Geopolitics refers to a branch of learning which inquires into the impact of geography, including the economic geography and demography of C country on its politics, particularly its foreign policy. It also inquires into the need of additional natural resources and additional space for its rising population and the prospects of extending its territory towards sea, mountain, or other natural borders. All these factors help to understand the history, present situation, and future trends of politics of different nations. Why only thinkers concede supreme importance of geography in a country's foreign policy. They argue that different nations may raise as many questions about their history as they like, but they can neither change nor question the facts concerning their geography. Geographical determinism. Geographical determinism refers to the view that people's physical features, their behavior, temperament, character, and culture are shaped by the geographical setting and climate conditions of the area where they are born and brought up. Like all deterministic theories, this theory cannot be accepted because of its overemphasis on a single cause and belittlement of other important factors that shape human character and culture. Interface with economics. Economics is primarily concerned with analyzing the factors which affect human behavior in the process of material production, distribution, and exchange. It inquires into the factors which affect decisions about investment or use of economically relevant resources, primarily capital, labor, and goods. A closer analysis, however, reveals that these decisions are greatly affected by non-economic factors, such as cultural values, personality, political needs, and considerations of status. Economics, in fact, started its early career in the 18th century as political economy, which stood for the study and practice of the management of government and the nation. In late 19th century, it sought its independence from political theory and became increasingly occupied with price and market behavior, under the influence of the laissez-faire doctrine. But the experience of the following decades revealed that an unrestrained economic system led to socially disastrous consequences. Wide economic disparities, mounting exploitation of underprivileged sections, growing injustice, and consequent friction. This necessitated regulation of economic activity and subordination of economics to public control. The result is the renewed mutual interest between economics and political science. Political theory today is primarily concerned with the conflicting demands of various groups and classes within a community or between different nations in the international sphere. These demands, though articulated in various forms, are largely the economic demands. No political system can sustain itself unless it demonstrates its ability to cope with the conflicting demands by evolving a somewhat stable equilibrium, harmony, or reconciliation. This requires a deeper understanding of economic forces and factors, policy decisions, or planning by the state, from the control of foreign trade to tighter regulation of the internal economic life of the community, will be devoid of essence unless the underlying economic issues are properly sorted out and resolved satisfactorily. The welfare state, service state, or even socialist state of today claims to take care of the economic security of citizens by providing for full employment, a reasonable standard of living, nutrition and health, etc. Developing nations are particularly faced with the challenge of acute and widespread poverty. Politics cannot deliver the goods until it is able to tackle the economic problem effectively. According to Marxian theory, too, all politics is shaped by economic forces. Thus, an adequate knowledge of economics becomes essential for the understanding and practice of politics. The interface between economics and politics has given rise to modern political economy. Political economy. Traditional political economy was concerned with the analysis of revenue and expenditure of the state, which distinguished it from the management of domestic economy. Modern political economy deals with political aspects of economic making so that a social policy should prove not only one economical FLDDHFBULI also politically acceptable. In a broader sense, focuses on those concepts and issues which are the common concern of economici and polks examples. Such concepts are demands, costs, allocation of resources, utility optimization. Examples of such issues are impact of economic factors political impact of political decisions on economic life, etc. It also includes the use of economic models, e.g. rational choice theory, FPR fee, 2D off political behavior. Marxist political economy focuses on the relation between mode of production and various social formations, e.g. civoning society, util capitalist society and socialist society. Interface with sociology. Sociology is chiefly concerned with the behavior of men in an associative process. It inquires into how institutions, stabilized systems of expectations and actions fulfill the varying needs of man in society, particularly in a complex society. It, therefore, includes within its domain almost every aspect of human behavior. Early sociologists, both in Europe and America, in fact, showed considerable interest in politics, as they could not ignore the role of political institutions as well as the process of formation of political attitudes and group norms which comprised important components of social institutions and social behavior. The famous sociologists like Max Weber, 1864-1920, Robert Michaels, 1876-1936, Vilfredo Pareto, 1848-1923, and Emile Durkheim, 1858-1917, turned to political analysis as a part of their sociological inquiry. Arthur Bentley, 1870-1957, who was trained as a sociologist in Europe, eventually turned out to be a major intellectual force in political science in America. Franklin Giddings, 1855-1931, another American sociologist of repute, encouraged his students to undertake empirical studies of voting behavior in the early 1920s. The application of various concepts and methods of sociology to the study of political behavior and institutions has given rise to a new venture called political sociology. In fact, the practitioners of political sociology not only seek to explain political behavior but also apply the analyses of bureaucratic structures developed in the works of Max Weber and Robert Michaels to a variety of institutional structures, such as governmental agencies, trade unions, political parties, and even economic institutions. The practice of politics involves taking public decisions. Any such decisions, to be effective, must take into account the social motivations of relevant groups. An inquiry into value orientations, attitudes, habits, beliefs, and prejudices of the people becomes indispensable to ascertain the possible response and chances of success of any social measure. Sociology proves quite helpful in this venture. In fact, the study of politics today extends its scope beyond formal procedures and institutions for which reliance on sociology becomes essential. In short, the discipline of political sociology thrives on the contributions from sociology as well as political science. Political sociology. Political sociology refers to a branch of learning which examines political institutions, processes, and ideologies in daylight of corresponding social structures, processes, and modes of thought. It also examines the impact of political domination and decisions on social life. It treats political system as a subsystem within social system and inquires into their interrelationship. In a broader sense, political sociology focuses on those concepts and issues which the common concern of sociology and politics. Examples of such concepts and issues are political socialization, political culture, political age participation, social basis of political behavior, political ideologies, political consensus and cleavage, power, authority and legitimacy, patterns of political leadership, etc. Interface with anthropology. Anthropology refers to a scientific discipline which undertakes a comparative study of the course of development of human race from its origin to the present stage. It inquires into all aspects of physical features, social organization, language, culture, etc. of the human being from a scientific perspective. Political anthropology was originally evolved as a branch of social anthropology, which inquired into the primitive forms of authority, government, and law. It gives us insights for understanding the functioning of these institutions in modern society. Political anthropology. Political anthropology refers to a branch of learning which inquires into the performance of political functions in primitive and tribal communities. In most of these communities, Formal political structures are not found in a developed form. So we proceed to analyze their social arrangements and cultural traditions through which the superior members of the community exercise their authority over ordinary members. Then we try to understand the general development of political structures on the basis of this information. It is interesting to recall that the model of structural functional analysis in the realm of political science originated in the sphere of social anthropology in the writings of B. Malinowski, The Group and the Individual in Functional Analysis, American Journal of Sociology, 1939, and A.R. Radcliffe Brown, Structure and Function in Primitive Society, 1952. Then it was developed in the field of sociology by Talcott Parsons, Robert Merton, and Marion Levy. Finally, Gabriel Almond and his associates developed it into a tool of political analysis. Interface with psychology. Psychology is primarily interested in learning the motives of human behavior and the causes of variations in individual and group behavior. Some human actions are, of course, the product of man's mental makeup as such, but some of his actions are also shaped by the pattern of man's participation in varying social situations. One of the key sources of personality formation and of individual behavior is seen in the pattern Ophi's interaction with other individuals in a given social setting. Psychology, therefore, also inquires into the effects of different group involvements on individual behavior. This has given rise to a special branch of psychology, namely social psychology. An inquiry into the formation of attitudes has inspired the psychologists to amend political values and behavior. The growth of totalitarian political movements in the 30s and 40s of the 20th century aroused interest in the study of the authoritarian personality, which involved application of insights gained from psychoanalytic theory and social psychological methods to understanding extremist political appeals. Similar orientations influenced the work of Harold Lasswell, 1902-78, and his disciples in their study of the influence of psychological factors on the appeal of extremist movements particularly, and on political behavior generally. Besides, the study of politics involves an interest in the process of formation and expression of public opinion, patterns of leadership including charismatic leadership, impact of propaganda, and the role of mass communication in inculcating political culture. Social psychology proves particularly helpful in understanding these important aspects of the political process. The interface between psychology and politics has given rise to political psychology, which is an important branch of social psychology. Political psychology. Political psychology refers to a branch of learning which uses the models and techniques of psychology for analyzing psychological aspects of political behavior. It may also be used for influencing political behavior of a group. It may be regarded as a branch of social psychology which focuses on political aspect of social life. Its subject matter may include relation between individual's personality and his political behavior, sources of similarities and dissimilarities between political attitudes, psychological basis of political learning, political socialization and leadership styles, techniques and impact of political propaganda, etc. Interface with philosophy. Traditional study of politics was based on philosophy. Philosophy is primarily concerned with an inquiry into the essence of reality, limbs of knowledge, nature of truth, relation between man and universe, purpose of the universe, the foundations of moral values and beauty, and so on. Philosophy makes use of empirical data, but it seeks clarification of the conceptual problems which may lie beyond the limits of empirical knowledge in all branches of learning. It is an attempt at the investigation of the substantive aspects of nature, man, society, and politics. When it touches the problems of politics, it is identified as political philosophy. Philosophy is sometimes distinguished from science on the ground that science exclusively relies on empirical method, the method based on sense experience, the experience gained through sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch, whereas philosophy uses transcendental method, i.e. the method based on speculation about what is beyond our sense experience. Science is descriptive whereas philosophy is critical and evaluative. However, it should not be forgotten that science itself has grown from the pursuit of philosophy. Science not only owes its origin to philosophy, it derives its validity from philosophy itself. Auguste Comte, 1798-1857, French philosopher, equated science with positive philosophy. It marks the final stage in the development of knowledge, from theological to metaphysical, and then to the positive stage. Kant recognized sociology as the mother social science, which was based on the development of positive philosophy. With the growing craze for the use of scientific method in the study of polity's study of the course of development of human race from its origin to the present stage, it inquires into all aspects of physical features, social organization, language, culture, etc., of the human being from a scientific perspective. Political anthropology was originally evolved as a branch of social anthropology, which inquired into the primitive forms of authority, government, and law. It gives us insights for understanding the functioning of these institutions in modern society. It is interesting to recall that the model of structural functional analysis in the realm of political science originated in the sphere of social anthropology in the writings of B. Malinowski, The Group and the Individual in Functional Analysis, American Journal of Sociology, 1939, and A.R. Radcliffe Brown, Structure and Function in Primitive Society, 1952. Then it was developed in the field of sociology by Talcott Parsons, Robert Merton, and Marion Levy. Finally, Gabriel Almond and his associates developed it into a tool of political analysis. Interface with psychology. Psychology is primarily interested in learning the motives of human behavior and the causes of variations in individual and group behavior. Some human actions are, of course, the product of man's mental makeup as such, but some of his actions are also shaped by the pattern of man's participation in varying social situations. One of the key sources of personality formation and of individual behavior is seen in the pattern Ophi's interaction with other individuals in a given social setting. Psychology, therefore, also inquires into the effects of different group involvements on individual behavior. This has given rise to a special branch of psychology, namely social psychology. An inquiry into the formation of attitudes has inspired the psychologists to examine political values and behavior. The growth of totalitarian political movements in the 30s and 40s of the 20th century aroused interest in the study of the authoritarian personality, which involved application of insights gained from psychoanalytic theory and social psychological methods to understanding extremist political appeals. Similar orientations influenced the work of Harold Lasswell, 1902-78, and his disciples in their study of the influence of psychological factors on the appeal of extremist movements particularly, and on political behavior generally. Political anthropology. Political anthropology refers to, which inquires into the ways of performance of political functions in primitive and tribal communities. In most of these communities, formal political structures are not found in a developed form. So we proceed to analyze their social arrangements and cultural traditions through which the superior members of the community exercise their authority over ordinary members. Then we try to understand the general development of political structures on the basis of this information. Besides, the study of politics involves an interest in the process of formation and expression of public opinion, patterns of leadership including charismatic leadership, impact of propaganda, and the role of mass communication in inculcating political culture. Social psychology proves particularly helpful in understanding these important aspects of the political process. The interface between psychology and politics has given rise to political psychology, which is an important branch of social psychology. Interface with philosophy. Traditional study of politics was based on philosophy. Philosophy is primarily concerned with an inquiry into the essence of reality, limits of knowledge, nature of truth, relation between man and universe, purpose of the universe, the foundations of moral values and beauty, and so on. Philosophy makes use of empirical data, but it seeks clarification of the conceptual problems which may lie beyond the limits of empirical knowledge in all branches of learning. It is an attempt at the investigation of the substantive aspects of nature, man, society, and politics. When it touches the problems of politics, it is identified as political philosophy. Philosophy is sometimes distinguished from science on the ground that science exclusively relies on empirical method, the method based on sense experience, the experience gained through sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch, whereas philosophy uses transcendental method, i.e. the method based on speculation about what is beyond our sense experience. Science is descriptive, whereas philosophy is critical and evaluative. However, it should not be forgotten that science itself has grown from the pursuit of philosophy. Science not only owes its origin to philosophy, it derives its validity from philosophy itself. Auguste Comte, 1798-1857, French philosopher, equated science with positive philosophy. It marks the final stage in the development of knowledge, from theological to metaphysical, and then to the positive stage. Kant recognized sociology as the mother social science, which was based on the development of positive philosophy. With the growing craze for the use of scientific method in the study of polities. Political psychology. Political psychology refers to a branch of learning which uses the models and techniques of psychology for analyzing psychological aspects of political behavior. It may also be used for influencing political behavior of a group. It may be regarded as a branch of social psychology which focuses on political aspect of social life. Its subject matter may include relation between individual's personality and his political behavior, sources of similarities and dissimilarities between political attitudes, psychological basis of political learning, political socialization and leadership styles, techniques and impact of political propaganda, etc. In modern times, it became fashionable to distinguish political science from political philosophy. Rise of behavioralism in 1950s and 1960s was particularly responsible for this attitude. However, since early 1970s with the advent of post-behavioralism and the revival of interest in theory of justice and other related principles, liberty, equality, community, etc., political philosophy received a renewed prominence. Now scientific and behavioral studies of politics are undertaken to find facts and devise tools for achieving the goals of public policy, whereas these goals are largely determined with the help of political philosophy. Political philosophy. Political philosophy refers to a branch of learning which is primarily concerned with moral and substantive dimensions of politics. Its central problems include the pursuit of good life, questions pertaining to norms and values, good and evil, virtue and vice, means and ends, right and wrong, and visions of an ideal state and society. Political philosophy inquires into the foundations of political life, grounds of political obligation, and moral worthiness of different political systems. It makes use of philosophical and historical method in determining the goals of public life. A major part of political philosophy coincides with moral and social philosophy. R4. Interface with law. Early students or political science focused their attention on the state, which was envisaged as a mechanism of lawmaking, law enforcement, and law adjudication. Recent scholars have sought to replace the concept of the state by that of political system, which receives certain inputs from its environment and produces certain outputs which flow back into the environment. These outputs are largely recognized as rulemaking, rule application, and rule adjudication. In actual practice, rule is understood to be a synonymous of law. Theoretical foundations of law are studied under legal philosophy, which largely coincides with jurisprudence. Legal philosophy is closely linked with political philosophy. Most of the important concepts of political philosophy, such as liberty, equality, rights, justice, etc., must be understood properly for a profound knowledge of legal philosophy. Legal philosophy J. Legal philosophy, or philosophy of refers to a branch of edrening mainly concerned with the nature and sources of law, criteria of its effectiveness and its role in social progress. It also inquires into the purpose of law and determines as to what laws are better than others, what laws should be obeyed of, resisted. It further inquires as to how human nature and social temper need to be expressed and regulated through law. Since religion and custom also play an important role in regulating society, legal philosophy inquires into relation between religion, custom, and law. Since law is concerned with dispensing justice individuals and other entities, legal philosophy also inquires into nature, types, procedure, and substance justice. Some political philosophers believe that law exists before the formation of the state itself. The state is simply concerned with discovering and declaring law for an effective regulation of the social organization. Others think that political decisions are taken by a government, but they cannot become effective until these are translated into legal provisions and enforced through legal mechanism. Again, some writers believe that political decisions are the product of the demands and other inputs flowing from the social environment. At times, new demands are articulated through social movements. In any case, they reach their logical conclusion only when the decisions taken in response to these demands are enshrined in law and implemented through legal and political mechanism. Some legal philosophers tend to see a close link between the conception of law and political philosophy. Ronald Dworkin, Taking Rights Seriously, 1977, argued that the nature of law cannot be understood in terms of a structure of rules. In difficult cases, judges have to rely on certain principles for reaching a decision. These principles are by no means extra-legal criteria since they are used by judges as part of law. Validity of a principle is to be sought from the realm of political theory rather than from the rationale of legal system itself. The constitutional standards and doctrines adopted by judges while invoking different principles are, therefore, subject to criticism like the problems of political theory. Conclusion. Interdisciplinary approach to the study of politics is a modem approach which marks a departure from the classical approach. The classical approach, typified by Aristotle's description of politics as the master science, failed to distinguish between normative and empirical aspects of the study of politics. Although it was Aristotle himself who originally identified politics as an independent discipline, yet he could not discern political phenomenon from other aspects of man's social life. In Aristotle's times, all knowledge was covered by philosophy, and Aristotle only sought to distinguish political philosophy from other branches of philosophy. It was only in the 19th century that different aspects of man's social life became independent subjects of empirical study, as distinct from their philosophical foundations. Accordingly, psychology, sociology, economics, political science, etc., emerged as independent scientific disciplines. The interdisciplinary approach in social sciences is of recent origin, which assumed special importance in the latter part of the 20th century. It does not seek to merge all social sciences into a single master science. On the contrary, it insists that the results of our inquiry in any sphere should be based on and verified from the findings of all relevant social sciences. Thus, political science should not only make use of data, theories, and models of other social sciences, but should also make a suitable contribution to an understanding of those disciplines. Moreover, some approaches to the study of politics cover a limited range of inquiry by relying on a single discipline. Thus, philosophical, historical, legal, economic, sociological, psychological, and geographical approaches turn out to be partial approaches. On the contrary, the interdisciplinary approach seeks to overcome this shortcoming by relying on all other relevant disciplines for the purpose of evolving an integrated view of the subject. 6. Concept of the state. Nature and significance of the state. Concept of the state has figured as the central theme of traditional political theory. R. G. Gettle, Political Science, 1949, defined political science as the science of the state, while J.W. Garner, Political Science and Government, 1928, claimed that political science begins and ends with the state. In modern political theory, significance of the concept of the state has been fluctuating. Some exponents of the behavioral approach in political science have even suggested abandoning the concept of the state altogether. Their main objection is that this concept does not help in understanding political reality or the political process, Because A. The term state one refers to a formal concept while real politics transcends the formal organization of the state. B. The state is usually conceived in terms of the ends of the state, which drags us to the realm of moral philosophy, far removed from the real world of politics. And C. The concept of the state postulates a particular type of organization which excludes top organizations of certain societies, real or imaginary, and thus introduces the idea of pre-state societies and stateless one societies. This leads to the assumption that political organization is not a universal phenomenon. David Easton, in his Political System, an inquiry into the state of political science, 1953, observed, one person sees the state as the embodiment of the moral spirit, its concrete expression. Another, as the instrument of exploitation used by one class against others. One author defines it as simply an aspect of society, distinguishable from it only analytically. Another, as simply a synonym for government, and still another, as a separate and unique association among a large number of other associations such as the church, trade unions, and similar voluntary groups. 155. After dwelling on these ambiguities in some detail, Easton came to the conclusion that the word state ought to be abandoned entirely. It is important to note that distaste for the term state was confined to some exponents of liberal political theory, especially to some American political scientists. Marxist political theory continued to use the term state to refer to a specific form of political organization. The terms slave-owning state, feudal state, capitalist state, socialist communist state, as well as pre-state society and stateless society are the current coins of Marxist political theory. Even the empirically oriented political scientists of the liberal tradition used the term state building, especially in the context of developing societies, which signified a renewed interest in the concept of the state as an institutional and constitutional mechanism. Then in the 1980s, attention swung back to the state, as exemplified by T. Skocpol, Bringing the State Back In, Strategies of Analysis in Current Research, edited by P. Evans, D. Ruskameyer and T. Skocpol, 1985. However, in contrast to the earlier concept of the state as an institutional structure, it was redefined as an active agent of shaping and reshaping society. It is thus evident that, in spite of some initial suspicions and objections, the concept of the state never became entirely redundant for the study of politics. What is then meant by the term state? Meaning of the state. It is significant that though some sort of political organization has existed since ancient times, such as Greek city-states and the Roman Empire, yet the concept of the state, as such, is comparatively modern. The contemporary concept of the state owes its origin to Machiavelli, 1469 to 1527, an Italian philosopher, who expressed this idea in early 16th century as the power which has authority over men, the prince. 1513. This was an important idea because it describes the nature of the state, not the end of the state, which was a question of political philosophy rather than political sociology or political science. This peculiar feature of the state has been the focus of attention of many recent thinkers. Max Weber, 1864 to 1920, a famous German sociologist, sought to evolve a sociological definition of the state. 1920. Sociologically, the state cannot be defined in terms of its ends. Ultimately, one can define the modem state sociologically only in terms of the specific means peculiar to it, as to every political association, namely the use of physical force, from Max Weber, Tr. and ed. by H. H. Girth and C. Wright Mills, 1946. From this standpoint, Weber arrives at the following definition, which is widely acknowledged in modern political theory. A state is a human community that, successfully, claims the monopoly of the legitimate use of physical force within a given territory. R.M. McIlver, an American sociologist, in his famous work The Modern State, 1926, sought to distinguish the state from other kinds of associations in that it embraces the whole of people in a specific territory, and it has the special function of maintaining social order. It performs this function through its agent, the government, which speaks with the voice of law. Similarly, R.M. McIlver and C.H. Page, Society, an Introductory Analysis, 1950, observed, the state is distinguished from all other associations by its exclusive investment with the final power of coercion. Harold J. Lasky, in An Introduction to Politics, 1931, similarly points out, whereas all other associations are voluntary in character and can bind the individual only as he chooses membership of them, once he is a resident of some given state, legally he has no choice but to obey its commands. The state, so to say, is the crowning point of the modern social edifice, and it is in its supremacy over all other forms of social grouping that its special nature is to be found. Association. Association refers to a human organization formed for the fulfillment of certain common objectives of its members, which motivate them to come together, and a WBRK together. J. Frederick M. Watkins, International Encyclopedia of the Social Sciences, 1968, defines the state as a geographically delimited segment of human society, united by common obedience to a single sovereign. Watkins lays special emphasis on the element of sovereignty, the characteristic of the supreme lawmaking authority whose decisions are final. The supremacy of the commands of the state is an essential element which distinguishes it from all other associations of men. Jeffrey K. Roberts, A Dictionary of Political Analysis, 1971, tried to evolve a working definition of the state as a territorial area in which a population is governed by a set of political authorities, in which successfully claims the compliance of the citizenry for its laws, and is able to secure such compliance by its monopolistic control of legitimate force. Elements of the state. In the light of the various definitions of the state, it is customary to identify the state by its constituent elements, which include population, territory, government, and sovereignty. Population. The state is a human institution. The population is, therefore, an essential element of the state. The size of population for constituting a state cannot be fixed, yet it is always better that such population is self-sufficient to meet all the needs of life. If it is required to procure any goods or services from other states, normally it should be able to pay for them, although the possibility of foreign aid, as a temporary measure, cannot be ruled out. In any case, economic self-sufficiency is essential for the stability of a state. The population of a state need not belong to a single race, religion, language, or culture. A homogeneous population is no longer considered an essential feature of the modem state. The modem state claims to reconcile the interests of various groups of its citizens. Territory Z. Territory is another essential element of a state. Other associations either exist within the state, or they extend their sphere to several states. They do not need separate territory, but the state must possess a territory where its authority is accepted without dispute or challenge. A state comes into existence only when its population is settled in a fixed territory. Friedrich Engels, in his The Origin, The Family, Private Property, and the State, 1884, notes that the formation of the state is accompanied by a division of population according to territory. In the pre-state society, when people live as nomadic tribes, moving from one place to another in search of food, the members of the tribe are held together by the ties of kinship. With the formation of the state, citizens are allowed to exercise their rights and duties wherever they settle, irrespective of gens and tribes. The organization of citizens according to locality is the common feature of all states. Some writers, like John Seeley, 1834-95, hold that a fixed territory is not an essential aspect of a state. The nomadic tribes, who do not possess fixed territory, do constitute a state. This view is, however, no longer held valid. The nomadic tribes do have the institution of authority, or even government with custom-based law, but not a state. Political sociologists concede the existence *a political system in such communities, but their organization still does not mind to be a state. Moreover, the modem state is not a matter of internal annexation. It needs international recognition as well, so as to enjoy its rights and perform its duties as a member of the comity of nations. International law cards possession of a fixed territory as the essential attribute of the state. Demarcation of physical boundaries is, therefore, essential for establishing the real identity of a state. The territory of a state includes the land, water, and airspace within its boundary. It also extends usually to a distance of 3 miles into the sea from its coast. This area is known as territorial waters, which may be sought to be extended further in times of war. Territory embodies the sphere of sovereignty of the state. Territory contains natural resources for the sustenance of the population of the state. Territory provides for a sense of security and immense opportunities for a fuller life to its residents. It is an object of sentimental attachment. People love and worship their motherland. They are prepared to make supreme sacrifices for the protection and maintenance of the territorial integrity of their state. The feeling of patriotism, the sense of belonging to a state, binds the people of different races, with diverse religions, languages, and cultures, by the thread of national unity and mutual cooperation. Like population, the size of the territory of a state cannot be fixed. Territory is a geographical entity, an area of land, usually separated from other areas by sea, mountains, or other big natural barriers. Sometimes territories are demarcated mainly on a political basis rather than on a geographical basis. In such cases, the people's sense of identification with a particular state becomes the basis of territorial demarcation. Reallocation of territories can bring about merger or alteration of the existing states or emergence of new states. Government. Government is still another essential element of the state. According to J.W. Gamer, Political Science and Government, 1928, government is the agency or machinery through which common policies are determined and by which common affairs are regulated and common interests promoted. If the state represents an abstract concept, government is its concrete form. In ether words, authority of the state is exercised by government. Functions of the state are performed by government. Laws of the state are made, declared, and enforced by the legislative and executive organs of government. Justice is dispensed by the judicial organ of government. Government is responsible for the maintenance of law and order and for the provision of common services, defense, issue of currency, foreign relations, roads, bridges, and even transport, communications, water, electricity, health and education, etc. And it is entitled to levy taxes for the provision of all such services. Without government, the people are a chaotic mass of disjointed particles, without common aims, common interests, or a common organization. A citizen has to deal with government of the state. Any transaction between different states, including war, takes place through the medium of their governments. However, government and state should not be treated as coterminous. Governments may rise and fall without disturbing identity of the state, so long as they are formed and dissolved according to prior established conventions, procedure, or constitution of the state. But a state will lose its identity if it is suppressed by an alien power so much so that the established procedure of forming a government is also suspended. When the people of a state lose their and general regard for a set of common rules of behavior and institutions, the size of population for constituting a state cannot be fixed. Yet it is always better that such population is self-sufficient to meet all the needs of life. If it is required to procure any goods or services from other states, normally it should be able to pay for them, although the possibility of foreign aid, as a temporary measure, cannot be ruled out. In any case, economic self-sufficiency is essential for the stability of a state. The population of a state need not belong to a single race, religion, language, or culture. A homogeneous population is no longer considered an essential feature of the modem state. The modem state claims to reconcile the interests of various groups of its citizens. Territory Z. Territory is another essential element of a state. Other associations either exist within the state, or they extend their sphere to several states. They do not need separate territory, but the state must possess a territory where its authority is accepted without dispute or challenge. A state comes into existence only when its population is settled in a fixed territory. In the pre-state society, when people live as nomadic tribes, moving from one place to another in search of food, the members of the tribe are held together by the ties of kinship. With the formation of the state, citizens are allowed to exercise their rights and duties wherever they settle, irrespective of gens and tribes. The organization of citizens according to locality is the common feature of all states. Some writers, like John Seeley, 1834-95, hold that a fixed territory is not an essential aspect of a state. The nomadic tribes, who do not possess fixed territory, do constitute a state. This view is, however, no longer held valid. The nomadic tribes do have the institution of authority, or even government with custom-based law, but not a state. Political sociologists concede the existence of a political system in such communities, but their organization still does not quality to be a state. Moreover, the modem state is not a matter of internal organization. It needs international recognition as well, so as to enjoy its rights and perform its duties as a member of the comity of nations. International law regards possession of a fixed territory as the essential attribute of the state. Demarcation of physical boundaries is, therefore, essential for establishing the real identity of a state. The territory of a state includes the land, water, and airspace within its boundary. It also extends usually to a distance of 3 miles into the sea from its coast. This area is known as territorial waters, which may be sought to be extended further in times of war. Territory embodies the sphere of sovereignty of the state. Territory contains natural resources for the sustenance of the population of the state. Territory provides for a sense of security and immense opportunities for a fuller life to its residents. It is an object of sentimental attachment. People love and worship their motherland. They are prepared to make supreme sacrifices lbs the protection and maintenance of the territorial integrity of their state. The feeling of patriotism, the sense of belonging to a state, binds the people of different races, with diverse religions, languages, and cultures, by the thread of national unity and mutual cooperation. Like population, the size of the territory of a state cannot be fixed. Territory is a geographical entity, an area of land, usually separated from other areas by sea, mountains, or other big natural barriers. Sometimes territories are demarcated mainly on a political basis rather than on a geographical basis. In such cases, the people's sense of identification with a particular state becomes the basis of territorial demarcation. Reallocation of territories can bring about merger or alteration of the existing states or emergence of new states. Government. Government is still another essential element of the state. According to J.W. Gamer, Political Science and Government, 1928, government is the agency or machinery through which common policies are determined and by which common affairs are regulated and common interests promoted. If the state represents an abstract concept, government is its concrete form. In other words, authority of the state is exercised by government. Functions of the state are performed by government. Laws of the state are made, declared, and enforced by the legislative and executive organs of government. Justice is dispensed by the judicial organ of government. Government is responsible for the maintenance of law and order and for the provision of common services, defense, issue of currency, foreign relations, roads, bridges, and even transport, communications, water, electricity, health and education, etc. And it is entitled to levy taxes for the provision of all such services. Without government, the people are a chaotic mass of disjointed particles, without common aims, common interests, or a common organization. A citizen has to deal with government of the state. Any transaction between different states, including war, takes place through the medium of their governments. However, government and state should not be treated as coterminous. Governments may rise and fall without disturbing identity of the state, so long as they are formed and dissolved according to the established conventions, procedure, or constitution of the state. But a state will lose its identity if it is suppressed by an alien power so much so that the established procedure of forming a government is also suspended. When the people of a state lose then right to have a government according to the established procedure, A legitimate government enjoying customary respect and obedience of the people, the state is reduced to a colony of the imperial power which suppressed it. Sovereignty. Finally, sovereignty also constitutes an essential element of the state. Sovereignty denotes the supreme or ultimate power of the state to make laws or take political decisions, establishing public goals, fixing priorities and resolving conflicts, as also enforcing such laws and decisions by the use of legitimate force. In fact, sovereignty denotes the final authority of the state over its population and its territory. This authority may be exercised by the government of the day, but it essentially belongs to the state from which it is derived by the government. It is by virtue of its sovereignty that a state declares, through the agency of the government, its laws and decisions and issues commands which are binding on all citizens, claims obedience thereto, and punishes the offenders. It is also by virtue of its sovereignty that a state similarly deals independently with other states. Commands of the state are treated as superior to those of any other association or institution, even to the dictates of social custom or conscience of the individual, because sovereignty is the sole preserve of the state. As Max Weber, 1920, points out, the right to use physical force is ascribed to other institutions, or to individuals only to the extent to which the state permits it. The state is considered the sole source of the right to use violence, from Max Weber, Tr. and ed. by H. H. Girth and C. Wright Mills, 1946. Other associations are either voluntary or based on custom or necessity. The right to use legitimate coercion in its own right is the exclusive prerogative of the state. A state continues to exist so long as it is armed with sovereignty. If a state loses its sovereignty because of internal revolt or external aggression, the result is anarchy and disappearance of the state as such. Some writers regard international recognition as an essential element of the state. This denotes formal recognition of the sovereignty of the state over a given territory and population by other states. International recognition, however, is the outcome of the sovereignty of the state, not a condition of its existence. When a new state, like Bangladesh, comes into existence, it may be recognized by some states immediately while other states may withhold their recognition for quite a long time. Much depends on the foreign policy of a state whether to recognize the new state immediately or to defer it. USA had withheld recognition of the new states of USSR and People's Republic of China for decades after they came into existence, but they did exist as states. Hence, international recognition is only incidental to the sovereignty of the state, not a condition of its existence. B. TLHE state and other associations. State and society. The term state is sometimes used synonymously with society. However, such usage arises from confusion, intentional or unintentional. A distinction between state and society is desirable, not only for scientific precision but also for saving individual from absolutist, authoritarian, and totalitarian rule. The state is usually described as society politically organized. Society is an association of human beings which fulfills all their needs of life, from cradle to grave. The state fulfills their particular need of political organization. It subjects them to binding laws and decisions to provide for order and security and common services. When a society is capable of performing these functions under the direction of a supreme decision-making authority, only then does it qualify for being a state. Society binds men into multifarious relationships. All such relationships do not fall in the domain of a state. Social relationships are usually determined by necessity, custom, courtesy, morality, mutual understanding, agreement, or even contract. Political relations are mainly determined by command and obedience. Social relations cover a large variety of subjects to meet all the needs of human life: physical, emotional, intellectual, spiritual, and so on. Society may coincide with the state, especially when society takes the form of a nation. Thus, Indian society and the Indian state refer to the association of the same set of persons. But that is not always the case. There can be a society within the state, such as a village community. Social relationships can extend beyond the state also. Thus, you can have friends, relatives, acquaintances, sympathizers, admirers, clients, customers, or even colleagues beyond the national frontiers of your state. They belong to your society, but not to your state. Then, there can be a society without a state. Primitive tribes who constitute society need not constitute a state. Even the groups of hunters, root diggers, and food gatherers of a primitive type form a society though they are not aware of the idea of the state. The state is formed out of society. So society is a primary association. It is society which chooses the pattern of its political grouping. States may be created, altered, or dissolved, but society goes on forever. Men can live without a state, but not without a society. That is why man is described as a social animal by nature. Growth of the state is an attribute of civilization, whose form is subject to change with the advance of civilization. The state depends on society for its existence, not vice versa. Thus, R.M. McIlver, The Modem State, 1926, observed, there are social forms like the family or the church or the club, which owe neither their origin nor their inspiration to the state, and social forces like custom or competition, which the state may protect or modify, but certainly does not create, and social motives like friendship or jealousy, which establish relationships too intimate and personal to be controlled by the great engine of the state. The state, in a word, regulates the outstanding external relationships of men in society. Thus, Man owes much more to society than what he owes to the state. But when state and society are identified and man's obligations towards society are attributed to the state, it leads to socially disastrous consequences. Complete subordination of man to the authority of government, unrestrained by any control mechanism. State and civil society. Originally, the terms civil society and political society were used as coterminous. Thus, the term civil society was applied synonymously with state. But under the complex conditions of present-day society, it is necessary to recognize the distinctive features of civil society. Initially, the ancient Roman thinker Marcus Tullius Cicero, 106 to 43 BC, used the term civil society in the sense of the state in the 1st century BC. But in his view, it was not merely the external structure of the state. It stood for a society whose members lived together as citizens, abided by civil laws, and led a civilized, cultured, and dignified life. In this sense, the barbarian communities did not qualify to be described as civil societies. 17th century English philosopher John Locke, 1632 to 1704, equated civil society with political society. He observed that when people relinquish the state of nature and set up a government for the protection of their natural right to life, liberty, and property, they enter into civil society. Thus, civil society is a means to establish discipline, order, and security for the human community. 18th century French philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1712 to 78, also equated civil society and political society as coterminous. It provides for legal equality of all citizens who thus become equal in the eye of law in spite of their natural differences. State of nature AEYY. State of nature refers to the hypothetical condition in which people live before the formation of J-state. German philosopher G.W.F. Hegel, 1770 to 1831, sought to distinguish civil society from the state, which were based in universal egoism and universal altruism, respectively. In Hegel's view, civil society represented an organization in which an individual dealt with all other individuals, apart from the members of his family, as means to serve his self-interest. It is the sphere of economic activities where an individual tries to know the needs of others and to satisfy them in order to satisfy his own needs. Another German philosopher, Karl Marx, 1818 to 83, accepted Hegel's description of civil society, but he did not accept Hegel's distinction between civil society and the state. Marx believed that in actual practice civil society represented the state itself. It recognized individual as a citizen and conceded equality of all individuals in the eye of law. But since the economic power in the contemporary civil society was in the hands of capitalist class, law also served the interests of this class. Antonio Gramsci, 1891 to 1937, Italian Marxist, identified two levels of the superstructure of capitalist society. Civil society, which was nearer the base, and B, political society, which exercised overall control. Civil society includes family, school, church, and other primary groups like neighborhood, peer groups, etc., which transmit capitalist value system to the new generation. Political society comprises governmental organization including police, judiciary, prisons, etc. Civil society embodies structures of legitimation. Political society embodies structures of coercion. Together they form structures of domination. Capitalist society largely depends on the efficiency of the institutions of civil society for its stability. IIJ. Herbert Marcuse, 1898 to 1979, neo-Marxist philosopher in America, argued that Hegel's distinction between civil society and the state was particularly significant for an analysis of the problems of contemporary society. He noted that under the modern capitalism, civil society had eclipsed the state, whereas under the modern communism, tire state had eclipsed civil society. We must secure independence of both institutions in order to restore civil liberties of the citizens. In short, distinction between the state and civil society must be maintained in order to prevent authoritarianism. In the contemporary discourse, the term civil society is also used to describe the intermediary associations between individual or family and the state. It is the product of freedom of association. It is the bedrock of civil liberties. It serves as a channel of communication between individuals and the state and functions as a shock absorber in the event of mounting tension between individuals and the state. Base and superstructure. The terms base and superstructure are used in Marxist theory to describe the relation between economic structure of society and other aspects of social life. In this building-like metaphor, mode of production, i.e. the economic structure of society, constitutes the base, while legal and political structure, religion, morals, and other forms of social consciousness constitute the superstructure. It is believed that any change in the base results in corresponding changes in the superstructure. Society for its existence, not vice versa. Thus, R.M. McIlver, The Modern State, 1926, observed, there are social forms like faux family or the church or the club, which owe neither their origin nor their inspiration to the state, and social forces like custom or competition, which the state may protect or modify, but certainly does not create, and social motives like friendship or jealousy, which establish relationships too intimate and personal to be controlled by faux great engine of the slate. The state, in a word, regulates the outstanding external relationships of men in society. Thus, Man owes much more to society than what he owes to the state. But when state and society are identified and man's obligations towards society are attributed to the state, it leads to socially disastrous consequences. Complete subordination of man to the authority of government, unrestrained by any control mechanism. State and civil society. Originally, the terms civil society and political society were used as coterminous. Thus, faux term civil society was applied synonymously with state. But under the complex conditions of present-day society, it is necessary to recognize faux distinctive features of civil society. But in his view, it was not merely faux external structure of the state. It stood for a society whose members lived together as citizens, abided by civil laws, and led a civilized, cultured, and dignified life. In this sense, the barbarian communities did not qualify to be described as civil societies. 17th-century English philosopher John Locke, 1632 to 1704, equated civil society with political society. He observed that when people relinquish faux state of nature and set up a government for the protection of their natural right to life, liberty, and property, they enter into civil society. Thus, civil society is a means to establish discipline, order, and security for the human community. 18th-century French philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1712 to 78, also treated civil society and political society as coterminous. It provides for legal equality of all citizens who thus become equal in the eye of law in spite of their natural differences. State of nature. State of nature refers to the hypothetical condition in which people live before the formation of the state. German philosopher G.W.F. Hegel, 1770 to 1831, sought to distinguish civil society from the state, which were based in universal egoism and universal altruism, respectively. In Hegel's view, civil society represented an organization in which an individual dealt with all other individuals, apart from the members of his family, as means to serve his self-interest. It is the sphere of economic activities where an individual tries to know the needs of others and to satisfy them in order to satisfy his own needs. Another German philosopher, Karl Marx, 1818 to 83, accepted Hegel's description of civil society, but he did not accept Hegel's distinction between civil society and the state. Marx believed that in actual practice civil society represented the state itself. It recognized individual as a citizen and conceded equality of all individuals in the eye of law. But since the economic power in the contemporary civil society was in the hands of capitalist class, law also served the interests of this class. Antonio Gramsci, 1891 to 1937, Italian Marxist, identified two levels of the superstructure of capitalist society: A, civil society, which was nearer the base, and B, political society, which exercised overall control. Civil society includes family, school, church, and other primary groups like neighborhood, peer groups, etc., which transmit capitalist value system to the new generation. Political society comprises governmental organization including police, judiciary, prisons, etc. Civil society embodies structures of legitimation. Political society embodies structures of coercion. Together they form structures of domination. Capitalist society largely depends on the efficiency of the institutions of civil society for its stability. Base and superstructure. The terms base and superstructure are used in Marxist theory to describe the relation between economic structure of society and other aspects of social life. In this building-like metaphor, mode of production, i.e. the economic structure of society, constitutes the base, while legal and political structure, religion, morals, and other forms of social consciousness constitute the superstructure. It is believed that any change in the base results in corresponding changes in the superstructure. Herbert Marcuse, 1898 to 1979, neo-Marxist philosopher in America, argued that Hegel's distinction between civil society and the state was particularly significant for an analysis of the problems of contemporary society. He noted that under the modern capitalism, civil society had eclipsed the state, whereas under the modern communism the state had eclipsed civil society. We must secure independence of both institutions in order to restore civil liberties of the citizens. In short, distinction between the state and civil society must be maintained in order to prevent authoritarianism. In the contemporary discourse, the term civil society is also used to describe the intermediary associations between individual or family and the state. It is the product of freedom of association. It is the bedrock of civil liberties. It serves as a channel of communication between individuals and the state and functions as a shock absorber in the event of mounting tension between individuals and the state. Civil liberties. Civil liberties refer to the legal instruments of protection of the individual from arbitrary acts of government. These include personal freedom, freedom of movement, freedom of thought and expression, faith and worship, freedom of association, right to fair trial, equality before the law, etc. Distinction between state and civil society may also be drawn in terms of their salient features as they operate in the contemporary world. The state is identified by its unified, formal structure comprising different organs of power, particularly legislature, executive, and judiciary. On the other hand, civil society is comprised of loose organizations of citizens voluntarily pursuing public interest. The state is armed with supreme legal authority, i.e. sovereignty. Civil society enjoys no formal, legal authority. At best, it enjoys moral authority over citizens. Then the state is empowered to exercise compulsory jurisdiction over its citizens and territory. Civil society does not exercise compulsory jurisdiction anywhere. It largely depends on its ability of motivation and inspiration. The state is responsible for the maintenance of law and order, as well as protection of its citizens from internal and external offenses, natural and other calamities. Civil society voluntarily undertakes protection of common interest of citizens by mobilizing them, pooling their resources, and exerting influence on government organs. Distinction between the state and civil society. The issue. Characteristics of the state. Civil society. Structure. Formal, unified structure comprising identifiable organs of power, legislature, executive, judiciary. Comprises loose organizations of citizens voluntarily pursuing public interest. Why? Authority armed with supreme legal authority, i.e. sovereignty. Enjoys no formal, legal authority. At best, it enjoys moral authority over citizens. VF. SJ. Jurisdiction. Compulsory jurisdiction over its citizens and territory. No compulsory jurisdiction anywhere. It largely depends on its ability of motivation and inspiration. Functions. Maintenance of law and order. Protection of citizens from internal and external offenses, natural and other calamities. Protection of the common interest of citizens by mobilizing them, pooling their resources, and exerting influence on government organs. Resources. Huge resources at its disposal. Ownership of national wealth, taxation, public debt, etc. No definite assets or sources of income. It has to create its own resources through mobilizing subscriptions, grants and donations, etc. Occurrence. Universal. Some form of political organization is found in all societies. It appears only in relatively advanced societies where citizens have become adequately conscious of their rights, duties, and the common interest. Besides, the state has huge resources at its disposal, e.g. ownership of national wealth, power of taxation and raising public debt, etc. But civil society has no definite assets or sources of income. It has to create its own resources through mobilizing subscriptions, grants and donations, etc. Finally, the existence of the state is almost universal. Some form of political organization is found all modern societies. However, civil society comes into existence only in relatively advanced societies where citizens have become adequately conscious of their rights, duties, and the common interest. State and government. Government is regarded as an essential element of the state. In actual practice, the state is represented by the government. Governments exercise all authority and functions on behalf of the state. However, the terms state and government should not be used synonymously. State represents a wider and more stable entity than government. As R.M. McIlver, The Web of Government, 1965, has elucidated, when we speak of the state, we mean the organization, of which government is the administrative organ. Every social organization must have a focus of administration, an agency by which its policies are given specific character and translated into action. But the organization is greater than the organ. In this sense, the state is greater and more inclusive than government. A state has a constitution, a code of laws, a way of setting up its government, a body of citizens. When we think of this whole structure, we think of the state. Thus, so long as a state maintains its identity and independence, governments may be formed and dissolved according to the established procedure without affecting the character of the state. But a state itself may lose its identity when it is suppressed and conquered by an alien power and its constitution, or the established procedure of forming a legitimate government is suspended. The subjugated people may, however, retain or revive their feeling of national solidarity and strive to re-establish their state in due course. The state serves as a symbol of unity of the people. The image of the state inspires unity among the people and provides them with an identity as a nation. It arouses national pride and a spirit of sacrifice among the people. Government only represents a working arrangement to carry out functions of the state. Government commands our obedience. The state commands our loyalty. Government may be good or bad, efficient or inefficient, but the state will continue to be a symbol of our national greatness. We may criticize or condemn the government and still acclaim the greatness of our state. It is, however, essential that our duties and obligations towards the state should be determined by the character of the government it creates. If the government loses its credibility, it should either be replaced according to the established procedure, or the credibility of the state itself will be eroded. The government should be subjected to constant watch so that it conforms to the image of the state as the protector and promoter of our common interests. Any theory which does not provide for a concrete control mechanism over the government is bound to have disastrous consequences. The idealist theory tends to ignore the distinction between state and government. Il creates an image of the perfect state. Hegel eulogized the state, especially the nation-state, as the march of God on earth. This theory demands complete subordination of man to the authority and command of the state, without ensuring whether the actual government which makes such demands conforms to the image of the ideal state or not. The liberal democratic theory is more rational in this respect. It treats the state as a product of the will of society, an instrument of conflict resolution and of securing the common interest. Then it authorizes society to constitute a government by free choice, and demands that the government should be responsible to the people and should work with the continuous consent of the people. Any political theory which creates a truly constitutional government cannot be ignorant of the fallibility of government. It must recognize the distinction between the state and government. Marxist theory treats government as agency of the state. It attributes any imperfection of government to the state itself. Accordingly, so long as society is divided into dominant and dependent classes, any government is bound to serve as an instrument of the dominant class. Thus, Marxist theory regards the state itself as an instrument of class exploitation and advocates transformation and ultimate withering away of the state in order to restore authority to a classless society. Statian nation. The modem state usually takes the form of a nation-state. The frontiers of the state are called national frontiers. The interest of the state is described as national interest. The character of the people of a state is referred to as its national character. Relations between different states are known as international relations. At the outset, a nation may be distinguished from nationality. Nationality dually refers to a set of people inspired by a feeling of unity based on common race, language, religion, culture, geographical compactness, common political aspirations, and historical development. Most of these factors are based on birth and provide little scope for expanding the horizons of social relationships. Feelings of nationality separate one set of people from other similar sets. Sometimes this is accompanied by a sense of one's own superiority or a sense of disdain for others, which may lead to tensions, wars, and other disastrous consequences. In any case, the feeling of nationality grows from a relatively narrow base. Some writers tend to identify a nation by the same characteristics as those of a nationality, and then advocate a separate state for each nationality. This view is no longer held valid. A nation grows on a much wider base. It refers to people living in a defined territory, inspired by a sense of unity, common political aspirations, common interests, common history, and common destiny, though they may belong to different nationalities. In other words, groups of people of different races, with diverse religions, languages, and cultures, etc., may live together although spread over different regions of a vast territory. They may feel united as citizens of the same state, owing their undivided allegiance to that state. Thus, nationhood transcends the divisive features of people and extends to the permanent residents of a state. Members of a nation, of course, distinguish themselves from other nations. They may sometimes be prejudiced against other peoples. Yet a logical outcome of the idea of a nation postulates equality among nations, their coexistence and cooperation. Since 1920, the principle of national self-determination has been almost universally accepted, which has led to the establishment of nation-states and rapid development of international law to regulate relations between nation-states. National self-determination. National self-determination refers to the principle that each nation has the right to be independent and to choose a suitable form of government for itself. At the end of the First World War, 1914-18, Woodrow Wilson, 1856-1924, conceived of it primarily as a criterion for the breakup of the empires defeated in the war, i.e. Austro-Hungarian, German, and Ottoman empires. Around this time, V.L. Lenin, 1870-1924, conceived of this principle essentially as the ground for granting independence to dependent nations from colonial and imperial domination. After the Second World War, 1939-45, the United Nations upheld this principle through various international documents. Thus, UN General Assembly Resolution on the Independence of Colonial Peoples, 1960, 2 UN Covenants on Human Rights, 1966, UN General Assembly Declaration on Friendly Relations Among States, 1970, and the final act of the Conference for Security and Cooperation in Europe, 1975, have gradually transformed it into a general legal principle of the international community. The developing countries, i.e. the countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America who had won their independence from colonial and imperial domination and sought to consolidate their independence after the Second World War, 1939-45, are faced today with the gigantic task of nation-building. Most of them evolved a national sentiment during their struggle for independence, but disruptive tendencies started to emerge after they achieved their independence. Nation-building involves inculcating a feeling of unity among diverse linguistic, religious, and cultural groups, and the process of their integration into a compact entity. The attempt is, however, bound to remain elusive unless they contain their widening economic disparities and free themselves completely from the foul play of neo-colonial powers who continue to exploit them despite their political independence. Rise and growth of modern nation-state. The modem state is largely identified as the nation-state. The state has acquired its present form through a long historical process extending over thousands of years. The state itself was the product of the interplay of several factors, including kinship, religion, property, war, technical development, and political consciousness. Family was the first institution to emerge from the state of savagery, which brought some sense of attachment, obligation, order, and security in the life of man. Originally, man's family was traced from the mother, which gave rise to the matrilineal family. This, in due course, gave way to patrilineal and patriarchal family, where a person's family was traced from father, and the family was placed under entire rule of the father. Woman was reduced to being he property of man. The family gave rise to a larger social organization, initially kinship O, blood relationship provided a strong tie for people to live together and to fulfill their needs through the division of labor. In due course, some consistent patterns of behavior and relationships of domination and subordination emerged. Social life came to be regulated by custom and authority. This eventually led to the evolution of the state. Sociologists have generally identified the following forms of state in the course of its historical evolution: the tribal state, the Oriental Empire, Greek city-state, Roman world empire, the feudal state, and, finally, modern nation-state, the tribal state. The earliest form of tribal organization of authority, based on command and obedience relationship, is described as the tribal state. The tribal states were usually small in size. These were governed by chiefs, often assisted by advisory councils. Some of them were nomadic, hence not qualifying as states. Others were permanently settled in definite areas. While the main purpose of their existence was the preservation of internal order and the waging of aggressive or defensive war, they often retained strong traces of common birth, common religion, and common economic interests. The Aborigines of Australia represent this type. The tribes of the Western Hemisphere, before they came into contact with Europe, also belonged to this category. The nomenclature, tribal state, is, however, controversial. Many authors, including Engels, hold that some forms of tribal society did have the institution of authority, but they did not possess characteristics of the state in the proper sense of the term. Such societies have been described as pre-state societies. In any case, they represent a primitive form of social organization which was later developed into the state. The Oriental Empire. In course of time, population increased, new techniques of production were evolved, and new sources of natural bounty were discovered. A warm climate, fertile soil, abundance of water and sunlight, and vast areas free from geographical barriers helped men to accumulate wealth and to evolve new forms of social organization. In the fertile valleys of the Nile, the Euphrates, the Ganges, the Yellow River, and Yangtze, which are called the cradles of civilization, wealth accumulated and cities arose. Such areas, furnishing abundant food with little effort, attracted surrounding peoples belonging to different kinship groups. This was followed by their conflict and intermingling, which eventually resulted in the creation of the state. The increased prosperity led to the development of the art of war and conquest of territories. As the stronger groups won over the weaker ones, the inhabitants of these valleys were bound together into the empires of Egypt, Babylon, Assyria, India, and China. These empires were not strongly centralized, but were made up of subordinate units, practically autonomous in local affairs, yet under central supervision, obliged to furnish soldiers and to pay tribute. The early advance of civilization was, therefore, marked by oppression and exploitation. In the frequent wars of conquests, the victors became masters, the vanquished slaves, with resultant social differences, castes, and despotism. The rulers became supreme in collusion with a class of priests who became guardians of religion. The subjects were relegated to slavery and debasement. An elaborate network of officials was created by the ruling classes to fortify their authority, but the large size of empires eroded central authority, led to local revolts and external invasions, and consequent disintegration of these empires. Greek city-state. As civilization spread to the region around the Aegean and the Mediterranean, new geographical forms gave rise to new forms of social organization. Europe is a peninsula where land is broken by the sea into small units permitting communication, but making invasion from Asia difficult in those days. The peculiar location of Greece led to the evolution of a new form of political organization in the ancient days. The mountains and the sea divided this area into numerous valleys and islands. These could be easily defended, yet, because of the sea, these were not isolated. In contrast to the uniformity of Asia, the variety and moderation of nature in Greece developed a different mental attitude and genius. Here, small communities were settled in secluded valleys, guarded by mountains and the sea, yet in constant contact with the outside world through their harbors. Quite naturally, they evolved their political organization into city-states. Greek city-states were free from the despotism that fettered the earlier empires. The small size of the state provided for closer relations between government and the citizen. Earlier forms of democracy, therefore, evolved in these city-states. However, their population was divided into freemen and slaves. Over two-thirds of the population was comprised of the slaves who had no rights of citizenship. The prominent city-states were Athens, Sparta, Corinth, Argos, Thebes, and Attica. Sparta is known for its perfect discipline, while Athens provided an ideal platform for direct democracy. Greek city-states disintegrated due to mutual rivalry, frequent wars between themselves, and external invasion, first from Macedon, then from Rome. Roman world empire. After the downfall of Greek city-states, the main line of political development passed westward to Rome. In due course, Rome became the center of civilization. It was situated in the center of Europe, at the head of navigation of the only important river. The various settlements on the neighboring hills were soon united with Rome by conquest or by federation. This led to the fusion of various types of people. Thus, In Rome, the rigid fetters of custom were broken earlier than usual. Relations of various tribes were governed by compromise or treaty, which paved entire way for the growth of Rome's wonderful system of law. The process of conquest culminated in the formation of empire. The Roman Empire evolved a well-knit political organization. Monarchy was replaced by aristocracy of birth and wealth. Though the population was still divided into patricians and plebeians, yet the plebeians enjoyed greater privileges than the Greek slaves. Internal dissensions were largely averted by extending citizenship. Assemblies were widened. However, the power of wealthy aristocrats increased with the expansion of empire. Religious sanction was added to the authority of the emperor, which led to the concentration and centralization of authority. The result was the suppression of individual freedom. The institutions of democracy and local self-government disappeared. The strong empire eventually disintegrated under its own weight. The feudal state. After the decline and fall of the Roman Empire, central authority was eroded. In the medieval age, which began in the 5th century of the Christian era, powers began to be exercised by feudal chiefs, i.e. the landlords holding big estates. This led to the formation of a hierarchical political organization with the king as the supreme lord at the top and serfs at the bottom. In fact, the king exercised only superficial control as the lord over the feudal vassals who enjoyed the real power within their domain. The serfs were landless peasants, obliged to pass on a very major share of their produce to their feudal lords. Thus, society still remained divided into the exploiter and exploited classes, the lords and the serfs respectively. With the erosion of the authority of kings, the Christian Church emerged as another symbol of authority. The Pope emerged as the head of the Holy Roman Empire. By the beginning of the 14th century, when popes were using their authority arbitrarily, the authority of the Church was challenged and power of monarchy restored. On the other hand, the advent of the Industrial Revolution in mid-18th century brought about a change in the mode of material production, leading to the emergence of a new industrial merchant class, requiring large numbers of workers for the new industries. All these factors led to the dissolution of the feudal system and the emergence of a new state system. Modern nation-state. With the dissolution of the feudal system and erosion of the authority of the Church, new individualism appeared which demanded greater freedom for man. A new political system was needed in accordance with the new ideas and new conditions. This took the form of the nation-state. As population became stationary and common interests developed, it became increasingly evident that new states would, in general, follow geographic and ethnic lines. Bonds of nationality and language, strengthened by natural boundaries, grouped the feudal fragments into more and more permanent combinations. This process led to the emergence of France, Spain, England, Switzerland, the Netherlands, Russia, and later, Germany and Italy as the nation-states. This separation of territories into distinct states, each with its own national spirit, destroyed the idea of a common superior and paved the way for the rise of international law and the modem theory of sovereignty and legal equality of states. The earlier nation-states were largely monarchies. However, since the 18th century, there has been a slow transition from absolute monarchy to constitutional monarchy and democracy in large parts of Europe. In some countries, such as England, the transition to democracy was relatively peaceful, while in France it was brought about by a violent revolution. In any case, with the growth and expansion of democracy, the principles of liberty, equality, popular sovereignty and rule of law came to be established as the principles of government in a large part of Europe. The process of formation of modern nation-states started in Europe as early as the 16th century. However, European nations did not seek to extend this principle to all mankind. The Industrial Revolution and the emergence of a new industrial merchant class in European countries opened up new avenues of prosperity for these people. But, at the same time, they required new sources of raw material, cheap labor, and new markets for consumption of their industrial products. This led them to adopt the policy of colonialism, which implied the exploration of new territories and expansion of their colonial net to the countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, with the obvious intention of exploiting the natural and human resources of these countries. Though the colonial powers sought to exalt their own role in the garb of such phrases as the white man's burden, yet they indulged in the maximum possible exploitation of the subject peoples. Thus, 19th century Europe is characterized by a strange paradox: a nation-state with liberty, equality, and rule of law at home, and imperialistic exploitation abroad. VMH colonialism. Lolan Lally 5M refer to this practice under which a nation-state, after consolidating IH hardemic power, extends its domination over territories and peoples of other MWs or exploiting TKDR natural and human resources. The colonial power establishes its own administration in the subject country and takes all resources thereof under its own control. Political consciousness and national movement started emerging in the subject peoples in early 20th century, especially after the First World War, 1914-18. Although in India, national movement had started in the 19th century. Besides, people in some countries were otherwise suffering under despotic rule. These new nations, along with Latin American countries, are collectively described as the Third World, or the developing nations. Their social, economic, and political life was shattered during the colonial rule, and they are now faced with the gigantic task of development, challenge of poverty and disruptive forces within, largely because of the exploitation of the masses by their ruling classes, sometimes in collusion with foreign powers. A large number of these nations were subjected to military dictatorship and oppression. Marxian socialism, which brought about socialist systems in the world, advocated a worldwide organization of workers. Initially, it did not subscribe to the idea of confining workers' movements to national boundaries. However, harsh realities of human nature and practical necessity forced the peoples of the socialist states to accept and perpetuate their position as nation-states. A large number of socialist states have since relinquished socialism and are now heading towards liberalization as independent nation-states. Similarly, the new nations of the Third World have also stabilized as nation-states. However, exploitation in the international sphere continues in many new, subtle forms, such as neocolonialism. The new nations require machinery and know-how from advanced nations to build up their own industrial technological base. They get these things at the expense of their rare and valuable resources, and thus they are increasingly impoverished. The pattern of import-export of developing nations reveals how cheap they sell their own material and labor involved in their products, and how expensively they acquire the material and labor involved in the products of foreign nations. Even foreign aid to the developing nations has become a source of their exploitation. Besides, large numbers of talented persons from the developing nations, highly educated and trained in their own countries at huge public expense, migrate every year to serve the advanced nations. These are highly complex problems which need to be sorted out and tackled in order to save humanity from mounting exploitation and injustice. YYYV. Why neocolonialism? Why? Neocolonialism refers to the practice under which an advanced nation does maintain its political domination in a foreign territory, but taking advantage of its superior position in organization of trade and industry, uses the resources of a developing nation as a source of cheap labor and raw materials as well as a big carrot market of its own products. It is a subtle method of economic exploitation of developing nations by the developed nations. 4. Nationalism and internationalism. The concept of nation-state is the focus of two conflicting ideologies, viz., nationalism and internationalism. Nationalism denotes a sentiment as well as an ideology. As a sentiment, it refers to an individual's attachment to his nation. A nationalist intends, since accords primacy to his national interest over all other interests. As an ideology, nationalism postulates that the structure of a state or its political organization should be founded on nationhood. In other words, each nation should constitute an independent state, and each state should represent a particular nation. The people who identify themselves as a natural community and claim to be the members of a nation must live under a political system of their own choice. They should enjoy an equal status with other nations in the world community, and no nation should be kept under the domination or supremacy of any other nation. If the members of a community regard themselves as a nation, they create or invent some elements of nationhood in order to strengthen their national sentiment. For example, they can evolve their national language, adopt a national flag, national anthem, and other symbols of national identity like national tree, national flower, national fruit, national bird, national animal, national river, etc. Declare national festivals, build memorials of national heroes before whom the entire nation bows its head, and they can inspire the members of the nation through popular songs, paintings, and statues depicting heroic episodes of their national history. If a community has evolved national consciousness but its territory is occupied by a colonial or imperial power, it can organize itself for the struggle of independence. It is called national movement. In short, nationalism pays highest importance to one's loyalty and commitment to one's nation. On the other hand, internationalism does not regard nation-state as the center of political organization, nor it accepts nation as the object of individuals' undivided loyalty. It insists that mankind should evolve larger organizations in order to achieve some great objectives. Broadly speaking, we may discern two streams of internationalism: A. International communism, and B. A principle of international organization. International communism is associated with the teachings of Marx, 1818-83, and Engels, 1820-95. In Communist Manifesto, 1848, they observed that workers have no country of their own. They exhorted workers of the world to unite to bring about a socialist revolution all over the world. In their view, socialist revolution was necessary for the emancipation of humanity. This could not be confined to the boundaries of a particular nation. As a principle of international politics, internationalism implies that in view of the growing contact between different parts of the world, a nation-state is no longer capable of fulfilling all the needs of its members, not to speak of mankind as such. Hence, peoples of different nation-states should form larger international organizations and cooperate to serve the common interest of mankind. In the case of a clash between national interest and universal human interest should be given precedence. In this sense, internationalism repudiates the idea of my country, right or wrong. It insists that each nation-state should accept reasonable restraints on its sovereignty in the interests of world peace, collective security, and observance of international law. It is important to note that an earlier version of internationalism believed in international cooperation in military, commercial, educational, and cultural spheres in the mutual interest of the nations concerned. But the United Nations called for international cooperation in order to maintain world peace and to eradicate hunger, disease, illiteracy, and superstition from various parts of the world. In the contemporary world, the problems of environmental pollution, terrorism, and drug trafficking have assumed global dimensions. Internationalists should come forward to muster vigorous international cooperation in order to fight against these evils on the global scale. In the history of mankind, various types of state systems were evolved in different ages, but none of them could provide for enduring peace and security to people. Greek city-states were fighting against each other. Roman Empire was able to control peoples of different races, but it failed to arouse a sense of social solidarity among them. In the medieval age, the Pope and the Emperor wanted to create a universal system on the basis of religious unity, but when different countries became aware of their national identities, the medieval empire was dissolved. Today, nation-state is also facing a similar problem. It has proved more efficient than the medieval empire to provide mankind with security and happiness, but under the changed conditions it seems unable to perform this function. With the beginning of the 21st century, search for a new form of organization has begun which should be able to fulfill hopes and aspirations of humanity. But there is no certainty about the future form of die state. In the modern age, nation and state are generally regarded as concomitant, but many examples will prove otherwise. Some communities are scattered over different parts of the world who entertain a sense of unity on the basis of common race, common culture, common language, and common religion and profess national consciousness on that ground, but they are unable to organize themselves as a single state. For example, the Kurds are scattered over Iraq, Iran, and Turkey, although they recognize themselves as one nation. Then there are states in which different ethnic groups live together, but they have not been able to assimilate themselves into one nation. Countries like Lebanon and Cyprus remained afflicted with civil wars for very long. Former USSR, Yugoslavia, Czechoslovakia, and Ethiopia have split into a number of separate states due to such disruptive tendencies. Many people have migrated to other countries in search of opportunities for advancement and have become naturalized citizens of those countries. But they are so deeply attached to the language, culture, faith, and customs of the countries of their origin that they are prepared to make sacrifices for the welfare of those countries. For example, the Chinese who have settled abroad are still making substantial contribution to the advancement of China. One major function of a nation-state is to provide for security to its residents, but due to the invention of lethal weapons and probability of their use by other countries, no nation-state has remained capable of providing full security to its residents. Thus, if a country resorts to a nuclear attack on others with the help of advanced missiles, it would prove disastrous to humanity far and wide. Further, it would cause so much atmospheric pollution that no part of the globe is likely to be spared by its effect. Even otherwise, the atmospheric pollution caused by the disposal of industrial waste is not confined to the boundaries of nation-states. Again, the increasing consumption of petrol and diesel by the advanced nations is responsible or causing immense harm to the global atmosphere. Cutting of forests and mountains for fuel, timber, limestone, or hydroelectric power projects in any country causes soil erosion. Its cumulative effect results in distortion of weather cycle and consequent danger of global warming. Then information revolution all over the world has practically eliminated the distance between different countries in the matter of communication. Telephone, internet, email, fax, etc. enable us to send a message or a copy of any document or picture from one corner of the world to another at the speed of light. With the help of satellite, television programs can be transmitted and watched in all parts of the world simultaneously. Any important event occurring in any part of the world is reported so fast and so vividly in all other parts that nothing remains unknown. The increasing intimacy of the people all over the world has converted it into a global village. Unprecedented advancement of the means of transport and communication has paved the way for globalization of economy. Even criminals, drug traffickers, and terrorists are making full use of the advanced means of transport and communication. The situation calls for a global effort to deal with the global problems. In this scenario, nation-state will have to play a new role for which it should concede necessary adjustment in its authority and sovereignty. 6. Contemporary trends in advanced industrial countries in the Third World. The contemporary world was politically divided into three major parts. The First World, Western capitalist countries plus Japan, Australia, and New Zealand, often including Israel and South Africa. The Second World, communist states of Eastern and Central Europe, led by the former Soviet Union. And the Third World, the newly independent, developing countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. While the First World and the Second World were engaged in the Cold War, Third World countries preferred to remain non-aligned in order to focus on their development and also to contain the intensity of the prevailing Cold War. Cold War. Cold War refers to the period of intense ideological conflict between capitalist and socialist nations since the end of Second World War, 1945, till the collapse of socialist systems in Eastern Europe and Soviet Union, 1991. During this period, major capitalist and socialist nations had formed their respective military alliances which were termed as power blocks. There was no armed conflict between the two blocks, but a vigorous propaganda against each other was in full swing. Each of them wanted to demonstrate supremacy of its ideology and to enlist its following in the rest of the world. In international politics, this queer conflict created immense tension and threatened the world peace. The term Cold War in this sense was popularized by an American columnist. With the dissolution of the Second World around 1991 and the consequent end of the Cold War, this division became partly outdated. However, the Third World still maintained its identity with a more vigorous focus on development. Its identity was reinforced by an alternative division of the world on economic basis, which was in vogue along with its political division. The economic division of the world recognized two broad categories: the developed world and the developing world, sometimes identified as North-South divide. The concept of the developing world coincided with the Third World. Indeed, the aggregate of the developing countries continued to be described as the Third World even in the context of economic division of the world. With the increasing importance of economic power in the world politics, the economic division of the world has become more significant. Trends in advanced industrial countries. Western writers have been trying to demonstrate that the course of development in advanced industrial countries is determined by the level of their industrialization and consequent modernization, and not by their ideological commitment. This meant that the Western democracies and the communist states would follow a similar course of development. Max Weber, 1864 to 1920, German sociologist, had observed in early 20th century that all modern societies were prone to developing a legal rational model of bureaucracy. By the mid of the 20th century, James Bumham, 1907 to 87, tried to show Managerial Revolution, 1942, that the rise of a new class of managers was common to capitalist, communist, and mixed economies. This symbolized the shift of power from the legal owner of the means of production to the effective manager. Bumham declared that the War of 1939, the Second World War, was the first great war of managerial society, as the War of 1914, the First World War, was the last great war of capitalist society. Several economists and economic historians in 1960s postulated similar rhythms of development in all industrial societies in spite of differences in their ideologies. Of these, W. W. Rostow, The Stages of Economic Growth, 1960, K. Galbraith, The New Industrial State, 1964, and Simon Kuznets, Economic Growth and Structure, 1965, are particularly important. They argued that economic growth constitutes a uniform process involving definite stages of growth in all industrial economies irrespective of their adherence to diverse political ideologies. In other words, all industrializing societies are governed by a uniform logic underlying this process. These may be identified by a number of common characteristics, e.g., the demand to utilize technology efficiently, the increasing specialization of tasks, the necessity of a highly skilled and educated manpower, an increasing ratio of workers in industrial and service sectors in relation to the agricultural sector, the growing significance of material incentives, evolution of more complex organizational structures, and the emergence of similar patterns of management, planning, and policy objectives. Then a host of sociologists also sought to identify common tendencies of development in all modernizing societies. Thus, Marion J. Levy, Jr., Modernization and the Structure of Society, 1966, and Talcott Parsons, The System of Modern Societies, 1971, asserted that universal structural constraints involved in the process of industrialization lead to the development of certain common characteristics in different types of societies. These include urbanization, expanding educational systems, similar occupational prestige and mobility patterns, falling birth and death rates, widespread electronic communication networks, etc. Critics point out that most of these characteristics focus on the Western model of development. The theory of universal characteristics of developed societies underplays the role of cultural and ideological factors, as well as the strength of leadership prevailing in different types of political systems. It would be futile to look for these characteristics in the course of progress made in socialist countries and the Third World. Incidentally, the concept of post-industrial society, developed by Daniel Bell, The Coming of Post-Industrial Society, A Venture in Social Forecasting, 1974, gives a vivid picture of the most highly developed states in the Western world. Bell himself is a votary of the end of ideology thesis, which holds that the character of social economic organization of a country at the advanced stage of industrial growth is determined by the level of its industrial development, and not by the prevailing ideology. His description of post-industrial society throws many hints about the possible course of development in many countries beyond Western democracies. In order to contrast a post-industrial society with an industrial society, Bell observes that in an industrial society, corporation is the chief economic and social institution, and work is machine-oriented, which leads to conflict between capital and labor. On the other hand, in a post-industrial society, corporation has a less central place, work relations are more people-oriented, and a lesser proportion of the labor force works in industry than in services. In such a society, scientific and technical elites play prominent role. Universities, research institutes, and knowledge in general are held in high esteem. Merit rather than property is the principle of social stratification. Group competition replaces class warfare, and the social structure has a more rational and efficient basis. The economic function is subordinated to the political order because the government is responsible for planning. Experts and the bureaucracy play a leading role in such planning, and the state intervenes in the economy for a broad variety of reasons. This trend challenges some aspects of democracy and constitutes a danger to individual rights. In a nutshell, Advanced industrial societies in the contemporary world are distinguished by the expansion of service sector. More people are now employed in hotels, restaurants, shops, motor garages, transport and tourism, communication, entertainment and advertising jobs, etc., than those in factories. The business becomes more people-oriented. Government planning and regulation is extended to every part of public life. This may provide for some protection to ordinary people, but it may also involve strict vigilance on individual's life and some restriction on his freedom. Trends in the Third World. The Third World largely comprises developing countries. Mostly they are situated in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. They achieved their independence from colonial domination at various points of time after the Second World War, 1939 to 45. Although Latin American countries had attained formal independence in early 19th century, they were at different levels of underdevelopment. At the time of their respective independence, different countries made progress at different rates. They are now at different levels of development. Most of the Third World countries remained politically non-aligned in the era of the Cold War, but most of them have now been economically linked with the developed world thanks to the all-pervading process of globalization. Some countries had independently adopted socialist path without seeking alignment with the Second World. The collapse of socialism in entire Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union, 1989 to 91, had a profound impact on their mode of thought. Thus, Albania, Yugoslavia, Mongolia, and Yemen relinquished socialist systems on their own. China, Vietnam, North Korea, and Cuba have retained socialist system as modified by adopting some features of market society. China, the largest and the most important among them, has shown keen interest in the process of liberalization and globalization. China gained independence in 1949 and emerged as a big communist power. It did not join the communist camp, nor took interest in the non-aligned movement. It always proclaimed itself to be a part of the Third World, although non-aligned nations viewed this claim with suspicion. It is true that China did not qualify as a superpower, yet as a country with 1 billion people, largest in any country of the world, bountiful natural resources, and nuclear hardware is, by any standard, a great power. Incidentally, India and Pakistan have also become nuclear powers, although Pakistan's economic condition remains deplorable. Economic division of the world was sought to be formalized by the report of the Willy Brandt Commission, entitled North-South, a program for survival, 1980. It introduced the idea of division of the world into two hemispheres, North, which was economically more advanced, and South, which was less developed. This division paved the way for evolving more meaningful relation between rich and poor countries. Issues like North-South dialogue and South-South cooperation came into prominence in pursuance of this idea. However, technically this division was not found correct. There are some well-to-do nations, like Australia and New Zealand, and even South Africa, south of the equator, and some poor nations, like India and the rest of South Asia, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bhutan, Maldives, and Afghanistan. Most of Southeast Asia, the Caribbean, Central America, and the northern region of South America are in the north. Now with the disintegration of the Second World, and further disintegration of some members of the former Second World, like Yugoslavia and Czechoslovakia, the category of poor countries is no longer confined to the Third World. Again, there is a wide variety of levels of development. Some Middle Eastern countries have a higher per capita income than does the United States. Then the first generation of countries like Taiwan, the Republic of Korea, South Korea, Singapore, and Hong Kong, the Four Dragons, had penetrated Japanese and Western markets. And the second generation of these newly industrializing economies is likely to excel in the competition. Of these, Hong Kong has merged with China since 1997. On the other end of the spectrum, Sub-Saharan Africa is the most marginalized region of the world. On political side, a large number of third world countries came under military rule because of their political, administrative, and economic instability. It has been superseded by popular rule in most of those countries. At one time, most of Latin American countries were under military rule, but in late 1990s, democracy had been established in the entire region. However, in 2000, there were attempts at military coups in Ecuador and Venezuela which failed due to public apathy and international opposition. In Africa, Nigeria had a pretty long history of military rule. It returned to civilian rule in 1999. In Asia, Pakistan returned to military rule in 1999, followed by democratic elections in 2002. Military rulers in Myanmar, Burma, have been constantly evading handing over power to people's elected representatives. However, after a half-century of military dictatorship, it started moving to democracy since 2012, but the army still lurks heavily in the shadows. Since early 2011, there have been mass uprisings in West Asia against rampant political corruption harbored by the autocratic rulers. By the end of 2011, old authoritarian regimes were smashed in Tunisia, Egypt, and Libya, although establishment of full-fledged democracy in these countries may take some time. Syria is still in the grip of people's struggle against violation of human rights by a tyrannical regime. Finally, ethnic bias and fundamentalist attitude, combined with the widespread frustration of the youth on economic front in several parts of the Third World, have given rise to terrorism at a large scale, threatening many parts of the world. Destruction of the World Trade Center at New York in 2001, involving hundreds of casualties, was one of the most heinous acts of terrorism. Third world countries will not only have to solve their economic problems, but also ensure an end to exploitation of vulnerable sections of people both at national and international levels. MMW significance for AV of civil society. In contemporary discourse, the term civil society is used in two senses. In one sense, civil society comprises the social institutions like school, church, club, and other similar groups of citizens which serve as structures of legitimation of the state. These institutions largely lend support to the state. This meaning of civil society corresponds to Gramsci's view of its role in sustaining the capitalist system. In the second sense, civil society stands for a set of public interest organizations set up by some conscious citizens which make various demands on the state or launch social movements to mobilize ordinary citizens on the way to social reform. The state must respond promptly to their demands in order to ensure smooth functioning of society. The role of civil society in this sense has assumed special significance in recent years. Present-day concept of civil society closely corresponds to Tocqueville's view on the role of intermediary voluntary associations. Alexis de Tocqueville, 1805-59, a French philosopher, in his celebrated work Democracy in America, 1835-40, argued that with dire dissolution of aristocracy in Europe, an alternative for the pluralist dispersion of power was urgently needed. In the medieval Europe, there were three centers of power: clergy, nobility, and commoners. Of these, clergy and nobility enjoyed substantial powers in their respective fields. Commoners could also make their voice heard at the decision-making level because of their large numbers. But with the coming of democracy, old centers of power had been destroyed. Power was now concentrating in the hands of majority. This led to the danger of tyranny of majority. When a nation abolishes aristocracy, centralization follows as a matter of course. Alexis de Tocqueville, The Ancien Regimes, 1b 56 v. In order to protect the freedom of citizens, Tocqueville suggested that a vigorous system of voluntary associations could act as counterweights to the state power. They could crystallize and publicize opinions and interests which would otherwise go unheard. Moreover, these associations could stimulate collective self-help rather than reliance on state initiative. They could draw people into cooperative ventures, breaking down their social isolation and making them aware of their wider social responsibilities. They could function as schools of democracy, instilling habits of civic virtue and public spirit into their members. In short, these associations would serve as an effective instrument of defense of individual liberty and encourage close cooperation between the citizens to solve their common problems. Tocqueville was an ardent champion of freedom of association. He earnestly hoped that free political parties and a free press would prove to be most effective among these voluntary associations. In the contemporary context, various humanitarian groups and non-governmental organizations, NGOs, could be added to this list. What is understood by Republican government in the United States is the slow and quiet action CF society upon itself. Alexis de Tocqueville, Democracy in America, 1835-40. Civil society is now regarded as an important organ of democratic society. It includes a wide range of associations and social movements which provide ample opportunities to the citizens to develop their capacities and express their varying interests and diverse identities. It creates an atmosphere where the citizens are able to enjoy some level of autonomy or independence from government control or influence. It promotes a moral sense of obligation among the citizens and motivates them to participate in civic causes. It discourages their dependence on the government for the solution of their common problems. Thus, it serves as the true source of democratization. In recent political discourse, the concept of civil society has been further refined. Jean L. Cohen and Andrew Arado, in their essay Civil Society and Political Theory, 1992, have defined civil society as an area of public activity distinct from both the state and the market. This area involves a range of groups and associations, including families. In this sense, civil society is regarded to be essential for a healthy democratic society. It permits participation and communicative interaction of individuals. Cohen and Arado have argued that this guild of social life is designed to supplement the political institutions of representative democracy rather than serve as a replacement thereof. Paul Hurst, a British academic in associative democracy, New Forms of Economic and Social Governance, 1994, has visualized civil society as a set of voluntary associations which would be the primary basis of democracy. He has evolved a model of democracy in which self-governing associations would perform public functions. This arrangement would not only reduce the burden on the centralized state, but also curtail its power. According to this scheme, the associations of civil society would only supplement the representative democracy rather than replace it. However, the goals of democracy would be achieved primarily through these associations rather than through the centralized state. The role of the state would be reduced to supervising and regulating the voluntary associations of civil society. Robert Putnam, an American social scientist, in his article, Bowling Alone, America's Declining Social Capital in the Global Resurgence of Democracy, edited by Larry Diamond and Mark F. Planner, 1998, has suggested that the associations of civil society can create social capital, i.e. a set of social practices which involve civic engagement and ideas of reciprocity. Putnam firmly believes that such a network of civic involvement is necessary for an effective democracy. However, he laments that in the past 2 or 3 decades the Americans have forgotten the art of pursuing in common the objects of common desires, which was recognized and admired by Alexis de Tocqueville. Putnam has pointed out that the present-day American society is characterized by a reduction in citizens' activity in the associations of civil society, with a consequent decline in the quality of American democracy. In short, civil society is now regarded as the central theme of democratic debate. It is also viewed as a device of democratic action against the old-style communist systems that sought to monopolize all political power in the hands of one-party state. Indeed, the communist governments in Eastern Europe had demobilized civil society so that rulers could directly control the individual. In 1960s and 1970s, it was realized that the institutions of civil society could not only be used to strengthen the authority of the ruling class, but the opposition could also use this device to promote its own viewpoint. Where the authority of the ruling class could not be challenged at the political level, there the hegemony of the rulers could be undermined through manipulation of education and culture. In late 1970s and 1980s, the device of civil society was widely used in East European socialist countries as a weapon against the all-encompassing claims of the totalitarian state. The Solidarity movement in Poland sought to build up the institutions of civil society as a parallel society, with a view to safeguarding the interests of workers. In Bulgaria, an environmental group called Eko-Glasnost faced the issue of the wanton destruction of natural resources and the appalling pollution in industrial centers. Since these centers were functioning under government control, Eko-Glasnost proved to be an effective organ of civil society as the anti-government movement in Bulgaria. After the successful revolutions JF 1989, throughout the Eastern Europe, the concept of civil society gained immense popularity. Western intellectuals also found the concept of civil society as instrumental to revival of citizen participation in public affairs in democratic societies where it had recently declined. In fact, civil society movement in the recent decades has emerged as an ally of new social movements and control all aspects of life, of its citizens, whether public or private. In other words, it seeks to direct all political, economic, social, cultural, and intellectual activities of people towards fulfilling certain aims which are determined by the state itself. No citizen has the right or opportunity to oppose or criticize the state, or to propose any new aim. Totalitarian state. Totalitarian state is a state that seeks to regulate. New social movements. New social movements refer to a diverse set of popular movements in the contemporary world that are devoted to humanist objectives and marked by a departure from the conventional methods of political organization and action. In advanced capitalist societies, these movements have centered around feminist, ecological, peace, and anti-nuclear issues. In Africa, Asia, and Latin America, they have focused on wider issues including women's and human rights, environmental and social issues, and uplift of the downtrodden. New social movements seek to empower the common people and mobilize the institutions of civil society towards the achievement of their common goals without involving the state. It is now increasingly realized that civil society can prove to be an effective instrument to counter the citizens' indifference towards their civic duties. Today, the people seldom participate in political discussion. They are hardly interested in a well-reasoned criticism of the government. Under the circumstances, civil society movement can motivate them to take active interest in public affairs and freely articulate their opinions. This will strengthen democracy. The intellectuals of today wish to establish a vast network of voluntary associations, which would be independent from the state as well as from trade and industry. It is significant that such associations can flourish only in a democratic setup where people have complete freedom of speech, association, and assembly. Civil society movement demands that the conduct of public affairs should not be allowed to be concentrated in the hands of bureaucracy. Instead, the citizen participation in these affairs should be fully encouraged. Civil society alone can provide the people with a forum where they can articulate their criticism of government policy and action. Thus, civil society would prove to be an effective instrument of removing economic inequalities and securing social justice. Civil society connotes those areas of social life, the domestic world, the economic sphere, cultural activities, and political interaction, which are organized by private or voluntary arrangements between individuals and groups outside the direct control of the state. David Held, Political Theory and the Modem State, 1989. A critical appraisal. Some observers view civil society as an area where citizens are able to enjoy some level of autonomy or independence from the government. It is expected to promote an active citizenry, to adopt a moral sense of obligation and participate in civic causes. When people are encouraged to form multiple voluntary associations, they have the opportunity to express themselves along with the competing viewpoints and perspectives. They can also find effective solution of their common problems through these associations. For example, after the 1985 Mexico City earthquake, the urban poor worked through neighborhood organizations to force the government and the World Bank to alter their recovery plans. Similar civic action groups have been formed to fight crime and corruption in Mexico and Nigeria. In Nigeria, groups of young men known as area boys have played an active role in handling civic problems. They have a widespread approval from the people who are fed up with government inaction. However, civil society movement is not an unmixed blessing. Does it promote democracy at all levels? Some observers point out that some organs of civil society are themselves afflicted by elitist or oligarchic tendencies. Some self-styled civil society activists try to mobilize people after popular slogans, only to gain undue importance and wide publicity in the media. Then some manifestations of civil society itself can take highly uncivil forms. For example, activities of the groups like Carapintada military leaders in Argentina and the Inkatha in South Africa indicate the proliferation of uncivil movements that promote exclusion and violence as a means of competing for and gaining power within a democratic system. Such groups use democratic language, institutions, and strategies for achieving their undemocratic ends. In short, the enlightened groups within the civil society should not only keep a vigil over the state and its bureaucracy, they should also ensure that any group trying to fulfill its sinister designs by pretending to be the part of civil society is not allowed to destroy the spirit of democracy. Elitism. Elitism refers to a theory of organization which holds that the chosen few, endowed with extraordinary talent and the qualities at letterkip-cows, exercise all dead slonmakling power. 7. Concept of sovereignty. Meaning of sovereignty. What is sovereignty? Sovereignty is regarded as an essential element of the state. The term sovereignty is derived from the Latin word superanus, meaning supreme. In the present context, sovereignty refers to supremacy or supreme power of the state. In what sense is the state regarded supreme or superior to other associations? At the outset, it may be noted that sovereignty is primarily a legal concept that denotes supremacy of the state, primarily in the legal sphere. J.W. Gamer, in his Introduction to Political Science, 1910, had defined sovereignty as that characteristic of the state by virtue of which it cannot be legally bound except by its own will or limited by any other power than itself. All classical definitions of sovereignty focus on supremacy of the state in the legal sense. All objections about sovereignty arise when this concept is shifted from the legal and juristic domain to other spheres such as moral, political, and sociological. The basic idea is that the sovereign, be it a monarch, chief executive, or an assembly, is able to declare law, issue commands, and take political decisions, i.e. determining public goals and their priorities, which are binding on all individuals and associations within its jurisdiction. The sovereign commands physical force to punish those who ignore or disobey his orders or decisions. He issues laws, commands, and decisions at his own will, not with the approval or consent of any other individual or association. Sovereignty, in its pure form, is more befitting a monarch than an assembly or a constitutional setup, but in actual practice we may refer to sovereignty of parliament or sovereignty of the people of a state, so long as it is accepted as a universal characteristic of the 187 state. Moreover, supreme legal authority of the state can best be established through the concept of sovereignty itself. In fact, sovereignty arms the state with supreme legal authority in both internal and external spheres. Internally, it establishes supremacy of the state over all individuals and associations, as well as the territory under its control. Externally, it upholds independence of the state from the control or interference of any other state or any other agency in the conduct of its international relations. Theoretically, each sovereign state is equal to every other in international law, regardless of its population, area, or economic resources. The United Nations Charter states that the United Nations is based on the principle of the sovereign equality of all its members and recognizes a sphere of domestic jurisdiction, which is to be reserved to each member state. International law. International law refers to a set of general principles and specific rules which are duly recognized by the members of the international community in their dealing with each other. International law is primarily concerned with the regulation of their mutual relations, peaceful settlement of their disputes, and the rights of belligerent as well as neutral nations during the times of war. Since the concept of sovereignty attributes supreme power to the will of the sovereign, it is by nature an absolute, unlimited, and perpetual power. This may, however, not be interpreted as an arbitrary power. The absolute power implied by sovereignty is not intended to be exercised without reason or without invoking one's conscience or sense of justice or without regard to prevalent customs, social values, ideals, or necessity of the common interest or public interest. Due regard to all these factors has to be given. Otherwise, the legitimacy and authority of the sovereign power will be rapidly eroded and sovereignty may eventually be lost. The idea behind the absolute nature of sovereignty is that, legally speaking, the sovereign is not obliged to consult or seek the approval of any other individual or group whether a particular decision, command, or law is right or wrong. He is empowered to decide all such issues at his own will and discretion, and his decisions will be binding on all unless he himself chooses to revoke them. Legitimacy. Legitimacy refers to the quality of an act or arrangement which is regarded as lawful by those affected by it. In other words, they regard it reasonable and be NP-style for themselves as well as for the larger society. Historical development. In fact, the modem theory of the state was perfected only when the concept of sovereignty was introduced into it. Jean Bodin, a French writer of the 16th century, was the first to formulate the concept of sovereignty systematically. Although in ancient days Aristotle had talked of supreme power located in different bodies according to the form of government, he had not given the idea of sovereignty because, in his view, the power of the ruler or ruling body was restricted by law which existed above them. Conditions in the Middle Ages were not favorable to the development of the concept of sovereignty because the emperor's power was limited on the one side by the rights of the feudal lords, and on the other side by the claims of the Pope to superior authority. The idea of sovereignty made its appearance with the dawn of the modem period. Towards the end of the medieval period, a number of causes combined to create new political ideas. The feudal nobles were weakened by the Crusades and by their own quarrels. Commerce and the growth of towns destroyed their monopoly of wealth. New methods of warfare destroyed their military supremacy. Taking advantage of their weakness, the king increased his power and importance until he became supreme in the state. Besides, the ruling monarchs of national states like England and France had achieved a degree of unification and centralization of authority never attained before, so that they freed themselves from the control of the Pope as well. Thus, the ground had been prepared for the development of the theory of sovereignty. Jean Bodin, who held Henry III, King of France, in highest esteem, became the chief exponent of this theory. Jean Bodin, 1530–96, French philosopher, defined sovereignty as the absolute and perpetual power of commanding an estate, as the supreme power over citizens and subjects unrestrained by law. Thus, Bodin places the sovereign above law, because he himself is the source of law. This view marked a significant departure from the medieval outlook. The medieval world conceived law as part of the universal and eternal order. Kings, councils, and judges who enforced law were themselves under law. They were not empowered to create it. It could only be discovered by a study of custom and precedent. The idea of the state as a source of law was alien to medieval thought. Bodin sought to reverse this position by making the sovereign himself the source of all law. Bodin treated the sovereign above law, but not above duty and moral responsibility. He imposed two important limitations on the powers of the sovereign. Firstly, there are some fundamental laws, such as the Salic Law of France, which excluded females from dynastic succession. The sovereign could not lawfully abrogate such laws. And secondly, private property, being granted by the natural law or the law of nature, was inviolable. Therefore, the sovereign could not tax his subjects without their consent. Hugo Grotius. In natural law, natural law refers to a set of rules of good conduct which exist independently. Law. These are directly derived from nature, which can discovered through moral intuition and by the application of human faculty of reasoning. Champions of natural law regard it as the source of all law, as also superior to any other law. After about half a century of Bodin's enunciation of the theory of sovereignty, Hugo Grotius, 1583–1645, Dutch jurist, widely known as the father of international law, made an important contribution to the concept of sovereignty. He brought out the implications of sovereignty of the state in the international sphere, independence of the sovereign state from foreign control. Grotius sought to build a system of international law on two distinct foundations. Nations are subject to natural law, or the dictate of right reason, in the same manner as citizens, because the society of nations is formed on the same fundamental moral principles which guide the behavior of men in society. And Grotius recognized a voluntary law of nations based upon their free consent, whether explicit as expressed in treaties and conventions, or implicit as expressed in usages and customs. Thus, Grotius, like Bodin, attributed moral responsibility to sovereignty, but he extended it to the external sphere also. In the second place, he made it clear that nations respected international law not because it curtailed their sovereignty, but because they voluntarily chose to do so, of their free consent. In this way, Grotius introduced the idea of external sovereignty to the existing idea of internal sovereignty, and thus gave it a fuller shape. Thomas Hobbes. In the 17th century, Thomas Hobbes, 1588–1679, English political thinker, further developed the concept of sovereignty. As an exponent of the theory of the social contract, Hobbes argued that the state was the product of the will of the people. Sovereignty is an attribute of the state. Its character is determined by the terms of the social contract. As men emerge from the state of nature, characterized by law of the jungle, and form a state to attain order, peace, and security, they create a sovereign for this purpose. They surrender all their natural rights, the right of the stronger to oppress the weaker, to the sovereign. The surrender is complete, final, and irrevocable. How can they ask for restoration of their natural rights once they have become civilized men? Defying the authority of the sovereign would mean reversion to the state of nature, the state of anarchy, law of the jungle, where the stronger will be free to oppress the weaker. Hobbes, therefore, places authority of the sovereign beyond challenge. Hobbes's chief contribution to the theory of sovereignty consists in adding an element of legitimacy to authority of the sovereign, because beheld, that the sovereign is the product of the will of the people, and that the sovereign enjoys his supreme authority for its functional value, that is by virtue of providing order, peace, and security in place of anarchy and oppression. John Locke, 1632–1704, another English exponent of the theory of the social contract, did not concede absolute sovereignty of the state. He thought that the supreme power in society was held by the people, which came into existence before the formation of the state. The natural rights comprising the right to life, liberty, and property were retained by the people, and the state was created for the protection of these vital rights. Ruler or government could not possess the power to abrogate these rights. Jean-Jacques Rousseau. In the 18th century, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1712–78, French exponent of the theory of the social contract, made an important contribution to the theory of sovereignty by introducing the doctrine of popular sovereignty. While Hobbes had created a sovereign apart from the people, Rousseau made the people themselves sovereign. In his opinion, the social contract was concluded between the people in their individual capacity on the one hand, and the people in their corporate capacity on the other. According to this line of argument, when people surrender their natural liberty in their individual capacity, sovereignty is retained by the people themselves in their corporate capacity, represented by the general will, while their actual will is subordinated to their real will. Rousseau, therefore, suggested that sovereignty belongs to the people. It could be exercised only in an assembly of the whole people. Government is but an agent of the general will which reigns supreme. In other words, a government cannot logically claim to hold sovereignty. Rousseau maintained that sovereignty is absolute and unlimited because the supreme direction and control of the general will is accepted by the people unconditionally in the interests of their freedom. Rousseau believed that man's freedom lies in obeying the dictates of the general will even if he feels constrained. That is why he quipped that man can be forced to be free. 7 General Will L. I. According to Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 17T2-78 L. French philosopher, the genre to the point of convergence of the real will of all members of a community. It reflects the true good of each individual as well as the common good of the whole community. Man realizes his freedom by submitting his particular will to the direction of the general Y1. Jeremy Bentham, 1748-1832, famous English utilitarian, argued that sovereignty was not limited by law, but was subject to moral limitations. Bentham maintained that sovereignty was limited by the possibility of resistance, and there were conditions under which resistance was morally justified. He, therefore, insisted that the sovereign should justify his authority by useful legislation with the object of promoting the greatest happiness of the greatest numbers. John Austin. In the 19th century, the legal notion of sovereignty was brought to its logical conclusion by John Austin, 1790-1859, English jurist. He is regarded as the greatest exponent of the monistic theory of sovereignty. In his Province of Jurisprudence Determined, 1832, Austin observed, "If a determinate human superior, not in the habit of obedience to a like superior, receives habitual obedience from the bulk of a given society, that determinate superior is sovereign in that society, and that society, including the superior, is a society political and independent." Austin's theory of sovereignty was influenced by the then prevailing conditions in England. The early utilitarians had sought to remove the anomalies of the common law by subordinating it to a superior law which consisted in the universal and permanent dictates of natural reason. The state could neither ignore nor abrogate that superior law. Repudiating these arguments, Austin advanced his theory of positive law, which expressed the will of the legal sovereign of the state and hence not bound by the dictates of natural law or any other superior law. Austin sought to define law as the command of the sovereign, obliging the subjects to do or refrain from doing certain acts, failure to obey the law being visited by penalty. Thus, he identified the following characteristics of law. A. It must emanate from a determinate source, that is the sovereign, to be clearly located in the state. Z. It must be the expression of the command of the sovereign. And C. It must be backed by sanctions. In other words, disobedience to law must be punishable. 5v. JF Positive law. Positive law refers to the law that expresses the will of the sovereign, and that is duly enacted by a legislative body and recognized by the judiciary. Positive law is binding on all those coming within its jurisdiction, and its violation is effectively met with punishment. Positive law is judged by its legal validity, and not by its conformity to morals, customs, or conventions unless these are enshrined in the body of law itself. These characteristics are peculiar to the positive law of the state, not to be found in natural law, custom, or religious commandments. Thus, natural law, or for that matter, any superior law, is not law in the proper sense of the term. Accordingly, in case a positive law enforced by the state comes into conflict with the natural law or religious commandments, etc., the former must prevail. In this way, Austin established supremacy of the power, authority, and commands of the sovereign beyond doubt. He maintained that any rights of the citizens, including the right to property, were nothing but concessions granted by the sovereign. The subjects could have no legal right against the state. By establishing a single source of all positive law, Austin put forward a monistic view of law, state, and sovereignty. It is significant that Austin's theory solely dwells on the legal character of sovereignty. It does not repudiate moral or social limitations on the power of the state. He does not declare the state as a perfect embodiment of reason, as the idealist theory had maintained. Austin is an exponent of absolute and unlimited sovereignty purely from the legal or formal point of view. He admits that sovereign authority habitually observes fundamental moral principles though not legally bound by any external authority. He does not envisage an irresponsible sovereign, but holds that the sovereign cannot be formally made responsible to any authority similar to himself. His authority is legally superior to all individuals and groups within his jurisdiction. 2. Characteristics of sovereignty. Viewed as a purely legal concept, sovereignty may be identified by the following characteristics: absoluteness, permanence, universality, inalienability, and indivisibility. Absoluteness. Jean Bodin, the first exponent of sovereignty, said, Sovereignty is the absolute and perpetual power of commanding in a state. Sovereignty is regarded as absolute because it cannot be limited or restricted by any superior power or authority. The will of the sovereign reigns supreme in the state. The sovereign may, of his own will, pay due regard to moral principles, customs and traditions or public opinion, but he is not responsible to any authority, individual or group, similar or superior to himself. Similarly, the sovereign may pay due regard to international law by his free consent, not because he is obliged to obey the commands of any superior state or international organization. Absoluteness of sovereignty is the logical outcome of its legal character, which may not hold good in the political sphere, nor would it govern the yuan legal actions of the individuals and groups within the state. Permanence. Permanence of sovereignty is the corollary of its absoluteness. Bowden describes Jeremy Bentham, 1748 to 1832, famous English utilitarian, argued that sovereignty was not limited by law, but was subject to moral limitations. Bentham maintained that sovereignty was limited by the possibility of resistance, and there were conditions under which resistance was morally justified. He, therefore, insisted that the sovereign should justify his authority by useful legislation with the object of promoting the greatest happiness of the greatest numbers. John Austin. In the 19th century, the legal notion of sovereignty was brought to its logical conclusion by John Austin, 1790 to 1859. English jurist, he is regarded as the greatest exponent of the monistic theory of sovereignty. In his Province of Jurisprudence Determined, 1832, Austin observed, if a determinate human superior, not in the habit of obedience to a like superior, receives habitual obedience from the bulk of a given society, that determinate superior is sovereign in that society, and that society, including the superior, is a society political and independent. Austin's theory of sovereignty was influenced by the then prevailing conditions in England. The early utilitarians had sought to remove the anomalies of the common law by subordinating it to a superior law which consisted in the universal and permanent dictates of natural reason. The state could neither ignore nor abrogate that superior law. Repudiating these arguments, Austin advanced his theory of positive law, which expressed the will of the legal sovereign of the state and hence not bound by the dictates of natural law or any other superior law. Austin sought to define law as the command of the sovereign, obliging the subjects to do or refrain from doing certain acts, failure to obey the law being visited by penalty. Thus, he identified the following characteristics of law. A. It must emanate from a determinate source, that is the sovereign, to be clearly located in the state. B. It must be the expression of the command of the sovereign. And C. It must be backed by sanctions. In other words, disobedience to law must be punishable. -3 happy face tebsitive law, pound, LSS. Positive law refers to the law that expresses the will of the sovereign, and THDF is duly enacted by a legislative body and recognized by the judiciary. Positive law is binding on all Joes coming within its jurisdiction, and its violation effectively met with punishment. Positive law is judged by its legal, not by its conformity to morals, customs, or conventions unless these are enshrined in the body of law itself. FJ. These characteristics are peculiar to the positive law of the state, not to be found in natural law, custom, or religious commandments. Thus, natural law, or for that matter, any superior law, is not law in the proper sense of the term. Accordingly, in case a positive law enforced by the state comes into conflict with the natural law or religious commandments, etc., the former must prevail. In this way, Austin established supremacy of the power, authority, and commands of the sovereign beyond doubt. He maintained that any rights of the citizens, including the right to property, were nothing but concessions granted by the sovereign. The subjects could have no legal right against the state. By establishing a single source of all positive law, Austin put forward a monistic view of law, state, and sovereignty. It is significant that Austin's theory solely dwells on the legal character of sovereignty. It does not repudiate moral or social limitations on the power of the state. He does not declare the state as a perfect embodiment of reason, as the idealist theory had maintained. Austin is an exponent of absolute and unlimited sovereignty purely from the legal or formal point of view. He admits that sovereign authority habitually observes fundamental moral principles though not legally bound by any external authority. He does not envisage an irresponsible sovereign, but holds that the sovereign cannot be formally made responsible to any authority similar to himself. His authority is legally superior to all individuals and groups within his jurisdiction. Characteristics of sovereignty. Viewed as a purely legal concept, sovereignty may be identified by the following characteristics: absoluteness, permanence, universality, inalienability, and indivisibility. Absoluteness. Jean Bodin, the first exponent of sovereignty, said, "Sovereignty is the absolute and perpetual power of commanding in a state." Sovereignty is regarded as absolute because it cannot be limited or restricted by any superior power or authority. The will of the sovereign reigns supreme in the state. The sovereign may, of his own will, pay due regard to moral principles, customs and traditions or public opinion, but he is not responsible to any authority, individual or group, similar or superior to himself. Similarly, the sovereign may pay due regard to international law by his free consent, not because he is obliged to obey the commands of any superior state or international organization. Absoluteness of sovereignty is the logical outcome of its legal character, which may not hold good in the political sphere, nor would it govern the legal actions of the individuals and groups within the state. Permanence. Permanence of sovereignty is the corollary of its absoluteness. Bowden describes sovereignty as perpetual power because, if power be held only for a certain time, it does not matter how long a time. It is not a sovereign power, and he who holds it for that time is not a sovereign. In order to understand the permanence of sovereignty, it is necessary to distinguish between the state and government. Theoretically, sovereignty belongs to the state. Governments may be formed and dissolved according to the established procedure, but the continuity of the state will not be affected by such changes. As such, sovereignty endures as long as the state maintains its independence. The quality of permanence should not be interpreted to mean that sovereignty is eternal. On the other hand, if a state loses its independence and is placed under the suzerainty of another state, its sovereignty is also lost. Universality. Sovereignty is a universal, all-pervasive, or all-comprehensive quality in the sense that it extends to all individuals, groups, areas, and things within the jurisdiction of the state. If a state grants immunity or exterritoriality to any category of persons, especially foreign heads of states, UN officials, foreign envoys, ambassadors, their staff, residents and vehicles, etc., it is because of its free consent, not because of any external obligation or restriction. In other words, it is a matter of international courtesy, not of compulsion. This concession can be withdrawn at any moment at the will of the sovereign. International associations and multinational corporations operating within the territories of different states are also subject to the sovereignty of the respective states. Inalienability. As an essential element of the state, sovereignty cannot be transferred or given away without destroying the state itself. As Lieber has put it, sovereignty can no more be alienated than a tree can alienate its right to sprout, or a man can transfer his life and personality without self-destruction. When a state cedes a portion of its territory to another state, the ceding state is not wholly destroyed. But from the point of view of the ceded portion, the original state no longer exists, and sovereignty of a new state comes into existence. This also proves that the sovereignty of a state over any area is not transferred but replaced by another state. According to Hobbes, when people emerge from the state of nature, they create a sovereign. It is not a case of sovereignty being transferred from people to the sovereign, because in the state of nature sovereignty did not exist at all. When Locke postulates surrender of some of the natural rights of the people to the state on the condition that their fundamental natural rights to life, liberty, and property shall be protected, it is not a question of transfer of sovereignty, because the people themselves remain supreme throughout, in spite of the formation of the state. In Rousseau's system, oft-taught sovereignty is throughout held by the general will, although powers may be delegated to the government. Hint: sovereignty proves to be inalienable. Indivisibility. As sovereignty is an absolute power, it cannot be divided between or shared by different sets of individuals or groups. In every state, sovereignty must be vested in a single body, legally competent to issue the final commands. Division of sovereignty is bound to give rise to inconsistent, conflicting, and ambiguous commands. This condition is not compatible with the very concept of sovereignty. In other words, a divided sovereignty is a contradiction in terms. The principle of the federal state is usually cited as an exception to this characteristic of sovereignty. Federalism involves the allocation of powers between the federal, central, or union, government, and state governments, which are regarded as independent and coordinate in their respective spheres. A.L. Lowell, an American writer, argued that there can exist within the same territories two sovereigns issuing commands to the same subjects touching different matters. The Supreme Court of America also declared in one case that the United States are sovereign as to all the powers of government actually surrendered by the states, while each state in the Union is sovereign as to all powers reserved. We, in India, are no less familiar with federal government. We have legislatures and cabinets in the states besides the Union Parliament and the cabinet. The subjects of legislation are divided into the Union list, state list, and concurrent list. Unlike the USA, however, in India the Union and the states are governed by a single constitution, and residuary subjects of legislation are assigned to the Union. The main features of federal states in other countries are more or less similar. This paradox can be resolved by making a distinction between sovereignty and power in the legal sense. Power emanates from sovereignty. Sovereignty vests in the state. Power is assigned to the government. Sovereignty is supposed to be exercised by the state. Power is exercised by the different organs of government, legislative, executive, and judicial. The pattern of exercise of power depends on the nature of organization of the government. We describe states as unitary * and federal because of different patterns of organization of their governments. Properly speaking, these are the forms of government, not the forms of state. In a unitary government, power is divided between a single set of legislature, executive, and judiciary. On the other hand, a federal government involves various sets of such organs. Thus, the federal system represents an extension of the principle of division of powers between the organs of the federal and state governments. All of them combined together constitute a single state with a single sovereignty, absolute, perpetual, all-pervasive, inalienable, and indivisible. The division of powers can be evolved or altered from time to time, but sovereignty remains intact so long as the state maintains its independent existence. In the international sphere, too, the state continues to be regarded as one entity, single and indivisible, whatever its form of government and consequent division of powers. It is again important to note that all these characteristics are peculiar to the legal notion of sovereignty. They are best represented by an absolute monarchy. In the actual working of the state, especially in the case of a democratic, federal, pluralist, and constitutional government, it becomes extremely difficult to discover the seat or real character of sovereignty. Aspects of sovereignty. Sovereignty is primarily a legal concept. However, in actual practice, sovereignty may take different forms under different conditions which are described as different aspects of sovereignty. Titular sovereignty. In constitutional monarchies, such as England and Japan, the Queen, the King, or the Emperor is officially referred to as the sovereign. Such a ruler is only a nominal or titular head of state, without any real powers which are vested in different organs of the government, according to the constitution of the state. This form of sovereignty is, therefore, called titular sovereignty. De jure and de facto sovereignty. Why in the case of revolutions, that is a successful overthrow of the existing regime in a state through unconstitutional means, that is not by the established procedure of replacing the existing government. A distinction arises between the formal and actual position. Thus, till such time as the new sovereign is legally established and recognized, there may exist two sovereigns, one in the legal sense who has lost his real powers, the other in the factual sense who has not yet been legally established. Under such circumstances, the legal or formal sovereign is said to retain de jure sovereignty, while the actual sovereign comes to hold de facto sovereignty. This state of affairs can only continue temporarily because it is marked by uncertainty, confusion, and irregularity. Some historical examples of the emergence of de facto sovereignty are the authority exercised by Cromwell, 1653–58, in England, by Napoleon, 1799–1804, in France, and the Bolshevist group in Russia after 1917. The military dictatorships of the present-day world, established after a coup d'état, also represent de facto sovereignty, until they evolve suitable means to legitimize their authority. De facto sovereignty is so described because in actual practice its commands are obeyed by the people, either because of sheer force or a strong following among the people. Some writers, including John Austin, refuse to draw a distinction between de jure and de facto sovereignty. They argue that adjectives like lawful and unlawful cannot be applied to the term sovereignty as it becomes meaningless without legal sanction. It would, therefore, be more logical if the terms de facto and de jure are applied only to government, not to sovereignty. The de jure sovereignty alone is sovereignty in the real sense of the term. The so-called de facto sovereignty remains inconsequential until it achieves the status of de jure sovereignty. A critical appraisal. The concept of sovereignty was evolved to bring the theory of the modem state to its logical conclusion. It sought to free the modem state from obligations towards other social institutions, particularly the authority of feudal lords and tire papacy, and to establish the dignity of the state in the international sphere. Thus, the theory of sovereignty proclaimed the monopoly of the state in deciding public policy and declaring the law that binds all citizens in unequivocal terms. It instituted the nation-state as an independent entity in the international sphere, not bound by any organization superior to itself. In short, sovereignty armed the state with supreme authority in its internal as well as external affairs. As a legal notion, sovereignty constitutes an essential element of the legal character of the state. In fact, the state cannot perform its function of regulating the life of its citizens unless it is equipped with supreme authority. The logic of the legal character of sovereignty postulates that it has to be absolute, permanent, universal, inalienable, and indivisible. In the legal sphere, therefore, sovereignty cannot be held responsible to any human superior. When we say that the sovereign is not bound by any moral principles or international obligations except at his own will, it is only intended to emphasize that the sovereign cannot be subordinated to any other human agency for interpretation of such obligations. But in the sphere of actual practice, all authority postulates responsibility. Sovereignty, being supreme authority, postulates highest responsibility. Theoretically, we may evolve the image of a perfect sovereign and thus justify him exercising supreme authority. But in the real world, sovereignty has to be vested in human beings who, being mortals, are as imperfect as any other human beings. When the authority of a mortal human sovereign is proclaimed to be absolute, perpetual, beyond any responsibility or obligation, it leads to socially disastrous consequences, the most cruel and degenerate forms of autocracy, tyranny, and authoritarianism, untold oppression inside the state, and more destructive wars outside. This is necessary so that no organ of the government is able to become omnipotent. This would imply a departure from the original concept of sovereignty, which sought to vest sovereignty in a determinate person or body of persons. This would mean a constitutional government. Only this kind of government can be expected to function in a responsible manner and deliver the goods, especially in the present age of democracy when the people are claimed to be the real sovereign, the sovereign without crown. H. Constitutional government. V. 3-foot *R. WJ. 01. Verment refers to a type of government in which powers of governance, legislative, executive, and judicial powers, are exercised by those who are appointed through the prescribed procedure, in law, prescribed manner, and under regular legal and political restraints as provided by a constitution. A constitution in this context denotes a set of rules, procedures, practices, and WL, IJJLL, 111 JJ, I1J, L1U. Conventions which prescribe structures, functions, powers, and responsibilities of different organs of government, the procedure of their formation, working, and dissolution, relation between the state and its citizens, etc. Constitutional government is characterized by the supremacy of law, which implies that both public authorities and citizens are equally subject to law and the Constitution. All citizens are entitled to equal protection of the laws, and they lay free access to political arid judicial channels for communicating their demands and the redressal of their grievances. In short, a constitutional government stands for a limited, responsive, and responsible government. Its three principal objective is to secure liberty and justice for the people. 3JXVX. Concept of popular sovereignty. What is popular sovereignty? Sovereignty is primarily a legal concept. The legal sovereign is supposed to be absolute and omnipotent, functioning solely according to his own judgment and will, right or wrong. He can ignore and override any other considerations, prescriptions of divine law or natural law, principles of morality, dictates of public opinion, etc. According to the classical theory, legal sovereignty is vested in the determinate person or body of persons. It is definitely organized, precise, and recognized as the source of law. It represents the will of the state, and its commands are legally binding. Its disobedience is visited by penalties. It is the source of all rights in society. It is absolute, unlimited, and supreme. In the political sphere, the concept of legal sovereignty is fit for application to absolute monarchy. It is significant that Jean Bodin and John Austin, the chief exponents of legal sovereignty, had built their theories in the context of absolute monarchies. This sort of situation does not create problems of inconsistency between theory and practice. However, as we move to other forms of government, we are faced with the dilemma of reconciling the idea of legal sovereignty with the actual powers of the sovereign body. That is why A.C. Dicey, An Introduction to the Study of the Law of Constitution, 1885, observes, "Behind the sovereign which the lawyer recognizes there is another sovereign to whom the legal sovereign must bow." This another sovereign is described by Dicey as the political sovereign. Absolute monarchy. Monarchy refers to a form of government in which all powers are held by a single person, king, queen, or any other royal AEJ, who reigns over the country. Powers of the ruler are not bounded by source of authority, such as custom, precedent, natural law, divine law, or judicial interpretations of law. The ruler exercises absolute virtue of his personal authority or his own interpretation of custom, law or divine law, etc. This system is opposed to the concept of onal government. When political sovereign comprises all members of a community, i.e. the people, the idea of its supreme legal authority is expressed as popular sovereignty. In other words, the idea of popular sovereignty regards people as the source of all authority in the state. In its view, the organs of state which exercise supreme power of lawmaking, law enforcement, and adjudication draw their legitimacy from the will of the people. It does not rely on any superior law, natural law, religious commandments, or any other authority to ascertain what is right or wrong. It does not look for any source of superior reason apart from the mind of the people. Thus, it regards people themselves, in their corporate capacity, as the embodiment of reason, the best judges of right and wrong, and hence the real source of supreme authority. This doctrine comprises the cornerstone of the classical theory of democracy. Historical development. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1712-78, is regarded the chief exponent of the doctrine of popular sovereignty. However, its early indications may be found in ancient as well as medieval political thought. Marcus Tullius Cicero, 106-43 BC, ancient Roman philosopher, postulated that the ultimate source of political authority may be traced to the aggregate people of a state. However, when Roman Empire became very powerful, it was conceded that will of the emperor was the source of validity of law. Medieval European thought regarded God as the source of all authority. Pope was his representative on earth. In the final phase of the medieval age, Marsilio of Padua, 1275-1343, Italian philosopher, sought to challenge the absolute authority of Pope in order to restore the authority of the people. In the medieval Europe, it was believed that temporal rulers should submit themselves to papacy not only in ecclesiastical matters, but also in temporal matters. On the contrary, Marsilio and his Defensor Pads, 1324, tried to prove that papacy and clergy should submit themselves to the whole people not only in temporal matters, but also in spiritual matters. Marsilio described the principle of supreme authority of the people as republicanism. He argued that the powers of the priesthood should be confined to the administration of the sacraments and the teaching of divine law, but even in these functions priests should be regulated and controlled by the people and their elected government. He held that the priesthood itself should be elected by the people of each community rather than being appointed by Pope who was chosen by an oligarchy. The principle of legitimacy required that Pope himself should be elected by the whole of Christendom. In early modern age, Johannes Althusius, 1557-1638, German jurist, also indicated the idea of popular sovereignty in his own way. He conceived of sovereignty as the supreme power of performing those acts which are necessary for the material and spiritual welfare of the members of a state. In his view, the state is the product of a contract or consent of the people. Hence, The state must exercise sovereignty to secure welfare of its members. In essence, sovereignty resides in all the members of a state, although it may be exercised by a particular body from time to time. Since people themselves cannot perform the functions of the state directly, they delegate these functions to their representatives. Still, the final authority implied by sovereignty remains with the people themselves. In other words, the rulers in a democracy are required to function under the ultimate control of the people. Rousseau's concept of the general will. Rousseau's concept of the general will gives best expression to the idea of popular sovereignty. Thomas Hobbes, 1588 to 1679, had created a sovereign authority apart from the people. Rousseau created a sovereign out of the people themselves. Hobbes made sovereignty an instrument of serving self-interest of the individual. Rousseau made it an instrument of serving the common good. Rousseau justified his doctrine of popular sovereignty on moral grounds. At the outset, it may be noted that Rousseau's idea of the will cannot be separated from thought. He makes a distinction between the will of the individual, i.e. the particular will, and the will of the community, i.e. the general will. Particular will may either be inclined towards general will, or it may turn against it. When an individual is motivated by his momentary self-interest, disregarding the interest of others, he is acting against the general will. It is called his actual will. For example, when an individual wants to jump red light on a crossing, he is acting on actual will. On the contrary, when he decides to follow all traffic rules strictly, he tends to act in the common interest, i.e., according to the general will. Then he is acting on his real will. In other words, real will involves self-discipline in the interest of the community. It also serves the individual's real and long-term interest, which cannot be separated from the common interest. Actual will reflects an individual's lower self. Real will reflects his higher self. When different individuals act on their actual will, their interests would clash with each other because everybody would be acting on his momentary self-interest. It may be followed by disastrous consequences. For instance, when people want to jump red light on a crossing, it may result in accident. But when they act on their real will, there is little possibility of their clash. When all are self-disciplined, there will be a smooth flow of traffic. It will ensure safety of one and all. When an individual is acting on actual will, he is not only acting against the interest of the community, but also acting against his own real interest, or against his true freedom. When he is prevented from acting in that way, he may feel constrained, but he is not being deprived of his freedom in the real sense of the term. That is why Rousseau quips, "A man can be forced to be free." When people act on their actual will, they are bound to have differences. But when they act on their real will, their differences would disappear. They would start thinking alike. As the proverb goes, all wise men think alike. General will is, therefore, harmonious. It reflects the real will of all members of the community. It is described as the point of convergence of the real will of all members of the community. Genesis of the general will. Community. General will. Human will. 1. Individual. Particular will. SB. RM-I actual will. O. Real will I. Motivated by. V. Motivated by. Immediate ultimate. Self-interest collective good. Represents lower self higher self. Transient stable. Differs from common to all individual to members of the individual community. Rousseau's concept of popular sovereignty stands for the supreme authority of the general will in a society. Since general will is reflected in the higher self of each member of the community, it is morally superior to any other expression of will. Sovereignty of the general will would ensure the rule of the right reason in society, which would be constantly devoted to the common good. General will is elevated to the position of an absolute, unlimited and inalienable sovereignty because it reflects the common will of all right-thinking people. The concept of popular sovereignty does not rely on any principle of higher law, e.g., natural law, or divine revelation, but regards the organized power of the people as the source of all reason to determine what is right or wrong. It therefore embodies the best expression of the principle of classical democracy. However, it is suitable only for a small and uniform community, preferably for direct democracy, as Rousseau himself conceded. In the contemporary large and complex societies where representative democracy is inevitable, it can only be accepted for its symbolic significance. Conclusion. And B. Sovereignty should be exercised for the public good or the common good. The first reason considers sovereignty as a right. The second considers it as a duty. The principle of democracy calls for their synthesis. But unfortunately, some thinkers have confused the two. They tried to treat both these reasons as the foundation of the power of the sovereign. Thus, they have opened the floodgates of absolutism and authoritarianism. When sovereign is not bound by his duty, he is no longer capable of upholding democracy. Absolutism. 5. Absolutism refers to a political outlook that requires all powers of governance to be vested in a single individual, institution, or a set of some rigid standards, etc. These powers are not restricted by any rival source of authority, such as custom, precedent, natural law, divine law, common law, judicial interpretations of law, public demand, or the force of public opinion. Authoritarianism. Authoritarianism refers to a political outlook or attitude that requires everybody or everything to conform to an established order enshrined in customary practices or a set of beliefs. It subordinates all concern to a person or a group which is regarded as the guardian of that order. In practical politics, distinction must be drawn between the state and government. The principle of popular sovereignty may be invoked to concede sovereignty of the state, which is an abstract entity. But government is comprised of human beings who are fallible in spite of their best education and training. If sovereignty is attributed to government, even if it is elected by the people, the possibility of its misuse cannot be ruled out. As Aristotle had warned, power and virtue cannot coexist. Democracy can function only with a constitutional government, which implies the existence of effective checks on the power holders. Again, Rousseau has not drawn a clear distinction between will and reason. Reason is mainly concerned with the questions of right and wrong. Will is supposed to be neutral. Reason deals with complex questions which are subject to prolonged debate. Will is a simple matter which can be ascertained empirically. It is the crux of liberal theory. The questions of superior will and inferior will drag it into the field of reason. Thus it enters the realm of idealist theory, which is often invoked in support of absolutism. In short, Rousseau's philosophy must be taken with a note of caution. Idealist theory. Why? Idealist theory refers to the theory of state chiefly condensed by G.W.F. Hegel, 1770–1831, German philosopher, which elegies the state as embodiment of reason and holds that individuals' freedom lies in accepting the dictates of P3 he. Ideal state. This theory proves disastrous when an existing government is allowed to exercise authority of the ideal state without questioning the character of the persons who form that particular government. Pluralist theory of sovereignty. He classical theory of sovereignty, as enunciated by various thinkers from Jean Bodin, 1530–96, to John Austin, 1790–1859, largely dealt with the legal character of sovereignty. It held sovereignty as absolute, perpetual, universal, inalienable, and indivisible. It envisaged a single sovereign in the state, a person or a body of persons. It is, therefore, described as the monistic theory of sovereignty. When this monistic theory is applied to the political field, it gives rise to many problems. In the political sphere, the state is represented by government, which claims sovereignty on behalf of the state. When the relationship between individual and the state is defined in terms of sovereignty, it postulates the unlimited authority of the state over individual, which implies unlimited political obligation. In other words, the idea of the supreme, absolute, and unlimited authority of the state reduces individuals to the status of dumb-driven cattle who have to follow the dictates of the state. In actual practice, these dictates are issued by the government, consisting of human beings who may be wise or foolish, benevolent or selfish, virtuous or vicious, but in no case perfect, divine, and infallible. Thus, the theory of sovereignty in the political sphere implies complete subordination of one set of individuals to another set of similar individuals. The pluralist theory of sovereignty seeks to resolve this dilemma. Genesis of the pluralist theory. The form of sovereignty as developed from Jean Bodin to John Austin was generally regarded as an essential attribute of the modern state till the 19th century. Accordingly, it was almost universally admitted that the state is superior to all other human associations in society, because sovereignty is exclusive to the state. This implied supreme, legal authority of the state. In essence, it coincided with the organic theory of the state, which glorified the state as the 204 fountain of all moral and social values. The juristic theory went to the extent of evolving a juristic personality of the state. Organic theory of the state. In this metaphorical expression, the state is compared to an organism or a living body, and individuals are regarded as its organs. An individual separated from the state loses his existence and identity, like an organ severed from the body. However, the socialists, especially Marx and Engels, had demonstrated in the 19th century itself how the economic interests of the dominant class exclusively determine the policy of the state. The rise of capitalism, combined with the theory of the absolute state, posed a real threat to freedom in society. Many a thinker expressed serious concern at this state of affairs. J.N. Figgis, Churches in the Modern State, 1913, saw clearly that the ascendance of the absolute state in his own day was directly linked to the horror of that very economic and industrial oppression which is the distinctive gift of modern capitalism to history. Besides, in the 20th century, there was an all-round development of social sciences which promoted new theories regarding the nature of the state. Modern psychology exploded the myth of the personality of the state, which was earlier used to exalt the state and its sovereignty. Modern sociology, again, demonstrated that law is the product of prevailing social conditions, not an expression of the commands of the sovereign. This led several modern thinkers to realize that the state is only a partial manifestation of the social nature of man, with a defined sphere of activity. It cannot be treated as an all-comprehensive institution encompassing all aspects of the social life of man, as the classical theory of sovereignty had postulated. This gave rise to the pluralistic theory, which launched a systematic attack on the doctrine of state sovereignty. In short, the pluralist theory sought to redefine the nature of the state as one of the several associations of human beings operating in society, to secure the multifarious interests of individuals. In view of this, it envisaged a new role for the state as an arbiter over conflicting claims of different associations. It also repudiated the exclusive and absolute claim of the state to individuals' allegiance. It insisted that the state should compete with other human associations to establish its claim to superior authority. It is significant that the pluralist challenge to state sovereignty coincided with the conditions created by the First World War, 1914-18. During wartime, the state required its citizens to sacrifice everything, including their near and dear ones, even their own lives, for the sake of the state. The people did make untold sacrifices, yet this state of affairs prompted an inquiry into whether the state was logically entitled to make such enormous demands. There were men, known as conscientious objectors, who claimed that their conscience urged them to oppose bloody war as a means of settling human disputes. Moreover, the policy of war was determined by the men in power who were as imperfect and fallible as any other human beings. A little folly on their part could escalate war and bring untold suffering to the citizens of the state. How, then, could the absolute authority of the state be taken for granted? Harold J. Lasky, A Grammar of Politics, 1938, enumerated two important factors which prompted the pluralist attack on sovereignty of the state. In the first place, the state claimed legal omnipotence, and it claimed the allegiance of its citizens on the ground that it represented the total interest of the society within its territorial jurisdiction. The pluralists pointed out that legal omnipotence was a purely formal concept, often invalid in fact, and they argued that however majestic and powerful, the state in fact was only one of many associations in society, that, in experience, there were always limits to powers, and these were set by the relation between the purpose the state sought to fulfill and the judgment made by men of that purpose. In the second place, the pluralist doctrine was derived from the realization that the state's claim to preeminence always means, in fact, the sovereignty of a government composed of fallible men whose intentions alone are not a sufficient justification for so vast a claim. There went into the making of pluralism an historic analysis derived from the conflict between churches and the state, between trade unions and the state, between, as in the case of the conscientious objector to military service, the individual and the state. 2. Main tenets of the pluralist theory. The pluralist attack on sovereignty was inspired by the doctrine of political pluralism. According to a dictionary of the social sciences, ed. Julius Gould and William L. Kolb, 1964, political pluralism refers to those doctrines which assert that certain groups in society, e.g. family, church, union, local government, embody important social values prior to and independent of their authorization or approval by the state. So the pluralist theory of sovereignty proceeds from the idea of the pluralistic nature of society. The pluralistic nature of society. The pluralist theory represents a shift in focus from the legal to the sociological character of the state. It recognizes the role of several associations in society, formed by men in pursuance of their multifarious interests. Some of these associations have been in existence prior to the origin of the state itself. Some of them exist independent of the state, that is, they are neither created, nor sponsored, nor maintained, nor even regulated by the state. Sociologically speaking, the state is but one of these associations, standing side by side with them, not above them. Such associations include the church and other religious organizations, trade unions, cooperative societies, and chambers of commerce, and so many voluntary associations devoted to education, cultural, and scientific pursuits. All these associations embody some social value, means of satisfying some needs, and other worthwhile pursuits. Association. Association refers to a human organization formed for the fulfillment of certain common objectives of its members, which motivates them to come together and work together. Cf. Pluralists hold that it is morally preferable for individuals to be associated politically with a wide range of associations in pursuance of their specific interests. These groups provide them an opportunity to make use of their creative abilities and to seek self-fulfillment in various spheres of life. No outside agency, not least the state, should interfere in their functioning unless their activities are required to be regulated in the interest of public order, public safety, or public morality. Role of the state as coordinator. When there are several associations in society to take care of the varied interests of individuals and for the fulfillment of their personality, what is then the nature and role of the state? According to the pluralist standpoint, the state does not exist above these associations. In fact, the state, as the society politically organized, cannot be conceived as distinct from these associations. To be sure, the state itself is an association of associations. As an association coordinates the activities of its members, so the state coordinates the activities of these associations in society. It is a means of resolving the conflicting claims of these associations by evolving a common basis of their functioning, not by imposing its own will or regulations upon them, but by harmonizing and coordinating their several interests so as to secure the common good, the common interest, or the public interest. This role of the state is essential for the maintenance of order in society. It is significant that the pluralist theory seeks to curtail or limit the absolute authority of the state as against the theory of state sovereignty. It does not seek to abolish the state itself as anarchists do. The pluralists postulate some recognized functions of the state. For instance, the functions of maintaining internal order and security, defense from external enemies, and enforcement of voluntary contracts should be left to the state unless a conunct is deemed to be void on moral grounds. The state must justify its claim to authority. As the state is only one of the associations in society intended to serve the interests of society, its claim to superior authority cannot be taken for granted. The state enjoys a privileged position in the sense that its jurisdiction is compulsory over all individuals and associations within its fold. It is equipped with coercive powers so that it can punish those who ignore or defy its commands. These characteristics do not automatically establish the superior authority of the state. On the other hand, they postulate a higher moral responsibility on the state. The pluralists require the state to justify the exercise of its special powers. The state, as an association of associations, is required to secure the common interest or the public interest by harmonizing the interests of all associations operating in society. Some of the associations might be more organized and more vocal than others. Some of the vulnerable sections in society might be devoid of any organization. Some of the interests might be well represented in the assemblies or impressed upon the state through various investigatory commissions, through special delegations, or through mass movements, demonstrations, and rallies. Others might be dormant and hardly noticed. Theoretically, the state is expected to ensure that all interests are given due weightage while seeking their coordination in pursuance of the common interest. The state, as an arbiter of conflicting claims, must demonstrate that it is not dominated by any special interest or vested interests while exercising its authority. Otherwise, it would betray the confidence reposed in it. As Ben and Peters, Social Principles and the Democratic State, 1975, have asserted, the state must not be allowed to fall into the hands of men concerned only for the interest of a limited group. It must be sensitive to all, without succumbing to my own or any limited coalition of interests. This is the most delicate and difficult task of the state. It will be recalled that the Marxian attack on the state is based on the argument that the capitalist state and its predecessors have been the instruments of serving the interests of the dominant class at the expense of the dependent class. Decentralization of authority. The pluralists do not extend unconditional support to the sovereign authority of the state. They do not accept the state as a leviathan, a sea monster who is capable to overpower all sea creatures, as imagined by Thomas Hobbes, 1588 to 1679. They repudiate monopoly of the state on the allegiance of all individuals. They demand that the state should justify its claims to allegiance on moral grounds. They argue that expansion of the authority of the state undermines democracy and liberty of the individual, and that concentration of authority in the state erodes administrative efficiency. The complexity of the economic and political relations of the modern world cannot be dealt with by a monolithic view of the state. They, therefore, contend that the management and control of society should be shared by several associations in proportion to their contribution to the social good. The pluralist theory, therefore, advocates reorganization of the state through a set of institutions guaranteeing its effective limitations, such as workers' and consumers' unions, which should serve as countervailing powers in the state. The doctrine of political pluralism was developed by a number of social and political thinkers from Europe and America. Emile Durkheim, 1858 to 1917, a French sociologist, Otto von Gierke, 1841 to 1913, a German political theorist, F.W. Maitland, 1850 to 1906, an English legal historian, and G.D.H. Cole, 1889 to 1959. An English economist are regarded as the forerunners of the pluralist theory. Gierke and Maitland enunciated the theory of the real personality of groups, which became the focus of attention of many a later pluralist. According to the Gierke-Maitland thesis, as outlined in Gierke's Political Theories of the Middle Age, translated with an introduction by Maitland, 1900, each group in society possesses a real personality and will, and it plays a distinctive role in the process of lawmaking. The state, of course, plays the principal role in this sphere, but it is by no means exclusive. In other words, law is not made by the state alone. Several social groups make their own contribution to this process. These social groups enjoy certain privileges and create certain obligations independent of the state's formal sanction. Exponents of the pluralist theory include Leon Duguet, French legal luminary, Hugo Crabbe, a Dutch jurist, Harold J. Lasky, Ernest Barker, and A.D. Lindsay, English political thinkers, and Robert M. McIlvor, an American sociologist. Of these, Lasky and McIlvor are the most outstanding. Leon Duguet, Ewan Duguet, 1859 to 1928, French legal philosopher, in his celebrated work treatise on constitutional law, 1921 to 25, argues that laws are not an expression of the commands of an absolute sovereign. They are the conditions of social solidarity that is manifested in the interdependence of men in society. In other words, laws embody those fundamental rules which sustain the social life of men. They are obligatory not because they are the commands of a determinate human superior, as the classical theory of sovereignty maintains, but because their observance is crucial to entire functioning of human society. Accordingly, laws exist even before the origin of the state itself. They are by no means a product of the state. The state itself is an instrument of securing social solidarity. Duguet, therefore, subordinates the state to the rules of social solidarity which find expression in the form of laws. He, therefore, argues that public sanity, rather than sovereignty, is the essential characteristic of the state. Thus, Duguid rejects the theory of absolute sovereignty and makes the state responsible to society. He is not primarily interested in the political importance of the social groups within the state. Rather, he insists that administrative actions should be subjected to judicial limitations. Hugo Crabbe, 1857 to 1936, a Dutch jurist, proceeds to distinguish between law and the state, and argues that law is independent of and superior to the state. Thus, sovereignty is an attribute of law, not of the state. Crabbe holds that law does not emanate from social solidarity, but from a sense of right of the majority of the community constituting the state. In his The Idea of the Modern State, 1922, Crabbe asserts that the essence of the state is to be found in the operation of legal relations, not in the operation of relations between the strong and the weak. Crabbe's theory of the state rejects the idea that power is an essential feature of the state. In his view, the state is essentially a legal community, a portion of mankind having its own independent body of legal relations. The purpose of the state is to reconcile conflicting interests within the community in conformity with the values embodied in the law. A.D. Lindsay, 1879 to 1952, English political philosopher, in his The State in Recent Political Theory, Political Quarterly, 1914, accepts the theory of the real personality of associations of human beings and argues that the state is only one of the zero numerous associations, each of which possesses a corporate personality of its own. Many other associations, being smaller than the state, are more homogeneous and represent a closer community of interests. If they are permitted to act autonomously, they are likely to attract the deeper loyalties of their members and prove themselves to be more effective agencies of social coordination than the state itself. Lindsay, therefore, insists that each one of these associations should be given greater authority and initiative, so much so that they should be allowed to legislate for themselves. Thus, Lindsay pleads for breaking the monopoly of the state in lawmaking and advocates decentralization of legislative powers to the several associations in society. Ernest Barker, 1874 to 1960, English political philosopher, on the other hand, rejects the concept of the real personality of the group, although he admits the juristic claim that the permanent groups within society existed prior to the state, and that each of them has a corporate character and functions of its own. In his Political Thought in England from Herbert Spencer to the Present Day, 1915, Barker observes, "We see the state less as an association of individuals in a common life. We see it more as an association of individuals, already united in various groups for a further and more embracing common purpose." Barker argues that the state should necessarily adjust the relations of associations to itself, to other associations, and to their own members in order to maintain the integrity of its own scheme to preserve the equality of associations before law and to protect individuals from the possible tyranny of the group. Thus, he views the state as an association of associations, a community of communities, and an agency for harmonizing the interests of the groups as well as of individuals. Harold J. Laski, 1893 to 1950, a brilliant English thinker, is the most ardent champion of the pluralist theory of sovereignty. He is a prolific writer, and his views on this subject lie scattered in a large number of his works. Authority in the Modern State, 1919, The Foundations of Sovereignty and Other Essays, 1922, A Grammar of Politics, 192-51938, An Introduction to Politics, 1931, Studies in Lave and Politics, 1932, The State in Theory and Practice, 1935, Reflections on the Revolution of Our Time, 1943, etc. Though very brilliant, he has not been very consistent in his formulations. After adjusting his pluralist position between liberalism and Marxism, he ultimately emerged as an exponent of positive liberalism, a combination of liberalism and socialism. In his scheme of the reorganization of the state on the basis of democratization of power, Laski comes out as an ardent pluralist. In the early phase of his political thought, that is in the 1920s, Laski advanced vigorous criticism of the theory of state sovereignty and held that this theory would pass like the theory of the divine right of kings which had had its day. He thought of sovereignty as nothing more than a legal fiction and a barren concept. Attack on absolute sovereignty in his A Grammar of Politics, 1938. Laski proceeds to scrutinize the theory of sovereignty from three aspects and discovers its weaknesses everywhere. In the first place, historical analysis of the state repudiates the idea of absolute sovereignty. He accepts Sir Henry Maine's, 1822-88, criticism of Austin and shows how custom and tradition substantially limit the exercise of power. These are not legal checks imposed by some determinate human superior, nor do they operate with the express or tacit consent of the sovereign himself. The deference which even omnipotent monarchs, sultans, have to show to custom is a political need, a dictate of prudence and expediency. Besides these limitations in the internal sphere, sovereignty is also subject to limitations in the external sphere. Here Laski finds the claims of absolute sovereignty incompatible with the interests of humanity. As he observes, in a creative civilization, what is important is not the historical accident of separate states, but the scientific fact of world interdependence. The real unit of allegiance is the world. The real obligation of obedience is to the total interest of our fellow men. A Grammar of Politics, 1938. In the second place, the theory of absolute sovereignty fails as a theory off law. Here Lasky accepts Dicey's 1835 to 1922 distinction between legal and popular sovereignty as a proof of the absurdity of Austin's definition of sovereignty as determinate and indivisible. He proceeds to show how even the idea of popular sovereignty is not workable. In Lasky's own words, everyone knows that to regard the king in parliament as a sovereign body in the Austinian sense is absurd. No parliament would dare to disenfranchise the Roman Catholics or to prohibit the existence of trade unions. If it made the attempt, it would cease to be a parliament, that is to say that in practice legally unlimited power turns out to be power exercised under conditions fairly well known to each generation. Finally, the theory of sovereignty does not hold good in the analysis of a political organization. Lasky cites the case of the federal state, particularly of the United States, to show that the location of sovereignty, as envisaged by Austin, is very difficult in the case of such political organizations. Distinction between the state and government. Lasky dwells on the distinction between the state and government to demonstrate the inadequacy of the theory of absolute and unlimited sovereignty. He points out that, in actual practice, the so-called sovereign powers of the state are claimed by the government, that is a body of persons issuing orders and enforcing obedience thereto. In the exercise of these powers, the government can never be allowed to become absolute and irresponsible. In his The State in Theory and Practice, 1935, Lasky observed that government is but the agent of the state. It exists to carry out the purpose of the state. It is not itself the supreme coercive power. It is simply the mechanism of administration which gives effect to the purpose of that power. It is not, we are told, sovereign in the sense in which the state is sovereign. Its competence is defined by such authority as the state may choose to confer upon it, and if it oversteps that authority it may, where such provision exists, be called to account. Pointing to the dangers of conferring absolute powers on government, Lasky further observes, every government is composed of fallible men. They may deliberately exploit the authority they possess for their own selfish purposes. They may, with the best intentions, but quite unreasonably, mistake the private interest of a few for the well-being of the whole community. They may be ignorant of the position they confront, or be incompetent in handling it. Circumstances such as these have occurred in every political society at some period of its history. The value of the distinction between state and government is the possibility it offers of creating institutional mechanisms for changing the agents of the state, that is the government, when the latter shows itself inadequate to its responsibilities. Moral Grounds of Allegiance in the Foundations of Sovereignty, 1922. Lask argues that the state is only one among many forms of human associations, and, as compared with other associations, it has no superior claims to an individual's allegiance. He argues that the state has no right to the allegiance of an individual save insofar as his conscience gives assent. His point is that to demand unquestioning obedience to the orders of the sovereign authority, without giving entire individual the right to judge for himself their moral adequacy, is morally wrong. It stunts the growth of his moral personality. In his A Grammar of Politics, 1938, Lasky argues that the larger functions of the state postulate larger responsibility as well. The state can justify its existence only as a public service corporation. The state differs from every other association in that it is, in the first place, an association in which membership is compulsory. It is, in the second place, essentially territorial in nature. The state controls the level at which men are to live as men. It is, in administrative terms, a government whose activities are shaped by the common needs of its members. To satisfy those common needs, it must control other associations to the degree that secures from them the service such needs require. In other words, the state must justify exercise of its social authority by ensuring an effective coordination of functions of other human associations in best public interest. Its claim to the allegiance of individuals will rest on the efficient performance of its functions. Lasky tries to demonstrate the pluralistic character of the state on the basis of the pluralistic character of society itself. He observes that society is not a uniform organization of all citizens. Citizens organize themselves into several associations according to their specific interests, and these associations in turn organize themselves into society. Thus, society is an association of associations, or a federation of various interest groups. This principle should form the basis of authority of the state. So Lasky declares, because society is federal, authority must be federal also. A Grammar of Politics, 1938. In other words, the state should exercise its authority over the various interest groups which constitute it, but each interest group should in turn exercise its authority over its members. Thus Lasky insists that sovereignty in the state should be shared by many groups according to the respective value of the functions of each group. The state should perform its coordinating function, but it has no right to omnipotence. The power of the state should become coordinative instead of being hierarchical, and authority should become federal instead of being absolute and indivisible. Lasky's plea to make authority federal is the cornerstone of his pluralist doctrine. Its logical conclusion may be found in his concept of the democratization of power. Democratization of power. In his pluralist fervor, Lasky feels deeply concerned about the undemocratic control of industry and politics by the economic overlords in society, a characteristic feature of capitalist civilization. In his Reflections on the Revolution of Our Time, 1943, Lasky most eloquently declares, in modern society, The large industrial corporations are controlled by a caste of economic directors, mainly remarkable for their skill in financial manipulation, who are masters alike of their shareholders and of the consumers, and are not seldom in a position to hold even the states to ransom. Their power is as massive in volume as it has largely been irresponsible in operation. We have reached a stage in historical evolution where either their power must be subordinated to the interest of the community, or the interest of the community will be a tragic pseudonym for their power. This state of affairs cannot be transformed, Lasky feels, unless the vital instruments of production are owned and controlled by the community. But he immediately shifts from this socialist solution to an alternative scheme of democratization of power, a pluralist solution. Lasky identifies four bases of economic power: the supply of capital and credit, the ownership and control of land, control of the import and export trades, and, finally, control of transport, fuel and power. Socialization of these vital resources will avert concentration of economic power in society and start the process of the democratization of power. Robert M. McIver, Robert M. McIver, 1882–1970, American sociologist, has developed his pluralistic theory in his two outstanding works, The Modern State, 1926, and The Web of Government, 1947–1965. McIver takes a sociological view of the state and traces its evolution from primitive social structures to its modem form. In this process, he rejects the theory of absolute sovereignty and vindicates the pluralist view of the state. Supremacy of law as the outset, McIver identifies the state as one of several human associations. The state is distinguished from other associations because it gives expression to law, not because it is characterized by sovereignty. McIver has advanced three arguments against the doctrine of sovereignty. In the first place, the concept of the general will, as formulated by Rousseau, 1712–78, and Green, 1836–82, is sometimes invoked as the basis of sovereignty, but it is difficult to discover the existence of the general will in the state. There are many persons in the state who differ from the prevalent will in the state. The states of the past included vast numbers of aliens and slaves apart from the citizens whose will could not be reconciled with the so-called will of the state. Besides, the state appears as an upholder of custom and, therefore, loyalty to the state in such a case is derived from men's regard for custom, not for the state itself. Secondly, even in a democratic state, it is very difficult to locate the ultimate sovereign. There is no homogeneous will of the people. Majority and minority opinions exist simultaneously. One government is replaced by another. Will seems to go on changing. Policy also changes therewith. And, finally, power in the state is always exercised by a political government. Limits to the power of government are set by the Constitution, over which government has no direct control. The stability of the authority of government depends on its legitimacy, for which it must conform to the prevalent traditions and social values. McIver, therefore, argues that the state is subject to the supremacy of law which exists apart from the state. Thus he observes, it is not the office but the instrument, not sovereignty but the law and the Constitution that wear the legitimate armor of might. The government has power as the guardian of the Constitution, as the executor of law, not in its own right. Outside the realm of law, its use of force is as irreducible to principle as that of any strong man armed. To law, therefore, we must turn, and not to sovereignty as such, if we are to attain a true definition of the state. The modern state. 1926. Law, in this sense, cannot be regarded as an expression of the will of the state. The state does not create law. Law exists prior to the state. The state only grasps it and gives it a definite expression in the form of its statutes. In other words, the state only codifies law or modifies its form. It cannot make or remake it. As McIver points out, the state can no more reconstitute at any time the law as a whole than a man can remake his body. McIver agrees with Hugo Crabb that the authority of law is greater than the authority of the state. Basis of authority. As the state is one of several human associations, the basis of authority of the state cannot be different from that of other associations or corporations. McIver asserts, every association of any magnitude has grades of authority and control analogous to those of the state. The modern state. A business corporation has a body of shareholders who are united in the will and interest to uphold the corporation. The shareholders must choose a board of directors, but neither on the choice nor on the policy of the board are they likely to be unanimous. In the sphere of the state, the will of the people, which is nothing more than tire dominant will or the majority will, is analogous to the will of the shareholders, and government is analogous to the board of directors. The state, accordingly, derives its authority from the will of the majority of the people, not in its own right. A corporation is recognized by law. It entails certain rights and obligations. The state is similar to other corporations in this sense also. It is recognized by law and has its definite rights and obligations. What is, then, the relation of the state to other corporate entities, the human associations whose right it recognizes and defines? According to McIver, entire state gives them a special status defining their privileges and responsibilities. The state does not create the corporation, but only regulates its legal character. The association, such as a professional group or a body of believers, exists apart from and prior to the state's act of recognition. The state cannot, for the most part, either make or unmake it. The great associations are as native to the soil of society as the state itself. The state can scarcely even decide whether it will or will not recognize them. How can the state fulfill the function of control and coordination of human associations unless it enjoys supremacy over them? Does it imply that, while other associations cater to the partial interests of men, the state is the guardian and agent of the universal interests of men? McIlva's answer to these questions comprises the essence of his pluralist position. He argues that the state does not regulate the internal affairs of other associations. It does not and cannot determine their purposes or, for the most part, their methods. It does not treat them as its own agencies or instruments. The state comes into the picture only when the interests of one group encroach on another. In other words, the state acts only in order to resolve the conflicting interests of various associations in society. The state cannot impose its own will on human associations for the protection of the common interest. In McIlva's own words, the state stands for the common interest, but only so far as the common interest is sufficiently unified to admit of political expression, and only so far as it is sufficiently externalized to admit of legal regulation. True, it stands for the common interest, but not for the whole of the common interest. The common interest is no simple objective, attainable and inclusive authority. The partial interests of 1,000 cultural and economic are also parts of the common interest. Even if the state claims to be the protector of the common interest, it demands superior authority on this account. Other associations may cater to extensive interests of men, yet they may attract their deeper loyalties because they are more intimate and more closely bound with the traditions and belie one of groups. As McIlva further observes, on this account the doctrine of absolute sovereignty, if actually practiced in the states of today with all their diversities of culture, would be fatal to the harmony of social life. Initially, McIlva seems to hold that the state should not use its authority to regulate the internal affairs of any other human association. But in the later part of his life, he sought to introduce a note of caution in this matter. In a subsequent edition of The Web of Government, 1965, McIlva makes a distinction between two types of organizations: those which serve the emotional and cultural interests of men and cannot be regulated by the state, and those which serve the economic interests of different groups and have to be regulated to serve the common interest. As he points out, there are schools and styles in every form of art, in every field of cultural expression. The followers of any one take delight in their own, in the difference itself. Religions may alike proclaim the brotherhood of man or the fatherhood of God, but each has its own conception of the fatherhood. To coordinate them all into one would be to destroy their characteristic qualities, to drain them of their vitality. On the other hand, the associations formed to serve the economic interests of various groups cannot be treated on similar lines. As McIlva argues, economic activities, for example, cannot be left to the free arbitrament of individuals and groups without serious interference with public order. Thus, an employer cannot lower the wages of his employees below the prevailing rate, extend the hours of labor without doing harm to his fellow employers as well as to his employees. No more can a man rightly claim to use his property in any way that seems good to him. His property not only is the fruit of the cooperative labor of many men, but also it is the potential if not the actual source of the livelihood of others. If he neglects it, lets it run to waste or ruin, or actually destroys it, he is injuring his fellows. Recognition of this distinction between the two types of associations provides a profounder basis to McIlva's pluralist theory. A critical appraisal. The pluralist theory of sovereignty is important because it deals with the problem of sovereignty in the political sphere. It is significant that the classical theory of sovereignty was developed by several thinkers from Jean Bodin to John Austin as a purely legal concept. These thinkers were generally conscious of the moral responsibility of the sovereign, but they did not recognize any human superior whose advice or approval would be necessary for the sovereign. This position could be upheld so long as sovereignty was nothing more than a legal notion. But once the theory of absolute and unlimited sovereignty is accepted, the distinction between the state and government is soon forgotten or ignored, and absolute powers are claimed by a government in the name of the state, paving the way for autocracy and tyranny. It is, therefore, quite expedient that the implications of sovereignty in the political sphere are worked out and spelled out so that sound principles of politics and government could be evolved. This is precisely the field where the pluralist theory has made an important contribution. The exponents of the pluralist theory have elaborated the limitations on the authority of the state, in practice, on the authority of government. Some of the pluralists, like A.D. Lindsay and Robert M. McIlva, have even regarded other associations as objects of deeper individual loyalties than the state. Harold J. Lasky has used the pluralist model especially to curb the concentration of economic power, a baneful product of capitalism. McIlva has, of course, made an important point by prescribing different roles of the state with regard to the cultural and emotional groups on the one hand, and economic interest groups on the other. There are, however, some dangers inherent in the pluralist theory. When interest groups become the center of individual loyalty, so much so that some groups attract deeper loyalty than the state itself, there is a danger that some groups might become unduly powerful. They may dictate unjust terms to society because of this power. For instance, the unions of those performing essential services, such as mechanics, engineers, doctors, dispensers, drivers, and even sweepers, may be able to exert undue pressure on the authorities because they can disrupt normal social life, while teachers, artists, scientists, etc., may not be able to press for their just and genuine demands. Moreover, some categories of persons, such as traders and workers, are usually more organized and vocal than other categories, such as consumers. The pluralist model of government, in such cases, implies preeminence of the interests of dominant groups over those of the vulnerable sections of society. Under the circumstances, the responsibility for protecting the common interest devolves on the state. The state should act as an agency for harmonizing the conflicting claims of different interest groups, because some groups might be unduly eloquent in advancing their claims, while others might not be even conscious of their interests, not to speak of properly organizing and articulating their genuine demands. The state should, therefore, determine the requirements of the common interest in admitting the respective claims of the various interest groups. Again, with the ascendancy of big corporations in the modem state, the position of other groups has considerably weakened. The giant corporations have in fact eclipsed other social groups as regards their influence on the policymaking process. Under such circumstances, public policy can hardly be regarded as an end product of mutual adjustment of group interests. In order to restore the rightful place of smaller groups vis-a-vis the bigger ones, the state must play an effective role in curbing the powers and influence of the more powerful organs, particularly the big corporations. This would call for a stronger base for state sovereignty than what the pluralist theory might concede. Of sovereignty in the political sphere. It is significant that the classical theory of sovereignty was developed by several thinkers from Jean Bodin to John Austin as a purely legal concept. These thinkers were generally conscious of the moral responsibility of the sovereign, but they did not recognize any human superior whose advice or approval would be necessary for the sovereign. This position could be upheld so long as sovereignty was nothing more than a legal notion. But once the theory of absolute and unlimited sovereignty is accepted, the distinction between the state and government is soon forgotten or ignored, and absolute powers are claimed by a government in the name of the state, paving the way for autocracy and tyranny. It is, therefore, quite expedient that the implications of sovereignty in the political sphere are worked out and spelled out so that sound principles of politics and government could be evolved. This is precisely the field where the pluralist theory has made an important contribution. The exponents of the pluralist theory have elaborated the limitations on the authority of the state, in practice, on the authority of government. Some of the pluralists, like A.D. Lindsay and Robert M. McIlver, have even regarded other associations as objects of deeper individual loyalties than the state. Harold J. Lasky has used the pluralist model especially to curb the concentration of economic power, a baneful product of capitalism. McIlver has, of course, made an important point by prescribing different roles of the state with regard to the cultural and emotional groups on the one hand, and economic interest groups on the other. There are, however, some dangers inherent in the pluralist theory. When interest groups become the center of individual loyalty, so much so that some groups attract deeper loyalty than the state itself, there is a danger that some groups might become unduly powerful. They may dictate unjust terms to society because of this power. For instance, the unions of those performing essential services, such as mechanics, engineers, doctors, dispensers, drivers, and even sweepers, may be able to exert undue pressure on the authorities because they can disrupt normal social life, while teachers, artists, scientists, etc., may not be able to press for their just and genuine demands. Moreover, some categories of persons, such as traders and workers, are usually more organized and vocal than other categories, such as consumers. The pluralist model of government, in such cases, implies preeminence of the interests of dominant groups over those of the vulnerable sections of society. Under the circumstances, the responsibility for protecting the common interest devolves on the state. The state should act as an agency for harmonizing the conflicting claims of different interest groups, because some groups might be unduly eloquent in advancing their claims, while others might not be even conscious of their interests, not to speak of properly organizing and articulating their genuine demands. The state should, therefore, determine requirements of the common interest in admitting the respective claims of various interest groups. Again, with the ascendancy of big corporations in the modem state, the position of other groups has considerably weakened. The giant corporations have in fact eclipsed other social groups as regards their influence on the policymaking process. Under such circumstances, public policy can hardly be regarded as an end product of mutual adjustment of group interests. In order to restore the rightful place of smaller groups vis-a-vis the bigger ones, the state must play an effective role in curbing the powers and influence of the more powerful organs, particularly the big corporations. This would call for a stronger base for the state sovereignty than what the pluralist theory might concede. 9. Contemporary challenges to sovereignty. Conventional theory of sovereignty upholds supreme legal authority of the state in internal, as well as external sphere. In recent years, this theory was challenged from both sides. Internal challenge to sovereignty of the state came from the growing authority of various groups and associations who claimed allegiance from their members within the state. This was manifested in the pluralist theory of sovereignty. And, greater than sign, external challenge to sovereignty came from international environment which threatened autonomy of the nation-state. The process of globalization further aggravated the situation. Here we shall focus on the external challenges to the sovereignty of the nation-state. Legacy of imperialism. Imperialism and colonialism. Imperialism has a long history. Apparently it has wound up, but the forces involved in its expansion continue to work in subtle and disguised forms. Originally, imperialism meant the formation of an empire, that is bringing several countries under the control of one supreme authority. In this sense, it has existed since ancient times. In modern times, it found a new expression in the form of colonialism. Edwards said, culture and imperialism. In actual practice, however, the term imperialism is used more comprehensively. 220 includes various expressions of colonialism also. Modern forms of imperialism are the product of expansion of trade and industry in several countries of Europe. For example, in the 18th and 19th centuries, Britain, France, Belgium, Netherlands, Spain, and Portugal, among others, sought to set up their colonies in a number of countries in Africa, Asia, and America for the expansion of their trade and industry after their own national consolidation. They started exploiting the natural and human resources of those countries to strengthen their own economies. Champions of imperialism usually argue that they seek to extend the benefit of civilization to the uncivilized people. Indeed, it is an attempt to attribute moral dignity to the pursuit of their self-interest. Hobson, Imperialism, 1902. English economist, defined imperialism as a search for a captive market. He argued that imperialism was the direct result of the expanding forces of modern capitalism. He held that the maldistribution of wealth in a capitalist society created a desire to spread markets beyond its own territory in search of profit. In his view, imperialism was a method of exploitation. Then V.I. Lenin, Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, 1916. A Russian Marxist and revolutionary, argued that imperialism was an economic necessity of capitalist economy. Accordingly, when capital accumulates to such an extent that it cannot at all find profitable use in the main capitalist countries, they are forced to look abroad for profitable outlets. Lenin identified three driving forces behind the imperialist expansion: search for new spheres of investment, new markets, and new sources of raw materials. Foreign trade allows capitalists to secure a higher rate of return than that available at home. Overseas investment opens up new sources of labor and markets, and allows access to raw materials at extremely cheaper rates. Lenin described the division of nations into oppressor and oppressed as the essence of imperialism. Although Lenin exhorted all oppressed nations to unite against their oppressors and overthrow them, yet his message could not go beyond Russian Revolution, 1917, at that time. However, the oppressed nations gradually became aware of the nature of their exploitation by their colonial masters, and they launched their struggle for independence individually. As a result, the process of decolonization began after the Second World War, 1939 to 45, when colonial rulers began to concede independence to their subject countries. India was the first to gain independence in 1947. Advent of neo-colonialism. However, the exploitation of the former colonies of Asia, Africa, and Latin America did not stop with the achievement of their independence. The former imperialist powers acquired new, subtle means of exploiting the former colonies, which are compendiously described as neo-colonialism. In short, neo-colonialism refers to the strategy of a colonial power which does not maintain its political domination in a foreign territory, but continues its economic exploitation by using it as a source of cheap labor and raw materials, as well as a big market for its industrial products. The new nations, or the developing countries, with their vast size and population and low level of industrial development, remain the chief source of supply of raw materials and labor-intensive products for the developed world. But the price levels for such products are largely dictated by the rich countries until they can organize themselves into a semi-cartel like the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, founded in 1960. For other products, such organizations do not exist. In the absence of sufficient capital and technical expertise required for their industrialization, the developing countries are forced to make use of their resources in labor-intensive industries with a low margin of profit. On the other hand, developed countries make use of their resources in capital-intensive and technology-intensive industries with a high margin of profit. Thus, international trade continuously operates to the disadvantage of the developing countries. The victims of neo-colonialism hardly find a way to solve their problems of poverty, unemployment, and technological backwardness, or to stop their exploitation. Thus, for long, Chile, Brazil, Panama, and other Latin American countries served as the source of cheap raw materials and cheap labor for the industries of the United States. Similarly, the Asian countries like Taiwan, Malaysia, and Philippines used to serve as backyards for the Japanese industries. Then developed countries invest their capital in the developing countries' rough multinational corporations, MNCs, which manufacture and market a variety of consumer goods within those countries and earn huge profits for the countries of their origin. This gives them an opportunity to make use of cheap labor as well as raw materials of the developing countries for their own advantage. Again, the developing countries also serve as the provider of cheap labor for the production of components in consumer goods assembled elsewhere where requisite expertise is available. Often the poorer countries lack the expertise or investment capital to benefit from the marketing of finished products, but they can provide the labor for factories owned and built by companies based in richer countries. In some cases, the MNCs tend to locate their dirty industries in the developing countries, taking advantage of their less strict environmental controls. The disaster at the Union Carbide plant at Bhopal, India, in 1984 is the case in point. Then the dumping of toxic wastes in Africa by the industries of the advanced nations could be cited as another example of this tendency. Moreover, the highly skilled manpower of the developing count like doctors, engineers, and other professionals, produced at a high public cost, sometimes directly transferred to the developed world for want of adequate career opportunities in their own countries. This phenomenon is called brain drain. The term neo-colonialism was coined by the first president of independent Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah, 1909-72, in his essay Neo-Colonialism, The Last Stage of Imperialism, 1965. This work follows the style and line of argument of Lenin's imperialism, The Highest Stage of Capitalism, 1916. In Nkrumah's view, neo-colonialism was more injurious and more difficult to detect than the conventional form of colonialism. In a nutshell, the legacy of imperialism still continues to afflict the developing countries who have gained formal, political independence. A developing country which declares itself to be a sovereign, democratic republic may still feel constrained by the forces of neo-colonialism. Another factor that remained a source of constraint on the sovereignty of the developing countries was the emergence of the power blocs after the Second World War, 1939-45. However, these countries decided to fight against this constraint and largely maintain their independence throughout. Genesis of the power blocs. After the Second World War, a large part of the world was divided into two big ideological camps. Of these, one was the capitalist camp led by the United States. Another was the communist camp led by the Soviet Union, the then USSR. The United States, as well as the Soviet Union, was capable of facing any big power with its large military might and nuclear weapons. Hence, each of them was recognized as a superpower. Thus, each ideological camp was led by a superpower. Both the superpowers had formed their respective military alliances. The chief military alliance of the capitalist camp was North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, which was founded in 1949. Its leading members were the United States, the United Kingdom, France, Belgium, Netherlands, Luxembourg, Denmark, Norway, Iceland, Portugal, Italy, West Germany, Federal Republic of Germany, and Canada. The chief military alliance of the communist camp was Warsaw Pact, which was founded in 1955. Its members included the USSR, Albania, which left it in 1968, Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, East Germany, German Democratic Republic, Hungary, Poland, and Romania. Since both these camps sought to dominate the world with their huge power apparatus, these were termed as the power blocs, but each of them wanted to demonstrate the supremacy of its ideology and to enlist its following in the rest of the world. There was no armed conflict between the two groups, but a vigorous propaganda against each other was in full swing. In international politics, this queer conflict was described as the Cold War, which created immense tension and threatened the world peace. The term Cold War in this sense was popularized by the American columnist Walter Lippmann, 1889-1974. The emergence of the power blocs coincided with the decline of imperialism. A large number of countries of Asia and Africa gained their independence after the Second World War, 1939-45, and established their identity as the new ration states. The countries of Latin America, who had formally gained their independence in early 19th century, also joined them. These countries had remained underdeveloped during the long period of foreign domination. They were chiefly interested in maintaining their independence and securing their social and economic development. Together, they were described as the Third World, at the instance of the French economist and demographer Alfred Sauvy, 1898-1990. Fortunately, some of these countries had distinguished world leaders with a great vision. So most of these countries, under the able leadership of Nehru, of India, Nasser, of Egypt, and Tito, of Yugoslavia, adopted the policy of remaining away from the power blocs. This policy was termed as non-alignment. Eventually, non-alignment became a distinctive feature of the Third World. Gradually, non-alignment evolved into a movement, as well as a common forum for the new nations. They particularly tried to dispel the tension between the two power blocs and to build a bridge of understanding between the two. Impact of the power blocs. The emergence of the power blocs posed a new threat to the sovereignty of the nation-state. In the past, any state could manage its defense by organizing its military power and by entering into alliance with other friendly states. But when the superpowers created very big military alliances with their own nuclear weapons and intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs, no nation-state remained capable of providing for an effective security of its citizens by conventional means. Under the circumstances, each nation-state felt constrained to rely on either superpower and to join its camp. This meant compromising one's independence and bowing to the commands of a superpower. When the new nations decided to maintain their independence through the policy of non-alignment, they really had a tough time, facing criticism, pressures, and threats from both sides. But eventually this came to stay. However, since the early 1990s, there has been a radical change in the position of the power blocs. The reforms initiated by Mikhail Gorbachev in the Soviet Union in 1985 encouraged free flow of information, social and political debates, decentralization of economy, and review of foreign policy in the communist camp. This led to the relaxation of the Soviet Union's control over the communist nations of Eastern Europe and eventual collapse of the communist system in most of these countries by 1991. This marked the dissolution of the one power bloc, led by the former USSR, and consequent end of the Cold War. The Wall of Berlin between East and West Germany was demolished, and Warsaw Pact also became redundant. However, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, is still going strong. From military angle, only one power bloc is left now. However, the substantive base of domination in the contemporary world has been shifting from military power to economic power, spread over various centers. Besides, The use of superior technology has led to the spreading of environmental pollution all over the world and linking of all parts of the world by an effective communication network. In short, the process of globalization has emerged as a new challenge to the sovereignty of the nation-state. Process of globalization. Primacy of economic issues. The emerging problems of global concern and magnitude call for global solution. These problems may touch many areas, but primarily they are centered around economic issues. For many years, the superpowers and their allies focused on the predominance of military power and paid only secondary importance to the economic issues. For most of the 1950s, 1960s, and early 1970s, lethal weapons in possession of a nation were regarded the symbols of its power. Its economic assets and liabilities were not regarded so significant. However, in late 1970s and 1980s, economic issues began to acquire greater importance in international politics. Now it was increasingly realized that the economies of major powers were linked with the world economy. For instance, it was discovered that the United States, Western Europe, and Japan had become dependent on foreign sources of energy and other non-fuel mineral resources. Then, Japan had emerged as a major international economic actor, whereas the United States was reduced from the world's greatest creditor nation to the world's greatest debtor nation. The Soviet Union and Eastern European states conceded that they too had immense budget deficits. Western Europe decided to create a single European common market. Third world countries were groaning under a heavy debt burden, and its large segments were still wanting in economic development. The center of international economic growth had shifted to the Western Pacific, and a large part of the world had been transformed into a single financial market thanks to the development of electronic banking. Increasing importance of economic issues in world politics became evident in so many other areas also. Thus, when Iraq conquered Kuwait in 1990, many countries feared that their economies would be hard hit by Iraq's control of a large part of the world's oil reserves. Again, the economies of various nations vivra so interlinked that they seem to comprise a world economy. This may be illustrated by some examples. An aircraft built in America flew Japanese businessmen to Indonesia to secure oil for Japanese industries. French financiers said the same aircraft to track their investments in stock markets in London, New York, Tokyo, and Hong Kong. When American consumers purchased less pensive East Asian textile products, U.S. textile manufacturers were forced to lay off workers. Then, in order to strengthen their position in the textile market, American entrepreneurs sought to invest in high-technology West German textile machines. These machines were purchased with the money that was deposited by Saudi princes in Italian banks. Interlinkage between the economies of various nations may be illustrated further. When Japanese manufacturers lower the prices of various electronic gadgets, the prices of VCRs, TVs, and microwave ovens fall in America. Nuclear accident at Chernobyl in the former USSR, 1986, gave rise to the fear that its radiation had contaminated the food chain over half a world. When terrorists destroyed World Trade Center in America, 2001, whole world was shocked while watching its live telecast on TV. When famine sweeps Africa, TV viewers around the world are touched by the tragedy. Burning of forests in Indonesia brings climate change in whole Southeast Asia. News of a hole in the Earth's ozone layer over Antarctica comes as a warning of global disaster for the chemical industries world over. Under the circumstances, it is natural to ask, if all nation-states have become interdependent in their economic relations, environmentally, and even emotionally, how can a particular nation claim absolute sovereignty in its external relations? What is the duty of developed nations towards promoting economic growth in the developing societies? At what point tire issues of national importance end, and those of international importance begin? How can needy nations lay hands on those essential and rare resources which are the exclusive monopoly of the few nations? Which nations are responsible to control worldwide terrorism, drug trafficking, and environmental degradation? The concept of external sovereignty of nation-state will have to be revised suitably in order to deal with such situations. It is important to note that in the era of military supremacy, submission from other countries is obtained through coercion or threat of coercion. But in the era of economic supremacy, submission is apparently obtained through consent as in an open market, although some countries may be driven by economic necessity to accept some onerous terms and conditions. Globalization as a conscious policy. When globalization became inevitable, many nations of the world thought of finding out its beneficial aspects and adopting it as a conscious policy. This also coincided with the increasing popularity of liberalization and privatization in many parts of the world. Way back in 1980s, governments of USA and UK decided to reduce their liability of public welfare in order to contain the rising burden on public exchequer. The crisis which engulfed Eastern European socialist economies towards the end of this decade and their eventual collapse in early 1990s proved that state-sponsored development could not sustain an economy for long. Then third world countries also realized that the expansion of welfare services at the expense of the taxpayer had failed to serve its purpose due to bureaucratic inefficiency and corruption. Increasing tax burden on able and industrious sections led to the loss of incentive and consequent decline of output. Again, The mounting demands of subsidies could not be met with the available resources. So liberalization became order of the day. Liberalization. Liberalization refers to the policy of removal or relaxation of government control or restriction on economic activity of the people with a view to maximizing its efficiency. It seeks to reduce the state's liability towards welfare of the individuals and promote incentive-based rewards rather than dependence on various subsidies. J-V FTT privatization. V-I. Privatization refers to the policy of transferring government ownership and control of any sector of economy to private ownership and control in order to improve the standard of its management and to prevent loss to the public exchequer. Policy of globalization represents a logical conclusion of the policy of liberalization and privatization. This policy also became popular since 1980s. It holds that economic efficiency can be increased further if economic activity is allowed to benefit from the resources available at the global scale. It encourages the utilization of capital and machinery available in one part of the world, materials in another part, labor in still another part for the process of production, and search of markets for the final product all over the world. Its objectives include the minimization of cost of a product, enhancement of its quality, and the maximization of profit from its marketing. Globalization encourages the expansion of multinational corporations, MNCs, because they are best suited to mobilize capital and other resources, including managerial skills. It promotes the expansion of transport and communication network, because that is the primary condition of its operation. It distributes standard goods and services to every nook and cranny of the world, and thus introduces uniform style of living and uniform ways of entertainment. Finally, it contributes to the development of a global culture which is expected to create greater understanding among different peoples of the world. Globalization has changed U-Dollar into a company that searches the world, not just to sell or to source, under BYD defined intellectual capital, the world's best talents and greatest ideas. A-2 Jack Welch. A critical appraisal. Some writers eulogize globalization as a boon for humanity. They argue that now national boundaries do not stand in the way of progress of an individual or a community, thanks to globalization. Men have gained access to the treasure of knowledge and culture which is the product of genius all over the world. Now local communities have the opportunity to benefit from technology, information services, and markets available anywhere in the world. Finally, globalization has created awareness regarding global environment all over the world, and different nations have come to recognize global problems as a matter of their individual and collective responsibility. Others condemn globalization as a bane for a large part of the world. They believe that globalization is a device to maintain domination of the developed countries of the West over the developing countries. They regard it an expression of neocolonialism. They argue that Western culture is being projected as global culture through the so-called globalization, and thereby the cultural heritage of the East is being eroded. Besides, local economies are being made subservient to Western economies by linking them with each other in the name of globalization. Critics of globalization assert that global culture and global economy have not come into existence in the course of natural evolution, but they have been invented by capitalist nations to serve their self-interest. Underdeveloped countries are being entrapped by projecting the inevitability of globalization. Some requisites of globalization. Structural adjustment, a process closely linked with globalization. It implies reforms that enhance productive potential and facilitate improvement in economic performance and standard of living. International Monetary Fund, IMF, provides assistance on concessional terms to low-income countries to enable them to carry out such reforms. These largely include A. Measures that eliminate inefficiency in the use of resources and allow more rapid adjustment to technological innovations and changes in relative prices. And B. Measures to increase output potential by adding to productive resources, such as capital and labor, or by raising overall productivity. Regional economic integration, the process whereby groups of certain countries seek to eliminate the artificial barriers in the way of international trade and competition. This is largely accomplished by A. Preferential trade agreement, B. Free trade area, C. Customs union, D. Common market, and E. Economic union. This process gives an impetus to globalization. Again, some writers strive to strike a balance between the merits and demerits of globalization. They concede that globalization has failed to eradicate poverty from the world or reduce economic disparities. It has caused environmental degradation, prompted intolerance, encouraged militarism, disintegrated communities, and worsened the condition of subordinate groups. But it should not be forgotten that globalization has raised real per capita income in the world to 3 times since 1945. It has reduced the ratio of the extremely poor in world population to a half. It has created awareness regarding environment and congenial conditions for disarmament. It has brought the condition of subordinate groups to limelight and inspired them to form their global organizations for their emancipation. It has also liberated them from the ideological domination of tier local communities and enabled them to fight for their legitimate rights. We must ensure that the global market is embedded in broadly shared values and practices that reflect global social needs, and that all the world's people share the benefits of globalization. Kofi Annan, 7th Secretary General of the United Nations, J. On the whole, Any attempt to stop the process of globalization in the present-day scenario would be futile. We must seriously analyze its beneficial and harmful aspects and devise suitable ways and means to maximize its benefits for humanity and prevent its damaging effects. Scholars O. International relations have evolved diverse perspectives for the analysis of globalization.